Chapter 1. Stepping out of the sacred soul village of countless gods. On the Douluo Continent, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the province of Fasnuo, the city of nodding, and the sacred soul village. At dawn, when the world lay in darkness and all were lost in slumber, a child of merely 5 or 6 years emerged, fully dressed, from his humble abode, which offered little more than refuge from the elements. Seizing the cover of night, he gathered firewood, kindled a flame, fetched water, and measured rice, skillfully preparing breakfast for two as he stood atop a stool by the stove. Once everything was in order, he ventured outside, striding purposefully toward the mountain summit to commence his morning lessons. It was not until the sun had fully risen that he returned from the peak, ladling the clear porridge from the pot into a bowl. His father, the village's sole blacksmith, earned a respectable income. However, due to his penchant for drink, their breakfast remained modest. After the meal, his father, reeking of alcohol, retreated to sleep, while he continued to hone the Xiantian gong inherited from his previous life. In the morning, Tang Sen took on 2 tasks, both involving the repair of farming tools. As noon approached, he climbed atop a wooden stool to prepare lunch for himself and his father. In the afternoon, Tang San's father stoked the forge to begin his work, while Tang San immersed himself in further cultivation of his internal power within their home. As evening fell, the weary Tang San's father ventured out to indulge in drink with the earnings of the day, leaving Tang San to measure a small portion of food for himself. After dinner, he completed his evening studies, tidied up, and slipped beneath the covers, sinking into a deep slumber. Such days seemed endless. Yet, his father's nocturnal escapades were just beginning. In the village tavern, Tang San's father ordered a glass of cheap ale and drank it in one gulp, blending in with the idle men who wasted their days. The tavern owner, serving as bartender, engaged in lively conversation with a few familiar patrons. The awakening ceremony is approaching. My son is certain to become a soul master. Huh, your martial soul is a wine barrel. What kind of martial soul will your son awaken? Surely, it will be a wine barrel as well. What potential for cultivation can a wine barrel possess? Should we throw it at someone? Perhaps drinking from the barrel could enhance strength? Then he might just be a rather competent food system soul master. The patrons exchanged light-hearted banter with the tavern owner. Unperturbed, the owner chuckled. I do not ask for much as long as my son can cultivate and obtain a soul ring. We would receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. Huh, do you wish to dine on the Soul Master Hall's charity indefinitely? Do not scoff. Being able to partake in the Soul Master Hall's provisions is a skill in itself. In all these years, few from our village have even received a single gold soul coin from the hall. The tavern owner smiled. When the time comes to inherit this small tavern, we shall want for nothing. Tang San's father, with his head bowed, rendered his expression invisible to the others, who were indifferent to his demeanor. For years, he had been like this, sitting in the tavern's farthest corner, nursing the cheapest ale, his countenance shrouded in gloom, silent. Hey, Tang Hao, your little San is 6 now. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony. The tavern owner passed a second glass of ale. Speaking of which, after the martial soul awakens, you ought to consider your child's future. Though the blacksmith's position may be humble, it ensures sustenance. Why not pass your skills on to little San? Indeed, Tang Hao, unlike you, little San is not a drunkard. Should he become a blacksmith, he would not only eat well, but could save to marry. Others chimed in. However, little San appears too frail. Those spindly arms and legs likely cannot lift a forging hammer. You are plump. Could you lift a forging hammer at 6? Moreover, all the money Tang Hao earns from blacksmithing goes toward his drinking. How could Tang San possibly gain weight? True enough. Hey, Tang Hao, little San is a good child. Do not let him fall behind. He must not grow up unable to wield a forging hammer. Though the village children looked down upon Tang San due to his name and family, the adults viewed him favorably. After all, to everyone's eyes, Tang San was a good child. Since the age of 4, he had been preparing meals for his unreliable alcoholic father daily, conducting himself with great propriety. How could such a fine child have such a father? Tang Hao remained taciturn, downing his drink in silence. He thrust the empty glass back into the tavern owner's hands, gesturing for another. With a strong grip, he pushed the tavern owner back a step. With such strength, you are destined to be a blacksmith for life, the tavern owner muttered as he walked away. The tavern owner knew Tang Hao was a man with a story, yet what of it? Now he was worse off than they, relegated to the cheapest, low-quality ale, while his obedient son could barely manage to fill his belly. The following day, during breakfast, Father, Tang San suddenly called out, May I use this piece of iron? Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the raw iron. Oh, is there iron essence within? He approached, peering closer, then turned to Tang San. Do you wish to become a blacksmith? Tang San nodded. Father, you're growing older. In a few years, when I am older, please teach me to forge kitchenware, so I may carry on your work. Tang Hao appeared momentarily lost in thought, recalling the tavern owner's word from the previous day, murmuring, being a blacksmith does seem worthwhile. Thus, Tang Sin began to learn the art of blacksmithing. At lunchtime, the tavern owner, having risen late, sat at the dining table, content as he watched his son dutifully pass him chopsticks. People remarked that Tang San was considerate, yet in the tavern owner's eyes, his son's level of thoughtfulness was equally commendable. It was merely that Tang San's filial piety was more pronounced due to his alcoholic father. At the table, the tavern owner recounted Tang Hao's situation to his son, whose face bore a peculiar smile. Father, each must forge their own path. Why concern yourself with Tang Hao's family? Little San is sensible he will not starve. Perhaps you should worry more about our own Zhang. The tavern owner's wife interjected. Father and mother, in full return to my room now. The child named Zhang Yang finished his meal, gathered the bones into a bowl, and carried them to the kitchen. Oh, by the way, son, I left the book on your table. Did you see it? The tavern owner suddenly remembered. I saw it. I've been reading it all morning, came the voice from the kitchen. Good. The son returned to his room to continue reading, and the couple shared a satisfied smile. Given our son's eagerness to learn and his clever mind, even if the heavens were blind, he would undoubtedly awaken soul power, the tavern owner remarked with a smile. Finish your meal quickly. Eating so slowly. Will the tavern remain closed at noon? The tavern owner's wife chided. The tuition and living expenses for the 6-year Soul Master Academy are substantial. Have you saved enough? What of it? Isn't there a quota for a work-study student each year in our village? That waives tuition and lodging fees. The tavern owner replied proudly, noting the considerable savings this arrangement would provide. And what of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy? Our son is so bright. Is attending only the beginner academy sufficient? The Intermediate Academy does not offer work-study positions. Will this broken tavern be able to afford the annual tuition of hundreds of gold soul coins? Indeed, Zhang Yang's mother had no doubts about her son awakening soul power. In his room, Zhang Yang held a book, listening to the commotion outside, feeling utterly speechless. Did his parents not consider the possibility of him being unable to awaken soul power? Moreover, even if he were to awaken soul power, the work-study position would certainly belong to Tang San, who possessed dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Yet, the martial soul Tang San revealed was merely blue silvergrass. If his own innate soul power were to be slightly higher, and he were to obtain a more offensive martial soul, then the work-study position would not be guaranteed for Tang San. If he were to oust Tang San and become the work-study student, he would reside in Dormitory 7, sharing a room with Xiao Wu. As for Tang San, he would either abandon the path of Soul Master or... No, given the nature of the Tang family, Tang San would undoubtedly pursue the path of a Soul Master. As for tuition, even in his current state, Tang Hao would surely find a way to secure it for his son. Furthermore, with village chief Old Jack's fondness for Tang San, coupled with the Zhang family's considerably better circumstances, it was uncertain who would truly secure that work-study position. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, wondering why he was so inclined to usurp the protagonist's opportunity. Who had given him such audacity? It is not to say that those who traverse worlds are destined to be the chosen ones. Tang San is regarded as the world's favored child simply because he is the author's beloved creation, with even the female lead designed in the likeness of the author's wife. Is it not rather inappropriate for him to covet another's partner? Speaking of which, the qualifications for traversing worlds seem indiscriminate. He had merely been quietly localizing one piece in his studio, and yet, here he was, unexpectedly transported. Moreover, even if he were to traverse, shouldn't it have been into the world of One Piece? What on earth was this world of Douluo Continent? It seemed entirely unrelated to him. As he thought about the impending awakening ceremony, Zhang Yang found it impossible to concentrate on anything. Should I perhaps visit the blacksmith shop and familiarize myself with Hao Yan Duo and the future sea god? Chapter 2. The flowing protagonist, the unyielding Su Yuntao. Zhang Yang and Tang San maintained a cordial relationship, a result of Zhang Yang's deliberate efforts. After all, would you not seek to befriend the child of destiny residing at the village's edge? Xiao San, are you going out to play? He called out loudly before the dilapidated blacksmith shop. With a creak, the door opened, and the sound of clanging iron filled the air. Peering through the gap, Zhang Yang beheld the slender figure of Tang San, clad in a simple garment and an apron, wielding a forging hammer as he diligently worked on a glowing red iron ingot. Ah, Xiao San, you've really begun learning blacksmithing? Zhang Yang observed curiously. Is there anything wrong with following in my father's footsteps? Tang San replied, his hands never pausing, each strike brimming with vigor. Well, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. After all, I too shall inherit my family's legacy, Zhang Yang replied with a resigned gesture. However, have you ever seen a blacksmith so frail that a gust of wind could topple him? Approaching Tang San, he gently patted his shoulder. You are far too thin. I don't feel that way, Tang San responded, delivering another powerful strike to the ingot, sending sparks flying and startling Zhang Yang. Wow, what innate strength you possess, Zhang Yang exclaimed, astonished. Why hadn't I noticed this before? As friends, I have no need to exert such force against you, Tang San replied, swinging the hammer once more. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Thank goodness we are friends. By the way, Xiao San, the awakening ceremony is in a few days. What do you think your martial soul will be? Martial soul? Is there some significance to this? Tang San paused momentarily in his work. Indeed, no martial soul appears without reason. They are typically inherited from one's parents, Zhang Yang explained, crossing his arms. For example, if my father's martial soul is a wine barrel, it is highly probable mine will be the same, though it could also be a hoe like my mother's. Oh, Tang San nodded. Such knowledge was not overly obscure, it could be found in books, and Zhang Yang had no reservations in sharing it. However, since Tang San had no access to this information, it allowed Zhang Yang to demonstrate his understanding. So, Xiao San, you might inquire with Uncle Tang how about what his martial soul is, Zhang Yang suggested, raising an eyebrow. Tang San took note of Zhang Yang's advice. However, martial souls can also undergo mutations. For instance, consider mules. Xiao San, do you grasp this concept? Mules are hardier than horses, enduring rigorous labor and sickness with greater adaptability, possessing substantial and sustained pulling power, living longer than both horses and donkeys, Tang San acknowledged. So, mutated martial souls could be a good thing? Not necessarily, Zhang Yang sighed. Mutated martial souls can also follow unfavorable paths. While advantageous mutations are indeed powerful, they are exceedingly rare. Most mutations lead to detrimental outcomes. Now I understand, Tang San nodded. Zhang Yang possessed considerable knowledge and could articulate it in an easily comprehensible manner, which was precisely why Tang San valued their friendship. Generally speaking, the probability of weapon and beast martial souls undergoing mutation is exceedingly low, for even the most esoteric transformations would find it difficult to amalgamate a scythe and a hammer with an animal. As Tang San absorbed Zhang Yang's insights, his hands continued to work tirelessly, placing the ingot into the forge and vigorously operating the bellows. Their conversation continued amidst the fiery glow of the forge when a tall figure suddenly appeared behind them. Have you not prepared any food? Tang Hao's voice was weary, and his tone uninviting. Dad, the meal has been on the stove for quite some time. They'll serve it right away. Tang San quickly set down the bellows and rushed to prepare lunch. Soon enough, a simple meal was laid out before the Tang family. A pot of rice, a plate of wild vegetables, and a dish of pickles. Xiao San, even if you possess incredible strength, you cannot subsist on this alone. It is detrimental to your growth, Zhang Yang remarked, frowning. I find this quite satisfactory, and even if I eat this every day, I still have the strength to swing a hammer, Tang San replied, unperturbed. You're merely putting on a brave face, Zhang Yang scoffed, glancing at the stoic Tang Hao. Uncle Tang, what is your martial soul? Children should not pry into such matters. Are you not going home for your meal? Tang Hao deflected the inquiry, effectively dismissing Zhang Yang. My parents are opening the shop for lunch, so our midday meals are typically served quite early. Zhang Yang smiled, ignoring Tang Hao's dismissal, and continued. Uncle Tang, he'll soon be participating in the awakening ceremony, and Xiao San will likely join as well. Tang Hao replied with a nod. Then Uncle Tang, what do you think Xiao San's martial soul will be? Will he inherit yours? Tang Hao regarded the audacious young man before him with a cold expression, glancing at the attentive Tang San beside him. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, it will be a hammer. Oh, so it's a hammer, Zhang Yang nodded, a look of realization crossing his face. No wonder Uncle Tang's blacksmithing skills are so remarkable. With that, Zhang Yang excitedly patted Tang San on the back. Xiao San, this is splendid. Once you inherit your uncle's martial soul, forging will become much easier for you. Tang San nodded, fully aware that the efficacy of a martial soul far surpassed that of tangible objects. Even an ordinary person devoid of soul power would find it far more convenient to wield their martial soul than to rely solely on physical tools. However, as Tang San glanced at his father, he pondered quietly. If it is indeed a hammer, why has he never seen his father wield it? Thus, time passed day by day. As Tang San immersed himself in the art of blacksmithing, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. While Zhang Yang appeared increasingly listless and had noticeably lost weight, even consuming less food. Witnessing this, Zhang Yang's parents were somewhat at a loss. suspecting that their son might be ill, to the extent of consulting a doctor for a diagnosis. Yet, the root of all this turmoil lay within Zhang Yang's heart. Plagued by anxiety. The world of martial souls was undeniably harsh, not to mention the perpetual companionship of violence that came with becoming a soul master. The very prerequisites for such a path were unbearable for Zhang Yang. Unlike Tang San, the fated child, both of Zhang Yang's parents possessed no innate soul power and were of no significant martial value. As their offspring, Zhang Yang faced the grim possibility of immediate elimination from the competition, compared to the rigorous examination system of his previous life. This world, where effort could yield no fruit and one could be discarded outright, was merciless. If he truly lacked the ability to cultivate, his future would be bleak indeed. As such thoughts lingered, the day of the awakening ceremony arrived. On this day, Zhang Yang donned a pristine outfit and savored a delightful meal. Escorted by his impeccably dressed parents to the village's martial soul hall, Zhang Yang could easily discern their elaborate attire was meant to convey their belief that he would surely awaken his soul power, preparing them to bask in the envious glances and flattery of their fellow villagers. The martial soul hall of Holy Soul Village was merely a larger wooden structure, and within it stood a stranger. This individual had been brought by the village elder, Jack, and judging by the elder's demeanor, this young man was likely sent by the martial soul hall to oversee the awakening process for Zhang Yang and the others. Before long, Elder Jack returned hastily with Tang San. Xiao San, you've finally arrived, Zhang Yang greeted Tang San. Respected Master Su Yuntao, I must trouble you this time. Elder Jack expressed great reverence towards the young man. With that, Elder Jack exited the hall, closing the door behind him, while 9 children, including Zhang Yang, prepared to commence the awakening under Su Yuntao's guidance. Children, stand in a line, he instructed. Zhang Yang and Tang San positioned themselves at the far left of the queue. The young man smiled and introduced himself. I am Su Yutao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, your guide. I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens. As he spoke, Su Yutao unpacked his belongings, retrieving 6 dark, round stones and a gleaming blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 stones into a hexagon on the ground and gestured for the first child on the right to step inside. Do not fear. Close your eyes and feel carefully, he encouraged. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes gleamed with intensity. Amidst the children's astonished gazes, he shouted, Independent Wolf, possess. In an instant, gray fur erupted across Su Yuntao's form. His eyes transformed into an eerie green, muscles bulged, and a white and yellow soul ring ascended beneath him. The children were filled with dread, yet Zhang Yang felt more astonished than afraid. Independent Wolf? Is this truly the martial soul that has earned Master Su Yunao such renown, a solitary dog? The uniqueness of martial souls in this world was indeed remarkable. As Su Yutao awakened the martial souls of the other children, Tang San quietly conversed with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you seem overwhelmed with stress. You look even more haggard today than yesterday. Tang San, perceptive as ever, noticed Zhang Yang's weary demeanor. Xiao San, you don't understand. If I cannot awaken my soul power, what will my future hold? Zhang Yang placed a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder. This world is exceedingly harsh for someone like me, a commoner. I am also a commoner, Tang San frowned, sensing a shift in Zhang Yang's attitude. As if an invisible chasm had formed between them. But Uncle Tang's martial soul is a hammer, possessing true offensive capability. Zhang Yang despondently shook his head. Yet my father's martial soul is merely a wine barrel. What purpose can a wine barrel serve? How much soul power can it possibly generate? As they spoke, the martial souls of the 7 children ahead had already been awakened, revealing sickles, hoes, and blue silvergrass, yet none had even a fraction of soul power. These children had been eliminated. Next, just as Tang San was about to step forward, Zhang Yang pulled him back. Xiao San, let me go first. With courage, Zhang Yang boldly stepped forward to the center of the awakening array before Su Yuntao. Though weary, Su Yuntao was determined to assist all 9 children in completing their awakening process. As he channeled his soul power, a soft golden light enveloped Zhang Yang. He felt as if he were immersed in a world of warmth, a soothing essence seeping into his being, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. Following the flow of this warmth, an ethereal shackle shattered, and all comforting energy converged rapidly behind Zhang Yang. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, a towering figure emerged behind the diminutive Zhang Yang, standing 3 meters tall, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, draped in a white naval justice cloak. This man exuded an exceptional aura. Merely standing there, he embodied a striking blend of diligence and nonchalance. Zhang Yang wished to glimpse his martial soul, and upon turning, he was taken aback. Yellow Ape? My martial soul is Yellow Ape? Could it be that I truly am the protagonist? Chapter 3. Do not ask. Just know that it is Brotherhood. Su Yuntao is utterly astonished. After years of awakening martial souls, he had never encountered such a unique manifestation. Indeed, there was likely no other martial soul like this in the entire realm. The humanoid martial soul was evidently not a tool type. Yet it also could not be classified as a beast type, given that its awakened form did not resemble the typical beast possession. Furthermore, the martial soul realm had never witnessed the awakening of a human martial soul. Even the closest example, the ghost Douluo spectral form, existed as a beast martial soul in possession form. How could one compare it to Zhang Yang, who was not only human but also strikingly distinctive, particularly with that crooked smile, a true personality. Of course, given Su Yuntao's status, he had no means of knowing about Qian Rinchue's six-winged angel martial soul. Could it be a mutated beast martial soul? Su Yuntao exclaimed. He believed this crooked smile of a human martial soul should be categorized as a mutated beast martial soul. His interest in the child named Zhang Yang grew immensely, although he had never personally awakened a mutated martial soul. He had encountered much documentation regarding them at the Spirit Hall. One key aspect of mutated martial souls was the innate soul power determining success or failure. Those who succeeded were few, while failures were numerous, with the innate soul power level being the deciding factor. A higher innate soul power indicated a favorable mutation, while a lower one suggested a disadvantageous mutation. Now, retract your martial soul and place your hand upon this crystal ball. Allow me to ascertain your soul power. Su Yuntao instructed, extending the crystal ball forward with his right hand. As the yellow ape materialized behind Zhang Yang, he felt an overwhelming sense of control over the towering figure. Upon wishing for it to return, the yellow ape obediently transformed into a yellow speck and vanished into the air. With the yellow ape awakened as his martial soul, Zhang Yang was filled with an exuberant confidence. Indeed, it seemed that traversers were all children of their respective realms. What if Tang San was the author's favorite child? Zhang Yang felt he was not lacking. Embracing this thought, Zhang Yang confidently placed his right hand on the crystal ball. He could distinctly sense a peculiar energy within himself converging towards the orb through his hand. Look, the crystal ball is glowing, so bright, so dazzling, a small boy exclaimed. The 7 children who preceded Zhang Yang had failed to elicit a response from the crystal ball. However, Zhang Yang's touch ignited it with a brilliant light, undeniably indicating that the orb was intact. My heavens, it is indeed innate full soul power. Blue light emanated from Su Yutao once more, and the crystal ball rebuffed Zhang Yang's palm. At this moment, his gaze towards the boy transformed into one of bewilderment, as if he were observing a creature of the extraordinary. Master Su Yutao, what is innate full soul power? Tang San inquired with curiosity. Innate full soul power refers to the highest level of soul power achievable by a soul master at the moment of martial soul awakening, Su Yutao explained earnestly. The level of innate soul power determines the starting point for a soul master's cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the swifter the cultivation thereafter. Moreover, soul masters with innate full soul power will possess an immense advantage in their subsequent training compared to others. After all, when I awakened my martial soul, my innate soul power was merely at level 2. Just imagine how formidable innate full soul power must be. Su Yutao crouched down to observe Zhang Yang, his expression serious. Little one, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? At that moment, Zhang Yang was still lost in the excitement of possessing innate full soul power. But upon hearing Su Yuntao's proposition, he quickly regained his composure. The Spirit Hall? You mean to wait for Tang San to crush me? Your Spirit Hall has scant years left. Joining now is akin to courting death. Of course, Zhang Yang would never voice such sentiments to Su Yutao. Instead, he simply shook his head decisively. I do not wish to. Why? Su Yutao asked in astonishment. Little one, do you not understand that by joining the Spirit Hall, you would incur no expenses whatsoever? All learning and living costs would be covered by the Spirit Hall. And powerful soul masters would accompany you to hunt the most suitable spirit beasts and obtain the finest spirit rings. The advantages are far superior to any academy or sect. Understanding that the children from the village often came from modest backgrounds, Su Yutao skillfully approached the matter from a financial angle, directly launching an assault on Zhang Yang's sensibilities. Under normal circumstances, a typical village child might have acquiesced at this point. However, Zhang Yang was no ordinary child. He was fully aware of the implications of joining the Spirit Hall. Thus, he resolutely declined Su Yuntao's offer. In that case, I am even less inclined to join. Why? Su Yutao was taken aback. I am the son of an innkeeper, and my father has always taught me that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Zhang Yang replied, fixing his gaze upon Su Yutao. Therefore, I will not join the Spirit Hall. Su Yutao furrowed his brow. He did not know Zhang Yang well, so he merely assumed this was a child's naive interpretation of his father's words. He decided to bypass Zhang Yang and communicate directly with his parents, confident they would not be foolish enough to refuse him. Resolute, Su Yutao dismissed Zhang Yang and proceeded to assist Tang San with his martial soul awakening. Subsequently, Su Yutao was once again struck by the revelation of another innate full soul power. Su Yutao felt a twinge of regret over the combination of Tang San's innate full soul power and the blue silver grass, but with the precedent before him, he had no time for idle chatter. He gathered his belongings and stepped out of the Spirit Hall. Zhang Yang, congratulations on possessing an innate full soul power with a mutated beast martial soul. Tang San approached to offer his congratulations. And you as well, innate full soul power. Zhang Yang replied, patting Tang San on the shoulder with a smile. Yet my martial soul is a useless one, devoid of attack, defense, or support capabilities, Tang San chuckled, shaking his head. The 3 no attributes was Su Yuntao's assessment of the blue silver grass, and regarding his second martial soul, Tang San resolved to keep it from Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang was a long-time companion and their relationship was amicable, Tang San's habitual caution led him to withhold this information. Zhang Yang, naturally, was aware that Tang San was concealing something from him, yet he understood. After all, Had he not also kept the identity of the crooked fruit ability user behind him a secret? They maintained the facade of brotherhood. For the first time, the usually obedient and understanding Zhang Yang found himself in a fierce argument with his parents, who were so incensed they contemplated binding him with rope and delivering him to the spirit hall. Zhang Yang did not blame them, for to the average person, the spirit hall appeared to be the best destination for talented commoners like them. Had he not been privy to the script, he would have eagerly followed Su Yutao. However, life offers no what-ifs. Zhang Yang ran away from home. Of course, he did not venture far. He merely walked from the edge of the village to its center, seeking refuge in Tang Sen's home. The reason for his departure was that he feared his parents might truly tie him up and send him to the spirit hall. He left a note at home, stating he would be gone for 2 days to allow them to calm down. So, you decided to hide in my house? Tang Sen remarked, bemused. Indeed, do you truly wish to see me bound and sent to the spirit hall by my parents? Little San. We are the innate full spirit power brothers from Holy Soul Village, bonded by deep brotherly affection. You cannot refuse me. Zhang Yang wore a pitiful expression, leaving Tang San momentarily speechless. What a peculiar name for a duo, Tang San remarked. I just came up with it. Isn't it impressive? Zhang Yang grinned mischievously. Come. Let us shout together. The innate full spirit power duo from Holy Soul Village. Hey, your duo's name seems different the second time around. Tang San retorted, exasperated. I already said I just came up with it. Mispronunciation is inevitable. Zhang Yang continued. But really, are you not planning to go to the spirit hall? Tang San inquired curiously. I remember you mentioned that it is the highest hall for spirit cultivation in the entire continent. And didn't Master Su Yutao say you would waive all your fees? As you previously stated, Spirit Master Academies are divided into 3 levels, primary, intermediate, and advanced, with tuition cost rising significantly. Being endowed with innate full spirit power, you naturally ought to attend all 3 levels, even with your family's financial situation. It would be impossible to afford all the expenses, right? That is certainly true. My family only runs a small tavern for income, and they cannot afford to indulge my whims, Zhang Yang nodded. Then you? Tang Sen questioned, puzzled. Because I firmly believe that what is free is truly the most valuable, Zhang Yang replied, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Little San. Remember this, every gift of fate has already been marked with its price in the shadows. What spirit hall? Does not the essence of freedom smell sweet? Hearing this, Tang Hao, who was forging nearby, paused in his work. Every gift of fate has already been marked with its price in the shadows. He could not help but reflect on his own past. Born into the Haotian sect, endowed with the world's strongest weapon spirit and exceptional talent, he encountered the one destined for him. All of this was fate's generous gift. However, later, due to a Yin's identity as a 10,000-year soul beast, they were pursued by the spirit hall, and Ayin sacrificed her life to protect him. Because of the Haotian sect's background, they were forced to seal their gates and retreat to preserve their sect, leading to the disbandment of various small factions. The once proud Haotian Douluo had become a drunken blacksmith. Indeed, these seemingly free gifts had already been marked with a hidden price. Chapter 4 The Navy's 6 styles encompass 7 techniques. This is common knowledge, is it not? Therefore, I have resolved to attend the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, where I shall embark on the inaugural step of my journey as a soul master. Xiao San, let us study together at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Zhang Yang exclaimed, patting Tang San on the shoulder. After all, you possess innate full soul power. You must not squander your exceptional talent. I may not be able to go. Tang San hesitated, shaking his head. Why not? Zhang Yang looked at Tang San in astonishment. Could it be that Su Yutao has been persuading you to join the spirit hall, and you have agreed? Not at all. Tang San shook his head. Then what is it? Zhang Yang glanced at Tang San, then at Tang Hao, furrowing his brow in confusion. Uncle Tang, you are not forbidding Xiao San from going. Are you? No, not at all, Tang San quickly replied. It is my own decision not to go. Tang San surely yearns to become a soul master. His words merely aimed to absolve Tang Hao of any blame. Xiao San, are you foolish? Why not go? Zhang Yang expressed his exasperation. Becoming a soul master is the most esteemed profession in the Douluo Continent. Not to mention the subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall for registered soul masters. Each soul master receives 1 gold soul coin monthly, while great soul masters receive 10, and soul kings a staggering 100 gold soul coins. Just think, how much do you earn as a blacksmith in a year? Now, by simply becoming a soul master, you could effortlessly earn such wealth and enjoy a prosperous life. Moreover, even if you fear the violent life of a soul master, you can pretend to enroll, acquire your first soul ring, and meet the standard for receiving subsidies before withdrawing. After all, you possess innate full soul power, if all goes smoothly. It could be accomplished in a mere 10 days. Consider this, even if you remain at the soul master level for your entire life, reaching 70 years. That amounts to 63 years, or 756 months. Merely by collecting subsidies, you could receive 756 gold soul coins. Spending 10 days to earn that amount, where else could you find such an opportunity? Furthermore, Xiao San, do you truly wish to spend your entire life in the humble village of Shahan, like Uncle Tang, merely crafting kitchenware to make ends meet? Tang Hao, what our forebears could not achieve, we ought to strive for. Paths untraveled by them are ours to explore. I have heard that there is a work-study position available in our village. If you wish to pursue it, seek out the village chief. My family can still support my expenses at the Junior Soul Master Academy, Zhang Yang declared as he stepped toward the door. Tang San came to his senses. Zhang Yang, where are you going? Just out for a walk while you ponder your decision. During lunch, Tang Hao appeared unusually silent, consuming less than usual. His gaze frequently drifting to Tang San, as if he were grappling with an internal conflict. After the meal, as Tang San instinctively began to clear the dishes, he was interrupted by Tang Hao. Wait a moment. Xiao San, I ask you, do you wish to become a soul master? Tang San was taken aback. Looking at Tang Hao, he was reluctant to deceive his father and, after a moment of hesitation, finally nodded. Tang Hao sighed, his face appearing even more weathered. Ultimately, you must choose to walk this path. He said no more, retreating to his room. Zhang Yang successfully persuaded his parents, refraining from mentioning the Spirit Hall and convincing them to support his self-funded education at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Although the annual expenses for self-funded education posed a considerable burden on the family, there was no alternative. After all, there was only one slot available in the village, and his rival was Tang San. While Tang San's martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass, had been a source of criticism for some time, he undeniably possessed innate full soul power. Moreover, the Tang family's financial situation was more precarious, rendering them more in need of the work-study position. Furthermore, Old Jack, who held the decision-making power, had a fondness for Tang San. After a lengthy private discourse filled with complaints, his parents reluctantly accepted the reality. With 3 months remaining until the academy's enrollment deadline, Zhang Yang, having awakened the Yellow Ape martial spirit, could hardly wait. He was eager to discover what extraordinary abilities this top-tier power from the world of One Piece could bestow upon him. Zhang Yang strode swiftly along the rugged mountain path, his destination being the location where Tang San practiced his morning exercises. Interestingly, before his martial spirit awakened, Zhang Yang had been an utterly ordinary child, differing only by virtue of his intelligence. However, upon awakening his innate full soul power, everything changed. Now, he reached the mountaintop without even breaking a sweat. As if it were a trivial feat upon reaching the summit, Zhang Yang found the area deserted and hurriedly summoned his martial spirit. As he activated the soul power within, the 3-meter-tall Yellow Ape silently appeared behind him. The martial spirit, devoid of thought, could be described as lifeless. Even the Yellow Ape, exuding an air of nonchalance, was merely a thoughtless humanoid spirit at that moment. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang firmly believed that as a unique humanoid martial spirit hailing from the One Piece universe, the Yellow Ape would undoubtedly offer him advantages that no other martial spirit could provide. Of course, upon reflection, Zhang Yang's unwavering conviction was somewhat unfounded. Where did this confidence stem from? From the innate self-assurance passed down through generations of time travelers. However, after an in-depth exploration of his martial spirit, Zhang Yang indeed uncovered some pathways. For instance, Yellow Ape, possess. Zhang Yang shouted, promptly channeling his soul power in accordance with the method he had discovered. Immediately, the Yellow Ape behind him transformed into luminous particles, merging into Zhang Yang's body. Simultaneously, an astonishing transformation occurred within him. The once 2-meter-tall figure surged to 1. For meters, the previously unremarkable upper body now honed and robust, as if filled with strength. After the possession, Zhang Yang moved his body, feeling the tightness of his clothing, which made breathing somewhat difficult. After removing his shirt and letting out a sigh of relief, he suddenly recalled something and quickly reached for his face, fearing that the possession might alter his appearance to resemble that of the Yellow Ape. Fortunately, his skin remained smooth, his face still round, and his mouth undistorted. Zhang Yang activated his soul power to examine his body, eager to discover the enhancements he had gained after merging with the Yellow Ape. Firstly, in the most straightforward aspects, his strength, speed, explosive power, endurance, and stamina had all significantly increased. However, this was within his expectations, as a 1-2-meter child could hardly compare to a 1-4-meter athletic youth. As he continued his exploration, Zhang Yang suddenly discovered 7 specific soul power circulation routes inexplicably present within him. Strange, what could this be? Might it also be an ability bestowed by the possession? With a pragmatic attitude that emphasizes the value of experiential knowledge, Zhang Yang infused his soul power into a circuit extending to the index finger of his right arm. Suddenly, his body reacted instinctively. His previously drooping right arm shot up. The index finger straightened, muscles tensed, and blood surged with increased vigor. In the next moment, a resounding pop echoed as Zhang Yang's index finger effortlessly pierced a hole through a solid rock, akin to thrusting into tofu. This familiar technique, showcasing formidable power, was no stranger to Zhang Yang, a member of the One Piece localization team. Was this not the Navy 6th style's finger gun? Could it be that these 7 circuits of soul power mirrored the mechanics of the Navy 6th style? Executing a finger gun consumed approximately 1/10 of Zhang Yang's soul power. However, considering his currently diminished soul power and the technique's overwhelming potency, such expenditure was quite acceptable. Might the other circuits correspond to the remaining techniques of the Navy 6th style? To quell his curiosity, Zhang Yang channeled his soul power and systematically experimented with the other 6 circuits, confirming his suspicions. The Navy 6th style combined with the 6 Kings gun It was no wonder the Navy's sixth style comprised 7 circuits. In the world of One Piece, the release of the sixth style drained the user's physical stamina, while in this realm, it transformed into soul power. Moreover, the consumption varied with each technique. The most taxing, the Six Kings gun, required a staggering half of Zhang Yang's soul power, and that was merely at its minimum output. Should he channel more soul power, the destructive potential would significantly escalate. Similarly, techniques such as Raging Foot and Finger Gun had minimum consumption rates of 1/10, with greater soul power infusion yielding enhanced effectiveness. Notably, Raging Foot expanded its attack range, while Finger Gun excelled in penetrating power. As for Moonwalk and Shave, they maintained a fixed consumption, requiring a constant amount of soul power, approximately 1/20th for each release. Techniques like Iron Block and Paper Drawing functioned as sustained abilities, continuously draining soul power until Zhang Yang chose to terminate their effects. Among these, Paper Drawing resembled Shave in its fixed consumption, whereas Iron Block paralleled Raging Foot, becoming increasingly resilient with additional soul power infusion. Of course, the seemingly high consumption was merely relative to Zhang Yang's currently meager reserve of soul power. As his soul power increased, the expenditure would naturally diminish. Once he had exhausted a considerable amount of soul power, Zhang Yang decided it was time to return home. Although his mountain climbing endeavor resulted in the destruction of a tree while testing the Six Kings gun and Raging Foot, the rewards of acquiring the Navy's sixth style and enhancing his initial self-defense capabilities rendered the experience remarkably worthwhile. Chapter 5. The Enthusiastic Citizen, Mr. Yu. During this period, the connection between Zhang Yang and Tang San seemed to have grown somewhat distant. Of course, this was unrelated to the quota for work-study students. Their lack of contact was purely due to the absence of time. Tang San was engaged in learning the art of blacksmithing from his father, preparing to forge his first set of hidden weapons. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was diligently practicing the 6 styles atop the mountain. As a modern individual born and raised in a society governed by the rule of law, Zhang Yang had not only refrained from engaging in combat, but had never even participated in a brawl outside the school gates. Thus, fearful of injury, he initially chose to immerse himself in the defensive skill of paper drawing. After comparing the 6 styles from the world of One Piece with those from the Spirit Master realm, Zhang Yang conceived a bold idea. Could he transform the 6 styles, typically activated by soul power, into techniques that relied solely on physical strength? He believed his notion to be sound. For the 6 styles were fundamentally techniques driven by physical prowess. Why then must they necessitate the consumption of soul power in this realm? Was not the concept of soul skills alluring enough? Consequently, Zhang Yang devoted nearly all his soul power to the study of the paper drawing skill during this time. Channeling the spirit of Kizaru, he activated the paper drawing technique using his soul power, meticulously observing the fluctuations of soul energy as it coursed through the circuit, all the while attempting to simulate the process using mere physical strength. The challenges were evident. After awakening his martial spirit, soul power had become a controllable energy, easily manipulated by Zhang Yang. However, physical strength remained an elusive concept, passively consumed and beyond his control. Having lived as an ordinary individual for over 20 years, Zhang Yang could not hope to progress as swiftly as the fabled child of destiny. After 3 months of training, he had yet to take the first step. But he remained undeterred. He was convinced that if he could seize the fleeting moment of inspiration, the subsequent advancements in the other 6 styles would come at a breakneck pace. After all, mastery in one discipline often leads to mastery in many. This morning, after a rare breakfast, Zhang Yang did not ascend the mountain to continue his training, for today marked his first day of school. After his father groomed himself and donned new attire, he readied the meticulously cleaned horse-drawn carriage and brought Zhang Yang to the village entrance. His father had arranged to meet with Old Jack, the village chief, at this location. "Well, your young Zhang Yang is also heading to school, saving me the trouble," Old Jack remarked, reflecting on the passage of time. "I used to traverse Nodding City twice a day." "Indeed. Who among us in Holy Spirit Village doesn't remember the chief's former grandeur?" Zhang Yang's father responded with a smile. After a brief exchange of reminders regarding Tang San, they finally boarded the carriage. As the carriage moved forward, Tang San and Zhang Yang waved farewell to Old Jack. Though Tang San had lived 2 lives, this was his first time attending school, and he felt a profound curiosity about the academy in the Spirit Master realm. Thus, throughout the journey, Tang San engaged Zhang Yang in vibrant discussions about the Soul Master Academy, inquiring about various aspects of it. Zhang Yang felt a sense of pride. Although the primary Soul Master Academy had been briefly mentioned in the original narrative, he had acquired numerous books related to it and was well versed in its details. As they flipped through the books, they passionately debated their contents. Despite the tedium of the journey, they found joy in their shared enthusiasm. Observing the fervor for learning in the 2 children, Zhang Yang's father felt a swell of pride, further convinced that his son would become an extraordinary soul master. The carriage, significantly faster than walking, reached the foot of Nodding City around 10 in the morning. Zhang Yang had previously accompanied his father on supply runs to the city. Nodding City, located near the imperial border, boasted sturdy walls, though little else was remarkable. After passing through the gate's security check, the carriage smoothly entered Nodding City and soon arrived at the entrance of the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. The academy's entrance featured a grand archway, 20 meters wide and 10 meters high, constructed from robust stone, complemented by iron gates crafted from fine iron. The sight of such ironwork stirred Tang San's admiration. The carriage halted at the academy's gates, and Zhang Yang and Tang San disembarked, retrieving their luggage. As a parent, Zhang Yang's father naturally approached the gatekeeper to discuss their entry. However, due to Tang San's work-study student status, he faced some complications. Yet, with years of experience running a tavern, Zhang Yang's father understood the young gatekeeper's intentions. After acquiring the necessary documentation from Tang San, he produced 10 copper soul coins from his pocket and handed them to the gatekeeper. Such an amount was ample for a gatekeeper's discretion, akin to a bribe. Though the gatekeeper made light of Tang San's peculiar combination of innate soul power and a seemingly useless martial spirit, the trio managed to pass through the academy gates unimpeded. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly felt anxious. Where was Master? He had expected to see the guiding spirit, but it seemed he was absent. Zhang Yang had overlooked the fact that, in the original narrative, Tang San and Old Jack had walked to Notting City, arriving at the academy in the afternoon. It was still morning now. How could they encounter the Master as described? Of course, the force of the altered timeline was formidable, and Zhang Yang quickly grasped this reality. Clueless about the academy, Zhang Yang's father naturally approached a middle-aged man walking nearby to inquire. "Excuse me, sir, we are from Holy Spirit Village. Where should we go to complete the procedures for work-study students?" The man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, had short black hair and an unremarkable appearance. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's father's question, he paused thoughtfully. The mention of work-study students piqued his interest as he glanced at Zhang Yang and Tang San, observing the hefty stack of books they carried. Though their family was not affluent, their eagerness to learn left a strong impression on him. Such diligent children. I wonder what their innate martial spirits might be, he mused. Turning to Zhang Yang's father, he asked, "Do you have the certificate from the Martial Soul Hall?" "Of course." Zhang Yang's father promptly handed over the documentation. "Innate full soul power, blue silvergrass," the teacher murmured, scrutinizing Zhang Yang and Tang San closely. Sensing the teacher's impending critique of their unusual pairing, Zhang Yang mischievously nudged Tang San with his shoulder. In that moment, Tang San felt as though the teacher's gaze penetrated deeply into him, as if all his secrets were laid bare. "I see. Then this child shall be entrusted to me." The teacher nodded, beckoning Tang San to come forward. "Thank you for your assistance." Zhang Yang's father gestured for Tang San to approach. "Thank you for bringing me here, Uncle Zhang." Tang San expressed his gratitude before handing his books back to Zhang Yang's father and stepping towards the teacher. Realizing that the books were not Tang San's, the teacher's expression shifted as he turned his attention back to Zhang Yang. While Tang San's future was secured, his own son still lacked direction. Adhering to the principle of not burdening two parties, Zhang Yang's father inquired further, "If I may trouble you once more, where should self-funded students register?" "Oh." The teacher blinked and glanced at Zhang Yang, who still clutched a pile of books. "Is he also a new student this year? Where is his Spirit Hall certificate?" "Let me see," the teacher inquired. This was essentially a mere indulgence of curiosity on the teacher's part, but to Zhang's father, it evoked a sense of nostalgia. The management at Notting Junior College is indeed stringent. Without a Spirit Hall certificate, one would find it exceedingly difficult to make any progress. Contemplating this, Zhang's father retrieved Zhang Yang's Spirit Hall certificate from his pocket and handed it over. Another innate full soul power, and a mutated martial spirit as well? The teacher's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of village is this? How is it possible for two students with innate full soul power to emerge within a single year? Moreover, one possesses twin martial spirits while the other has a mutated one. Thus, Zhang Yang experienced the sensation akin to being thoroughly scrutinized, much like Tang San had just moments before. "Let him accompany me," the teacher declared. "I cannot thank you enough." Zhang's father expressed his gratitude hastily. After thanking the teacher, Zhang's father turned to Zhang Yang, offering a meticulous set of instructions before placing a cloth pouch into Zhang Yang's embrace, tightening the boy's collar with care. This pouch contained a year's worth of tuition fees and living expenses, necessitating utmost caution. With a heavy heart, Zhang's father turned back repeatedly as he departed, while Tang San took hold of Zhang Yang's stack of books and followed closely behind the teacher into the depths of the academy. Along the way, the teacher engaged Zhang Yang and Tang San with numerous inquiries about Holy Spirit Village, including details regarding the other children participating in this year's awakening ceremony. "Teacher, when can we first acquire our soul rings as first-year students?" Tang San asked, sensing that the breakthrough of the Xiantian skill was intrinsically linked to the soul rings. Thus his urgency in questioning. "Once the school officially commences, the academy will arrange for instructors to guide you in obtaining your soul rings," the teacher replied. "Will you be the one to take us?" Tang San queried, his intuition suggesting that this teacher possessed considerable strength. "Me? I am not a teacher at the academy, rather. I am merely a guest here who enjoys the food and drink." The teacher shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang stumbled slightly in surprise. "Wait, why does that sound so familiar? If you were not a teacher, how should I address you?" Tang San asked with curiosity. "Everyone calls me Master Yu, like the others. May refer to me as such. That is how everyone knows me. I have even forgotten my own name." The Spirit Hall certificate states your name is Tang-san, correct? Tang-san, you must understand that the terms master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them in the future. Unless. The master's eyes sparkled with fervor. Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. What a fortuitous encounter. In that moment, Zhang Yang could hardly suppress the impulse to slap his thigh and exclaim how terrifyingly extraordinary it is to be the child of destiny. Chapter 6. I advise you to be kind. Happy New Year's Eve. The dual martial souls truly embody the essence of a chosen one. In order to nurture such a prodigious disciple, the master demonstrated his true capabilities to Tang-san, effortlessly revealing the fact that Tang-san possessed dual martial souls. When the master disclosed Tang-san's secret, he paid no heed to Zhang Yang's presence, likely believing him to be privy to the information as well. Observing Tang-san, it was evident that his left wrist was slightly raised, indicating that the hidden crossbow was prepared for activation. Zhang Yang, being a companion from the same village, shared a bond of kinship, having played together since childhood. Thus, he accepted the revelation without concern. However, the master was a stranger to Tang-san at this moment. Had it not been for Tang-san's composure, the master might have found himself in a precarious situation. Unfazed by Tang-san's wariness, the master regarded him with a glimmer of approval and proceeded to articulate his deductions with eloquence. Faced with such profound knowledge, Tang-san felt assured that he had chosen the right mentor. Stepping back, he created a respectful distance between himself and the master, then knelt before him. Bowing 3 times in reverence, this gesture left the master momentarily stunned. What are you doing? He inquired. Teacher, Tang-san earnestly addressed him. Please accept me as your disciple. At that moment, Zhang Yang swiftly set down his book and deeply bowed to the master, imploring, Teacher, please accept me as your disciple as well. The master looked between Tang-san and Zhang Yang, puzzled. You wish to be my student too? Your knowledge is vast, and as a student, I cannot let this opportunity slip by. Teacher, please accept me as well. After contemplation, the master deemed it worthwhile to accept Zhang Yang as a student, after all. His martial soul was a mutated beast with innate, full soul power. While not as rare as dual martial souls, it held significant potential for cultivation. Moreover, the boy exhibited commendable diligence and eagerness to learn. The master extended a hand to assist the ceremonious Tang-san back on his feet and addressed both of them. Very well, from this day forth, you shall both be my students. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yang bowed again. The master smiled at Tang-san, saying, You foolish boy, why must you bow your head? Do you not know this is a gesture reserved for kings and parents? A simple bow will suffice. Tang-san, oblivious to the inappropriateness of his gesture, responded earnestly. A teacher for a day is a father for life. You deserve my reverence. The master gazed at Tang-san, moved by his words. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Indeed, it seems I have made the right choice. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Zhang Yang mused. Am I to be treated differently? This cannot stand. Thus, he deliberately raised his voice to capture their attention. Wow, Xiao-san, what you said makes perfect sense. I too wish to bow to the teacher. With that, Zhang Yang quickly knelt and, in the blink of an eye, bowed 3 times to the master. In truth, given the master's vast knowledge, how many detours could he save them from? Considering the ruthlessness of the martial soul world, this act of reverence was hardly excessive. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang felt much more at ease after bowing 3 times. After registering, Tang-san was assigned to the 7th dormitory, shared with all the work-study students, while Zhang Yang found himself in the 1st dormitory designated for first-year newcomers. Without Tang-san to share the burden, Zhang Yang, laden with a large stack of books obstructing his view, waddled sideways into the 1st dormitory like a crab. The door to the 1st dormitory was ajar, revealing over 26-year-olds, both boys and girls, gathered together in groups, chatting and laughing merrily. Upon seeing Zhang Yang enter in such a peculiar manner, they erupted into laughter. Particularly a few mischievous students who began to mimic his crab-like movements. Children, by their very nature, are playful and unrestrained. And many of the rascals from humble backgrounds had been spoiled by their families for 3 months after awakening their soul power, leading to their unruly behavior. With this in mind, Zhang Yang realized exactly what he needed to do next. Amidst the laughter of the 20-odd children, he continued to shuffle his way toward the trio known for their mischief. He set down his books and removed his backpack, easing himself as he squinted at the 3 rascals. Feeling provoked, a chubby boy with dark skin and a round figure flashed a toothy grin at Zhang Yang and snarled. What are you looking at? Want to fight? Since he had stepped forward, it was clear who would be his target. Zhang Yang sprang into action. The chubby boy barely had time to register the movement before Zhang Yang was upon him, and in the next instant, he found himself propelled backward. First, he was kicked in the stomach, then slammed against the wall, and finally, he crumpled to the floor. The chubby boy was momentarily dazed, but his subsequent reaction was entirely unexpected. What? The chubby boy began to wail, tears and snot streaming down his face. Zhang Yang's explosive temper and the sheer force with which he had sent the boy flying left all the other children gasping in shock, especially since he had reduced the chubby boy to tears. Seeing the chubby boy sobbing uncontrollably, Zhang Yang strode over menacingly after lowering his foot. He unleashed a barrage of playful punches and kicks, all while tauntingly asking, Why are you crying? Still crying? Are you going to keep crying? Consequently, the chubby boy, endowed with the soul power of level 3 and a wild boar martial soul, found his sobs stifled by Zhang Yang's antics. Thus, the notorious reputation of Zhang Yang as the fierce guardian against children's night terrors began to circulate throughout the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The first dormitory was an expansive room of about 300 square meters, furnished with 50 large beds but lacking desks or chairs, leaving personal belongings to be stored atop or beneath the beds. Fortunately, the beds were spacious, and given the small stature of 6-year-olds, even with everything piled at the head of the bed, ample sleeping space remained. After organizing his belongings and changing into a white uniform, it was nearly lunchtime, prompting Zhang Yang to seek out Tang San in the 7th dormitory. As he approached the door, he coincidentally encountered Tang San and 10 other work-study students from the 7th dormitory, just as they were about to head out for a meal. Among them was a lovely girl with long braided hair cascading past her waist. Zhang Yang, Tang San greeted him. Zhang Yang snapped back to attention. Oh, Xiao San. Are you all packed? Shall we go eat together? I plan to dine with my roommates. What about yours? Tang San replied, not wishing to stand out. Glancing toward Zhang Yang chuckled nonchalantly. I just made one of them cry. They're probably too scared to speak to me now, let alone eat together. But never mind, take me with you for a meal. I still don't know where the cafeteria is, having just been in a couple of skirmishes himself. Tang San saw nothing wrong with Zhang Yang's actions and found his suggestion quite agreeable. After all, he felt more at ease dining with Zhang Yang than being treated to a meal by Wang Xing. Thus, to allow Zhang Yang to join him and the others for lunch, Tang San introduced him to his roommates. Everyone, this is Zhang Yang, my friend from the same village. Greetings, everyone. Since you are all friends of Tang San, you are friends of mine as well. Zhang Yang smiled and waved at the work-study students. Since we are all friends, let us dine together at noon. I shall treat you all. What do you say? Compared to these work-study students, Zhang Yang possessed a somewhat better financial background. He understood that to foster a good relationship with the work-study group as a self-funded student, such an expense was unavoidable. Moreover, he knew that in just a few days, he and Tang San would obtain their first spirit ring and be eligible for subsidies from the spirit hall. Thus, Zhang Yang was quite generous at this moment. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's willingness to treat them, the expressions of the work-study students brightened considerably. They were not merely coveting a free meal, rather, they felt that Zhang Yang's willingness to spend on them indicated a genuine desire to build rapport. There existed an inherent divide between self-funded students and work-study students. Attempting to bridge that gap with mere words without any tangible effort was indeed a fanciful notion. The work-study students exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Consequently, the group cheerfully made their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, they introduced themselves, and although Zhang Yang nodded earnestly, he did not retain a single name. Nevertheless, he was not concerned. After all, he would be at this school for 6 years and would eventually remember them. However, he distinctly remembered Xiaowu, as she had just bested Tang San and had become the sister of Dormitory 7. The cafeteria was spacious, capable of accommodating all 300 faculty and students simultaneously, and featured a second-floor canteen surrounding the open area of the first floor. No sooner had they entered the cafeteria than the work-study students were met with mockery from the self-funded students on the second floor, and Tang San's reluctance to stir up trouble was ridiculed by Xiaowu's cowardice. At that moment, Tang San's keen eyes suddenly spotted the master at the entrance of the cafeteria, and he quickly pulled Zhang Yang over to greet him. Teacher, you are here for a meal as well. The master nodded. Yes. Have you both packed your belongings? Tang San replied affirmatively. Thank you for the bedding, teacher. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher, you have already sent bedding to Tang San? I was planning to take him out to buy a set. No need. I have already arranged for someone to deliver it. You should save the money your father gave you for your own expenses, the master said, patting their shoulders. Now, let us go to the second floor to eat. Afterward, I will show you around my place. No, teacher, I promise to treat Tang San's roommates to a meal. Zhang Yang replied with a smile, gently placing his hand on Tang San's shoulder. I am treating them out of respect for Tang San, and they must acknowledge his kindness. The master nodded in agreement. Indeed, interpersonal relationships require some strategy. Zhang Yang, your understanding of this at such a young age is likely influenced by your father. Zhang Yang eagerly nodded, masking the truth that his knowledge stemmed from traversing into this world. Yes, teacher, I have been quite perceptive since childhood. So my father taught me these lessons early on. However, Zhang Yang, you are only 6 years old, and the oldest students in the academy are merely 12. Their thoughts are still quite innocent. Thus, for now, you only need to be sincere to make many friends. The master cautioned him against being too cunning, fearing that his skills might overshadow his peers. I understand, teacher. I will strive to do so, Zhang Yang assured him with a nod. The master acknowledged, very well. You may go now. Chapter 7 Your Peculiar Soul Spirit. What a novelty. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Xing, the former dorm leader of room 7, approached. Do you know master? Tang San nodded and replied, he is my teacher. Wang Xing, with a strange expression said, no way. You apprenticed under master? His power is quite mediocre. In our academy, master is merely a guest lecturer. It is said that he remains here due to his good relationship with the Dean. To put it bluntly, he's just a freeloader. They say he is nearing 50 and still hasn't broken through to the rank of Great Soul Master. With a mere 29 levels of soul power, it seems unlikely he'll ever surpass that. Tang San raised his head, looking earnestly at Wang Sheng. If you do not wish to spar with me again, please refrain from making baseless judgments about my teacher. This is the first, and I hope the last. Zhang Yang suggested, I think we should dine alone. Wait a moment, Zhang Yang replied, nodding as he pulled a silver soul coin from his pocket and placed it in Wang Sheng's hand. What is this? Wang Sheng exclaimed, staring at the silver coin in his palm. This is for your lunch, Zhang Yang stated. Although you spoke ill of my teacher, I had promised to treat you to a meal first. I do not wish for people to gossip about me being a fickle disciple of Master. He cannot afford to lose face. With that, Zhang Yang casually draped his arm around Tang San's shoulder and departed. Wang Sheng, feeling somewhat vexed, muttered, how baffling. Are these two boys a bit off? Xiao Wu observed Tang San's departing figure and inexplicably felt that his slight frame seemed to have gained a touch of grandeur. After a few steps, Zhang Yang quietly remarked to Tang San, though I am unaware of the cafeteria's pricing. Surely 50 copper soul coins would suffice for a meal for 10. When you return to your dorm, if they have not returned the remaining money to you, it indicates they are unworthy companions. You need not expend your own funds to test my dorm mates, Tang San replied, touched. 50 copper soul coins is not an insignificant sum for you. Not at all. Once we acquire our first soul ring, we will receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall. 50 copper soul coins is merely a trifling matter, Zhang Yang assured him. Tang San replied earnestly, I will repay you this silver soul coin. Zhang Yang clapped Tang San's shoulder. As long as you are happy. By the way, what is your second soul spirit? Could you summon it for me to see? After dining in the cafeteria, Zhang Yang and Tang San did not leave, but instead settled in a nearby seat on the second-floor staircase, engaging in idle chatter while awaiting Master's descent. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Master finally emerged from the second floor, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age. The man, clad in a long robe, appeared somewhat handsomer than Master, with a slightly protruding chin and a gentle smile. Come, Xiao San, Zhang Yang. Master beckoned to his two disciples. The middle-aged man smiled and remarked, so this is your new disciple? Master nodded. The man patted Master's shoulder, saying, well then, I wish you success. I shall take my leave. With that, he cast a glance at Zhang Yang and Tang San before heading in another direction. Master's residence was in a modest room on the top floor corner of the dormitory, measuring about 30 square meters. The interior was quite simple, with a bookshelf occupying 2 walls, filled with various books, which caught the attention of Zhang Yang and Tang San. Master sat behind the desk and addressed Tang San. Xiao San, you are 6 years old this year, with innate full soul power and dual soul spirits. Please release your other soul spirit for me to see. Tang San nodded, raised his left hand, and a surge of black light erupted, coalescing into a small hammer. Zhang Yang looked curiously at the hammer in Tang San's hand, thinking, is this the Haotian hammer? Thanks to 3 months of training, Tang San had made significant gains in physical strength and was now able to grasp the hammer without feeling overwhelmed. Upon seeing the hammer, Master abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with intense excitement. He stared intently at the hammer, murmuring, Tang San, surname Tang. All right, please retract your soul spirit. Do not reveal it lightly in front of others. Without my permission, never attach a soul ring to this soul spirit. This is imperative. Tang San, somewhat astonished, inquired, why can't I attach a soul ring to this soul spirit? Master's fervor gradually diminished as he asked, what does your father do? Tang San replied, he is the village blacksmith. A blacksmith? Master looked at him oddly, then sighed and shook his head. A blacksmith and a hammer, what a fitting pair. It is not yet time to disclose this to you. Just remember, forbidding you from using this soul spirit and attaching a soul ring is merely for the sake of your future. You must keep this in mind. With his father having said the same, Tang San's trust in Master deepened. I will. Zhang Yang, please describe your mutated beast soul spirit. Master turned his attention to Zhang Yang. I would prefer to release my soul spirit for your direct observation, Master. Zhang Yang nodded, then summoned his soul spirit. The Yellow Ape, which appeared behind him. The height of Master's dormitory was adequate, over 3 meters, allowing the Yellow Ape to maintain an upright posture. Your soul spirit. Master gazed upwards, scrutinizing the Yellow Ape, and quickly began his analysis. Though it is a beast soul spirit, it can be manifested like a tool soul spirit. Furthermore, it is a humanoid soul spirit that has never appeared among beast soul spirits. The details are so vivid that it is highly probable it once existed as a real being, perhaps an ancestor of yours. Zhang Yang felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He certainly did not wish for the Yellow Ape to be his ancestor. And he reflected that the detail Master mentioned referred to the ape's peculiar mouth. Zhang Yang, can your soul spirit launch direct attacks? Master inquired. Zhang Yang shook his head. No, but I can allow my soul spirit to possess me. What? You can achieve soul possession? Master frowned upon hearing this. You can perform soul possession without a soul ring? Is this a unique feature of your humanoid soul spirit? Master pondered and said, show me the possession. All right. Zhang Yang responded. He removed his outer school uniform, leaving only a fitted tank top, then summoned his soul power, shouting, "Soul Spirit, possess." The yellow ape behind him transformed into light and merged into Zhang Yang's body, who then transformed into a well-built youth standing at 1.5 meters tall. After 3 months, Zhang Yang had grown slightly taller, and his height increased further upon possession. Yes, it is no different from Beast's soul spirit possession. And because it is a humanoid soul spirit, he retains his normal human appearance after possession, Master nodded. Zhang Yang, how much does your attribute increase after possession? All attributes increase significantly, but Master, I cannot provide precise details, Zhang Yang lamented. Master shook his head. No matter. Aside from the enhancement of physical attributes, does your humanoid soul spirit possess any other unique characteristics? Since it is highly likely to have once been a real person, does it endow the wielder with any special traits? This was Master's train of thought. The Master considered this aspect, and it was hardly surprising for Zhang Yang to be somewhat ostentatious, for he was indeed a master, an unrivaled figure in the realm of martial soul theory. Thus, in response to this inquiry, Zhang Yang had long since prepared a standard answer. Without any hesitation, he stated, there are 7 combat techniques reliant on soul power. The Master was left speechless, and Tang San was equally astonished. Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively. Yes, esteemed teacher, these 7 techniques comprise 3 offensive types, 2 defensive types, and 2 displacement types. Subsequently, Zhang Yang elaborated on the specifics of the 6 styles of the Navy and the 6 King's Spear, demonstrating techniques such as the finger gun, iron block, paper drawing, and moon cloth within the confines of the room, while also showcasing the shaving technique in the corridor. After this impressive display, both the Master and Tang San were rendered speechless. Zhang Yang's finger gun had punctured a smooth hole through the Master's solid wooden desk. The evasive capability of the paper drawing left Tang San, who had attempted to test it, unable to even graze the hem of Zhang Yang's garment. The defensive prowess of the iron block rendered Tang San's full power strike, infused with soul power, utterly ineffective against Zhang Yang. The astounding speed of the shaving technique rivaled Tang San's ghost shadow misty steps, the mooncloth, which allowed Zhang Yang to remain suspended in the air for an extended period, astonished both the Master and Tang San immensely. The development of such martial techniques, yet leaving no trace in history, indicated that this senior soul master was indeed a prodigious genius, given that these skills were activated through soul power. The Master naturally regarded Huang Yuan as a figure from the martial soul realm. There was another possibility. This senior soul master might have been a level 70 soul sage in life, with these 7 techniques being his soul skills. However, that did not seem entirely accurate. The styles of these 7 combat techniques were not cohesive, suggesting they were not crafted around a singular martial soul. And none of the techniques exhibited traits akin to a martial soul's true form. Hence, it could not be classified as soul skills. In light of this, the Master lamented that this predecessor was indeed an extraordinary martial arts genius. Zhang Yang wholeheartedly agreed with the Master's assessment when it came to idling away time at work. Huang Yuan was undoubtedly a top-tier talent in that regard. Chapter 8. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot, wishing a happy new year, at noon on the 3rd day. The Master and his 3 disciples arrived at the outskirts of the soul hunting forest market. The previous day, the Master had outlined the direction for Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul's soul ring creation, as well as Tang San's future team positioning. Given Zhang Yang's peculiar yellow ape martial soul, the Master conservatively decided to designate an offensive soul skill as Zhang Yang's first soul skill, thus positioning him as a powerful attack-type soul master. Although they were here to hunt soul beasts, cultural lessons could not be neglected. Along the journey, the Master imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding martial souls to both Zhang Yang and Tang San, even conducting a review before bedtime. It appeared that their academic responsibilities were even more demanding than those at school. Upon reaching the soul hunting forest, they navigated past scattered soul masters waiting to form teams and the overpriced wares of various stalls. The trio was halted by a group of soldiers who checked the Master's 3rd-level order before they could truly enter the forest. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. The Master summoned his mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao, to lead the way. Seizing this moment, he educated Zhang Yang and Tang San about the knowledge of mutated martial souls and the skills of Luo Sanpao. The creature possessed a keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the presence and strength of soul beasts. Despite its diminutive size due to mutation, it consumed little soul power, allowing the Master to keep it out for extended periods. The Master retrieved a splendid short sword from his storage soul guide and handed it to Tang San. Little San, take this. You must deliver the final blow to the soul beast yourself. Yes, Master. Tang San nodded and carefully stowed the sword away. On their way, the Master had refrained from giving Tang San the 24-bridge moonlit night, as he only had 1 belt and 2 disciples. Until he identified who particularly needed this soul guide, he would not show favoritism. As for Zhang Yang, he would rely on the soul power skills provided by his martial soul. His soul power skills already possessed formidable offensive capabilities, and during this hunt, he might just serve as the main force. Zhang Yang proudly thumped his chest. Of course, Master. Indeed, a powerful attack-type soul master must possess such fearless courage. The Master nodded in satisfaction. However, remember that the foundation of this courage lies in maintaining a calm mind. Zhang Yang agreed. Yes, master. Now, let us set forth. The master declared, as if initiating an engaging practical lesson. With Luo Sanpao's sharp sense of smell, even the concealed soul beasts could be detected one by one. Perhaps due to the fact that these soul beasts were mostly of 10-year caliber, their desire to attack was not pronounced. The master introduced the names, characteristics, and methods for identifying the cultivation ages of these beasts to the two students. Along the way, both Zhang Yang and Tang San earnestly absorbed the master's teachings, as the knowledge was crucial to their future survival. As they observed the sky, the master remarked, "It appears we shall be spending the night within the soul hunting forest. Let us first find a suitable camping spot." Acquiring soul rings is inherently a task requiring patience, as it directly pertains to your futures. One must not settle for inferior options. Instead, be patient in seeking soul beasts that align with your martial soul and future development trajectory. The trio selected a depression as their campsite, opting not to light a fire, but rather consuming some dry rations in the dark, resting against a large tree. During their rest, Luo Sanpao stood guard, while the master took the opportunity to quiz the two on the knowledge they had acquired during the day. Zhang Yang and Tang San made a few minor errors, which the master corrected one by one. Amidst the sounds of insects and birds, as well as the roars of wild beasts in the soul-hunting forest, the three immersed themselves in a joyful learning atmosphere. Suddenly, Luo Sanpao let out a cry. The bond between the martial soul and its host was profound. The master immediately sensed the urgency, leaping to his feet and gazing in a particular direction, while Zhang Yang and Tang San quickly readied themselves. At this juncture, the sky had darkened completely, and through the dim light, they discerned a dozen eerie green points approaching them. 6 wolf-type soul beasts, approximately 1.6 meters in length, with a full coat of iron-gray fur and eerie green eyes, were a pack of 10-year-old netherwolves. The master's voice was low yet composed. "Little San, do not move here." Zhang Yang immediately perked up. "Master." As a powerful attack-type soul master, he naturally had to learn close combat. Although he had yet to acquire his first soul ring, his soul power had reached level 10, and he possessed 7 formidable soul power skills, making it feasible to defeat these 6 netherwolves. However, several points required caution. First, even a lion must exert full effort when hunting a rabbit. While I previously advised against unnecessary killing, with your current strength and lack of battle experience, holding back in combat would equate to courting death. Second, remember that this is the soul hunting forest, where danger lurks at every corner. Thus, you must not exhaust your soul power entirely. If your soul power dips below 2/3, retreat. Yes, master, Zhang Yang nodded, immediately summoning his martial soul to manifest and empower him. The sturdy youth, standing at 1.5 meters, cautiously approached the pack of netherwolves, his focus razor-sharp, ever vigilant of their movements. Spotting one of the 3 prey straying from the group, specifically the one that posed the least threat, the alpha wolf among the 6 excitedly scratched the ground with its paws. Wolves are cooperative hunters. Even a small pack of 6 must have a dominant alpha, the strongest among them, who issues commands. Zhang Yang maintained a defensive posture, constantly observing the movements of the opposing wolves. Meanwhile, the master, while remaining vigilant, continued imparting knowledge to Tang San. "Little San, keep an eye on the battlefield. You two will be comrades fighting side by side, individuals to whom you can entrust your backs. As a future control-type soul master, it is essential for you to understand your teammates' attack methods to devise suitable combat strategies." "Yes, master," Tang San acknowledged. Currently, Zhang Yang was astute. He comprehended the principle of capturing the leader first. Since a head wolf governed the pack, he diligently sought to identify which one it was. The method for discerning the alpha was quite straightforward. The command to attack would originate from the head wolf. Thus, by closely monitoring the pack, one could ascertain which wolf initiated the attack after howling. Naturally, if no howl was heard, the first wolf to strike would also be the alpha. At this moment, a whoop. The nether wolf, positioned slightly to the left in the center, let out a howl, after which the 6 wolves began to half encircle and simultaneously charge towards Zhang Yang. That's it. With unwavering determination, Zhang Yang's soul power surged, and in a flash, he appeared over 10 meters away, significantly closing the distance to the alpha. This maneuver disrupted the wolves' encirclement strategy, forcing the other 5 to alter their course and continue their charge toward Zhang Yang. Having pinpointed the alpha's location, he quickly closed the distance, with his objectives clearly defined. First, to thwart the wolves' encirclement attack plan. The distance between Zhang Yang and the pack of 6 wolves has undergone a significant transformation, compelling the collapse of their encirclement strategy. The wolves' simultaneous assault is rendered impossible, thus alleviating much of Zhang Yang's defensive burden. Furthermore, he has successfully closed the gap with the lead wolf. The charge of the pack prior to an attack serves not merely to reduce distance, but to accumulate the momentum necessary for a formidable strike. Now, with the lead wolf's approach hindered, its ferocity diminishes, and in the haste of its advance, the impact of its attack is further diminished. As the master wisely stated, the abrupt narrowing of the distance has forced the lead wolf to launch its biting assault in a panic, significantly reducing its potential damage. However, even under these circumstances, Zhang Yang would not be foolish enough to engage in close contact with the wolves. Instead, he executed a maneuver known as paper drawing, deftly evading the spectral wolf's attack as if he were a sheet of paper dancing in the wind. As he sidestepped the spectral wolf's jaws, he seized the opportunity to instantly dispel the paper drawing form, channeling his soul power into an alternate pathway. Perish. Gale kick. A transparent arc of air, distorted by his swift kick, surged towards the wolf's underbelly. With a sound reminiscent of a rag doll being torn apart, the spectral lead wolf was cleaved in two. From its legs to its left shoulder, as its robust hip bones and shoulder joints were brutally severed, with even the denser skull nearly split in half. With a resounding thud, the wolf's corpse fell heavily to the ground, its innards spilled across the earth. Subsequently, a white halo imbued with soul power gradually manifested above the carcass. With a mournful howl, the lead wolf was dispatched, and the remaining spectral wolves hurriedly fled in all directions. Master, Zhang Yang exclaimed, releasing his martial spirit as he took the garment from Tang San's hands, excitement illuminating his expression. Indeed, maintaining such composure in your first battle is commendable, Zhang Yang, the master replied, extracting a shovel from his soul guide and swiftly digging a small yet deep pit in the ground. He then moved the nearly bisected wolf's body into the pit, sprinkling some yellow powder to mask the stench of blood before covering it up. Observing the master burying the wolf, Zhang Yang inquired, Master, what are you doing? The damage inflicted by your gale kick is considerable. The entire spectral wolf has been cleaved in two. This intense aroma of blood cannot be masked solely by yellow powder. It must be buried, the master explained. After burying the wolf, the master stowed the shovel and gestured for Zhang Yang and Tang San to follow closely. The scent of blood here is too potent. We must find another location to rest. Confused, Zhang Yang asked, But master, if we are leaving, why must we bury the wolf? The master elucidated. By burying it, the source of the blood scent is eliminated, and it will gradually dissipate. If the corpse is left unburied, the stench will only intensify, inevitably attracting powerful soul beasts. Ah, Zhang Yang comprehended. Chapter 9. What an unfortunate coincidence this is. Alas, the soul-hunting forest is inherently perilous, and the dangers are amplified during the dark of night. Before the three of them could find a new place to rest, Luo Sanpao, who was leading the way, emitted an alerting sound once again. Moo. Suddenly, a deep, resonant bellow from a bull echoed from the right front of the trio. Zhang Yang and Tang San stood on guard. The master halted immediately, placing a protective hand on Zhang Yang, urging him to stay behind, while Luo Sanpao moved forward to investigate. However, before Luo Sanpao could advance, a thunderous crash resounded, as if a colossal object had fallen, accompanied by a faint, sweet, and tea-like scent carried by the wind. Tang San, trained in the arts of poison as a member of the Tang sect, instinctively sensed the danger and exclaimed, There are toxic substances. The master swiftly waved his right hand, enveloping Luo Sanpao in both of his soul rings, and gazed cautiously in the direction from which the bull's bellow originated. This night was proving to be quite tumultuous. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of confusion. Master, are there toxic soul beasts among the bovine types? No, the master replied with unwavering certainty. Bovine soul beasts are primarily strength and defense types. They are absolutely incapable of possessing toxins. After uttering these words, a sudden realization struck the master. Could it be that a bovine soul beast was engaged in battle with a toxic-type soul beast? At that moment, Luo Sanpao's exploration yielded results, revealing that a century-old iron horn bull was locked in combat with a century-old mandala snake. Judging by the intensity of their struggle, it appeared to be a fight to the death. Yet, it puzzled him. The iron horn bull was herbivorous, and snake-type soul beasts typically wound and attack larger creatures. Why was there such deep-seated enmity between them? However, the iron horn bull and the mandala snake were indeed perfectly suited for Zhang Yang and Tang San. The master was unaware that the animosity between the two was significantly influenced by the plant soul beast, snake vine flower. The snake vine flower, a diminutive plant-type soul beast, relied on its resemblance to the mandala snake to frighten off herbivorous soul beasts. Every century, the mandala snake would shed its skin, leaving it most vulnerable. This particular mandala snake, being astute, concealed itself beside a snake vine flower during its 400th skin shedding, masquerading as the flower to evade predators. However, fate was unkind. Though it successfully avoided its natural enemies, the weakened mandala snake was bitten fiercely by the herbivorous iron horn bull. The iron horn bull, in turn, was perplexed, as it was feeding on the relatively weak snake vine flower, not expecting the taste of flesh. Thus, a profound enmity was born between them. After recovering from its weakened state, the mandala snake sought revenge on the iron horn bull. At this moment, the master was too exhilarated to ponder these intricacies. Little San, Zhang Yang, your soul rings are within reach, he exclaimed with joy. The mandala snake and the iron horn bull are perfectly suited for you. If their ages are appropriate, it would be even better. The mandala snake's resilient body and toxicity will aid Little San in pursuing the path of a control-type soul master, while the iron horn bull's soul skills are all related to attack and strength, ideal for Zhang Yang's route as a powerful attack-type soul master. Furthermore, they are currently entangled in battle, and if we seize the right moment, we can reap the benefits. What a stroke of luck. What kind of fortune is this? Zhang Yang laughed heartily. However, Tang San appeared rather perplexed. But master, my martial spirit is a plant, while the mandala snake is a beast-type soul beast. Can I truly absorb it as a soul ring without conflict? Upon hearing Tang San's concern, the master confidently elaborated on one of the 10 core competitive theories of martial spirits, the theory of martial spirit mimicry, assuring Tang San that absorbing the mandala snake's soul ring posed no issue. With fervor in his eyes, the master asked, Little San, would you like to give it a try? Though I am absolutely confident in theory, it has never been attempted. Tang San readily agreed, for the master was the one he revered and pledged allegiance to, and aiding him in refining his research was his duty as a disciple. Resolving to play the role of the opportunist, the master meticulously explained the weaknesses and attack strategies of the two beasts to Zhang Yang and Tang San, then focused intently on the unfolding battle. Of course, the darkness obscured their view, leaving Zhang Yang and the master unable to ascertain the situation. Relying solely on sounds to gauge the battle, a strong moo indicated that the iron horned bull held the upper hand, while a weakened sound hinted at its dire conditions. The same could be said for the hissing of the mandala snake. Only Tang San could activate his purple extreme magic eye to closely observe the battlefield. The mandala snake, emboldened by its 400 years of experience, would not approach the fight recklessly, although the iron horn bull's age was only slightly inferior to its own. And its iron horns were formidable, its defensive capabilities were not impressive. Moreover, the mandala snake, measuring 4 meters in length, moved swiftly along the ground and possessed potent venom. As long as it avoided the iron horn bull's trampling attacks, it would surely have no trouble dispatching it. Indeed, the instincts of beasts are keen, and the battle of vengeance was drawing to a close. Moo. The iron horn bull's moo was weak and seemed to wane. Master, Tang San, his purple extreme magic eye active, called out. Yet, the master had already surmised that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Martial spirit, manifest. Zhang Yang completed the manifestation at lightning speed, his clothes torn and disheveled in the process. Tang San drew the dagger gifted to him by the master to assist Zhang Yang in tearing away the remnants of his clothing to ensure his agility during the battle. Zhang Yang, the iron horn bull is on its last legs. You must strike before the mandala snake can poison it. Then swiftly assist me in attacking the mandala snake. But remember, do not kill it. Leave its life for Little San. Little San, do not approach the battlefield too closely. Ensure your own safety. Recall what I mentioned about its weaknesses. Based on the battlefield conditions, the master swiftly devised a strategy and distributed masks to each of them before issuing a sharp command. Go. The trio sprang into action. The master, at level 29, possessed the fastest speed, his second soul ring illuminating brightly as he soared into the air. Landing atop Luo Sanpao. Sanpao, charge at it. The master shouted. The master's first soul skill, Thunderstrike, was an area attack. But due to concerns regarding collateral damage to the nearby iron horn bull, he refrained from using it. His second soul skill was Hypnosis, although it bore no damage. It would have little effect on the inherently poisonous mandala snake. Thus, the master, being the first to enter the fray, opted for a standard attack to restrain the mandala snake and buy Zhang Yang some time. Logically, the mandala snake's speed would render it impossible for Luo Sanpao to make contact. However, having just concluded an intense battle, it was fatigued and had expended a great deal of soul power, suffering injuries that were not overly severe. Taken by surprise, it was caught off guard as Luo Sanpao crashed into it, causing its head to tilt to one side. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yang dashed toward the fallen iron horn bull. The iron horn bull possessed horns that were chillingly cold and remarkably harder than steel. Should one be pierced by its galloping horns, the injuries would be grievous indeed. However, at this moment, it was afflicted by the neurotoxin of the mandala snake. Teetering on the brink of death, lacking even the strength to open its eyes, Zhang Yang pointed his finger at the bull's eyes, summoning forth a piercing strike that swiftly ended the beast's life. Subsequently, a yellow soul ring emerged from the carcass of the iron horn bull. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yang wasted no time in removing his mask and exclaiming, Teacher, I have acquired the soul ring of the iron horn bull. Excellent. The master responded, raising his hand. The first soul ring quickly ascended from beneath his feet, soaring towards the dodging Luo Sanpao, who evaded the mandala snake's onslaught. With a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder, Luo Sanpao's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. The yellow aura encircling him transformed into a radiant shield, propelling his rotund form upward to an astonishing height of 5 meters. In midair, he adjusted his position, and with a resounding boom, a yellow energy dome was unleashed, enveloping the mandala snake with the force of a tempest. The colossal serpent was violently hurled from the ground, sent flying far away. At this juncture, the master discerned the length of the mandala snake. It measured 4 meters and possessed an impressive cultivation of 400 years. Under normal circumstances, the master would never entertain thoughts of confronting a 400-year-old mandala snake, especially given his own soul power of only level 29 and a rather lackluster martial spirit, rendering him incapable of overpowering such a formidable creature. However, the mandala snake had recently emerged from a fierce battle, fatigued and significantly drained of its soul power, sustaining several minor injuries. Coupled with Zhang Yang's formidable soul techniques, there was a glimmer of hope for a successful confrontation. As the mandala snake was sent soaring, Zhang Yang swiftly entered the fray. Teacher, I wish to employ the Six Kings Spear. I require your assistance. Seizing the brief respite while the mandala snake was airborne, Zhang Yang called out to his master. The master pondered in response, the Six Kings Spear? Although Zhang Yang had not provided a physical demonstration of the technique, he had meticulously described its properties and execution. Thus, the master, well-versed in theory, began contemplating how best to collaborate with the Six Kings Spear. With a sharp intellect, the master quickly grasped Zhang Yang's intent. You wish for me to use the Thunderstrike Soul technique to launch the mandala snake into the air? However, Zhang Yang, I am uncertain whether I can accurately propel the snake towards your fist. While your Six Kings Spear requires a brief charging time, the mandala snake will be thrown quite swiftly, making it difficult to align the timing perfectly. We may have to rely on sheer luck to see if the beast collides with your strike. Furthermore, once you initiate the charge for the Six Kings Spear, it cannot be cancelled. The master frowned. Such a course of action is exceedingly perilous. But teacher, Zhang Yang countered. The Gale Foot and the Piercing Finger are not particularly effective against the mandala snake. Although they can ensure a hit, the damage may be minimal. The mandala snake is quite slippery and possesses a remarkably resilient body, with its only vulnerabilities being its mouth and eyes, which are well guarded. In light of this, the Gale Foot's effectiveness diminishes significantly. The Piercing Finger, while possessing exceptional penetration capability, faces the challenge of accurately targeting the mandala snake's mouth and eyes, given its 4-meter length and a diameter of merely 15 to 30 centimeters. As for the Six Kings Spear, it is a powerful technique released in the form of shockwaves. And the mandala snake's body offers minimal resistance to the impact of such waves, making it appear to be the optimal choice. Yet, it requires preparation time. Zhang Yang asserted earnestly, it is better to risk a single loss than to suffer multiple injuries. We can take this gamble. Utilizing the Six Kings Spear might yield miraculous results. Chapter 10. The Unyielding One has ceased to contemplate. Happy New Year. Although Zhang Yang had expressed his thoughts, the master remained somewhat hesitant. At that moment, Tang San, who was responsible for their safety behind Zhang Yang, suddenly interjected, Teacher, Zhang Yang is correct. Despite the mandala serpent's poor condition, we possess no means to inflict fatal damage upon it aside from Zhang Yang's Six Kings Spear. If we do not take this gamble, not only will we be unable to vanquish the mandala serpent, but with it interfering, Zhang Yang will also be unable to absorb the Iron Horn Bull's soul ring. Tang San's words awakened the master. However, it was ultimately the master's past experiences that solidified his resolve. Soul masters are, after all, individuals who traverse the fine line between life and death, risking their lives and fortunes in pursuit of a brighter future. The master, too, had once embraced such risks. It seemed he had been dulled by the comforts of the academy's life. Very well, the master finally conceded, nodding in agreement, and swiftly devised a strategy. Zhang Yang, I will consecutively unleash my second and first soul abilities. The hypnosis will slow the mandala serpent's speed, and then my thunderous strike will propel the mandala serpent towards your position. Zhang Yang confidently assured. At that moment, just watch, teacher. Suddenly, Luo Sanpao began to hum, and everyone heard the piercing hiss and the rustling from the grass. It was approaching. The master gestured grandly, and the second soul ring flew towards Luo Sanpao. The release of gas, akin to smoke, induced a hypnotic slumber upon Luo Sanpao. Zhang Yang concentrated all his attention, prepared to adjust his position with a swift maneuver. Behind him, Tang San gripped his dagger with his right hand, while his left hand formed a claw shape, ready to execute his technique, controlling the crane to catch the dragon, with his feet poised for ghost shadow misty steps. Once the master launched the mandala serpent towards them, Tang San would strike, guiding the serpent's head towards Zhang Yang's fists. Upon receiving the second soul ring, Luo Sanpao spiraled in the air, and with a puff, a cloud of yellow gas erupted from its ample posterior, filling the air. As the mandala serpent hissed and rushed into the yellow mist, it inhaled a considerable amount of the gas, slowing its speed. With a thunderous roar, Luo Sanpao unleashed its powerful thunderous strike. The area attack left the mandala serpent no chance to evade and sent it hurtling away once more. Fortunately, the angle at which the mandala serpent was launched was just right, directing it straight towards Zhang Yang and Tang San. The mandala serpent approached at remarkable speed. And just then, Tang San's technique was executed. An inexplicable force drew the serpent's head towards Zhang Yang's fists. In that fleeting moment, as the serpent's head aligned with Zhang Yang's fists, the accumulated soul power within Zhang Yang reached its peak. Six Kings Spear. In that instant, a tremendous shockwave erupted between Zhang Yang's fists, delivering its full might directly to the mandala serpent's head. Bang! The mandala serpent, propelled backwards with even greater speed, was struck. Retracting the Six Kings Spear posture, Zhang Yang swiftly pursued the mandala serpent. Tang San, not lagging behind, clutched his dagger and followed closely. Upon finding the fallen mandala serpent, Zhang Yang wasted no time, firmly grasping its jaws, and unleashed Six Styles, Iron Block. Meanwhile, Tang San, arriving shortly after, precisely plunged his dagger into the serpent's brain, targeting the eyelid. Even the most resilient creature faces demise. Having successfully struck, Tang San and Zhang Yang swiftly retreated, leaving the dagger embedded in the serpent's eye. In the next moment, the mandala serpent's body convulsed violently. The ground was thrown into chaos as its sturdy form swept through the surroundings, reducing shrubs and small trees to mere debris, as if ravaged by a tornado. The dying hisses of the mandala serpent sounded both muffled and mournful. Noticing the serpent's movements growing increasingly sluggish, Zhang Yang understood it had fallen prey to Tang San's grasp. He turned to the master, saying, "Teacher, I am going to absorb the soul ring." The master nodded. "Proceed. The 380-year-old iron horned bull is exceptionally suited for you. Remember what I told you. Breathe steadily. Focus your spirit on your martial soul." Zhang Yang affirmed, "Yes, teacher." He then sat cross-legged beside the iron horned bull, channeling his martial soul. As the yellow ape materialized behind him, the yellow soul ring of the iron horned bull gradually floated towards Zhang Yang. As the 100-year soul ring approached, Zhang Yang felt an unprecedented pressure, causing his bones to emit faint sounds under the strain. Soon, the yellow ring hovered above the yellow ape's head before suddenly descending upon its feet. Zhang Yang felt as though molten lava were cascading from above. A scorching energy surged wildly within him, causing his body to tremble violently. The soul power within him seemed ignited by this magma, rapidly expanding and coursing through him. Just as Zhang Yang felt he might be consumed by the heat, he suddenly realized that the temperature had become bearable. The soul power continued to swell, yet had calmed significantly, no longer racing chaotically, but flowing steadily along a fixed circuit. At that moment, the circuit was narrow, and the swelling soul power struggled to navigate. However, through careful perception, Zhang Yang noticed that the circuit was gradually widening as the soul power flowed through it. Simultaneously, numerous fine branches, as delicate as hair, branched out from the main circuit, allowing bits of soul power to trickle in, akin to rivers merging into the sea. Each possessed distinct qualities, energies, and attributes. Yet upon leaving the branches and entering the main circuit, they transformed into manifestations indistinguishable from Zhang Yang's own soul power. Could this be the essence of cultivating soul power? Zhang Yang, naturally endowed with full soul power, had never practiced before, and it was only now that he comprehended these intricacies. Zhang Yang continued his cultivation. Gradually, however, his soul power ceased to expand, and the widening of the circuit and increase of soul power slowed to an imperceptible degree. Zhang Yang understood that his absorption of the soul ring was nearing completion. Soon, Zhang Yang concluded the absorption, opening his eyes. Glancing around, he found Tang San seated cross-legged before the long-deceased mandala serpent, diligently absorbing the soul ring. The master, armed with a dagger, stood guard alongside Luo Sanpao, protecting both of them. Zhang Yang called out, "Teacher." Startled from his vigilance, the master turned to see Zhang Yang approaching. Upon Zhang Yang's arrival, the master began to inquire. "Zhang Yang, having absorbed your first soul ring, how do you feel? What is the soul skill? Has your mutated martial soul undergone any changes?" Confronted by the master's rapid-fire inquiries, Zhang Yang could only respond gradually. Teacher, I feel exceptionally well. My strength has increased, my speed has accelerated. My soul power has multiplied, and my mind has become more agile." The master nodded. Indeed, after absorbing a soul ring, a soul master invariably experiences a comprehensive enhancement of attributes. This is a common occurrence for both weapon and beast martial souls. He continued. "As for my first soul skill and my mutated beast martial soul, I have yet to explore them, especially since you have been tirelessly guarding us alone." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the master, who had been solitary for 15 years, felt a warmth in his heart. "No worries. We are at the periphery of the soul-hunting forest, and the likelihood of encountering formidable soul beasts with century-old cultivation is exceedingly low. Now, let us not dwell on that. Quickly, unleash your martial soul and let us observe any changes." "All right." Zhang Yang nodded and promptly summoned the yellow ape using his soul power. The yellow ape remained unchanged, standing at the same height with its crooked mouth, showing no signs of transformation. However, the yellow soul ring beneath it suited it perfectly, as they were all yellow. "Let me see what my first soul skill will be." With that, Zhang Yang attempted to activate his first soul skill, but, strangely, he found himself unable to do so. Stunned, he murmured, "What? I can't activate it? What is happening?" Sensing Zhang Yang's bewilderment, the master grew anxious. Noting the master's distress, Zhang Yang quickly reassured him. "Teacher, please do not worry. It may be because I haven't performed martial soul possession yet. I'll do that now and then try again." The master, realizing he had been a bit hasty, nodded in agreement. Martial soul possession. The robust Zhang Yang, standing at 1.6 meters, clenched his fists, joyfully exclaiming to the master, "Master, my strength has increased tremendously, 3-fold, 5-fold. No, even more. Haha, let me see what my first soul skill is." The master laughed with delight. Indeed, this is the hallmark of a top-tier mutated beast martial soul. Just by adding a 100-year soul ring, Zhang Yang experiences such a significant enhancement in power. I wonder what Zhang Yang's first soul skill will be? Perhaps it is strength? How thrilling. The master thought to himself, gazing at Zhang Yang with a look of contentment as he explored his first soul skill. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Yang was engulfed in confusion. Wait, my first soul skill is elementalization? It is not the strength enhancement the teacher speculated, but elementalization? The invincible reliance of the nature system, impervious to harm from armament color and hockey? So, does this world lack armament, color, and hockey? If so, does that mean I am invincible? Oh my, I am indeed the child of destiny. However, just as the Navy 6 styles could be activated using soul power, perhaps elementalization could also be countered by certain forces in this world. No, I must not set up an invincible flag for myself. The last one who did has ceased to think. Therefore, calmness is essential. Calm. I should only revel for a moment. It should not be a problem. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being the master's expectant gaze. The master eagerly urged, Zhang Yang, what is your first soul skill? Quickly, use it so I can see. All right, teacher, I will show you what an invincible first soul skill truly is. Zhang Yang exuded an aura of dominance. Chapter 11. My surname is Zhang, the arrogant Zhang-O? Invincible? Upon hearing this, the master became intrigued by Zhang Yang's first soul skill. Although children are often naive and inexperienced, the mere audacity to claim invincibility suggested that this first soul skill must possess extraordinary qualities. The first soul skill, elemental transformation. The first soul ring beneath Zhang Yang shimmered brilliantly, and he seemed to radiate a flash of yellow light alongside it. The master paused at the name of the skill, elemental transformation. How peculiar. How could the iron horn bull spirit beast bestow such an odd ability upon a soul master? Could it be related to Zhang Yang's mutated beast martial spirit? However, without witnessing the specific effects of the skill, the master refrained from immediate inquiries, choosing instead to watch Zhang Yang's demonstration in silence. As the yellow light faded, Zhang Yang smiled and extended his hand to the master. Teacher, may I borrow your dagger? Taking the dagger from the master, Zhang Yang preemptively warned him, Teacher, whatever you see next, please do not be alarmed. Everything is well within my control. The master chuckled softly. Oh, you little rascal, what great storms have I not weathered? How could I be frightened by a first soul skill? Then please watch closely. Zhang Yang replied, a playful smile gracing his face. With a flick of his wrist, he plunged the dagger straight into his own heart. His movement was fierce. The dagger, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches, sank entirely into his body, its tip protruding from his back. What? At this sight, the master's heart skipped a beat, instinctively reaching out to grasp Zhang Yang's arm, attempting to halt the dagger's further descent. Yet, it was too late. The dagger was fully embedded, and there was no way to drive it deeper. Despite the dagger protruding from his chest, Zhang Yang remained eerily calm, soothingly patting the master's hand with his other hand and smiling. See, teacher? I'm perfectly fine. This. The master stared at Zhang Yang, now resembling a creature from a nightmare, in astonishment. Is this truly your first soul skill, elemental transformation? Indeed, teacher. Please continue to watch, Zhang Yang affirmed, nodding. He gripped the dagger with his right hand and, applying force downward, drew it horizontally from his chest to his abdomen, and then, the master watched in speechless disbelief as Zhang Yang manipulated the dagger within his own body, tracing an infinity symbol across his torso. It was no wonder Zhang Yang dubbed this soul skill invincible. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished 100 times over. All right, enough. Just remove the dagger. I'm feeling faint, the master helplessly urged. Oh, Zhang Yang nodded, withdrawing the dagger and dismissing his martial spirit's manifestation. Observing Zhang Yang return to normalcy, the master's expression brightened considerably. Truly remarkable. How long can this skill persist? In pondering this question, Zhang Yang estimated, if I refrain from using my 7 soul power techniques, I conservatively estimate it can last for about 30 minutes. 30 minutes? The master gazed at him incredulously. How can that be? Such a skill, deemed invincible, cannot possibly last so long. I'm unsure, teacher, Zhang Yang replied bluntly, shrugging his shoulders. However, this soul skill indeed consumes very little energy. 30 minutes is merely a conservative estimate. Once my soul power level increases, sustaining it for 3 to 5 hours will be no issue. This. The master felt somewhat disoriented. This skill was simply astonishing. Moreover, he suddenly recalled his earlier doubts. Such a soul skill could not have been granted by the Iron Horn Bull Spirit Ring. Could it be that Zhang Yang's mutated beast martial spirit was the true source of this skill? What sort of existence is this mutated beast martial spirit? The master was engulfed in perplexity. Due to it being his first absorption of a soul ring, Zhang Yang spent 3 hours, while Tang San, eager to experience the benefits of his breakthrough with the Shantian skill, spent a whopping 7 hours. He was thoroughly absorbed in his training, leaving the master, who was safeguarding Tang San, on edge. After all, Tang San had adopted a plant-type martial spirit to absorb an animal-type soul beast soul ring, all in the name of testing the master's theory on martial spirit mimicry. Although the master was confident in the correctness of his theory, he was anxious about the potential risks. If something went awry, he would have inadvertently jeopardized this prodigious talent with twin martial spirits. Thus, he remained tense until dawn, when Tang San finally opened his eyes after concluding his training, allowing the master to exhale a long sigh of relief. True to the original narrative, the master's theory was validated. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit had acquired the resilience and paralysis toxin of the mandala snake. While Tang San was exhilarated by the significant enhancement of his blue-silver grass martial spirit and his successful breakthrough with the Shantian skill, he quickly regained his composure upon witnessing Zhang Yang demonstrate his soul skill. As Zhang Yang inscribed the character Zhang on his chest with the dagger, Tang San came to a profound realization. He was still quite weak and had no grounds for arrogance. Both had obtained their first soul rings from the century-old soul beasts, marking a successful expedition in the soul-hunting forest. After a sleepless night, the master decided to return immediately, standing before the gates of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. A sense of surreal nostalgia enveloped both Zhang Yang and Tang San. In the span of 3 days, they had both acquired their first soul rings, elevated their soul power by 3 levels, and could now train. Such transformations left them feeling estranged from their former selves. All right, I shall return to the school first. You two may visit the Soul Hall located in the center of Nodding City to undergo Soul Master Assessment. This will determine your soul power levels and also serve as a formal registration at the Soul Hall, allowing you to receive your monthly stipend. Xiao San, you need not continue as a working student. Yes, teacher, Zhang Yang and Tang San replied in unison. After visiting the Soul Hall, due to their remarkable achievement of reaching level 13 in soul power at the tender age of 6, they nearly caught the attention of Matthew, the Soul Hall enforcer. Yet, despite this, Tang San disclosed the fact that his plant-type martial spirit had absorbed an animal-type soul ring to Matthew. As they walked back to the academy, Zhang Yang tossed the Soul Hall badge in his hand, expressing his discontent. Were it not for this monthly gold soul coin stipend, I would have a mind to dismantle this wretched Soul Hall. I have declined their offers countless times, yet they cling to me like a stubborn leech. Tang San chuckled. There is no choice. As a top-tier mutated beast martial spirit with innate full soul power, they are naturally reluctant to let you go. Humph. Compared to your talent that only acquired 3 soul rings in 100 years, what worth does my mutated beast martial spirit hold? Zhang Yang laughed. You should consider yourself fortunate. The Soul Hall did not delve deeper when they learned your first soul ring came from the Irehorn Bull. Had they discovered the true nature of your first soul ring, you would have certainly been detained. If they were to learn you possess twin martial spirits, you would undoubtedly face the same fate. After a bout of playful banter, Tang San suddenly posed a question to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, why do you think Dad and the teacher don't want me to let the hammer absorb a soul ring? Is that not obvious? How dense? Zhang Yang replied, raising an eyebrow with a sense of pride. Your current soul power is at level 13. If you were to attach the first soul ring to the hammer, what would its maximum duration be? The maximum absorption age of a soul ring is directly proportional to the physical attributes of the soul master. For a level 13, it would correspond to a yellow soul ring of less than 500 years. Zhang Yang nodded and proceeded to inquire with Tang San about a second question. If you, at level 40, were to bestow a soul ring upon your hammer, at level 40, it should be 5,000 years. At this point, if Tang San remained oblivious, it would truly reflect poorly on his intellect. Zhang Yang, noticing Tang San's elevated voice, quickly covered his mouth and glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he leaned in close and whispered conspiratorially into Tang San's ear. Uncle Tang and the teacher aspire to mold you into a formidable being with a soul ring of an entire 10,000 years. Tang San was utterly taken aback by the revelation of his teacher's ambitious expectations for him. Furthermore, a wave of realization washed over him. The teacher's theoretical achievements concerning martial souls were unparalleled, making such aspirations entirely plausible. Yet, he pondered, why would his father harbor similar notions? He certainly was not merely an ordinary drunken blacksmith. Observing Tang San deep in thought, Zhang Yang leaned in once more and whispered, Little San, your future is boundless. Remember, a small lapse in patience can disrupt grand plans. You must not covertly attach a soul ring to your hammer. With a resolute nod, Tang San affirmed his understanding. Truth be told, he too was eager to discover the potential power of a soul ring of 10,000 years. As they approached the academy, Tang San suddenly heard a familiar sound, causing him to halt unconsciously. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed around him. Excitement surged within him. Thus, from that day forth, Tang San acquired a new part-time endeavor. Each morning, he would rise with the dawn to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, followed by tending to the southern garden of the training grounds. His mornings were filled with regular classes, afternoons spent working at the blacksmith shop, evenings dedicated to the teachings of his master, and nights devoted to cultivating the Xiantian technique. His days were filled with purpose. In contrast, Zhang Yang enjoyed a more leisurely pace, with ample time to engage in various pursuits. One midday, after classes had concluded, Zhang Yang was ordering food on the second floor of the cafeteria when he overheard a group of older students, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, animatedly conversing nearby. At the center of this group was a senior student known as Xiao Laoda, tall and robust, exuding boyish charm, though his arrogant demeanor somewhat marred his overall appeal. In the midst of his underlings' flattery, Xiao Laoda proclaimed that Guy Wangshin couldn't even defeat Lu Long. What is so remarkable about beating him? That little girl, unaware of her limitations, deserves a lesson. Once I win tomorrow, I'll have all the work-study students at my beck and call. The sycophantic underlings eagerly chimed in. Indeed. Xiao Laoda is one of the few 6th-tier students to reach the Soul Master realm. He is the leader among all students. And that little girl from the work-study program is certainly no match for him. Their laughter filled the air, while Zhang Yang, seething with indignation, nearly upended the table. He strode over, swiftly grasping Xiao Laoda by the neck and lifting him off the ground. addressing him with a fierce tone. Who do you think you are calling yourself the boss? Startled by this sudden display of power, Xiao Laoda trembled. While one of his underlings quickly retorted, Who do you think you are? Do you have the audacity to lay hands on Xiao Laoda? Zhang Yang, effortlessly holding Xiao Laoda aloft with one hand, seized the other underling by the collar and pulled him close. A mocking tone lacing his words. Do you wish to know who I am? He then turned to Xiao Laoda, his voice dripping with derision. My surname is Zhang, the audacious Zhang. From this day forth, I shall be your Zhang Laoda. Xiao Laoda's face reddened with embarrassment. Yet he forced out a defiant response, ambushing ISNTA true skill. If you have the guts, let South fight fair and square. Zhang Yang scoffed. You're nearly on the brink of suffocation in my grasp, and you still fail to comprehend the disparity in our strengths? Xiao Laoda's supporters echoed his sentiments, insisting that he should confront Xiao Laoda in a fair duel. Very well, let South meet in the Grove after lunch. Chapter 12. The making of a scholar in the matter of the upcoming duel in the Grove, aside from Xiao Laoda's small group and Zhang Yang. None were privy to the details, as the confrontation had arisen quite unexpectedly. Zhang Yang, finishing his meal with alacrity, stood up while Xiao Laoda and his companions were still fervently enjoying their food. Lacking the patience to wait idly, Zhang Yang approached Xiao Laoda and playfully shoved him, exclaiming, Why are you eating so slowly? Are you even a man? Haven't you eaten in days? Startled, Xiao Laoda nearly toppled into his bowl of soup. Being the son of the city lord, he had never endured such indignity. Abandoning his meal, he slammed his hand on the table and declared, You little rascal, just wait. If I don't take you down today, I am not Xiao Laoda. With that, he rallied his followers and set off towards the Grove. As they exited the school cafeteria, traversed the back playground, and passed through the school gate, they finally arrived at the designated dueling site. In the Grove, both sides took their positions, one consisting of 6 or 7 upperclassmen, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, and the other featuring a lone 6-year-old boy. This was a battle among soul masters, devoid of any semblance of fairness. Xiao Laoda sneered, Kid, I don't know if you're bewitched or just foolishly brave, daring to challenge me. Regardless, I only wish to know how you plan to meet your end. He dismissed idle chatter, commanding, Let's get to it. Show your martial spirit. Zhang Yang scoffed, unimpressed. You. Fine. Xiao Laoda, now amused by his own anger, proclaimed, Xiao Chenyu, 6th grade student, martial spirit, wolf. Level 11, One-Ring Soul Master. With that, Xiao Chenyu summoned his martial spirit, his body sprouting light gray fur, his eyes turning a vibrant green, and his nails elongating into sharp claws. While a white soul ring appeared beneath him, Zhang Yang, 1st grade student, martial spirit, Yellow Ape. Level 13, One-Ring Soul Master. Zhang Yang, shedding his school uniform, began his own transformation. Now, he no longer needed to summon the Yellow Ape first, he could directly manifest his spirit. The diminutive 6-year-old grew into a robust young man standing at 1.60 meters, a yellow 100-year soul ring materializing at his feet. 13th level? A 100-year soul ring? And still a 1st grader? The upperclassmen were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. This individual was extraordinarily talented. Observing Zhang Yang, Xiao Chenyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. A genius of such caliber, with a first soul ring of 100 years, surely had a formidable background. Xiao Chenyu recalled his father's repeated warnings about the powerful families in their world. Families one must never offend, for they could be more terrifying than the imperial family. While royalty might be concerned about their reputation, these clans had no such qualms. Angering them could lead to utter ruin. Thus, with a hint of politeness in his tone, Xiao Chenyu suggested, This battle is merely for practice, Zhang Yang. What do you think? Zhang Yang retorted bluntly, Spare me. Who has the time to practice with you? The victor will be the leader of the entire academy. Agreed, Xiao Chenyu replied succinctly. In the world of soul masters, the one with the stronger fist reigns supreme. Let us begin. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Chenyu lunged forward, covering the distance between them in a heartbeat. As a wolf spirit user, he excelled in offensive maneuvers, utilizing the sharpness of his claws and the ferocity of his bites. Mid-leap, he noticed the flicker of Zhang Yang's 100-year soul ring, signaling that Zhang Yang had activated his first soul skill, prompting him to brace himself. With a swift, fierce swipe of his claws aimed at Zhang Yang, Xiao Chenyu unleashed his might. However, his attack met an unexpected resistance. It felt as though he was clawing at thin air. Although it appeared that his claws had pierced Zhang Yang's chest, the reality was far different. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, witnessing the 1st grade student seemingly falling victim to Xiao Laoda's ferocious strike without a hint of defense. Many braced themselves for what seemed to be an imminent display of bloodshed. Yet, contrary to expectations, Zhang Yang maintained a relaxed smile despite the apparent wound. With a deft movement, he kicked Xiao Laoda's supporting leg, sending him off balance, and grasped the back of his head, exerting force. With a resounding thud, Xiao Laoda was slammed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang followed up with a powerful kick to Xiao Laoda's ribs, sending him sprawling 3 meters away like a soccer ball, landing flat on his back. Before Xiao Laoda could comprehend the situation, Zhang Yang perched atop him, delivering a flurry of punches. Thus, Xiao Chenyu, with a now swollen face, lost the duel. The 6th grade students could only bow in respect and acknowledge Zhang Yang as the victor. Very well, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction, patting the shoulder of the bewildered Xiao Chenyu. From now on, I am your leader, ensuring your dominance within the academy. Xiao Qinyu, holding his face in disbelief, thought to himself, do I need you? My father is the city lord. I have held my own before you arrived. However, he reconsidered and approached Zhang Yang, saying, Boss, tomorrow the working students plan to confront us. What do you think? Zhang Yang paused, intrigued. Confront us? Why? The head of the working students, De Xiaowu, has come to challenge us directly. We're merely responding to her provocation, Xiao Qinyu explained helplessly. Ordinary students have always looked down upon working students, and there have been tensions between us. She likely aims to establish her authority among them through this challenge. Is that so? Zhang Yang scratched his head, having forgotten such minutiae after 6 years in this world. Boss, you're a first-grade student. You must know Shiwu, right? Xiao Qinyu inquired. Indeed. We attend class together every morning, Zhang Yang nodded. No worries. I shall be present tomorrow as your leader. Thank you, boss, Xiao Qinyu and the upperclassman bowed in gratitude. Then, eager to please, he added, Boss, are you hungry? How about I take you to the finest restaurant in Notting City for a grand feast? Zhang Yang shot him a look of incredulity. Did you just eat? Are you truly that ravenous? We were pulled away before finishing our meal, Xiao Qinyu chuckled awkwardly. Not just me, they also haven't had enough. His companions nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. All right, go eat without me. A leader doesn't team mooch off his followers. Boss, we are your loyal subordinates. It is our duty to treat you to a meal, one sycophantic underling proclaimed. Did you not understand? I am already satiated, Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Enough, let us return to the academy. Thus, as they made their way back, numerous students and faculty observed the academy's notorious bully, Xiao Qinyu, along with his entourage, fervently catering to a diminutive figure standing at a mere 3 meters tall. By afternoon, the news of a first-year student defeating Xiao Qinyu to become the new leader of the academy had circulated widely. That evening, after finishing his class with the master, Tang San parted ways with Zhang Yang at the staircase of the dormitory, clutching his notebook as he returned to dormitory 7. Upon entering the room, Tang San was taken aback to find his roommates gathered around Xiaowu's bed, engaged in hushed discussion rather than practicing. Xiao San. You're back. Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. What is going on? Tang San inquired, approaching the group with his notebook in hand. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiaowu patted Tang San's shoulder and asked, Xiao San, I remember only your junior Zhang Yang from our first-year class, correct? Zhang Yang, born 2 months before Tang San, had always referred to him as Xiao San. However, Tang San had become an apprentice 5 seconds prior to Zhang Yang, thus making him the elder in terms of their apprenticeship. Of course, Xiaowu, after so many days of class, have you not even memorized your classmates' names? Tang San replied with a knowing expression. Xiaowu ignored his remark and continued, do you know he is now the leader among all students in the school? Huh? What? Tang San was taken aback by the revelation. He defeated the 6th-year boss, Xiao Laoda, at noon today and has become the leader among all ordinary students, Wang Xing explained. You may not be aware, but the 6th-year Xiao Laoda is a level 11 battle spirit master. Tang San nodded in understanding, and then? It seems the 6th-year students are whispering that tomorrow Zhang Yang will assist Xiao Laoda, Xiaowu added. Xiao San, you are Zhang Yang's senior and know his capabilities best. So you shall be responsible for him during the duel tomorrow. Tang San was aware of the impending showdown, as the news of Xiaowu's provocative challenge had already spread throughout the academy. Me? Responsible for Zhang Yang? He pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Yet, seeing Tang San's agreement, Wang Xing remained somewhat apprehensive. After all, Zhang Yang had just defeated Xiao Qinyu, so he asked, Tang San, are you so certain you can best Zhang Yang? He has even defeated Xiao Laoda. To this, Tang San resolutely stated, I cannot. Chapter 13, The Adorable Bunny What? Wang Xing exclaimed in disbelief. Why did you agree so readily if you can't defeat him? Tang San shrugged. I see no glimmer of hope for victory. So I naturally acquiesced. Hearing this, Wang Sheng's expression darkened. Is Zhang Yang truly that formidable? In Wang Sheng's mind, Zhang Yang was merely an ordinary little fellow. Indeed, his first soul skill is exceptionally powerful. It can be deemed invincible in battles among lower-ranked soul masters. The mere thought of Zhang Yang's enigmatic first soul skill and its terrifying duration made Tang San's eyelids twitch. Come on, Tang San. Do enlighten us about Zhang Yang's first soul skill. Why is it invincible? Xiaowu, seated cross-legged on the bed, displayed her bold and carefree demeanor, exuding the essence of a leader. I cannot divulge that. Tang San shook his head. Each individual's soul skill is a personal secret. Without Zhang Yang's consent, I cannot disclose anything. Then we shall rely on sheer strength. The work-study students appeared regretful, yet none were in a position to criticize Tang San's decision. Tang San, we do not ask you to reveal Zhang Yang's first soul skill. Just inform us what we should be wary of in battling him. How about that? Xiaowu sought an alternative approach. Well, fine. This did not infringe on privacy, so Tang San nodded. Considering Xiaowu's agility in combat, he advised, if you can prevent Zhang Yang from utilizing his martial soul and soul skills, then your chances of victory will significantly increase. Not using martial souls or soul skills. Are we relying solely on physical prowess? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt as if she had struck gold and immediately began strategizing with her companions. The following noon, Xiaowu approached Zhang Yang, who was in the same class, and with a huff, brought Tang San to the designated battleground. Shortly thereafter, more than 20 upperclassmen gathered around Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, this duel does not concern you. Stay aside, Xiaowu declared, taking the offensive from the outset. Intent on expelling her greatest threat. Who says it does not concern me? Amidst the towering figures surrounding him, Zhang Yang, standing at a mere 1.2 meters, stood out. In this decisive battle, the victor will become the leader of the academy. Do you truly disregard my position as the current leader? Then are you seeking a fight? Xiaowu stomped her foot in frustration, pouting. If you can defeat me, then I am indeed seeking a fight. If you cannot, then I am simply defending my dignity. Thus, words are futile. Let us settle this through combat. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Very well, since you insist on intruding into our prearranged duel. You must abide by our rules, Wangxing interjected earnestly. What rules do you speak of? Pray, enlighten me, Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. In this battle, the use of martial souls, soul power, and soul skills is strictly prohibited. Xiaowu's eyes gleamed with cunning. Beside them, Tang San felt speechless. You deliberated all night and came up with this? He had anticipated a more intricate scheme, yet they had opted for such simplicity. What kind of little girl are you? Do you not understand even the basics of rules? Zhang Yang scoffed. A battle between soul masters without the use of anything? What is the point? This is a waste of time. I'm off to eat. Indeed, even in the blood-soaked capital of slaughter, the use of martial souls was permitted. A challenger must possess the resolve of a challenger. You must adhere to our rules, Xiaowu asserted firmly. Therefore, clarity is essential regarding who the challenger is. Did not your work-study students seek trouble with the 6th graders? Did not you, Xiaowu, wish to challenge my status as the academy's leader? Zhang Yang crossed his arms. If one lacks the strength, attempting to resort to schemes is laughable. Even if you were to gain the position of leader through such a battle. Could you truly command respect? The position of academy leader is one defined by strength. You, Xiaowu pointed at Zhang Yang, her finger trembling with rage. Very well. Let us resolve this with strength. One-on-one, a duel. The victor shall be the academy leader, and the loser must serve the other for a month. Oh, splendid. Zhang Yang nodded with interest, seeing the odds tilt in his favor. Then, let the battle commence. Before the onlookers could fully grasp the situation, Xiaowu had already dashed towards Zhang Yang. She aimed to catch him off guard, hastily calling for the start while simultaneously closing the distance between them. Indeed. Due to Xiaowu's ambush, Zhang Yang could not immediately activate his martial soul, but that did not imply he was without the capacity to fight. Unbeknownst to Xiaowu, after acquiring his first soul ring, Zhang Yang's defensive skills, iron block and paper drawing, had transformed into techniques that consumed physical stamina rather than soul power. Allowing for swift execution, Zhang Yang deemed this transformation entirely reasonable. After all, his first soul skill, elementalization, was a perfect defensive technique with minimal soul power consumption. If paper drawing and iron block had not transitioned to consuming stamina, it would be foolish for Zhang Yang to continue employing them. Thus, his Yellow Ape martial soul had enabled these two skills to require only stamina for activation. Consequently, compared to elementalization, paper drawing and iron block possessed a slight edge in efficiency. As Xiaowu ensnared Zhang Yang with her scorpion braid, she adeptly climbed onto his shoulders, wrapping her legs around his neck. Then, with her upper body leaning back and palms pressed to the ground, her supple legs coiled around his neck, intending to throw him off. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized this move. Xiaowu had executed it on him just a few days prior. However, what Xiaowu did not anticipate was that Zhang Yang had already grasped her ankles, holding on tightly. Then, iron block. Zhang Yang's body suddenly became rigid, and his hands clutched Xiaowu's ankles with unwavering grip. Xiaowu sensed the shift in Zhang Yang's condition, but it was too late. As she attempted to throw him, she too was yanked down, crashing to the ground alongside him. This scene left everyone present in shock, especially Xiao Qinyu, who never expected the seemingly fragile Xiaowu to be so powerful, defeating his newly recognized leader so swiftly. Yet, as Zhang Yang rose without incident, the upperclassmen collectively exhaled in relief. Iron block had multiplied Zhang Yang's defensive capabilities several times, rendering Xiaowu's throw ineffective. Upon releasing the iron block skill, Zhang Yang hurriedly rose, stretching his neck and feeling satisfactory, nodding in approval. This was the first time Zhang Yang had employed iron block in actual combat, and it appeared to yield commendable results. Seeing Xiaowu rise, intent on rushing towards him again, Zhang Yang chuckled helplessly. Did he truly intend to trip over the same stone twice? Martial soul, activate. With a resounding rip, Zhang Yang's school uniform burst open, as the diminutive figure of 1.3 meters transformed into a robust youth over 1.6 meters tall, his muscles bulging, with a striking yellow soul ring beneath him. Witnessing this transformation, Tang San could only sigh in resignation. It's over. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang successfully manifest his martial soul, Xiaowu recalled Tang San's earlier words about the formidable nature of his first soul skill, which was deemed insurmountable in battles involving low-ranking soul masters. This thought stirred a sense of unease within her. Consequently, she too unleashed her martial soul. A radiant red glow enveloped her, transforming her eyes to a striking crimson and elongating her ears, adorned with soft white fur that stood upright on the sides of her head. Her figure appeared to grow taller, as a gentle aura of wedding-like warmth pulsated around her, while a yellow 100-year soul ring, identical to Zhang Yang's, emerged beneath her feet. "Oh, you've released your martial soul?" Zhang Yang observed with a smile. "I am Zhang Yang, a first-year student with the martial soul of a yellow ape. A rank 13 one-ring battle soul master. I am Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student with the martial soul of a rabbit, a rank 12 one-ring battle soul master." She replied, "Ah, rabbits are wonderful. I have a fondness for them, especially dishes like spicy rabbit heads and 5-spice rabbit heads," he mused, salivating at the thought. "You, how can you say such things?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. "Rabbits are so adorable. Indeed, they are delightful creatures. Imagine how exquisite they would be when seasoned with chili and grilled." Zhang Yang's words trailed off as Xiao Wu, no longer willing to hold back, charged at him with determination. She aimed to demonstrate to this cruel individual that rabbits are charming and not meant to be consumed. With her scorpion braid ensnared around Zhang Yang's neck, she swiftly maneuvered behind him, her right foot pressing against his lower back, activating her first soul skill. She arched her neck back and propelled her foot forward, intending to send Zhang Yang soaring into the air. Once airborne, he would be unable to evade her 8-section throw. However, at that very moment, Zhang Yang activated his first soul skill, elementalization. In an instant, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Xiao Wu's braid and right foot abruptly penetrated Zhang Yang's form, the braid whipping back behind her, while her right foot emerged, elegantly clad in a pink boot, revealing the gray soul at Zhang Yang's abdomen. The disorienting absence of a target left Xiao Wu momentarily stunned, and in her brief state of inertia, she could only watch as Zhang Yang retreated to her side, his right hand reaching for her braid. Several sixth-year students, having witnessed Zhang Yang's earlier display of strength against Xiao Qinyu, turned away, unable to bear the impending scene. With his right hand gripping the base of her braid and his left foot executing a sidekick to her supporting leg, Zhang Yang delivered a decisive blow. Bang! The crowd instinctively covered their faces, exclaiming, "That must hurt." Pinning Xiao Wu's head to the ground, Zhang Yang raised his left hand, extending his index finger, and then swiftly jabbed downward. Finger gun. A singular sound echoed as his finger pierced the earth beside Xiao Wu, leaving behind a dark hole. "I have emerged victorious. The status quo of the academy remains unchanged. For the next month, do remember to serve me tea and water," he declared nonchalantly. Standing up and releasing his martial soul from its manifestation, regarding the now subdued Xiao Wu, draping himself in the coat discarded by Xiao Qinyu, Zhang Yang waved to his entourage and began to depart. The 20 or so followers lined up behind him like a flock of swallows, surrounding Zhang Yang as they made their way back to the school. "Boss, from now on, we can command the work-study students at will," Xiao Qinyu remarked. Stepping closer to Zhang Yang, "I have stated that the academy's status remains unchanged," Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head. "This year's work-study students, aside from Xiao Wu, include my senior brother Tang San, a powerful battle soul master in his own right. Without my presence, you would not stand a chance against them. Thus, be mindful of your position." As Zhang Yang adjusted his coat, the empty feeling within it troubled him. "Go fetch me a set of school uniforms and deliver them to the cafeteria." "Boss, I've reserved a table with a splendid meal on the second floor of the cafeteria," Xiao Qinyu said, attempting to curry favor. "Very well, then. Oh, by the way, I suddenly have a craving for rabbit heads. Have someone buy a portion from outside the school," Zhang Yang instructed. "Yes, boss." Chapter 14 Apologies. But we only have one room left. From this chapter onward, Zhang Yang began to lose his foresight. 6 years had elapsed, and Zhang Yang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu successfully graduated from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. During these 6 years, they shared many joyous moments, as well as countless unforgettable memories. Among all, what left the deepest impression on Zhang Yang was the complete loss of his memory regarding the ending of the novel Douluo Continent. After all, this was a book he finished in his first year of middle school, a full 24 years ago. Even a divine intellect would struggle to retain the details of an online novel from such a distant past. Now, 6 years later, the once 1-3-meter-tall Zhang Yang had grown to over 1-7 meters, appearing nothing like a 12-year-old boy. However, seeing that Tang San had also reached 1-7 meters, Zhang Yang felt there was nothing amiss. After bidding farewell to their parents, Zhang Yang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu set off towards the Barak Kingdom, specifically Soto City. The master had recommended Shrek Academy, located just outside Soto City. Although the master had only suggested Zhang Yang and Tang San attend this academy, Xiao Wu insisted on joining them, unwilling to part ways with Tang San. The trio departed from Nodding City, heading southeast for over 10 days, finally arriving in Soto City 2 days prior to the academy's enrollment. Since they had reached Soto City, Shrek Academy was not far off. Thus, the three decided to find a hotel to rest before addressing any matters the following day. Following the flow of people, Xiao Wu soon discovered a uniquely charming hotel. Its design resembled a blooming rose, providing an eye-catching allure, aptly named the Rose Hotel. "Rose Hotel, Xiao San, Zhang Yang, let us stay here," Xiao Wu suggested, pointing. Zhang Yang crossed his arms. "Whatever." Tang San had no objections either, and the trio entered the hotel together, breathing in the faint scent of roses. They approached the front desk. Taking the lead, Tang San inquired, "Could we please have 2 rooms?" The front desk attendant glanced at Zhang Yang, then at Tang San, and finally at Xiao Wu, an expression of playful amusement evident in their gaze. "I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 1 room left." "1 room?" Zhang Yang frowned and knocked on the front desk. "What are you trying to pull? Hurry and check if there are any canceled reservations. I do not wish to share a room with them." "Hey, Zhang, what do you mean by that? Am I such a burden to share a room with?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing up and down. "No, it's just that I'm not accustomed to sharing a room with someone who serves tea," Zhang Yang replied, gently pressing Xiao Wu down, eliciting a faint smile from Tang San. "Oh, reservations." The new attendant finally realized after Zhang Yang's comment. Upon reviewing the reservation information again, the attendant wore a wry smile, confirming that indeed, there was only 1 room left. Looking up, the attendant helplessly told Zhang Yang, "I'm sorry, sir, but there is no record of any cancellations. We truly only have 1 room available." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang could not help but facepalm. "Damn it, why did I even remind you?" "However, there is no need to worry. Our room is quite spacious, accommodating 3 people comfortably." "Fine. Let us book that 1 room." Xiao Wu instructed the attendant to proceed with the check-in. Turning to Zhang Yang and Tang San, "1 room is fine. We'll be practicing tonight anyway." It seemed there was no other option. Tang San nodded. They had all grown accustomed to replacing sleep with training, as they were extraordinary talents, well aware of the principle of the early bird catches the worm under the master's guidance. At that moment, the hotel manager, arriving swiftly from behind, seemed to glide across the lobby, approaching the trio. "Young Master Dai, you have arrived. We have reserved the Red Ocean for you, on the inner side of the 3rd floor. Allow me to escort you." The manager bowed respectfully to this young Master Dai. Tang San curiously examined him, noticing that this young master had striking heterochromia. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu's attention was drawn elsewhere. "A twin? Huh, a man," Xiao Wu scoffed, internally deriding the blonde brute. Clearly, young Master Dai had caught Xiao Wu's mutterings, yet having heard similar remarks numerous times while in the company of his twin sister, he paid no mind as the 2 groups ascended the stairs. In truth, upon seeing the hotel's name, Zhang Yang had already harbored suspicions, which were confirmed by the room's decor. It was indeed a couple's hotel. Zhang Yang rubbed his cheeks, dispelling the awkwardness. Xiao Wu took the inner room with a heart-shaped bed, while Zhang Yang and Tang San settled on the sofa, cross-legged, enduring the night in meditation. After breakfast, seeing Zhang Yang and Tang San preparing to train for another day, Xiao Wu quickly intervened. "Xiao San, don't stay cooped up in the room. Come out and play with me. Want to you?" Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, smiling indulgently. "I'm not like you. Your innate talent allows you to improve without much effort. We must work harder. Yet one must balance work with leisure. You've already trained all night. It's time to rest a bit." Xiao Wu pouted, pleading as she tugged at Tang San's arm. "Well," Tang San glanced at Zhang Yang, then back at Xiao Wu, feeling slightly swayed. "I believe Xiao Wu is right. Balance is essential. However, I shall refrain from joining you. During this 2-month break, I've fallen significantly behind. Due to family obligations, Zhang Yang had only managed to practice at night, resulting in him lagging behind Tang San by an entire level. Now at level 28. All right, Tang San agreed. Thanks to the Xiantian skill, Tang San's cultivation speed far surpassed Zhang Yang's, even with his afternoon job. His soul power level remained ahead of Zhang Yang. During the 2-month break, while Zhang Yang had limited time for practice, Tang San had ample opportunities to train. Although Zhang Yang did not vocalize his concerns, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had noticed his hard work in recent days. Xiao Wu chimed in, "Zhang Yang, what are you worried about? Your soul skills are so formidable that even if you lag behind us by 3 or 5 levels, we would still be no match for you together." Yet, Zhang Yang remained aware of the limitations of lower-level soul skills, understanding that their efficacy would diminish as they advanced in rank. Xiao Wu took Tang San out for shopping, while Zhang Yang continued his meditation. As someone trained by the master as a powerful attack-type soul master, Zhang Yang's second soul ring was planned to focus on strength-based soul skills. Thus, his target soul beast was the powerful gorilla, whose attack power rivaled that of typical 1,000-year soul beasts. To this end, the master had enlisted the help of a friend who was a principal at Notting Academy to assist Zhang Yang and Tang San in hunting soul beasts. However, Huang Yuan expressed a differing opinion regarding Zhang Yang's soul skills. Consequently, Zhang Yang's second soul skill shifted from the strength-based skill guaranteed to drop from the powerful gorilla soul beast to a luminous physique. Second soul skill, luminous physique. Upon activating his second soul skill, Zhang Yang found himself endowed with a remarkable ability akin to the illustrious character Kizuru from the manga world, possessing an elegant yet unfathomable speed of light movement. This powerful soul skill allowed him to flash over 100 meters in a single blink. It was no wonder that Xiao Wu remarked on the incomprehensibility of his soul skill. To summarize the initial phase, the first soul skill of the Kizuru martial spirit was a defensive ability, embodying the essence of the light fruit, while the second soul skill was a mobility skill, representing the light speed movement of the same fruit. Thus, It became clear to Zhang Yang that his Kizuru martial spirit aimed to cultivate him into a formidable wielder of the light fruit through 9 soul skills. Consequently, his first soul skill was relegated to defense, and the second solely for movement. He speculated that only upon attaining the 3rd or 4th soul skill would he acquire the striking offensive prowess characteristic of the light fruit. With his soul power reaching the 28th level, Zhang Yang felt that such formidable offensive capabilities were not far from his grasp. In the afternoon, still absorbed in his training, Zhang Yang was startled by a resounding boom, as if the entire hotel had trembled. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the room, previously adorned in soft pink hues, was now enveloped in a golden sheen. What on earth is happening? He wondered, glancing at Tang San, who wore an expression of excitement, and Xiao Wu, who appeared bewildered. Tang San urged, Zhang Yang, Xiao Wu, quickly help me gather these golden particles. We must not let a single one escape. With that, he sprang into action, utilizing his control technique to attract the golden particles into his grasp. Zhang Yang, though frowning at the chaos, joined Xiao Wu on the floor, deftly maneuvering his wrist-mounted soul guide to collect the golden particles at a speed that rivaled Tang San's. This bracelet-shaped storage soul guide, a gift from the master, contained 2 jade stones and a total of 14 cubic units of storage space. While it could hold significantly less than the famed 24 bridges under the moonlight, its value was no less noteworthy. The master had suggested that Zhang Yang name the bracelet, leading him to ponder, how about 2 tigers run swiftly? After a lengthy silence, the master replied, Xiao San, you name it. Tang San considered and suggested, frosted leaves redder than February flowers. Zhang Yang shook his head, recalling the previous line, and inquired, is there another option? Copper Sparrow Deep in Spring locks 2 chows? Zhang Yang paused, pondering why one would lock away the chows. Was it due to the alluring tequila girl? The master remarked, it sounds as if there is a story behind it. Tang San, startled, quickly feigned ignorance, claiming he had read it in a book but was unaware of its meaning. Regardless of the story, the name of the bracelet was thus established. The golden particles in the room were abundant. Before Zhang Yang and Tang San could collect even a tenth, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door. The 3 of them jolted to attention, and Zhang Yang signaled for Tang San to hasten his efforts while he stepped out to confront the visitor. As he cracked open the door, Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow at the newcomer. He recognized Dai Mubai, whom he had seen the previous day in the hotel lobby. Known for his penchant for games with the twins, Dai Mubai's demeanor was evidently irritable. His clothing was haphazardly draped, suggesting that Tang San's earlier actions had interrupted something significant for him. Upon seeing the door open, Dai Mubai directed his frustration at Zhang Yang, exclaiming, what is wrong with you 3? Making such a racket next door? This is a couple's hotel, not a blacksmith's forge. Ah, that noise? It wasn't us. We have no idea where it originated. Zhang Yang feigned confusion, attempting to deflect the unwelcome guest. Rubbish. I'm right next to you. That sound was as if it struck right beside my ear. It could only have come from your room. Dai Mubai pressed against the door, attempting to force his way in. Zhang Yang, however, had no intention of yielding, bracing the door with one hand while pushing against it with his knee, effectively closing the gap. Well, it seems you possess considerable strength, Dai Mubai remarked, surprised that he had encountered resistance from someone seemingly younger than himself. With a soul power level of 37, bolstered by 3 soul rings and the mighty white tiger martial spirit, he had not anticipated being bested in strength by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shrugged, replying, I can't simply allow you to barge in. Come, let us have a contest, Dai Mubai challenged, stepping back to the center of the corridor. Zhang Yang hesitated. After being the leader for so long, he had grown weary of such pointless skirmishes. At that moment, a portly gentleman, impeccably dressed, hurried down the stairs. It was the manager from the Swimming Ring Hotel. Upon seeing Dai Mubai's disheveled appearance, the astute manager quickly grasped the situation and approached, saying, my apologies for disturbing your rest, Dai Xiao. We will promptly investigate the source of that loud noise and provide you with an explanation. No need for that, Manager Wang. Just stand aside. I will cover any damages myself. Dai Mubai waved him off, assuming a stance against Zhang Yang. Dai Xiao, let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence, the manager implored, sweat beading on his forehead. Step aside, Dai Mubai commanded, eyeing Zhang Yang intently. Let us begin. Zhang Yang, resigned to the inevitable confrontation, prepared for the impending clash. P.S. At 2 in the morning, having surpassed 1,000 views. I am immensely grateful for the support of all my readers. As a token of my appreciation, I shall add an extra chapter before dinner today. A small gesture of thanks. I kindly request your recommendations. Chapter 15 Dai Mubai, the White Tiger, manifests. Having previously suffered a slight setback in a contest of strength, Dai Mubai immediately activated his martial soul, intending to demonstrate his true power to Zhang Yang. His muscles swelled dramatically, straining against his clothing, while his golden hair transformed into a striking black and white. A distinctive royal pattern emerged on his forehead, and his hands expanded severalfold, sprouting white fur, with fingers morphing into 10 formidable claws, each measuring a good 8 inches in length. Beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings swirled in a perfect ratio. As his 37th level soul power bore down on Zhang Yang like crashing waves, Dai Mubai, martial soul, White Tiger, 37th level Battle Soul Master. Please enlighten me. Dai Mubai declared his martial soul and level, formally challenging Zhang Yang. Yellow Ape, manifest. 12-year-old Zhang Yang, upon activating his martial soul, retained the imposing aura of a Terminator. His height soaring from 1.7 meters to 2.1, muscles bulging, instantly making him appear significantly larger. 2 yellow soul rings hovered above and below. And his 20th level soul power formed a formidable barrier, greatly alleviating the pressure exerted by Dai Mubai's soul force. Zhang Yang, martial soul, Yellow Ape, 20th level Battle Soul Master. Please enlighten me. Although Zhang Yang had not yet reached the 30-level threshold and had not undergone the 3rd soul ring baptism, he exhibited strength that was by no means inferior to Dai Mubai's. It seemed that this boy's Yellow Ape martial soul was primarily focused on power. Dai Mubai mused. Let the duel commence. The 1st and 2nd soul rings around Zhang Yang ignited simultaneously, and with this declaration, he stood in a position of invincibility. Dai Mubai charged forward. His martial soul activated, unleashing a tremendous force that allowed him to close the 5-meter gap in an instant. 10 razor-like claws shot out simultaneously, aiming for Zhang Yang's body. Should he be caught, he would undoubtedly be left with 10 holes. Yet, undeterred by this peril, Zhang Yang maintained a calm demeanor, extending his hand toward Dai Mubai's tiger head. Such arrogance invites consequences. Feeling insulted by Zhang Yang's audacity in the face of an opponent with superior soul power and rings, Dai Mubai resolved to teach him a lesson. With that thought, he increased the force of his attack. Had Dai Mubai been acquainted with any students from the Nordian Junior Soul Master Academy, they would have related tales of the ever-unyielding Zhang Yang, whose defenses rendered any assault futile. However, Dai Mubai was unaware of this. Thus, amidst Zhang Yang's playful smile, Dai Mubai's claws pierced effortlessly into Zhang Yang's abdomen. As the sensation of impact failed to register, a singular thought flashed through Dai Mubai's mind, one that countless opponents had previously experienced. This is bad. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang's hand seized Dai Mubai's head like a vice, and then he drove his knee upward, eager to compare the hardness of Dai Mubai's nose against his own. Dai Mubai's reflexes were remarkably swift. Upon realizing the error of his attack, his 1st soul ring flared to life, generating a circle of white light intended to repel Zhang Yang. White Tiger's guardian barrier increases attack power, defense, and strength by 50. However, this barrier could repel ordinary individuals, but was ineffective against Zhang Yang, who could elementalize. The protective aura that Dai Mubai hoped would free him instead failed to disrupt Zhang Yang's momentum, and the force of the knee strike remained unchanged. Bang! Dai Mubai felt a sharp pain in his nose as his head was forced upward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang delivered a kick to Dai Mubai's abdomen, launching him 6 or 7 meters away. In midair, Dai Mubai managed to stabilize himself, ensuring he landed gracefully, avoiding embarrassment in front of Manager Wang. Yet, the next moment, a flash of yellow light caught Dai Mubai's attention, and he barely had time to react as Zhang Yang appeared before him, launching a forward punch with his index finger aimed directly at Dai Mubai's chest. Though he was not well acquainted with Zhang Yang, Dai Mubai recognized the urgency of the situation and activated his 3rd soul skill without hesitation. Boom! A violent surge of soul power erupted, causing Dai Mubai's already impressive muscles to swell even further, black stripes appearing on his skin, reminiscent of a tiger's pelt. His tiger paws grew larger, enveloped in golden light, exuding an aura of dominance. White Tiger's diamond transformation increases resistance to abnormal states, attack power, defense, and strength by 100 for half an hour. With the enhancement from his 3rd soul skill and the protection of his 1st soul skill, combined with his robust physique and profound soul power, Zhang Yang's piercing strike, while forcing Dai Mubai to retreat, ultimately failed to inflict harm. Of course, this was also due to Zhang Yang's choice not to unleash a significant amount of soul power to enhance his attack. Having witnessed Zhang Yang's peculiar 1st soul skill, the imposing Dai Mubai cast a deep glance at him before promptly dispelling his martial soul manifestation. 37th level against 28th, and I even used my 3rd soul skill. In this contest, I concede defeat. The now normal Dai Mubai readily acknowledged his loss. Polite words. I too have gained much from this exchange, Zhang Yang replied casually. As flattery cost him nothing, Dai Mubai remarked. Your soul skill is quite extraordinary, enabling you to become intangible to evade attacks while catching opponents off guard. Although I am unaware of its duration and limitations, it is indeed formidable. Zhang Yang nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Indeed, Dai Mubai continued. I believe we shall meet again soon. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, should anyone trouble you, invoke my name, Dai Mubai, the evil eye White Tiger. With that, Dai Mubai returned to his room, greeted by the watchful eyes of the twin sisters, while Manager Wang, having been distracted by the duel, forgot his original purpose and hurriedly departed after exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Yang. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yang briefly recounted the events to Tang San. Hearing about Dai Mubai's arrogance, Xiao Wu scoffed. That person is truly inexplicable. Clearly, he is no good. Tang San, Zhang Yang, even when we reach Shrek Academy, we must avoid any dealings with him. Why? Tang Sen inquired, perplexed. To calmly acknowledge one's inferiority suggests that he is a decent person. Xiao Wu retorted, decent? I see it as a profound error. Just consider. He brought 2 girls to a hotel room. What good could possibly come of that? Tang San frowned. Xiao Wu, I find that you are becoming increasingly perceptive. And what about you? I see you understand quite a bit as well. Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare. Nearby, Zhang Yang interjected playfully. In comparison to you two, I am as pure as a delicate white flower. I comprehend none of the things you speak of. Get lost. The following morning, the trio departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had stayed for 2 days, and, following the master's descriptions, exited the city of Soto through the southern gate, heading towards their destination. Their pace was brisk, despite Xiao Wu's numerous flirtations with Tang San. After walking 3 or 4 kilometers, a dilapidated village gradually came into view. This was a modest village, comprising around 100 households. Smaller in scale than the Holy Spirit village. A wooden fence encircled the village, seemingly erected as a defense against wild beasts. A crowd appeared to have gathered at the entrance, and the cause of the commotion was unclear. What is happening? Let us go take a look. With an insatiable curiosity, Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San and dashed towards the gathering crowd, while Zhang Yang leisurely trailed behind. As they drew closer, they realized that many of the individuals in this throng were children of similar age, accompanied by their parents. At the center of this assembly stood a wooden table, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. Not far from the old man loomed a dilapidated wooden archway inscribed with the words Shrek Academy. Are you kidding me? This is what Master referred to as Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu, Zhang Yang, and Tang San exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, questioning. Is this truly the Shrek Academy our teacher spoke of, Xiao San? You must have misremembered. I believe he mentioned a different academy altogether. I assure you, I did not err, Tang San replied, shaking his head. Let us observe for a moment. Perhaps this is merely the registration area, and the actual academy lies elsewhere. While the trio grappled with their doubts, the elderly man at the table remained unperturbed, addressing the irate parents. Mubai, there are individuals seeking refunds for their registration fees. Please handle it. Consequently, Dai Mubai, who had previously entertained twins in Soto City, emerged as an enforcer. His imposing yellow and purple spirit rings intimidated the boy and his father, compelling them to retreat in defeat. With their departure, a significant portion of the onlookers dispersed. The remaining children, all over the age of 12, did not meet the academy's enrollment criteria. Tang San and Xiao Wu continued to observe the enrollment process at Shrek Academy. While Zhang Yang's attention was captivated by a young girl clad in a simple white dress. She was strikingly beautiful. But what truly drew the eye was her innate aristocratic demeanor. Such grace is cultivated over time, regardless of one's temperament, and inherent nobility cannot be concealed. Zhang Yang discerned that this girl undoubtedly hailed from an exceptional lineage. Before long, a large number of spectators left, the reasons for which Zhang Yang did not notice. However, the remaining youths and their parents bore an unmistakable air of pride. Indeed, according to Shrek Academy's regulations, candidates must be under 13 years of age and possess a spirit power of at least 21. Such students, regardless of their location, would be regarded as prodigious talents. And it is rare for gifted individuals to lack a sense of superiority. The trio gradually formed a line, while Zhang Yang's gaze wandered until he spotted a stunning girl with a cool demeanor and an alluring figure. Though he could not recall the narrative of Douluo Continent, he was certain that such a distinctive character could not possibly be an inconsequential passerby. After several individuals were tested and admitted by Dai Mubai, it was soon the turn of Zhang Yang and his companions. They registered, and Tang San retrieved 30 gold spirit coins from his spirit guide to place into the wooden box designated for registration fees. Each of them extended their hands in succession. Both Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu passed the bone age assessment without a hitch, however, due to Tang San's practice of the Xianyu hand. His bone age could not be determined through conventional means. The academy instructor could only assess his leg bones to ascertain his age. Oh, with a blue-silver grass martial spirit cultivated to level 21, indeed a remarkable anomaly, the instructor remarked. Mubai, take them inside. The instructor waved dismissively, urging the trio to step aside. Here we go. I knew you would pass smoothly. Dai Mubai clapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder, exuding a leader's charisma, though his gaze remained fixated at the academy entrance. What are you looking at? Zhang Yang and the others followed Dai Mubai's line of sight, soon noticing the captivating girl once more. Xiao Wu, somewhat irritated, remarked, what are you staring at? Are you planning to cause trouble for that girl? Dai Mubai frowned and responded, you don't understand. I sense a resonance in the aura of that girl. It feels remarkably similar to mine. And there exists a complementary quality as well. In the realm of martial spirits, encountering a complementary spirit is exceedingly rare. However, when such an encounter occurs, the combined strength of their martial spirits can exponentially increase. This phenomenon is known as martial spirit fusion skills. Xiao Wu burst into laughter, exclaiming, so, that means her martial spirit must be a tigress? A hint of embarrassment crossed Dai Mubai's face as he replied, that is a possibility. After escorting Zhang Yang and his companions to the second testing area and arranging them in line, Dai Mubai hurriedly departed, presumably to seek out his tigress. Xiao Wu scoffed, men. Zhang Yang, displeased, retorted, hey, Xiao Wu, don't paint all men with the same brush. That was merely Dai Mubai's personal conduct, unrelated to all men. Tang San nodded in agreement, for he indeed had the authority to speak on this matter. The pure and noble Tang San was not mere talk. Very well, Xiao Wu conceded, adjusting her words. Ah, Dai Mubai, Zhang Yang. Chapter 16. How to Lose Against the Flying Dragon Knight. Not long after, Dai Mubai returned, followed closely by the ferocious mother tiger in Xiao Wu's mouth. The first action taken by the reappeared Dai Mubai was to prevent Tang San from consuming Oscar's sausages. When Tang San quietly recited Oscar's spell to Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, while Zhang Yang wore an expression of both amusement and exasperation. Food-type soul masters must employ various soul spells to induce transformations in their martial souls. Indeed, such lewd soul spells are quite rare. Shrek Academy truly resembles a school of monsters, devoid of any normal individuals. The second round of testing assesses soul power. If one's soul power exceeds level 25, they are exempt from the subsequent martial soul quality assessment, and the third round, which evaluates the application of one's martial soul, and may proceed directly to the fourth round's practical test. Dai Mubai patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, signaling him to follow, and then led him before teacher Xiao Xian, who was responsible for the testing, whispering a few words. Teacher Xiao Xian, with a martial soul of Jelly Bean and a rank of 71 Soul Saint, is among the top 5 food-type soul masters across the continent. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, teacher Xiao Xian nodded and said, "Very well. You may take them directly to the fourth round." Upon hearing this, a male candidate inquired, "Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Why can he bypass the test for the fourth round while we must pass each stage?" Teacher Xiao Xian replied nonchalantly, "If your soul power also exceeds level 25, you too may proceed directly to the fourth round without wasting time here. However, your current assessed soul power is only level 21. Thus you must pass each stage in turn." "Oh, so that's what the second round entails. It's quite simple," Zhang Yang realized. Level 25? He had already attained that level a year ago. Dai Mubai took a crystal ball from teacher Xiao Xian's desk and handed it to Zhang Yang, saying, "Zhang Yang, let them witness your prowess." Accepting the crystal ball, Zhang Yang smiled and infused it with his soul power. In an instant, the crystal ball radiated a brilliant white light, the intensity of which illuminated every corner. Level 28, nearing level 29. Quite impressive, the plump teacher Xiao Xian nodded in satisfaction. "How is this possible?" The surrounding candidates gasped in shock. "We are all 12 years old. How can anyone possess such high soul power?" Unfazed by their astonishment, Zhang Yang relentlessly drew attention to himself. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu, having approached Zhang Yang unbeknownst to him, took turns testing the crystal ball, each achieving an even greater brilliance of level 29. The sight of 3 peers surpassing level 25 left the onlooking candidates in disbelief. At this moment, a noble girl in the middle of the queue suddenly spoke up, "Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the second and third rounds." Thus, the fourth peer exceeding level 25 emerged. Teacher Xiao Xian's smile widened further. Before the crowd could recover from the barrage of surprises, an even more intense light shone forth. Dai Mubai's mother tiger. "Haha, monsters are plentiful this year. We have 5 little prodigies. Excellent. It seems this year I shall be able to enjoy a race. Dai Mubai, lead them to the fourth round. Is there no other little monster with soul power exceeding level 25? Let me revel in my joy further." The candidates wore expressions of despair, and even Dai Mubai's countenance stiffened. There were already 5 of them. "Teacher Xiao Xian, you cannot be so greedy. I recall that when I entered the academy, my soul power barely reached level 25, even lower than the weakest among these 5. Seeing no 6th individual step forward, Dai Mubai led the 5 exempt candidates toward the examination grounds for the fourth round, perhaps sensing that these little prodigies could clear the fourth round. Dai Mubai shared numerous insights about the academy during their journey. The examination ground for the fourth round was modest, spanning just over 200 square meters, where a middle-aged man, resembling a short wall and in his 50s, sat on a chair dozing. "Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai approached respectfully. "I bring candidates for the fourth round assessment." "Oh?" The drowsy middle-aged man opened his bleary eyes, slightly astonished as he surveyed the 5 candidates before him. 5 individuals have passed the third round test? "Teacher Zhao, they are all soul power exceeding level 25, exempt from the second and third rounds," Dai Mubai explained. Teacher Zhao's eyes brightened. "Ah, I never expected there to be so many little prodigies this year. It seems I shall have a prosperous year." Zhang Yang realized that the financially strapped Shrek Academy could only afford 5 students to be considered a bountiful harvest. "I am Zhao Wujia, the proctor for the fourth round. You may call me Teacher Zhao. The task for the fourth round is quite simple. I will give you an incense stick's time to familiarize yourselves and devise a strategy. Then, you 5 must jointly withstand my attacks for the duration of the incense stick. As long as one of you can endure until the end, you shall pass." This. Dai Mubai appeared troubled. "Teacher Zhao, is this appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? The dean is absent. I hold the highest authority in the academy. If I say it is good, then it is good. Mubai, relay my strengths to them." With that, Teacher Zhao seemingly produced an incense stick from nowhere. Igniting it with a flick of his finger, and firmly planted it into the ground without the slightest tremor. Zhao Wujie resumed his nap, while Dai Mubai, with a grave expression, gathered the 5 candidates together and whispered, "This is troublesome." Xiao Wu, curious, asked, "Is Teacher Zhao very powerful?" Teacher Zhao is a rank 76 battle soul saint. With a martial soul of the mighty golden bear, his overall strength second only to that of the Dean. Dai Mubai replied rapidly. Xiao Wu was incredulous, but he appears much younger than the 6-ringed soul emperor at the entrance. You are only 12 years old, yet you nearly possess level 30. In the world of soul masters, age has never been an indicator of capability, Dai Mubai retorted. Alright, we can discuss this later. For now, let's analyze Teacher Zhao's strengths. Zhang Yang thought to himself, wondering how they could afford to waste time on trivial matters at such a critical juncture. Dai Mubai briefly summarized Teacher Zhao's strengths, then turned to the others. You should now introduce yourselves, stating your martial souls and abilities, so we can determine how to collaborate and endure through this examination. Tang Xin nodded and led the introductions, with everyone following suit. Zhang Yang learned that the noble girl was named Ning Rongrong, hailing from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the mother tiger was called Zhu Qing, with a martial soul of the Nether Cat. When it was Zhang Yang's turn, he earnestly stated, I am Zhang Yang, a beast martial soul of the Yellow Ape, a level 28 assault-type soul master. Tang San, recalling Zhang Yang's first and second soul skills invincibility, promptly inquired of Dai Mubai. Are you certain Teacher Zhao does not possess a silence or dispel soul skill? After extensive research, the master concluded that the only weakness of the elemental transformation, which ignored physical and energy attacks, was the effects of silence and dispelling the opponent's soul skills. Of course, this conclusion was moot. Who among the soul masters was not wary of being silenced or dispelled? Tang Xin contemplated that if Zhao Wujie lacked such soul skills, victory in this battle would be assured. Undoubtedly, Dai Mubai nodded decisively, asserting, all of Teacher Zhao's soul skills focus on offensive power and defense. I can confirm this. Tang San sighed in relief upon hearing this and turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, remember to manage your soul power reserves. Should we inadvertently face defeat, everything will depend on you. Indeed, Zhang Yang, you are our most steadfast support, Xiao Wu exclaimed, patting Zhang Yang on the shoulder with delight. Rest assured, I will ensure your smooth admission, Zhang Yang declared confidently. Just tell me how we could possibly lose? I mean, we have already triumphed over the Flying Dragon Knight. How so? Do you possess an unwavering assurance of victory? Dai Mubai suddenly realized, your soul skills can indeed be effective against a soul sage level adversary? Who knows? Zhang Yang chuckled. A soul sage is not as common as cabbage. I have yet to test my strength against one. He added, but do not worry. Even without soul skills, my power is comparable to that of an average 30-level battle soul master. As the 4 engaged in cryptic banter, the noble young lady Ning Rongrong, ever polite, refrained from probing further and earnestly stated, even if we possess an assurance of victory, we should still showcase our true strength. Ning Rongrong was right. Tang Xin nodded. I am a control-type battle soul master, tasked with restraining Teacher Zhao's attacks. Ning Rongrong will assist us while Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu will alternate as the primary attackers, and Zhu Qing will strike from the side. After a brief discussion and a simple tactical arrangement, Zhao Wujie's incense had burned down. Teacher, we may begin, Dai Mubai signaled to Zhao Wujie and stepped aside to observe. Even though this was an uneven confrontation, witnessing Zhao Wujie's prowess, a fellow power-type soul master, was an opportunity he would not miss for learning. Zhao Wujie rose again, clasping his hands together and flexing his wrists, the sound of cracking bones resounding ominously, heightening the palpable pressure in the air. Zhao Wujie conjured another stick of incense, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The 7 treasures turned into glazed light as she gracefully spun in place, radiating a dazzling array of colors from within her. At the focal point of this vibrant glow, a colorful treasure tower, over a foot tall, appeared in the palm of her right hand. The tower shimmered brilliantly, exuding an air of nobility, while Ning Rongrong smiled, appearing ethereal. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her, swirling around her form. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. As the first soul ring ascended, enveloping the colorful tower, 3 beams of radiant light simultaneously burst forth, enveloping Zhang Yang and the others. Instantly, a warm energy surged through their limbs, leaving them invigorated, as if their very soul power was boiling to the surface. Zhao Wujie regarded Ning Rongrong with surprise, realizing that among this year's candidates, one belonged to the esteemed 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan. Remarkable. Old Flandra will surely be elated this time, he mused, as he ignited the incense in his hand and casually thrust it into the ground. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is speed. Another 3 beams of light emanated as Ning Rongrong's second soul ring activated. The newfound lightness of Zhang Yang's body made him feel as though he had shed all weight. Internally praising the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile for its unparalleled reputation as the foremost auxiliary spirit, both speed and strength increased by 30%, causing him to feel a significant surge in power. With that, Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu charged forward, while Zhao Wujie sprang into action without delay. Chapter 17. Shoot. In Zhao Wujie's thoughts were unequivocal. He aimed to swiftly eliminate the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This was not only the master's teaching to Zhang Yang and Tang San, but also a consensus among all soul masters on the continent. Zhao Wujie sought to disrupt Ning Rongrong's supportive effects with his formidable soul power, but Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu were determined to thwart his intentions. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang unleashed two arcs of distorted air, slicing towards Zhao Wujie from a distance. Intrigued, Zhao Wujie smiled, continuing his area attack. His immense soul power surged forth, enveloping him in a golden-brown glow as it collided with the arcs, which dissipated like spring rain. Without manifesting his martial spirit or employing soul skills, Zhao Wujie effortlessly neutralized Zhang Yang's assault solely through his substantial soul power. Zhang Yang's expression turned grave. The sheer strength of a level 76 soul sage was indeed formidable. As the arcs were neutralized, Zhao Wujie's soul power surged towards Ning Rongrong, but Tang San, quick-witted, ensnared her with a black vine, whisking her away from danger. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing charged towards Zhao Wujie. The level 76, Zhao Wujie, witnessing the approach of the two delicate young women, confidently stood with his hands behind his back, adopting an air of indifference. During her advance, Xiao Wu swiftly activated her martial spirit, leaping onto Zhao Wujie's shoulder, while Tang San's blue-silver grass coiled around Zhao Wujie's legs, injecting a potent paralyzing toxin. With a powerful pull from Tang San and a push from Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujie, who had not even unleashed his martial spirit, suddenly found his balance compromised. The duo aimed to slam Zhao Wujie's head into the ground, but as a seasoned level 76 soul sage, he quickly regained his footing, thwarting their coordinated attack. At that moment, Zhao Wujie suddenly perceived a flash before him. It was Zhang Yang, the one who had just delivered the earlier strikes. Zhang Yang stood with his arms slightly bent, fists aligned and aimed at Zhao Wujie's resolute face, inhaling deeply. Zhao Wujie found the youth somewhat foolish. Such a conspicuous buildup of power could not possibly succeed against an adversary. Clearly, he lacked the guidance of teacher Zhao. With that thought, Zhao Wujie swung his massive fist towards Zhang Yang's chest. However, he had miscalculated. Zhang Yang was no fool. If he had not activated his first soul skill, he would not have so brazenly stood before Zhao Wujie in such a manner. As Zhang Yang transformed his essence, Zhao Wujie's fist swung through empty air. To his astonishment, Zhao Wujie realized that this was a soul skill of the void effect. A sense of foreboding washed over him. With Tang San's blue-silver grasp binding him from afar and Xiao Wu's bow restricting him, it was evident that a temporarily invulnerable individual gathering power for such an extended period must possess a formidable soul skill. Realizing this, Zhao Wujie let out a low growl, his body swelling in response. His already formidable muscles expanded tremendously, and he grew taller by a meter as 7 soul rings rose around him. A series of sharp sounds echoed behind him as Zhu Zhuqing's spiked nails met Zhao Wujie's imposing form, yielding no effect. Six King Spear. A powerful shockwave erupted from Zhang Yang's fists, striking Zhao Wujie's chest directly. Although the Six King Spear had initially targeted Zhao Wujie's head, his sudden height increase meant it could only reach his abdomen. Nevertheless, as the shockwave was a penetrating vibration attack, it still impacted Zhao Wujie's internal organs. Albeit to a minimal effect, Zhao Wujie merely raised an eyebrow. This was the extent of the damage Zhang Yang could inflict. Retreat, Tang San commanded, as blue-silver grass swiftly entangled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, drawing them back to his side. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, still positioned at the forefront, assumed a stance, his soul power surging rapidly, exuding a fierce aura. Finger Spear. This was the most potent finger spear Zhang Yang had ever unleashed. Channeling a staggering 70% of his 28th level soul power, its penetrating ability sufficient to pierce through iron ingots. Zhao Wujie sensed a threat emanating from Zhang Yang's fingertips. His first soul ring illuminated, a blinding golden light exploding outward, sending debris flying within a radius of several meters. Yet, Zhang Yang remained steadfast. This little monster's soul skill was indeed impressive, Zhao Wujie mused, as Zhang Yang's finger made contact with Zhao Wujie's chest. Do you really think such a straightforward attack can harm me? Zhao Wujie scoffed, his palm sweeping towards Zhang Yang's arm. Had this blow connected, Zhang Yang's arm would have been incapacitated for days, but alas, Zhao Wujie could not land the strike. Seeing his hand pass through Zhang Yang's arm as though traversing a mirage, Zhao Wujie was momentarily stunned. By heavens, this little monster can already reuse his soul skill so swiftly. Even an experienced Zhao Wujie did not believe such a void-type soul skill could be low in consumption, leading him to conclude that Zhang Yang had activated it anew. Thus, Zhao Wujie lost any chance to evade the attack and bore the brunt of Zhang Yang's finger spear. The sound of impact echoed as a deep wound was punctured into Zhao Wujie's rock-solid chest. With one successful strike, Zhang Yang did not linger for greed, vanishing from Zhao Wujie's sight. Naturally, due to the invulnerability of his first soul skill, Zhang Yang could have risked a follow-up attack without significant consequence. However, he needed to reserve sufficient soul power to sustain the effect for a short duration, leaving him unable to launch further assaults. The formidable defenses of a level 76 Soul Sage were not easily breached. The powerful Six Kings Spear and Finger Spear had consumed 80% of Zhang Yang's soul power. As Zhao Wuji wiped a trace of blood from his chest, he grumbled, truly, like an 80-year-old woman collapsing, "It seems I must take you youngsters more seriously." "Give it up, Teacher Zhao," Tang San interjected from a distance. "Without silence or dispersion-type soul skills, you have no means to contend with Zhang Yang. This examination of the 4th round is ours to win." Indeed, Zhao Wuji felt a tinge of despondency as a soul sage. Being unable to contend with a child barely past 30 levels was infuriating. Yet, upon glancing at the dwindling incense on the ground, then at Zhang Yang, and finally at the 4 still on guard, he revealed a mischievous grin. As Zhao Wuji's smile turned devious, a chill ran down the spines of Tang San and his companions. "Ha!" Standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, Zhao Wuji's burst into boisterous laughter. "Indeed, according to my rules, you have triumphed in the 4th round of the examination." Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 3 young ladies, instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Engaging in battle against a soul saint had indeed been a considerable strain. However, the mischievous grin that had just graced Zhao Wuji's face left Tang San feeling rather uneasy. Yet, the hearts of the 4 began to race anew. With less than half a stick of incense remaining, it was time for the vice principal of Shrek Academy, your teacher Zhao, to impart the first lesson. This lesson was aptly titled, "Fight Until the Final Moment." The 4 immediately resumed their vigilance. What did fight until the final moment entail? It was nothing more than a guise for personal vendetta, cloaked in the pretense of education. The spectators shared a collective thought. Thus, during the remaining half-stick of incense, aside from Zhang Yang, who was out of reach, and the support-type Ning Rongrong, the other 3 endured a thorough drubbing from Zhao Wuji's, who wielded his banner of righteousness with great zeal. Among them, Tang San, as the soul male, faced the most severe ordeal, while it did not result in broken bones. He bore the brunt of considerable pain, his body marred with bruises and welts, rendering the scene quite harrowing. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji's was remarkably measured in his approach, at least. Everyone appeared to be relatively unscathed. "Oh, how delightful. So utterly delightful." Zhao Wuji's clapped his hands in satisfaction, his countenance radiating pleasure. "Daimubai, please arrange for them to settle into their dormitories and return promptly to oversee the 4th round of the examination." "Yes, Teacher Zhao," Daimubai nodded, moving to lift the heavily injured Zhu Zhuqing and carry her to the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who had been observing the spectacle until the end, approached Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, how are you holding up? Are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you, but my injuries are not severe," Ning Rongrong replied, shaking her head as she struggled to rise. "Indeed, it's nothing serious." Yet, Zhang Yang understood the adage that a good woman fears a clingy man. Without a hint of embarrassment, he scooped Ning Rongrong into his arms, following closely behind Daimubai. Seeing Zhang Yang so readily forget their friendship for the sake of affection, Xiao Wu interjected. "Hey, Zhang Yang, where do you think you're going? Don't you see how gravely injured Xiao Sen is? He can meditate to recover. Can't you see that our support-type comrade requires my assistance more?" Zhang Yang retorted, showing no signs of the camaraderie built over years. "Actually, I can walk on my own," Ning Rongrong asserted softly, nodding her head. "No, you cannot," Zhang Yang insisted firmly. "Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Daimubai, you should not have remained idle during the latter part of the battle." Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but remark from within Daimubai's embrace. All the soul masters bore such grievous injuries, and it was no wonder that even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing began to voice her discontent. "However, I must ensure our ultimate victory," Zhang Yang countered. At that moment, Teacher Zhao was our adversary. Can you take the words of an enemy at face value? If that so-called declaration of victory was merely a ruse to lower our guard, what then? Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was strikingly beautiful, with an enviable figure and rare talent. Yet it was evident that her thoughts had yet to catch up. Do not remain so naive in the future, Junior Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 18. The first lesson of the school year. After escorting Ning Rongrong back to the girls' dormitory, Zhang Yang hurriedly returned to the examination site of the 4th challenge, shouldering Tang San and supporting Xiao Wu, diligently ensuring their comfort. The dormitory arrangements were such that each pair of students shared a room, Daimubai with Ma Hongjun, and Tang San with Oscar, the sausage vendor. Thus, Zhang Yang was fortunate enough to have a room to himself. Once settled in at noon, Zhang Yang, like Tang San and the others, entered a state of cultivation. However, while Tang San and his companions were focused on healing, Zhang Yang was dedicated to restoring his soul power. After fully replenishing his reserves, he noticed that the day was still young and proceeded with his routine soul power training. To his surprise, when he next opened his eyes, it was already the following morning. Stretching and hearing the satisfying crack of his joints, Zhang Yang smiled blissfully. Indeed, after a great battle, there must be a breakthrough. Level 29, what a delight. Following the information provided by Daimubai the previous day, Zhang Yang located the school cafeteria, which was of average quality but abundant in portions. Upon entering the cafeteria, Zhang Yang spotted two striking figures. Rongrong, Zhu Qing, good morning. He greeted as he took a seat opposite Ning Rongrong, exchanging pleasantries with the two lovely ladies. They nodded in response, good morning. Given Zhang Yang's impressive display of strength the day before, both women regarded him favorably. Although Zhu Qing maintained a cool demeanor, Ning Rongrong was quite talkative, filling the cafeteria with laughter. Before long, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu entered the cafeteria together, completing the presence of all Shrek Academy's students. Except for Oscar, who was still asleep. Noticing the newcomers, Dai Mubai, as the senior, was the first to speak. Allow me to introduce you to another member of our academy. This hefty fellow is Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the phoenix. Ma Hongjun chimed in, Dai. I heard that the new student caused quite a stir for Teacher Xiao yesterday. Who is it? Dai Mubai replied, it is this one, Zhang Yang. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Yang greeted Ma Hongjun, Zhang Yang, martial spirit Yellow Ape, level 29 battle soul master. Ma Hongjun expressed his astonishment. Level 29 could give Teacher Xiao trouble? He is a level 76 soul saint. Zhang Yang merely replied, my soul skills are rather unique, refraining from elaborate explanations, knowing that without witnessing it firsthand, no one would believe such an inexplicable ability existed. Oh, I see, Ma Hongjun said, understanding dawning on him. The breakfast was enjoyable for everyone. However, after exchanging glances with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun realized that the three new female students seemed to have already been reserved. He lamented, I came too late. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he pondered how unfortunate it was that he had been assigned to assist in the third challenge yesterday. Although Zhu Qing finished her breakfast early and departed, the remaining six continued their lively conversation until the sound of metal clanging interrupted them. Dai Mubai promptly stood up, saying, that is the bell signaling the dean's summons. Fatty, take them directly to the playground. I will fetch Zhu Qing. With that, he swiftly exited the cafeteria. Ma Hongjun watched his retreating figure, muttering, Dai seems a bit different lately. I've never seen him so concerned about a woman. Ning Rongrong chuckled, how old are you? Why are you talking about women? Ma Hongjun huffed proudly. Though I'm not very old, I have had my share of experiences. He urged, let us go. The dean dislikes tardiness. At this point, Ma Hongjun shivered slightly, clearly recalling past misfortunes. When the five arrived at the playground, the sleepy Oscar had already joined them, munching on a sausage he had made himself. Soon after, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing arrived together, and the 8 Shrek Academy students finally came together. Upon seeing the 3 youthful and distinctive new female students, Oscar regretted not shaving that morning. When the Academy's dean, Flander, approached from afar, Tang San and Xiao Wu paused in surprise. Wasn't he the unscrupulous merchant who had sold them metal plates? Flander halted before the 8 students, his voice gravelly yet magnetic. This year is promising. We have 5 more little monsters joining us. He introduced himself. I am Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, and I welcome you all. He continued, shortly, each of you will need to pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who handles finances. Subsequently, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support soul masters, were instructed to run laps, while the other battle soul masters were to recuperate in preparation for their first class that evening. Then, Flander summoned Tang Sen away. Seeing Tang Sen follow Flander around a corner, Xiao Wu anxiously turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, do you think Tang San will face consequences for this later? Uncle Sausage said the dean holds grudges. Zhang Yang shook his head, replying, I doubt it. Besides, the teacher has a letter to deliver to Dean Flander. It seems they are old acquaintances. I'm not sure how the dean recognized Tang San, though. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened with understanding. Oh, I see. I'll go pay the tuition. Will you come? Zhang Yang nodded. All right, I'll go ahead. After settling the tuition fee, Zhang Yang returned to his dormitory to adjust his state and re-enter his cultivation. To avoid falling behind Tang San, he resolved to sacrifice ample rest time for rigorous training. That evening, Zhang Yang and the others were taken by Flander to Soto City, where their first lesson would commence at the Grand Soul Arena. Soul power and soul rings do not fully represent a soul master's true strength. Only through battle can everything be revealed. Your task is to secure at least a silver soul badge before graduation. Understood? Flander glanced at the sky, noting the time. Let us head over. I will explain the remaining details once we arrive. The Soto Grand Soul Arena was oval-shaped, towering at 120 meters, featuring a main arena and 24 auxiliary arenas, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. This venue served not only for soul masters to refine their skills, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, they were greeted by a massive stone tablet engraved with countless names. Flander informed Zhang Yang that these names belonged to those who had perished in soul battles. Registering for a soul battle was straightforward. One simply needed to fill out a form with their name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. However, registration required a fee of 10 gold coins. Additionally, similar to the Martial Soul Hall, there would be a soul power test to determine each participant's level. Dai Mubai advised everyone that each time they attended a soul battle, they must first undergo a soul power test to ascertain their opponents. Among the details, Zhang Yang was particularly intrigued by the information regarding gold soul coins. Winning a match with an iron soul badge would yield a reward of 10 gold coins, while losing meant no reward at all. Furthermore, every competition had a bookmaker, with fluctuating odds, and winners would have to pay a certain fee to the bookmaker. Can the competing soul masters place bets too? Zhang Yang inquired, his interest piqued. Given his unique abilities, this seemed like a lucrative opportunity. It merely restricts oneself. Dai Mubai comprehended Zhang Yang's intent. If you wish to place a bet, I can assist you. Of course, placing a bet is akin to acquiring money effortlessly. I appreciate your help, Dai Boss. Zhang Yang hastily produced 300 gold soul coins to hand over to Dai Mubai, having never held a part-time job outside of school. This sum represented the entirety of Zhang Yang's savings accumulated over 6 years from the Spirit Hall subsidies. Excluding the small change, this was indeed all his wealth. That's of no concern, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. I must caution you, Zhang Yang, while your abilities are unparalleled, reliance on them is inadvisable. Should you encounter soul skills that possess silence or dispelling properties, it could spell disaster. Even if the Dean has not addressed this today, I suspect he will impose restrictions on your soul skills in the future. You must prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remarks, Zhang Yang grinned mischievously. I am well aware of that, but the Dean has yet to impose any limitations, has he? A prophet is a prophet. With that, Zhang Yang's 1v1 battle was about to commence, and he patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder before dashing away. Dai Mubai sighed in resignation, shaking the coin pouch in his hand. Nearby, Tang Xin chuckled, Dai Boss, Xiao Wu and I will go register for a 2v2 match. See you later. With that, Tang Xin was tugged away by Xiao Wu, exiting the 1v1 battle area. The arena for the 1v1 battles encompassed a vast 20-meter diameter, ample for the majority of soul masters to engage in combat. At the center of the battle platform stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat. He cleared his throat and announced in a resounding voice, Now, we shall commence the first match of our 12 battle arenas one-on-one duels. The contenders are 2 Grand Soul Masters. First, we have Zhang Yang, the Battle Soul Master with the Beast Spirit, the Yellow Ape. Opposing him is Lin Shuai, the Equipment Soul Master wielding the Iron Rod, who has achieved 5 consecutive victories. Will Lin Shuai continue his glorious streak and secure a 6th victory, earning the bonus points for consecutive wins? Or will the newcomer, Battle Soul Master Zhang Yang, emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Now, let us welcome both Grand Soul Masters to the stage. The audience's cheers were sparse, though a few voices called out Lin Shuai's name, while others appeared disinterested. A man soon appeared on the battle platform, his robust physique, arms like steel, and hands as large as fans indicating his proficiency with long weapons. On the opposite side, the unassuming yet well-proportioned Zhang Yang ascended the battle platform at a measured pace. Begin the match. Spirit, possession. The moment the battle commenced, Zhang Yang unleashed his spirit. Meanwhile, Lin Shuai charged towards him, simultaneously releasing his Iron Rod spirit. The distance between them was 10 meters, easily covered in a mere second by a Grand Soul Master. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shuai reached Zhang Yang, his dark iron rod raised high, the first soul ring illuminating brightly. First soul skill, Thunderous Might. As the soul ring glowed, not only did the Iron Rod spirit radiate power, but Lin Shuai himself was enveloped in a layer of red light. He then advanced, bringing the Iron Rod crashing down. Bang! Zhang Yang deftly evaded the downward blow, the Iron Rod slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh as it struck the arena floor, creating a small crater and sending fragments flying. There were no additional effects from the attack. It appeared that this Equipment Soul Master's first soul skill was one that amplified strength. Zhang Yang mused. Chapter 19. Who isn't a baby? With a swift and empty swing, Lin Shuai exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, pivoting on his left foot, he executed a graceful arc with his right foot, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Zhang Yang's neck. Observing this, Zhang Yang shielded his neck with his left arm while supporting it with his right hand, simultaneously activating his iron block skill. Bang! Lin Shuai's leather boot struck Zhang Yang's forearm, producing a deep thud. Remarkably, Zhang Yang remained unscathed, not even shifting an inch. It's my turn now, Zhang Yang remarked, a smile gracing his lips. As he released the iron block, he swiftly twisted his left hand to grasp Lin Shuai's returning ankle while his right hand reached forward to seize his calf. With a decisive step back and a twist of his body, he hurled Lin Shuai forcefully onto the soul fighting platform. Bang! Lin Shuai was slammed onto the platform with such force that his body rebounded slightly. Releasing Lin Shuai's leg, Zhang Yang tensed his toe muscles, channeling his soul power, and delivered a powerful kick directly to Lin Shuai's abdomen. Though Lin Shuai managed to bring his weapon, the Iron Rod, in front of him just in time. The impact was so significant that he was propelled 6 or 7 meters away due to his suspended position in the air. Fortunately, Lin Shuai quickly used his Iron Rod to stabilize himself upon landing, narrowly avoiding a complete fall off the platform. Looking up at Zhang Yang, Lin Shuai's gaze was filled with caution. After their brief skirmish, he realized that this newcomer to the soul fighting arena, who had yet to establish a record, possessed a soul power that significantly exceeded his own, making him a formidable opponent. In contrast, Zhang Yang was already contemplating how to conclude the match swiftly, hoping to catch up with his teammates' battles. With determination, he unleashed a series of gale kicks, sending arcing slashes through the air towards Lin Shuai. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Shuai summoned all his soul power, repeatedly striking Zhang Yang's gale kicks with his iron rod. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled and was forced to retreat a few steps, he managed to withstand the onslaught. It's my turn now, he declared, activating his second soul skill, a charged strike. Lin Shuai's second-century-old soul ring illuminated, enveloping his iron rod in a red glow. This charged strike significantly amplified his weapon's attack power. It was not uncommon for similarly ranked soul masters to suffer broken bones upon being struck by the iron rod. Lin Shuai's focus on a brute force offensive strategy had earned him 5 consecutive victories. However, his intentions were abruptly interrupted by the announcer's voice. Out of the arena. Lin Shuai has been forced out by Master Zhang Yang's attack. I declare Master Zhang Yang the victor with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Lin Shuai's record stands at 15 wins and 4 losses. Master Zhang Yang, please proceed to register your score. Due to the time spent fighting Lin Shuai, by the time Zhang Yang completed his registration and sought out his fellow students, Xiao Wu's match had concluded, and Tang San's battle against Zhu Zhuqing was also nearing its end. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing bound tightly by Tang San's technique, Zhang Yang sighed in resignation. This direct confrontation in the arena is inherently unfair to agility-type fighters. Otherwise, Zhu Zhuqing could have held out a bit longer. Dai Mubai could only sigh in agreement. Zhang Yang's bet of 300 gold soul coins had yielded approximately 50 gold coins in returns, combined with the 10 gold coins awarded for his victory, resulting in a 20 increase in his assets. This impressive return rate left Zhang Yang astounded. Indeed, in the Douluo Continent, industries related to soul masters were remarkably profitable. This realization sparked Zhang Yang's interest in participating in a 2v2 battle. However, the absence of Ning Rongrong dampened his enthusiasm for the idea. Next up was the 2v2 match featuring Tang San and Xiao Wu against the Iron Brothers from the blacksmith shop. This battle proved to be perilous, demonstrating to Tang San that even an offense-type soul master, though countered by control-type abilities, could unleash astonishing damage in a moment of desperation. The brothers' second soul skill, an all-or-nothing move, was nothing short of spectacular, featuring a built-in minor tracking effect. Had it not been for the exquisite precision of Xian Yu's hand and the dragon-catching crane technique, Tang San would have surely sustained severe injuries. Subsequently, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's 1v1 matches also ended in victory, leaving everyone in high spirits. As they exited the soul fighting arena, Ma Hongjun needed to address his fiery problem and invited Dai Mubai along. Dai Mubai found himself in an awkward position. You glutton. Didn't you see me trying to play the good guy in front of Zhu Zhuqing? In just a few words, Ma Hongjun aired Dai Mubai's past romantic exploits, inciting Zhu Zhuqing's displeasure and plunging the team's atmosphere into chill. As fate would have it, an irate Dai Mubai encountered Ning Rongrong, who had regained her true nature. Right at the academy gate, Ning Rongrong appeared to have returned to her usual self, her lovely face adorned with a gentle smile. Sitting on a large stone at the academy entrance, she swung her legs, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Oscar's expression was somewhat grim. His brows furrowed as he cast furtive glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly oblivious to the two, marched straight into the academy, heading towards her dormitory without a backward glance. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, the chill in his gaze intensifying. What are you doing here? He asked coldly, his eyes glinting ominously. Ning Rongrong jumped off the stone. Of course, I was waiting for you. Why did you return so late? Where are the dean and the glutton? Dai Mubai replied icily. They have matters to attend to. Have you made up your mind? Will you stay or leave? Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong responded, of course. I'll stay. How could I leave such an enjoyable place? What kind of expression is that? Are you a zombie? Did you suffer a setback with Zhuqing? Haha. It's a pity that Oscar claimed you were a romantic expert, and you can't even handle a little girl. With her true nature liberated, Ning Rongrong no longer held back, her intelligence allowing her to discern much from Dai Mubai's expression, and she teased him mercilessly. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed menacingly. Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others may fear your 7-treasure glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, do not. Anger me, and I shall take you down. Ning Rongrong chuckled. Oh, I'm so scared. You. Dai Mubai struggled to contain his fury, his overwhelming aura suddenly surging forth as his 37th level soul power erupted, sending Ning Rongrong flying almost instantaneously. In a flash, Zhang Yang intervened, catching Ning Rongrong and propelling her backward for 7 or 8 meters before perfectly dissipating the force of impact and stabilizing their position. Once steady, Zhang Yang swiftly raised his hand towards Dai Mubai, saying, Big brother Dai, we are all classmates. Let it go. At that moment, Tang San rushed to Dai Mubai's side, pressing down on his right hand, his intentions unmistakable. Ning Rongrong had never experienced such humiliation throughout her life, and she was taken aback by Dai Mubai's audacity to strike her, though she had not been seriously hurt. The pain radiating through her body served as a stark reminder of reality. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai, rendered speechless. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang and Tang Sen plead for Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai exhaled deeply, his soul power retracting. Very well, Zhang Yang, Xiao San. I shall spare her this once for your sake. In their previous one-on-one battle, Dai Mubai had requested Tang San to hold back. Thus he felt obliged to honor this favor. As for Zhang Yang, a person of formidable strength naturally earns the respect of others. Dai Mubai cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, warning, remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again, otherwise, I will not concern myself with your status. Having delivered this admonition, he strode purposefully towards the academy. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly yelled at Zhang Yang, help me kill him. Zhang Yang looked at the furious Ning Rongrong with confusion, then reached out to touch her forehead. Ning Rongrong felt his hand barely brush against her skin before he murmured, strange, it doesn't burn? Could it be that I just injured my brain? At this, Xiao Wu and Tang Sen burst into laughter. Zhang Yang. Ning Rongrong grasped the implication behind his words, her anger flaring. Didn't you say you liked me? Why won't you help me? To be precise, I am fond of the FA-AU present, Zhang Yang replied, releasing his hold on her waist and pushing her back slightly. Have your family never informed you of how unappealing such a disposition can be? I am not a masochist. Why would I willingly subject myself to distress? If you insist on maintaining such an arrogant attitude, I suggest you return home. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has plenty of individuals to assist you. Why seek to be loathed here? We are merely classmates you have known for a day, and no one will indulge you. With that, Zhang Yang turned to the others. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, let us depart. They all nodded and walked into the academy, leaving Ning Rongrong in tears. As they walked, Zhang Yang placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, smiling. It seems you took quite a beating from Ning Rongrong today. The young lady's temper is incurable, Oscar agreed. Zhang Yang mused. Her disguise was indeed quite effective. Everyone was deceived. What a splendid girl she is. Her background, appearance, temperament, character, and talent are nearly flawless. It is precisely because of this near perfection that people are so easily misled. Everyone knows that perfection does not exist, yet we are irresistibly drawn to pursue it. Oscar shared a philosophical insight. Truth be told, I am not suited to be a support-type soul master, but I fell for Ning Rongrong at first sight. Xiao Wu teased. You mean it was love at first sight, Uncle Sausage? Tang Sen tugged at Xiao Wu's arm. Xiao Wu. Indeed. A support-type soul master is not quite right for you, Zhang Yang nodded. As a food-type soul master, it would be best for you to seek a battle soul master as a partner, someone who can protect you. Yes, support-type soul masters are indeed quite fragile, Oscar concurred. Even someone as strong as Teacher Xiao Xin, a rank 71 soul saint, is powerless before battle soul masters. Xiao Wu inquired, will Ning Rongrong leave the academy? If she were to leave like this, she would not be Ning Rongrong, Oscar replied, shaking his head. Coming from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having been hailed as a genius since childhood, how could she possibly exit in such a disgraceful manner? Just wait and see. Tomorrow may prove quite entertaining. Zhang Yang chuckled. Xiao Wu scoffed. Zhang Yang, you are truly despicable. Zhang Yang retorted, too kind, too kind. With the recent overpopulation of hares, rabbit meat has become quite affordable. So I cannot compare to you. You are the true despicable one. Xiao Wu, exasperated, declared, Zhang Yang, I will compete with you. Chapter 20. Can this be considered causing trouble? The title of this chapter should be Accumulating Practical Experience cannot be considered causing trouble. Can soul masters accumulate practical experience be considered causing trouble? The next morning, the gathering commenced, with Dai Mubai maintaining a composed expression while Ning Rongrong appeared haggard. Oscar, whose dreams had been shattered the previous day, was conspicuously absent from the training grounds. Dean Flander, noticing Oscar's tardiness, presumed he had overslept. Little did he know that. By a twist of fate, Oscar had successfully advanced to the 30th level, entering the Soul Master stage. Dean Flander was elated. As the cultivation of food-type soul masters is notoriously arduous among all soul masters, thus, achieving the rank of food-type soul master at the tender age of 14 heralded a promising future for the boy. Today marked the second lesson, which involved an adaptability training exercise requiring each student to consume at least one of Oscar's soul spirit sausages. After Oscar's soul power broke through the 30th level, the potency of his sausages had significantly increased. Remarkably, Tang San, who had sustained minor injuries in yesterday's soul battle, found himself completely healed after consuming a single sausage. Though the soul ability was somewhat underhanded, its efficacy was undeniable. It was no wonder Dean Flander proclaimed Oscar's sausage spirit to be the strongest among food-type spirits. Tang San and Zhang Yang exchanged hushed remarks, while Ning Rongrong, having gone nearly an entire night without sleep, seemed to harbor a smoldering frustration within her. She was the first to step forward, completing the training exercise, a notable shift in her demeanor that drew attention. All right, the lesson concludes here for today. Each of you must prepare diligently for tomorrow's expedition. Early in the morning, under the guidance of teacher Zhao Wujin, you will venture into the Douluo Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. Remember, this is not solely Oscar's endeavor. It is a trial for all of you. Before encountering a 1,000-year soul beast, teacher Zhao will not intervene lightly. You must rely on yourselves. Now disperse. With the expedition to the Douluo Forest imminent, Zhang Yang decided to make a trip to Soto City to procure some necessary supplies. Pre-battle provisions were essential, a lesson imparted to Zhang Yang and Tang San by their master. Utilizing his second soul skill, Zhang Yang reached Soto City, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers from the academy. In less than a minute. Acquiring a soul ring is no simple feat. Locating a suitable soul beast often requires luck, and spending 3 to 5 days, or even a week, is quite normal. With this in mind, Zhang Yang purchased enough provisions for 10 people for 10 days at the provision store. He packed the supplies into his soul guide and also acquired a significant quantity of cured meat and assorted fruits. But that was not all at the general store. Zhang Yang bought dozens of 3-liter water bags filled with drinking water, along with 10 tightly sealed barrels filled with fresh water for his soul guide. He further procured a large bag of snake-repelling powder, a bundle of sturdy rope, and several changes of clothing. The shopping list had been passed down by the master. During his last procurement, Zhang Yang had also bought 30 pounds of radishes for Luo Sanpao. However, with the master currently absent, the radishes could be crossed off the list. Having gathered all the items on the list, it was time to return to the academy. Zhang Yang did, however, contemplate engaging in a 1v1 match at the Soto City Soul Arena to earn 10 gold soul coins. Unfortunately, the arena would not open until evening, and he could not wait around in the city. I'll come back tonight, he thought. During lunch, Tang San sat beside Zhang Yang and asked, "Are you planning to go to Soto City this afternoon to gather some supplies?" "I've already been to Soto City after class. Here's the list," Zhang Yang replied, pulling the list from his pocket and handing it to Tang San. "I haven't prepared antidotes or recovery potions, as Oscar's first and second soul rings will perfectly address those issues. Please check if anything else is needed. I'll make another trip this evening." Tang San responded, "No need. I can handle any missing items myself." Zhang Yang shook his head. "It's fine. I plan to visit the Soul Arena tonight anyway, so it's on my way." "Oh, let me take a look," Tang San said, accepting the list. After a quick glance, he noted that the contents were largely similar to his own list. But Zhang Yang's quantities were considerably greater. "Why did you buy so much water?" Tang San inquired curiously. "Little San, times have changed," Zhang Yang replied with a sigh, patting Tang San's shoulder. "Unlike before, this time our team includes 3 delicate young ladies. Even if we can't bathe, washing our faces and rinsing our mouths is essential." Tang San, upon hearing this, discreetly glanced at Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong, nodding in understanding. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang gathered his utensils and departed the dining hall. Observing Zhang Yang's swift departure, Tang San remarked, "Zhang Yang still eats at lightning speed." The following morning, as everyone finished breakfast and assembled on the training grounds, they found Zhao Wujin already awaiting their arrival. The students were somewhat taken aback, caught between laughter and restraint. Zhao Wujin appeared rather disheveled, with at least 3 visible bruises on his face, particularly the panda-like black eye that evoked suppressed amusement. Yet, amidst the humor, Zhang Yang and the others were astonished by Zhao Wujin's state. With his formidable strength as a 76th level soul sage, who could possibly injure him? "What are you staring at, you little rascals? Are you itching for trouble?" Upon hearing the term little rascals, Xiao Wu visibly bristled, muttering, "Why not call us little bears?" Zhao Wujin shot her a glare. "Xiao Wu, what did you just say?" Tang San instinctively stepped forward to shield her, signaling her to refrain from provoking Zhao Wujin. His concern evident. Upon seeing Tang San, Zhao Wujin's expression softened slightly, and he chose not to pursue the matter, clearing his throat. "All right, everyone, let us set off. Daimubai, lead the way." Daimubai nodded, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he addressed the group. The Douluo Forest is no trivial matter. It is teeming with soul beasts, all of which possess formidable aggression and harbor no goodwill toward us. Exercise utmost caution. Zhang Yang took the lead, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong positioned centrally. Tang San, stay ahead of them. Fatty and Xiao Wu, you two flank either side. Zhu Qing and I will guard the rear. During our journey, we must practice our formation, ensuring fluidity once we enter the forest. Maintain vigilance, everyone. Let us go. As they departed the academy and established their formation, the group began to run forward, while Zhao Wujin, as their guiding instructor, lagged behind the students. Thanks to Oscar's sausages replenishing their stamina, the formation held well, elevating Oscar's status among the group. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, another support soul master, remained silent throughout the journey, refraining from using her 7 treasures glazed tower to assist them. Instead, she silently accepted the protective formation and relied on Oscar's sausages, resembling a benefactor of a hired hunting party. Along the way, Zhang Yang subtly indicated to Ning Rongrong numerous times, encouraging her to utilize her spirit to assist the group and actively integrate into the collective. Yet, to his dismay, Ning Rongrong remained unresponsive, seemingly as wooden as a statue. The temperamental young girl truly baffles those around her. Shrek Academy is situated less than 500 kilometers from the Stardow Forest. As the group concluded their first day of travel and paused at a quaint town, they found themselves less than 100 kilometers from their destination. Zhao Wujia led the others to a modest hotel, informing them, "You will cover your own expenses for food and lodging. After dinner, rest early, as we shall depart at dawn. You are all dismissed." With that, Zhao Wujia ascended to his room, guided by a hotel attendant. At the front desk, after a brief discussion, the 8 companions arranged for 2 triple rooms and 1 double room. The girls occupied 1 triple room, the seniors another, while Zhang Yang and Tang San, as fellow disciples, shared the double room. Once they received their room keys, the group settled into a corner table in the hotel restaurant, preparing to enjoy dinner before heading upstairs. Finally, "We can eat. After a day filled with sausages, I am nearly nauseated," lamented Ma Hongjun, who was the most rotund among them, having consumed the most sausages during their journey. "All right, my treat tonight. Order whatever you desire," declared Dai Mubai, the most generous among the group. "Let this meal be a welcome for Zhang Yang and the others." With a hearty laugh, Ma Hongjun's chubby cheeks quivered with delight. "That sounds wonderful. Rest assured, Dai Mubai, I shall not hold back." He proceeded to order an array of dishes, both cold and hot, meat and vegetables alike. As they awaited their meal, Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun worked diligently to enliven the atmosphere, easing the table's tension. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing remained at odds, and Ning Rongrong appeared lost in thought, while Oscar's spirits were dampened due to recent events. Suddenly, a group of individuals entered the restaurant. This cohort, led by a middle-aged instructor, consisted of students clad in identical light blue spirit master robes, adorned with the insignia of a prestigious academy on their left shoulders. Perhaps due to their affiliation with a higher spirit master institution, their demeanor exuded arrogance, and they carried themselves with far more flamboyance than the Shrek Academy members. "That girl is rather attractive," Dai Mubai observed Ma Hongjun, his eyes fixated on the sole female among the 8 newcomers, shimmering with interest. Dai Mubai merely scoffed. "They are merely from the insignificant Songhui Academy." Unbeknownst to them, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had failed to lower their voices. The leading instructor of Songhui Academy caught wind of their remarks, his brow furrowing as he glanced over. Upon realizing that the Shrek Academy table consisted solely of children, his expression soured. Seated beside Tang San, Oscar chuckled softly. "It seems we are in for some entertainment." Tang San, puzzled, replied, "What kind of entertainment?" Oscar leaned in, confiding, "This is part of our training. Dean Flander has stated that a spirit master who shies away from trouble is not a worthy spirit master. Indeed, avoiding conflict is the mark of mediocrity. Moreover, provoking spirit master academies is the safest course of action. It usually leads to nothing more than a brawl." "Ah, what a master of logic you are," Zhang Yang remarked, bemused. Chapter 21. It seems we have not strayed too far. The students of Songhui Academy found a place to sit down, and under the guidance of their leading teacher, the most powerful among them was dispatched to instigate trouble. Unfortunately, everyone was a cunning fox, and the tricks of the past were of no use here. The student who attempted to provoke was sent flying by Dai Mubai's slap, spitting out a mouthful of blood and sustaining considerable internal injuries. "My apologies, I lost control," Dai Mubai remarked, stretching lazily, his face adorned with a disdainful expression that he could hardly be bothered to conceal. This demeanor, not only unwelcome to outsiders, but even to his own companions, made him appear somewhat insufferable. The remaining students of Songhui Academy could no longer hold back, and under the command of their teacher, they rushed forward, fists and feet flying. However, a group of soul masters at only level 25 could not even approach Shrek's table before being knocked down by Xiao Wu with a single encounter. The teacher from Songhui Academy, furious and exasperated, slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Fools, utilize your martial spirits." At this command, the students of Songhui Academy simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, their yellow and white soul rings radiating with brilliance that outshone the lights of the hotel. Zhang Yang observed keenly, noting that all the students had a uniform configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. How mediocre they were. Realizing that their opponents were about to get serious, Zhang Yang, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun quickly positioned themselves in front of the girls. When it came to fighting, it was best left to the men. Seeing the opposing side unleash their martial spirits, Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with scorn. "Is this what they call disciples from a prestigious soul master academy? 10-year soul rings? Brothers, let them witness our soul rings." Zhang Yang and the others moved in unison, their dazzling yellow and white light being overshadowed by an even more intense golden glow. All 4 of them possessed optimal soul ring configurations, boasting a total of 800-year soul rings, while Dai Mubai possessed a brilliant purple 1000-year soul ring. The teacher from Songhui Academy was left stunned. These 4 youths, appearing no older than 14 or 15, already possessed such formidable prowess. What kind of powerful force lay behind such a lineup? Contemplating this, the teacher inquired, "I am Yu Jiqiu, the head of the External Affairs Department of Songhui Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to?" The rotund student replied proudly, "We are from Shrek Academy." "Shrek Academy?" Yujichio murmured. "I have not heard of it." Dai Mubai scoffed. "That is merely your ignorance." Realizing that these were not children of any major background, Yujichio felt a surge of vengeance for his students. Xiangui. Possess. Upon activating his martial spirit, Yujichio's limbs shrank by a third, his back adorned with a green tortoise shell, his body shimmering with black light. As 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, swirled around him, the ordinary patrons in the restaurant gasped in surprise, demonstrating the respect that the common folk of Douluo Continent held for a soul king-level powerhouse. The vibrant green atop his head suggested he had not been far off, likely only 10 minutes prior. Ma Hongjuan's peculiar remarks elicited laughter from the crowd. "You little brat, you seek death." Yujichio, seething with rage, was about to strike. Dai Mubai's expression turned serious. He scanned his surroundings, signaling to everyone that this battle would require their true abilities. Witnessing this, Tang San's hand slowly fell to the twin bridges of the moonlit night at his waist, preparing to greet the Soul King with a hidden weapon. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and a battle was imminent. Yet the hotel owner suddenly rushed out, pleading, "Esteemed soul masters, please do not fight in my humble establishment. It cannot withstand such turmoil." Yujichio understood the principle of not involving innocent bystanders, so after a cold snort, he stepped outside to wait. Upon seeing Yujichio and the Zhonghui Academy members exit, Zhang Yang and the others quickly huddled together for a battle conference. Zhang Yang stated, "Xiangui is a defensive-type soul beast, so Yujichio must be a defensive soul master. His offensive capabilities are likely limited. Nevertheless, even ordinary attack soul skills can be formidable when empowered by strong soul power. Everyone, remain vigilant." Tang San quickly organized their strategy. In this battle, Zhang Yang, Mubai, and Shuqin will take the lead in close combat, using speed to distract and evade his attacks while seeking his weaknesses. I will remain behind you 3 to control the field and restrict him. Xiangui is of the water element, while the fatty is of fire, although water counters fire. The fatty's flames are rather peculiar and should provide some mutual restraint. Thus, the fatty will attack from the periphery, with Oscar's sausages to sustain us. Duration should not be an issue. Xiao Wu's soul skills lean towards technique, and against a defensive soul master, her damage output may be minimal. So you will assist the attacking soul masters, covering any gaps and helping us deliver Oscar's sausages. Tang San's arrangement was quite reasonable, yet he overlooked one individual. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, glaring at Tang San. "Tang San, what about me?" The group turned to Ning Rongrong with peculiar expressions. Tang San hesitated. He had not included her in the lineup because he feared her fiery temperament might backfire after witnessing her fierce nature. After pondering, Tang San replied, "Your martial spirit is unique, so adapt as necessary." Ning Rongrong nearly ground her teeth in frustration. With the power of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, she never imagined she would be excluded from the battle strategy. At that moment, Zhang Yang interjected, "Let us have Rongrong enhance the strength of me, Zhuqing, and Mubai. Of course, due to the attention your martial spirit draws, you must be cautious to conceal yourself initially, observing the battlefield for the right moment to assist." "Xiao San, what do you think?" Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the group shifted their focus from Ning Rongrong to Zhang Yang, then to Tang San. While this could be seen as a mere suggestion on tactics, it was also a challenge to the authority of the strategist. However, given the camaraderie between Zhang Yang and Tang San, it was merely a trivial matter. Tang San nodded, with Zhang Yang's endorsement. He was willing to trust Ning Rongrong this once. With their strategy set, everyone moved towards the exit. No one considered avoiding the confrontation, for challenging powerful foes could greatly enhance one's own strength. Ning Rongrong trailed behind the group, but after only a few steps, she heard Zhang Yang's voice beside her. "Use this battle to prove to everyone that you are an indispensable part of Shrek." Ning Rongrong looked up just in time to see Zhang Yang's broad back, her eyes gradually reddening. Outside the small town, Yujichio faced the 8 individuals coldly, stating, "I will give you one more chance. It is not too late to admit your mistakes now. Enough of your nonsense. Let us fight." Before Yujichio finished speaking, Dai Mubai acted first, his second soul ring radiating brilliantly as a spherical light orb erupted from his mouth. With Dai Mubai taking the initiative, Zhang Yang and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly charged out to flank Yujichio. Tang San pressed his hand to the ground, sending dozens of vine-like blue-silver grass rapidly extending towards Yujichio. Ma Hongjun's first soul ring ignited, unleashing a stream of purplish-red phoenix flames. In the face of the relentless onslaught, Yujichio's body surged with black light, roaring as his first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The first soul ring enhanced the defense of his tortoise shell, while the second soul ring, Xianshui Bing Feng, employed ultra-low temperatures to restrict the opponent's attacks. With the formidable defense provided by the first soul skill, the amplifying turtle shell, coupled with the significant disparity in soul power between them, the second soul skill of Dai Mubai proved ineffective. The swift Zhang Yang had approached Yujichio, but at that moment, a stream of dark energy, akin to flowing water, swept past his body. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang felt an intense chill accompanying the dark light, and despite channeling all his soul power, it was exceedingly difficult to fend off the pervasive cold. Zhu Zhuqing, who had also reached near Yi Zhiqiu, experienced the same sensation. Fortunately, at that moment, Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line arrived. Although its potency was considerably diminished by the freezing force of Xian Shui, it aided Zhang Yang, Zhu Zhuqing, and the advancing Dai Mubai in dispelling a controlling skill. Moreover, thanks to the peculiar nature of the fat boy's flames, the purplish-red fire clung to the turtle shell and began to blaze uncontrollably. While it could not penetrate the back of the shell, it was sufficient to cause Yi Zhiqiu to become flustered. Feeling a sudden searing heat on his back, Yi Zhiqiu was startled, his third soul ring illuminated, and a mist of water erupted from his mouth to envelop the phoenix flames on his back. The fat boy's flames extinguished, and the relentless chill surged once more, prompting Tang San's blue silver grass, which had nearly reached Yi Zhiqiu, to retreat. Zhu Zhuqing's cat-like claws struck the turtle shell, propelling her upward with great speed. However, as a Soul King's limiting skill can only be momentarily dispelled, Zhu Zhuqing's right claw became frozen, forcing her to withdraw and allow Xiao Wu to advance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was enveloped in a spectrum of colors, a warm energy flooding through his limbs, filling him with vigor, courtesy of Ning Rongrong's power amplification. Yi Zhiqiu quickly perceived the esteemed martial soul behind Tang San and gasped in horror. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower? Are you members of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai seized the opportunity presented by Yi Zhiqiu's momentary distraction. Positioned behind Yi Zhiqiu, Zhang Yang clasped his fists together and thrust them forward, charging the Six King's spear. Dai Mubai, facing Yi Zhiqiu, activated his third soul ring, initiating the White Tiger Vajra transformation, enveloped in golden light, which was immediately augmented by the colorful glow of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Yi Zhiqiu opted to confront the more robust Dai Mubai, turning to face him, allowing his hardened back turtle shell to meet the impact of Dai Mubai's third soul skill head-on. The collision resounded, with the enhancement of the White Tiger's protective barrier bolstering his strength and attack by 50, and the White Tiger Vajra transformation further amplifying them by 100. Combined with Ning Rongrong's overall 30 power increase, Dai Mubai's strength and attack power reached an astonishing level, significantly bolstered by the resistance to the surrounding cold environment afforded by the White Tiger Vajra transformation's unique state. With a muffled groan, Yi Zhiqiu felt a surge of blood energy roiling within him, staggering forward 4 or 5 steps, colliding directly into the oddly positioned Zhang Yang. 60% soul power amplification. Six King's Spear. The powerful shockwave emanating from Zhang Yang's fist sent the unsteady Yi Zhiqiu flying. A Six King's Spear amplified by 60 from a level 28 soul power could cause even the level 76 battle soul, Saint Zhao Wuji, to twitch at its corners. Thus, how much damage could a 60 amplified Six King's Spear inflict upon a level 50 defensive battle soul, King, grappling with turbulent blood energy? The impact of the Six King's Spear left Yi Zhiqiu momentarily dazed, unable to suppress the boiling blood energy within, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood into the air before crashing violently to the ground. Splendid! Oscar, who had been idly watching from the back, and Ma Hongjuan, who was jubilantly celebrating, leaped about in excitement. In the shadows, Zhao Wuji revealed a satisfied smile, quietly exclaiming, "Good lad." Witnessing the extraordinary effectiveness of the Six King's Spear, Zhang Yang could not help but marvel, to penetrate an opponent's defenses through the turtle shell. Such a terrifying piercing attack. Chapter 22. After the Great Battle, there will be gains. The Shrek 8 exhibited commendable performances during their confrontation with a level 50 defensive Soul King. Zhang Yang's contributions were particularly noteworthy, and there is little need to elaborate on Dai Mubai's prowess. Ning Rongrong demonstrated excellent timing in her support role. Ma Hongjuan, leveraging his fire element's natural advantage over ordinary water attributes, successfully neutralized one of the enemy's restricting abilities, thereby creating opportunities for the main attackers. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, though less active in this battle, did not constitute a significant issue. Zhu Zhuqing's low soul power, combined with the inherent disadvantages of agility-type soul masters against defensive ones, was not a fault of her own. Although Xiao Wu is a strong attack-type soul master, her inclination towards skill-based combat made her inability to inflict damage upon the Xian Turtle Soul Master quite understandable. Though Tang San and Oscar did not contribute directly to the battle, Tang San played the role of the tactician, while Oscar's value lay in sustaining the team over a prolonged engagement. Their contributions cannot be dismissed outright. Moreover, it is already commendable that they did not falter against a level 50 Soul Master, especially considering that they managed to cause the Soul King to vomit blood. It is worth noting that among them, the oldest was merely 15 years of age. As the Xian Turtle Soul King rose, its fifth soul ring illuminating, Zhao Wujing swiftly appeared before Yi Zhiqiu. With a surge of soul power, he delivered a powerful strike that sent the Soul King flying 10 meters before crashing to the ground. After a long day of travel, it was astonishing that he still possessed the energy to instigate trouble. All of you, Return to your rooms and rest, he commanded, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhao Wujing, having sent the Soul King reeling with his blow, casually suggested the group return to their hotel. As he walked ahead, he quietly mused. The sensation of striking without using my martial spirit is indeed refreshing. No wonder Yi Zhiqiu, having been struck and forced to cough up blood, realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. The fact that he could be injured so severely without Zhao Wujing revealing his martial spirit was beyond the capabilities of even a Soul King or a Soul Emperor. A shiver ran down his spine as he cast a resentful glance at the departing Shrek Academy group before retreating with his fellow students in disgrace. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Wujing merely stated that they would rest the following day and set off the morning after before retiring to his room. He understood that the battle had drained Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai significantly, and they needed time to process their experiences. Thus he decided to linger in this small town for an additional day. Despite the unexpected day off, the group felt no excitement. They hastily consumed a light meal to satiate their hunger before each retreated to their rooms for training. The next morning, they gathered in the hotel dining area for breakfast. Upon surveying the room, Dai Mubai noticed only 7 individuals present and turned to Tang San with curiosity. Where's Zhang Yang? He is in meditation. He hadn't awakened when I left, Tang San replied. At this statement, a sense of déjà vu washed over the remaining 6, excluding Oscar, if memory served correctly. Tang San had said something similar when Oscar had broken through to level 30 the previous morning. By noon, Zhang Yang's meditation had yet to conclude. His deep state of focus lasted longer than expected, prompting Zhao Wujing to hurry over upon hearing the news. After a brief inquiry, he left with the assurance that they would set off once Zhang Yang awakened. During this time, several classmates came to check on him, with Ning Rongrong visiting 3 times. Zhang Yang's meditation persisted until after dinner. As Tang San returned to his room and prepared to enter his own meditative state, he was greeted by Zhang Yang's jubilant exclamations. Ha ha ha, I've reached level 30. I am truly a genius. Tang San, astonished, opened his eyes to see Zhang Yang standing proudly with hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Zhang Yang, you broken through to level 30? He asked incredulously. Didn't you just reach level 29 a few days ago? Yes, Zhang Yang replied, excitement evident on his face. Perhaps it was the battle yesterday that catalyzed my progress. My training speed has increased dramatically since entering meditation, allowing me to swiftly achieve level 30. Oh, I see. Congratulations. Tang San nodded with understanding. In the previous battle, he had not directly engaged with Yi Zhiqiu, thus gleaning little insight from the encounter. Patting Tang San on the shoulder, Zhang Yang reassured him. Your martial spirit is inherently more challenging to cultivate than beast-type spirits. Do not let it weigh heavily on your mind. Besides, you have already reached level 29. So your breakthrough to level 30 is just around the corner. Indeed, Tang San accepted the encouragement with a smile, then expressed concern. You should go eat something. You've missed 2 meals and must be starving. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Absolutely. I feel ravenous as soon as I wake up. I must indulge myself. With that, he strode out of the room. As Tang San watched him disappear down the corridor, he closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. Instead of heading directly to the dining hall, Zhang Yang first approached the girl's room and knocked on the door. The door creaked open, revealing Xiao Wu's charming figure. It's you, Zhang Yang, she exclaimed in surprise. Having known Xiao Wu for years, Zhang Yang had never witnessed her engage in rigorous training. Yet her soul power continued to rise impressively. He could only marvel at the wonders of soul beast transformation. Zhang Yang, you finished meditating? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yes. The battle against the Xian Turtle Soul King was quite fruitful, and I gathered enough momentum to break through to level 30, which extended my meditation time, Zhang Yang briefly explained. At that moment, his gaze drifted past Xiao Wu to the newly arrived Ning Rongrong. You've reached level 30? Xiao Wu gasped. But you're not even 13 yet, and you've already achieved this milestone? Ning Rongrong's astonishment mirrored Xiao Wu's, and Zhu Qing, who accompanied her, wore a similarly surprised expression. If you were to train diligently, you would surely surpass me in reaching level 30, Zhang Yang remarked with a smile. Now that you have broken through, when we enter the Star Dough Forest tomorrow, we can help you obtain your soul ring, Ning Rongrong added cheerfully. Indeed, this will save us all considerable effort. Zhang Yang grinned at Ning Rongrong before turning back to Xiao Wu. If you have any sense of urgency, you should strive to break through while we are still near the Star Dough Forest. Making the round trip is quite exhausting. Are you looking for a fight? Xiao Wu retorted, her frustration evident. I'm content at level 29. Zhang Yang chuckled. Bring it on. I'll let you use both hands and one leg. Fuming at his words, Xiao Wu shot back. Let us see if you dare to face me without using soul skills. We'll rely solely on soul power. She knew all too well how formidable Zhang Yang's soul skills were, making him an incredibly frustrating opponent. Having successfully engaged in their usual banter, Zhang Yang left in high spirits, departing without taking a single cloud with him. Afterward, he knocked on Dai Mubai and the others' doors to share his news, receiving ample praise before making his way to Zhao Wujing's room. Upon learning that Zhang Yang had surpassed level 30, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of joy. After all, Even at level 29, Zhang Yang's prowess was already formidable enough to send shivers down one's spine. It was foreseeable that, following the acquisition of his third soul rings, Zhang Yang's strength would ascend to yet another tier. However, the thought of procuring the third soul ring for Zhang Yang suddenly weighed heavily on Zhao Wujia's mind. With such a powerful martial soul, the selection of soul skills became a daunting task, even with the same amount of experience. A fitting soul skill could significantly enhance a soul master's capabilities. Given Zhang Yang's previous soul skills were so astonishing, Zhao Wujia found himself at a loss. He feared that his decision might adversely affect the child's future development. Noticing Zhao Wujia's troubled expression, Zhang Yang was reminded of the master from several years ago. With a reassuring smile, he comforted Zhao Wujia, saying, "Teacher Zhao, you need not worry. My aberrant martial soul is exceptionally unique. It will automatically adjust my third soul skill." "What do you mean?" Zhao Wujia inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Teacher, my first soul skill is elementalization, an exceptionally unfathomable ability. But can you imagine that this soul ring is derived from the iron-horned ox?" "What?" Zhao Wujia seemed to have encountered the most absurd notion in the world, a soul ring from the iron-horned ox? "Indeed," Zhang Yang nodded, continuing. "The soul ring that grants me the ability to move at extraordinary speed comes from the soul beast, the mighty gorilla." This left Zhao Wujia speechless. The existence of such martial souls was truly eye-opening. Unlike Ma Hongjuan's fire with its adherents, Zhang Yang elucidated, "The uniqueness of my aberrant martial soul lies in the distinctive variation of its soul skills." "Your teacher is?" Zhao Wujia asked curiously. Zhang Yang proudly replied, "People refer to my teacher as the master." Zhao Wujia was taken aback. "You are actually a disciple of the master?" Zhang Yang nodded. "It is indeed a great fortune for me and Tang San to be under the master's tutelage." "Tang San as well?" No wonder his blue-silver grass martial soul could be cultivated to such an extent. Upon hearing that Tang San was also a disciple of the master, Zhao Wujia regarded him with even greater esteem. With the world's foremost title Douluo, the Haotian Douluo, as a father, and the foremost authority on martial soul theory as a teacher, combined with Tang San's twin martial souls, there was no doubt that Tang San would achieve remarkable success in the future. Setting aside such thoughts, Zhao Wujia inquired again, "Did the master provide any instructions regarding your third soul ring?" "My first soul skill is defensive in nature, and my second soul skill is speed-oriented. Hence, my teacher surmises that my third soul skill, after its mutation, should be an offensive-type skill. He plans for me to hunt a non-toxic, strength-oriented ape-type soul beast. This way, even if the soul skill mutation fails, I can still obtain a strength-related soul skill. Moreover, the compatibility of ape-type soul beasts with humanoid martial souls is high, thus minimizing risk." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia nodded. Indeed, the master is truly a master. He has managed to devise an approach even for such bizarre mutated martial souls. "Now, go and inform the others. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow." "Yes, Teacher Zhao." Chapter 23. The addictive allure of being a fisherman on the following dawn. As the first light of day began to shimmer, Zhao Wuji's voice boomed, rousing everyone from their slumber. After a drowsy breakfast, the group promptly set forth, ultimately arriving at the Stardow Great Forest just as the sun began to ascend. The age of the Stardow Great Forest remains a mystery. Yet its vast emerald expanse, towering trees exceeding 20 meters in height, and the dense canopy that obscures the sun speak volumes of its ancient legacy. As the party plunged into the forest, the temperature dropped a few degrees, and the air became imbued with a refreshing dampness and the earthy aroma of soil, invigorating everyone's spirits. Zhao Wuji's gaze turned serious as he addressed the 8 students. "Listen closely. The Stardow Great Forest is not akin to the controlled habitats of the nation's magical beasts. The creatures within are exceedingly perilous. You may encounter beasts that are thousands of years old at any moment. Therefore, once we enter the forest, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from me. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you two must remain particularly close. Without my command, do not engage the soul beasts lightly. Is that understood?" "Understood," they replied, receiving the restorative sausages and detoxifying sausages distributed by Oscar. The group huddled together and proceeded deeper into the Stardow Great Forest at a leisurely pace. Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai took the lead, followed closely by Tang San and Xiao Wu, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing shielded Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the center, with Zhao Wuj at the rear. The terrain of the Stardow Great Forest was intricate, with lush vegetation that scarcely resembled a path. Thus, it was only natural for Dai Mubai, equipped with his tiger claws, to take on the role of clearing the way. Although Dai Mubai possessed considerable strength and wealth, his academic performance was average, rendering him merely a competent tool. Fortunately, he had Zhang Yang, a student of a master, by his side, who occasionally offered quiet guidance, filling Dai Mubai's seemingly empty mind with valuable knowledge. After traversing the Stardow Great Forest for an hour, Zhao Wuj commanded a brief respite. Dai Mubai cleared a patch of ground spanning approximately 100 square meters with his tiger claws, while Zhang Yang distributed water among the group. They sat against the trees, taking a moment to recuperate. Zhang Yang, you and Xiao San truly possess extensive knowledge of soul beasts. You seem to know them all by heart. With such a vast array of information, I am curious how you came to learn it all, someone remarked. Zhang Yang smiled in response. We have an excellent teacher. Zhao Wuji, privy to the truth, smiled knowingly. The master's theoretical prowess was indeed far beyond that of a mere good teacher. As Oscar and Dai Mubai began to meditate and recover their soul power, it became evident that they had expended considerable energy during their hour of progress. Simply wandering the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest would not suffice in searching for a suitable 1,000-year soul beast for Oscar. This area predominantly housed 10 and 100-year soul beasts. To select an appropriate 1,000-year soul ring for Oscar, they would need to delve deeper into the forest. Thus, maintaining their optimal condition was of utmost importance. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, appearing listless, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Tang San had attempted to inquire about her state, but she insisted she was fine, despite having been cheerful and lively just moments prior. After resting for about half an hour, the most perceptive Tang San and the mightiest Zhao Wuji simultaneously sensed the approach of a living creature. Everyone rise. Something is drawing near. Zhao Wuji commanded. Dai Mubai, who was in the midst of recovering his soul power, sprang to his feet, instinctively positioning himself in front of Oscar. While Zhang Yang matched his speed, swiftly shielding Ning Rongrong behind him. In an instant, all members unleashed their martial souls. Zhu Zhuqing, go take a look, but be cautious. Zhao Wuji instructed. Zhu Zhuqing, silent and swift, ascended to a vantage point with excellent visibility. Soon, her cool voice echoed from the trees. It appears to be a flying snake. However, it cannot fly high, only gliding at about 3 meters above the ground. It has a fleshy crest on its head, larger than its head, blood red in hue, with a uniquely shaped, fan-like tail. Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened. It was a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, a rather rare soul beast. Oscar, you are fortunate. Alas, we cannot ascertain the age of this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Zhu Zhuqing, keep your eyes on its path. Report any changes immediately. Understood. Its flight appears unsteady, swaying left and right, as if it has sustained severe injuries. It is now heading toward us. Wait, it abruptly veered north, taking a sharp turn, and even fell to the ground. A gorilla soul beast has emerged, pursuing the snake. Zhu Zhuqing's series of updates piqued Zhao Wuji's interest. A gorilla soul beast? What are its distinguishing features? It is covered in black fur, with extraordinarily long arms and a muscular physique, exuding immense strength. It is a mighty gorilla, Zhu Zhuqing quickly replied. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled as he inquired, Zhuqing, can you estimate the height of the mighty gorilla and the length and color of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake's wings? During its advance, the mighty gorilla appears to be over 2 meters tall, likely standing between 3 to 4 meters, while the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake measures 6 to 8 meters in length. With wings of a pale red hue, the mighty gorilla is between 1,500 to 2,000 years old, while the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake ranges from 1,300 to 1,800 years. Both Zhang Yang and Tang San's eyes gleamed with excitement. A gorilla-type soul beast would not conflict with my humanoid martial soul, and the powerful mighty gorilla is perfectly suited for my third soul ring. As long as its age does not exceed 1,760 years, it shall be mine. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is a rare non-venomous snake soul beast with a singular attack method, constriction. While its speed is remarkable, its overall strength is lacking, and those over 1,000 years are scarce. If Oscar were to acquire this soul ring, his third soul skill would likely pertain to speed. It is an apt choice for him. Zhang Yang turned to Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, we must seize this opportunity. The mighty gorilla possesses immense strength. A 1,500-year-old mighty gorilla could rival the power of an ordinary 3,000-year soul beast. If only the 8 of us were present, we would never be able to contend with it. However, we have Zhao Wuji with us. Then it is settled. We shall pursue both, Zhao Wuji concluded. Let us move swiftly, lest they escape. Yes, the group affirmed, immediately setting off in pursuit of the sounds they had just heard. Their figures weaved through the trees. As Zhao Wuji rapidly devised a combat strategy, I will intercept the mighty gorilla. As for the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, I entrust its capture to the 8 of you. You overheard Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's assessment. It is not particularly strong. Its attack method is constriction, and it is currently gravely injured. If you cannot manage this soul beast, prepare to endure my rigorous training upon our return. Yes. At the mention of special training, the group hastened their pace. In just 3 minutes, they caught up to the mighty gorilla and the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. However, at this moment, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was in dire straits. Its pale red wings had been brutally torn from its body by the mighty gorilla, leaving it with numerous fractures and gaping wounds, many inflicted by sharp blades. Its flesh crest, meant for storing nutrients for escape, now appeared wilted, suggesting it had only a breath of life remaining. Even if the mighty gorilla spared him, it would not survive the day. Empowered by the great King Kong bear, Zhao Wuji activated the tracking technique of his fourth soul ring, suddenly propelling himself into the air and appearing right before the formidable gorilla. The gorilla, clutching the wings of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, let out a thunderous roar and swung a massive paw towards him. In terms of strength, Zhao Wujie had only once acknowledged defeat, but this gorilla, with less than 2,000 years of cultivation, did not warrant even a glance from him. Zhao Wujie's first soul ring technique, the unmoving king of wisdom, was unleashed. Merging offense and defense as the century-old soul skill sent the gorilla staggering back 2 steps, nearly incapacitating the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake beneath the force of Zhao Wujie's area of effect attack. The gorilla, now thoroughly intimidated, attempted to flee but was struck by Zhao Wujie's powerful uppercut, rendering it unconscious. The arriving Zhang Yang and others could only silently applaud Zhao Wujie, strong, invincible. A level 78 battle spirit saint effortlessly subduing a gorilla with less than 2,000 years of cultivation was merely child's play. A single punch to take it down was to be expected. All right, Oscar, act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications, Zhao Wujie urged, maintaining his spirit possession while holding the gorilla in his grasp. Yes, master, Oscar replied, eagerly taking the long dagger handed to him by Zhang Yang and rushing towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. At that moment, Zhao Wujie remained alert, watching the direction from which the snake had approached. The snake had already sustained severe injuries by the time it was discovered, or it would not have been unable to evade even the gorilla's pursuit. Moreover, had it not been attacked and wounded, it would not have fled to the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where Zhang Yang and his companions encountered it. In a stroke of fortune, Oscar was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake when a raspy voice suddenly commanded, "Stop." Immediately, 2 figures emerged from the direction the snake had come. Before the group stood an elderly woman and a young girl. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair meticulously styled. Despite her age, she exuded vitality, her wrinkled face glowing like that of an infant, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long snake-headed cane, her 6 soul rings oscillating rhythmically, indicating her status as a level 60 soul engineer. Beside her stood a striking girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, clad in a form-fitting purple outfit that accentuated her figure, wielding a 2-meter-long snake-headed cane. Her 200-year soul rings also pulsating. The initial reaction among the group was one of concern that the aggrieved party had arrived. But upon realizing that the elderly woman was merely a level 60 soul engineer, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, especially with Zhao Wujie standing close by. Chapter 24. The unreasonableness of the Child of Destiny upon witnessing the 7 soul rings pulsating around Zhao Wujie, 3 of which were remarkably those of 10,000 years. The elderly woman's heart sank, realizing that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake would likely be lost today. The serpent-headed staff belonged to a soul emperor of level 60. It was indeed the serpent matriarch, Xiangxiang. Noticing the unmistakable insignia of her identity, Zhang Yang furrowed his brows. Though Zhang Yang had long forgotten the original narrative of Douluo, he had absorbed much knowledge under the master's tutelage. Long Gong Mingshu and serpent matriarch Xiangxiang formed a legendary duo within the soul master realm. The fusion techniques unleashed by Long Gong's dragon-headed staff and serpent matriarch's serpent-headed staff were exceedingly formidable. Only those who reached the title Douluo level could hope to counter them. The master had conducted profound research on martial soul fusion techniques due to the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, imparting detailed information about the peerless long snake to Zhang Yang and Tang San. Teacher Zhao, she is likely the serpent matriarch Xiangxiang of the peerless long snake. Zhang Yang whispered to Zhao Wujie. Indeed, as Zhang Yang was a disciple of the master and shared the same thought, Zhao Wujie readily acknowledged Zhang Yang's conjecture. However, the peerless long snake was known for the inseparability of Ming and Jiao. With the serpent matriarch present, Long Gong could not be far behind. If they were to launch a surprise attack, the younger ones were of little concern. It was the elder who would be unable to escape. If the serpent matriarch fled, she would undoubtedly be pursued by the peerless long snake. This posed quite a dilemma. The thought of resorting to violence flitted through his mind as Zhao Wujie clasped his hands in greeting. Are you not the esteemed serpent matriarch of the peerless long snake? I dare not claim such a title. I am indeed Xiangxiang, yet I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Soul Sage Zhao Wujie, she replied, her expression shifting. I wondered where such a young soul sage came from. It turns out to be the renowned immovable king of the soul master realm. However, as she spoke, Xiangxiang felt a heaviness in her heart, for it was said that Zhao Wujie acted solely on his whims, often resorting to violence. With Long Gong absent, the soul rings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake might truly be lost. Merely a bad reputation, Zhao Wujie smiled. I have long since secluded myself within the academy, teaching for many years. My visit to the Douluo forest was solely to procure soul rings for 2 students, and unexpectedly, I encountered this mighty gorilla slaying the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Xiangxiang glanced at the unconscious mighty gorilla, recognizing it as a 1,000-year level soul beast. How coincidental, she mused. After I captured these 2 soul beasts, I discovered they were perfectly suited for my 2 students. What? The serpent matriarch gasped in astonishment. With her keen eyesight, she discerned that the eldest among the children was merely of an age comparable to her granddaughter, yet to her surprise, 2 of them had already reached level 30 in soul power. She was astounded to learn that Zhao Wujie had 2 such gifted youngsters under his wing. Which 2? She wondered, first glancing at the oldest, Dai Mubai, and then at the towering Zhang Yang beside Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin beamed like a smiling tiger. What? Does Sister Chao Dian not believe it? Come, Zhang Yang, Oscar, tell the esteemed serpent matriarch your current soul power levels. Stepping forward, Zhang Yang respectfully addressed the serpent matriarch. Esteemed matriarch Ko Xiangxiang, I am Zhang Yang, a master of the second ring with a Yellow Ape martial soul, currently at level 30. Yellow Ape? Ko Xiangxiang thought. Perhaps a type of yellow-haired ape soul beast. It seems the mighty gorilla was indeed intended for him. Oscar mimicked Zhang Yang. Esteemed matriarch Ko Xiangxiang, I am Oscar, a master of the second ring with a sausage martial soul, also at level 30. What? It is this boy? And he is a food type? Ko Xiangxiang was taken aback. Immediately regarding Oscar with newfound respect. With a warm demeanor, she inquired, young man, are you truly a food type soul master? I wonder which sect you hail from. Oscar shook his head. I do not belong to any sect. The principal said my martial soul underwent a mutation, resulting in this form. No sect? The serpent matriarch's mind began to whirl with thoughts of poaching such a talent. If she could recruit such a gifted food-type soul master to assist her granddaughter, it would be perfect. Just as she contemplated her plans, Tang San interjected, esteemed matriarch Ko Xiangxiang, please forgive my impertinence. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is on its last breath. If we do not decide its fate soon, this soul ring may go to waste. Ko Xiangxiang's intent to recruit was thwarted by Tang San's words. Striking her staff upon the ground, she retorted with a sharp tone, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was discovered by me first, and thus it rightfully belongs to me. From yesterday to today, I have intercepted this soul beast twice, leaving several wounds on it with my serpent staff, some of which have severely injured it. Were it not for its exceptional escape skills, this situation would not have arisen. Yet, esteemed matriarch, if not for teacher Zhao's timely intervention in stopping the mighty gorilla, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake would have already fallen victim to it. Tang San countered. Ko Xiangxiang had to concede that the snake's wings were indeed torn and hanging from the mighty gorilla's mouth. If Zhao Wujin had intervened, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake would not have met such a fate. In the Stardow Forest, soul beasts were considered unclaimed possessions. Whoever slayed them would rightfully own them. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had evaded the matriarch twice and ultimately fell into their hands. It was fate. Esteemed matriarch, it would be wise to accept this reality. Humph. Ko Xiangxiang's serpent staff struck the ground, her anger evident. What a sharp-tongued lad. Very well, since this matter cannot be settled amicably. Let us adhere to the customs of the Soul Master realm, and let strength determine the ownership of this soul ring. Should I lose, I shall depart without a word. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately turned to Zhao Wujin, who nodded in agreement. Since Sister Chao Dian has proposed it, let it be so. However, as Oscar is a food-type soul master and cannot participate, I must select one of my students to replace him in this contest. How do you feel about that? That is natural, Ko Xiangxiang nodded. With her approval, Tang San eagerly volunteered, Teacher, I will step in for Oscar. I am only at level 29. So it is not an unfair advantage. Ko Xiangxiang felt somewhat numb, yet another genius had emerged. Did Zhao Wujin truly come from a gathering of monsters? Esteemed matriarch, what do you think? My student is a battle soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul, currently at level 29, fulfilling the criteria for battle. Very well. Ko Xiangxiang conceded. If one who is even a level lower cannot triumph, then I shall have no further objections. Thus, Tang San and Ming Yiran faced each other, while the others stepped back to provide them with space for combat. I am Tang San, with a blue-silver grass martial soul, a master of the second ring at level 29. The girl coldly replied, I am Ming Yiran, with a serpent staff martial soul, a master of the second ring at level 30. Though she claimed not to hold an advantage, in reality, Tang San had the upper hand, as a control-type martial soul. He naturally countered the assault-type Ming Yiran. Indeed, mere moments into their battle, Ming Yiran found herself ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, rendered immobile like a dumpling. However, Ming Yiran's two yellow soul rings were not mere decorations. As her second soul ring illuminated, she contorted her body as if devoid of bones. Swiftly emerging from the blue-silver grass, freed from its grasp, her first soul ring activated, and the serpent-headed staff in her hand unleashed a venomous blade over 2 feet long, aimed directly at Tang San. This was a battle that demanded swiftness. Thus, Tang San resorted to his Xianyu hand, grasping Ming Yiran's lethal tongue blade and engaging in a contest of soul power. Ultimately, due to her usage of an additional second soul ring technique, Ming Yiran, possessing a soul power of 30, succumbed to Tang San, who wielded a soul power of merely 29. Although the clash of soul power was an exceedingly perilous confrontation, the nuances of such a duel could only be fully appreciated by those involved. To outsiders, however, the outcome was perplexing. How did she lose? Why did she lose? With blood on her lips and her vitality waning, Ming Yiran was far from unscathed, while Tang San, having consumed a recovery sausage, swiftly sat cross-legged to recuperate his soul power. The members of Shrek quickly surrounded Tang San, forming a protective barrier around him. Zhao Wujin approached the snake matriarch with a smile, inquiring, Sister, what do you say? The snake matriarch replied coolly, a bet is a bet. a loss is a loss. The 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake now belongs to you. I shall remember this day. Zhao Wujin, seemingly oblivious to the implicit threat in her words, turned to Oscar and gestured for him to hasten. You little rascal, why are you dawdling? Observing Oscar beginning to absorb the soul ring, Ming Iran looked begrudgingly at her grandmother. Grandma, you must advocate for me. The snake matriarch frowned slightly, saying, let us depart. We have lost. We shall discuss this further when we locate your grandfather. Her gaze shifted back to Zhao Wujin, the unmoved king. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Until we meet again. With that, the snake matriarch took to the skies with Ming Iran, yet Zhao Wujin remained vigilant, summoning Zhang Yang and urging him to swiftly eliminate the nearby great-strength gorilla to absorb its soul ring. Hurry and absorb the soul ring. We must leave this place at once. Aware of Zhao Wujin's constant vigilance towards the elusive Dragon Duke, Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. His movements precise as he executed a piercing strike that penetrated the gorilla's brain, ending its life, carrying the gorilla's lifeless form to a spot not far from Oscar. Zhang Yang also sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the purple soul ring. Daimu Bai and the others protected Tang San, while Zhao Wujin guarded Zhang Yang and Oscar, all remaining alert and resolute. Similar to his prior experiences with soul ring absorption, a molten flow of soul power surged into Zhang Yang's body, causing his internal soul power to swell and race through a cyclical pathway. As the soul power surged, the pathway expanded, accommodating an increasing volume of energy. Gradually, the swelling ceased, and the circulation returned to normal. Before long, Zhang Yang opened his eyes. Upon completing the soul ring absorption, he found the others gathered around Tang San, celebrating jubilantly. Even Zhao Wujin wore an expression of delight. You're awake, Zhao Wujin exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, Zhang Yang affirmed with a nod. Hearing the commotion, Ma Hongjun approached eagerly. Hey, Zhang Yang, you're awake. He then leaned in close, a mischievous grin on his face. Zhang Yang, I have some unfortunate news. And I'm not quite sure how to tell you. Zhang Yang replied perplexed. Unfortunate news? With that sneaky smile, how could it be bad? For you. It is indeed bad news, Ma Hongjun said, patting Zhang Yang's shoulder in a consolatory manner. Do you remember when you broke through to the 30th level yesterday? And we mentioned you set a record as the youngest soul master in the academy? Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, of course. Is that the bad news you speak of? That is indeed the bad news. Just now, Tang San also reached the 30th level, Ma Hongjun chuckled. You surpassed Tang San by a day. But he was born a few months after you, so technically, he is the youngest soul master in the academy. Zhang Yang realized the implications and felt a wave of emotions. Truly, the child of destiny seems to defy reason in every aspect. Just look at that talent. As formidable as a monster. Chapter 25. Erming, acknowledging kinship, Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity. By the way, Zhang Yang, what is your third soul skill? Zhao Wujing, seated nearby, also perked up his ears to listen. Zhang Yang responded with remarkable composure. My third soul ring skill is called Lightspeed Body Technique, a skill that enhances my physical attack power. However, this skill requires me to activate my first and second soul ring skills beforehand. Is it possible for soul ring techniques to be interconnected like that? Ma Hongjun questioned, puzzled. It might be due to the mutation of my martial soul, Zhang Yang shrugged. You have a mutated martial soul too, so you understand that such anomalies are common with them. Ma Hongjun nodded in deep understanding, having been troubled by his own issues with the evil fire. In truth, Zhang Yang's inner thoughts were far from the calm facade he displayed. What exactly is the Lightspeed Body Technique? A more straightforward name would be Lightspeed Kick. The Lightspeed Kick is a kick executed at the speed of light, one of the signature skills of the character Kizuru. While the power of the Lightspeed Kick may not be cataclysmic, its flamboyance renders it Kizuru's signature move, especially when coupled with the phrase, speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? It is undeniably magnificent, catapulting the Lightspeed fruit to the rank of the most stylish abilities in One Piece. Zhang Yang resolved that whenever he performed the Lightspeed Kick, he would dramatically accompany it with that line. As for why the Lightspeed Kick requires both the elementalization and flash body techniques as prerequisites, Zhang Yang had an inkling. The activation of flash body allows his kicking speed to reach light speed, while elementalization enables him to mitigate the recoil from executing the Lightspeed Kick. Of course, the third soul ring skill, Lightspeed Body Technique, encompasses more than just the Lightspeed Kick. To be precise, it is a compilation of all physical attacks executed at light speed. Thus, should Zhang Yang desire, he could also perform peculiar techniques such as Lightspeed Uppercut, Lightspeed Elbow Strike, and Lightspeed Headbutt. In summary, Zhang Yang's power had undoubtedly seen a significant enhancement. Moreover, with the acquisition of his third soul ring, all 6 techniques no longer consumed soul power to execute. After all, with a potent attack skill like the Lightspeed Kick at his disposal, he would likely refrain from expending soul power on these 3 techniques, lest they fade into obscurity. Following Ma Hongjun, others approached Zhang Yang to inquire about his third soul ring skill, and he answered each query in turn. Through this, he learned that Oscar's third soul ring skill was the Flight Mushroom Sausage, which enabled rapid flight for a minute. However, this sausage held little utility for Zhang Yang, as its speed could not match his light speed movement, and he had the Moonstep for aerial mobility. Nevertheless, Given that consuming the mushroom sausage did not deplete his soul or physical strength, he praised Oscar's third soul skill. As Tang San had advanced to the soul master level, the group would need to remain in the Douluo forest for a while longer to assist him in hunting soul rings. Having experienced numerous events today, it was deemed unwise to continue their expedition, so Zhao Wujing decided to halt for the day, planning to resume hunting for Tang San's soul rings after everyone had rested. However, concerned that the Snake Lady might return with the Dragon Council seeking trouble, Zhao Wujing led the Shrek members to relocate their camp and conceal their tracks. That night, the group huddled together, spending the evening in cultivation. The following morning, as Tang San descended from the treetops after practicing his purple extreme magic eye, he discovered Zhang Yang holding a water pouch, assisting Ning Rongrong with her face wash. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, it was likely Ning Rongrong's first time washing her face in such a manner. Without a basin or various skincare products, she could only let Zhang Yang pour water into her hands while she squatted carefully to prevent wetting her clothes and shoes. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong understood the necessity of foregoing luxuries in the Douluo forest, and the refreshing cool water helped invigorate her spirit, prompting a radiant smile. During breakfast, Xiaowu stealthily sidled up to Tang San and whispered, "I never noticed, but Zhang Yang is quite adept at wooing girls." Considering the big fuss just a few days ago, Tang San felt that discussing this topic was inappropriate, so he merely focused on consuming his rations and vegetables. Observing Zhang Yang thoughtfully offering Ning Rongrong a clean piece of fruit while Tang San munched on a carrot, Xiaowu pouted in silence. Although she had a carrot in hand, it lacked the flavor of one offered by Tang San. The master had long prepared a selection of soul beasts for Tang San's third soul ring. Among them were various common types. And as long as their cultivation age was suitable, Tang San would not hold back. Yet curiously, despite 2 days of searching in the Douluo forest, they had yet to encounter a suitable soul beast. Could it be that soul beasts also observe rest days? Perhaps we should return during the work week? If it weren't for the fear of the fearsome dragon snake, Tang San's soul beast would likely have been secured by now. Rather than merely circling the periphery of the Douluo forest, Zhao Wujing sighed in resignation. That night, after dinner, the group returned to their tents to continue their cultivation. Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong instinctively sat together, engaging earnestly in their training. However, before Zhang Yang could complete a single cycle of soul power operation, Zhao Wujing's deep voice resonated in their ears, "Everyone, leave the tent." Quickly. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's warning, the group swiftly exited the tent, gathering beside Zhao Wujing, who had transformed into the formidable Titan Great Ape. "Teacher Zhao, what is the matter?" Dai Mubai inquired. Zhao Wujing did not respond to his question. "Everyone, get behind me. If anything happens, do not concern yourselves with me. Leave immediately, prioritize exiting the Douluo forest." He turned to Mubai and Zhang Yang, "While I am absent, the responsibility of protecting everyone rests on your shoulders." The group's perplexity at Zhao Wujing's tense demeanor was palpable. Just then, in the direction of Zhao Wujing's gaze, 2 towering trees slowly parted, and a massive, dark silhouette emerged silently from between them. When the group finally discerned the true nature of the shadow, their breath caught in their throats. The Titan Great Ape. Tang San's voice trembled. The Titan Great Ape resembled a hybrid of a gorilla and a monkey. Crouching at 7 meters high and standing at least 15 meters tall, its robust muscles bulging like small hills, as solid as granite. This creature, of the century-grade level, could contend with 10,000-year soul beasts, excelling in strength, speed, attack, and defense, an almost perfect embodiment of terror. Before them stood a Titan Great Ape of at least 10,000-year caliber. Tang San's mind raced with information about the Titan Great Ape. He could not fathom why such a powerful creature would appear here. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately. Zhao Wujing spoke in a grave tone. The Titan Great Ape could comprehend human speech, but it paid no heed to Zhao Wujing's overtures of goodwill and quietly took a step forward. That step severed the taut nerves of everyone present. "Run!" With a resounding roar, Zhao Wujia activated his 4 soul rings simultaneously. 1, 2, 3, and 5. He soared into the sky with an indomitable spirit, fully channeling the power of the mighty golden palm as he unleashed a formidable strike towards the Titan giant ape. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. "Zhang Yang, cover everyone and make haste." Dai Mubai commanded, unleashing the 3rd soul ring ability, transforming into the White Tiger King with a ferocious blood-red glint in his eyes. His razor-sharp tiger claws struck towards the forelimbs of the Titan giant ape. "Xiao San, protect Rongrong and Oscar," Zhang Yang urged, his height surging to 2 meters and 1, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glowed in unison. In an instant, he became a streak of yellow light, appearing beside Dai Mubai. "I shall assist them." Ning Rongrong realized that her support was crucial at this moment. Without hesitation, she summoned her 7 treasure glaze tile, activating 2 soul rings as 6 beams of light enveloped Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai, and Zhang Yang. With Ning Rongrong remaining steadfast, the others felt compelled to stay as well. Tang San unleashed the blue-silver grass to restrain the Titan giant ape's forearm, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing swiftly ascended the trees, preparing to launch an attack from above. Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of phoenix flames aimed at the vital lower region of the Titan giant ape, intending to impart a fiery lesson. Meanwhile, Oscar quickly conjured mushroom sausage to prepare an escape route for everyone. The strength of the 7 treasure glazed tile lay in its ability to amplify power without regard for the Soul Master's rank. Both Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai received a 30 enhancement, while Zhao Wujie, at level 76, also enjoyed a 30 boost. Empowered by this augmentation, Zhao Wujie unleashed an attack on par with the Soul Douluo, striking the Titan Giant Ape's crown. Almost simultaneously, the strikes from Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai collided with the Titan Giant Ape's forelimb. Experiencing the speed of his first light-speed kick, Zhang Yang felt that this was the most powerful strike he had delivered in years. Yet, to their astonishment, the Titan Giant Ape merely tilted its head slightly backward in response to Zhao Wujie's fierce blow, and Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai's attacks did not even budge its forelimb. Subsequently, the Titan Giant Ape let out a thunderous roar. A wave of dark energy surged forth beneath the cloak of night, sweeping away the unprepared group. Except for the elemental Zhang Yang, everyone else was sent flying in an instant. But the ordeal did not end there. The Titan Giant Ape, disturbed from its visit, lunged towards the toppled group. No, Zhao Wujie bellowed. He was thrown off by the shockwave above the Titan Giant Ape, utterly powerless to intervene. As the Titan Giant Ape's massive form descended upon them like a mountain, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped the group. Yet, amidst the chaos, some managed to muster their strength. Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared Xiao Wu's waist, swinging her away like a chain ball, swiftly distancing her from the Titan Giant Ape. In tandem, he kicked Ma Hongjun in the abdomen, propelling him out of the Titan Giant Ape's attack range. Meanwhile, he barely managed to escape himself while saving 2 others. Dai Mubai lunged towards Zhu Xing, striking the ground with his tiger paw to create a deep pit, before diving into it with her. Zhang Yang reacted almost simultaneously with Dai Mubai, but unlike the others, he remained grounded amidst the shockwave, finding himself in a secure position as the Titan Giant Ape charged forward. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang resolutely dashed into the Titan Giant Ape's attack zone. Chapter 26. The beginning of the chant. This chapter is somewhat toxic and can be skipped. Zhang Yang dashed back into danger for a simple reason. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were still there. Auxiliary Spirit Masters lack offensive power, and when peril arises, they are the most vulnerable. If they choose to team up with you in treacherous terrain, it signifies their complete trust in you with their lives. One must not betray the trust of an Auxiliary Spirit Master. Master's words echoed in his mind. In a flash of brilliance, Zhang Yang appeared beside Ning Rongrong, wrapping his arm around her waist and swiftly kicking Oscar away. The kick was somewhat optional. Even holding one in each arm would suffice to lead them out of danger. However, Zhang Yang genuinely wanted to give Oscar a good kick. How could you, just as the Titan Giant Ape appeared, start making flying sausages? Now you have a whole bunch of them, and you don't even think of eating one to save your life? Zhang Yang was aware that Oscar was not particularly sturdy, so he held back on the kick, merely sending him airborne before catching him under his arm, swiftly evading the Titan Giant Ape's assault. The Titan Giant Ape crouched at a height of only 7 meters, and its strike range was not overwhelmingly vast. Thus, Zhang Yang easily led the 2 auxiliary spirit masters to safety behind the Titan Giant Ape. Rongrong, are you all right? Zhang Yang asked, releasing Oscar and turning to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I'm fine. Just as Zhang Yang was about to say more, Tang San's furious roar rang out. No, let go of Xiao Wu. Turning back, he saw Zhao Wujie unleashing his 7th spirit ring, transforming into a massive brown bear 5 meters away. The Titan Giant Ape grasped Xiao Wu with one hand, closing its eyes to block Tang San's barrage of hidden weapons, while swinging its other hand to intercept Zhao Wujie's powerful strike. With a thunderous roar, another wave of darkness surged forward, sending Tang San flying through the air, crashing violently into a large tree. Don't. Xiao Wu's scream faded into the distance as the Titan Giant Ape leapt over 100 meters. Xiao Wu's been taken, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Zhang Yang's brow furrowed instantly. He knew Xiao Wu was the reincarnation of a 10,000-year soul beast, but he was unclear about her connection with the Titan Giant Ape. After all, it had been 24 years since he last read the original text, and he had forgotten every detail of the plot. To save or not to save? Zhang Yang's mind was in turmoil. If they were a hunting party of spirit masters facing the Titan Giant Ape and only one person had been captured, they would certainly not attempt to rescue, instead feeling a sense of relief to have survived. However, they were merely a group of students, young and impulsive. Zhang Yang was not particularly young himself, but he possessed the life-saving skill of elemental transformation, enabling him to escape even the most perilous situations. Therefore, while Tang San was covertly directing Oscar to prepare flying mushroom sausages, Zhang Yang vanished, appearing 100 meters away from the group. Teacher Zhao, I'll pursue. His voice echoed from afar, yet he had already disappeared from sight, moving so swiftly that Ning Rongrong hadn't even had time to amplify him with her spirit. The Titan Giant Ape moved similarly to a normal gorilla, yet with its immense strength, each leap covered over 100 meters. While such speed could shake off Zhao Wujie, it could not evade Zhang Yang, who had activated his luminous essence. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yang heard the Titan Giant Ape's deep roar and witnessed numerous soul beasts fleeing in disarray. Realizing something was amiss, he began to stealthily approach the source of the Titan Giant Ape's sound. Before long, Zhang Yang spotted the Titan Giant Ape, and, beside it, Xiao Wu sitting cross-legged. At that moment, a faint red glow enveloped Xiao Wu, her 2 yellow spirit rings pulsating rhythmically, with with the ethereal image of her spirit, the jade rabbit, appearing behind her. The Titan giant ape lay low beside Xiaowu, gazing at her with a hint of yearning in its colossal eyes. Zhang Yang was familiar with this scene. It was clearly a version of Xiaowu cultivating, with Tang San guarding her. So Xiaowu knows the Titan giant ape, Zhang Yang thought. Before he could allow a sigh of relief to escape his lips, a massive figure suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his view. The imposing form, reminiscent of a small mountain, with muscles bulging like hills, was none other than the Titan giant ape. Upon realizing that Zhang Yang was one of those who had entered the forest with Xiaowu, the Titan giant ape harbored murderous intent. It might have discovered that Xiaowu was the reincarnation of a soul beast, and thus, Zhang Yang had to die. Wait. Zhang Yang quickly raised his hands, signaling the Titan giant ape to halt. I'm a friend of Xiaowu. I mean no harm. The Titan giant ape, however, was uninterested in Zhang Yang's explanations, unable to unleash a shockwave with Xiaowu behind it. The Titan giant ape lifted its massive right paw and brought it crashing down. Boom. The fierce strike created a 3-meter-deep imprint in the ground. Yet Zhang Yang had already vanished without a trace. However, the Titan giant ape was immensely powerful. It could naturally sense whether Zhang Yang was alive or dead. As it turned its head, it indeed found Zhang Yang standing less than a meter away from Xiaowu, exaggeratedly wiping the sweat from his brow. The Titan giant ape was furious. This was its first experience of feeling threatened. There is a saying, you only realize that violence does not solve problems when a mosquito lands on your private parts. Grasping the Titan giant ape's life thread, Zhang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sit down, make yourself at home. Sit your grandpa. The Titan giant ape huffed, its breathing deep and heavy. Zhang Yang calmly sat cross-legged on the ground. My name is Zhang Yang. I am 12 years old. And I reside in Holy Spirit Village in the southwest of the Heavendo Empire. I do not have a girlfriend. The Titan giant ape's lantern-like eyes widened. I study at Shrek Academy, where I train diligently to enhance my strength. I am not one to indulge in frivolities. I have only gambled once. In every battle, I charge to the forefront, creating the best environment for my classmates to output their strength. I also prepare necessary supplies for my classmates. I have brought plenty of carrots that Xiaowu likes, almost never missing a detail. Each morning, I provide fresh water for my classmates to wash up, alleviating the fatigue and sluggishness from their all-night cultivation and welcoming the new day. Everyone expresses their gratitude for these efforts. The Titan giant ape growled deeply, clearly confused by this man's lengthy discourse. I am illustrating to you that I am someone who values teamwork and my classmates, not fixated on personal gain, nor entangled in selfish desires, and I do not wish to be the subject of gossip among my peers. This reflects my attitude towards my classmates. And I also understand that we are not in a life-or-death confrontation. However, even if it comes to blows, I can still escape your grasp. The Titan giant ape perceived Zhang Yang's final remark as a provocation. In other words, mighty king of the forest, since you will not harm Xiaowu, there is no reason for you to harm me. The Titan giant ape remained puzzled by Zhang Yang's confidence. Big brother Zhang. Xiaowu had referred to him in this way before. After Zhang Yang's epic recitation, the Titan giant ape finally fell silent. At this critical juncture, as Xiaowu was on the verge of acquiring her third spirit ring, he felt uncertain of his ability to eliminate this individual without causing her harm. Time slipped away, second by second, as a red glow enveloped Xiaowu, gradually revealing a layer of purple light. The purple radiance transformed into twinkling starlight, coalescing into the unmistakable shape of a millennium spirit ring. As the spirit ring descended upon Xiaowu, her appearance matured significantly, her youthful innocence diminishing. The ethereal image of the jade rabbit behind her also solidified slightly. Moments later, Xiaowu opened her eyes. With a growl, the Titan giant ape reacted to her awakening. Upon hearing its low growl, Xiaowu's body instantly stiffened. As a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, she comprehended the language of spirit beasts. The Titan giant ape was insinuating, your identity seems to be revealed, Sister Xiaowu. Should we eliminate him? Stiffly, she turned her head to see Zhang Yang resting his chin on one hand, a smile adorning his face. Zhang Yang. Xiaowu's voice trembled. How could Zhang Yang be here? Had her identity truly been exposed? Should she deny it or speak the truth? Concealing the truth while cohabitating harmoniously with the Titan giant ape, would such a flimsy excuse fool Zhang Yang? Conversely, if she spoke candidly, how would Zhang Yang perceive her? Would he inform Tang San? What reaction would Tang San have upon learning the truth? Although she did not fully understand, they had been classmates for 6 years. And given that she was Tang San's beloved sister, Zhang Yang would surely keep her secret. He stood up, supporting himself with his hands. I have been searching for quite a while. I must return now. What about you? Hearing this, Xiaowu sighed in relief. After 6 years of acquaintance, she trusted Zhang Yang's character. However, a sense of confusion soon enveloped her. Tang San was likely racing over to find her. With his feelings for her, he would undoubtedly insist on seeing her, alive or dead. Even if she managed to persuade him to return, he would eventually wreak havoc in the Stardew Forest. Xiaowu was naturally unwilling to part from Tang San. Yet Zhang Yang's presence left her in a state of indecision. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before suggesting, if you need to fabricate a story, feel free to tell me. I will cooperate. If not, I will inform everyone that I failed to catch the Titan giant ape after a long search and had to return empty-handed. I will go back. Xiao Wu resolved. After transforming into a spirit beast of 100,000 years, she needed to experience human essence to progress in her cultivation. However, even beyond her own training, she felt it imperative to return for Tang San. Very well, let us return together. But you must prepare an excuse for escaping from the Titan giant ape. I can only provide cover from the sidelines. The Titan giant ape emitted a disgruntled roar upon hearing that Xiao Wu intended to leave with this man. Ming, Xiao Wu addressed the Titan giant ape. I'm going back with Zhang Yang to find our companions. Remember what I said before. Next time you sense my presence, observe from a distance before taking action. Do not act rashly or harm my friends. The Titan giant ape nodded its massive head in response. All right, Zhang Yang, let us depart. With that, Xiao Wu leapt onto a branch, racing back in the direction from which she came. On the way, she devised an excuse for her companions and soon found Tang San, Zhao Wujie, and others about 3 to 4 kilometers away from their camp. At that moment, Tang San was seated cross-legged in front of a colossal spider spirit beast, desperately absorbing its spirit ring. A faint reddish mist, tinged with a metallic scent, swirled around him, displaying the agony he was enduring. Xiao Wu, you're alive? Upon her sudden appearance, Oscar was momentarily stunned, this rather ungraceful remark slipping from his lips. Zhang Yang soon followed, making his entrance. Zhang Yang. Ning Rongrong expressed relief. It's truly wonderful that you and Xiao Wu are safe. Uncle Big Sausage, were you hoping for my demise? Xiao Wu questioned. Noticing the grim expression on Tang San's face. What is happening? This mist. Oh heavens, what has happened to Tang San? Do not disturb him. He is in the process of absorbing his third spirit ring, Zhao Wujie quickly interjected, blocking Xiao Wu's path. A millennium-level human-faced demon spider? Indeed. It was among the spirit beasts planned by the master, but didn't he advise against Tang San choosing such a spirit beast? The energy from its spirit ring is far too overwhelming, and the age is uncertain due to insufficient data, Zhang Yang observed, furrowing his brow. Xiao Wu's heart ached in silence. The human-faced demon spider Tang San was absorbing was 2,000 years old, evidenced by its legs exceeding 3 meters in length. However, according to the Master's research, the acceptable age for the third spirit ring should only be around 1,700 years. The ambiguity surrounding its age posed the greatest dilemma. Fortunately, Tang San possessed exceptional physical qualities, despite the arduous process. He should be able to withstand the spirit ring without significant issues, Zhang Yang analyzed with his arms crossed. The master had discovered that possessing twin martial souls greatly enhances a spirit master's physical prowess, especially considering one of Tang San's martial souls was the Haotian hammer. Curiosity enveloped the group regarding Xiao Wu's safe escape from the Titan giant ape, prompting numerous inquiries. However, Xiao Wu had already devised an excuse during her journey and, with Zhang Yang's assistance, managed to satisfactorily mislead everyone. The group did not press further, providing Xiao Wu with a sigh of relief. Yet, the necessity of providing Zhang Yang with a response loomed in her mind, leading to further contemplation. Chapter 27. Suddenly looking back. The master appears in the flickering lights as the child of destiny. Tang San was not easily defeated by mere 2,000-year soul rings. He not only successfully absorbed them, but also obtained the exceedingly precious external soul bone, the 8 spider spears. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's safe return, Tang San excitedly embraced her, his eyes glistening with tears. As Tang San's emotions gradually stabilized, his companions curiously inquired how he had vanquished the faceless demon spider. Consequently, Tang San showcased the Zhuge crossbow to everyone and elaborated on his concealed weapon techniques that surpassed Ming-Es. The formidable power of the Zhuge crossbow, the enigmatic techniques of concealed weapons, and the novel concept of hidden armaments all left a profound impression on those encountering such weaponry for the first time. Faced with such a powerful weapon, Oscar, being a food-type soul master without any combat prowess, was the first to express his desire for the Zhuge crossbow. Fortunately, since Tang San had decided to display the crossbow, he readily agreed to provide a set to everyone at cost price. Upon returning to the academy, the group finally relaxed their taut nerves, and fatigue swiftly enveloped them. Just as they prepared to retire for a well-deserved rest, Ning Rongrong called out to Tang San, wishing to speak with him privately. It turned out that after witnessing the Zhuge crossbow's might, Ning Rongrong had suddenly conceived the idea of ordering a badge for the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for self-defense. With the Zhuge crossbow, the clan members would possess an additional means of self-protection. After all, even with the protection of affiliated disciples, it was preferable to have power in one's own hands, especially considering past incidents within the sect where disciples had betrayed and abducted direct descendants. The essence of concealed weapons and the tremendous power of the Zhuge crossbow lay in the very nature of stealth. Should this matter become public, the enemies would be forewarned, rendering the Zhuge crossbow ineffective even if the sect's disciples were equipped with it. This issue pertained to the safety of the sect's direct descendants, which is why Ning Rongrong sought a private discussion with Tang San, excluding even Zhang Yang and Xiao Wu from overhearing. Tang San found himself in a quandary due to the complexity of crafting the Zhuge crossbow. However, he did not dismiss her request outright. Instead, he resolved to ponder the matter carefully before providing Ning Rongrong with a response. Relieved by his answer, Ning Rongrong smiled slightly and began to tease Tang San. Oh dear. I must think about how to explain this to Xiao Wu. I can't let her get jealous. Tang San chuckled in response. It's not just Xiao Wei you need to consider. You also have to think about how to explain it to Zhang Yang. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. But Zhang Yang and I have no such relationship. Why would I need to explain anything to him? Tang San laughed. That I cannot say. Even if Zhang Yang trusts me, he must be pondering over this matter right now. Perhaps he is sulking in the dormitory. Let him sulk if he wishes, replied Tang San as he prepared to depart. Ning Rongrong, not waiting for his reply, dashed off. Tang San noted that her departure did not seem to lead towards the female dormitory and smiled without further comment. On his way back, Tang San had heard Zhang Yang repeatedly lamenting the 10 golden soul coins awarded for winning battles at the Grand Soul Arena. Thus he was certain that Ning Rongrong's visit to Zhang Yang would yield no results. However, he chose not to disclose the truth to Ning Rongrong, allowing her to make a fruitless trip, especially since she had previously teased him about Xiao Wu. As anticipated, after knocking on Zhang Yang's door to no avail, Ning Rongrong inquired with Oscar and learned that Zhang Yang had not returned to the dormitory after arriving at the academy. Instead, he had consumed a recovery sausage and headed to Soto City. After Ning Rongrong revealed her true nature, Oscar became disheartened, realizing that despite her recent improvements in character, Zhang Yang had already made his move. Although Oscar felt regret, he understood that it was time to turn the page on this chapter. Upon arriving in Soto City, Zhang Yang had ample time to first register his rank at the Spirit Hall and collect the 100 golden soul coin subsidy for achieving the Soul Master level. As this was his first time undergoing soul power testing and receiving subsidies in Soto City, Zhang Yang faced another round of recruitment attempts from the Spirit Hall. He sensed that the Soul Masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall seemed to operate under some performance metric, often eager to attract talented Soul Masters. After evading the Spirit Hall's advances, Zhang Yang indulged in a hearty meal at a local restaurant, leisurely sipping on tea. When the time felt right, he entered the Grand Soul Arena. At the registration counter, Zhang Yang submitted his Iron Soul badge, proceeded with the Soul Power test, and entered the ranking phase for Soul battles. Having recently absorbed a Soul Ring, his current Soul Power stood at level 31, qualifying him for battles at the Soul Master level. The registration staff advised him that his opponents would likely be around levels 38 or 39, making the odds of victory quite slim. Zhang Yang was unconcerned about losing. He merely lamented the impending sorrow of the gamblers who would wager against him. Regrettably, if Dai Mubai were present, he could have profited handsomely. The audience for battles at the Soul Master level was considerably larger than that of the Great Soul Master level. Willing to spend a little more on tickets for a more thrilling spectacle, the spectators eagerly filled the stands. Soon, it was Zhang Yang's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a level 38 Soul Master with a leopard spirit, suggesting he was a formidable agility-type combatant. Despite the inherent advantage of agility over strength, the difference in soul power between level 38 and level 31 was significant. Had it been anyone other than Zhang Yang, a level 31 Soul Master would have had no chance of victory. As the opponent transformed into his leopard form, his claws glimmering like blades, he lunged at Zhang Yang with astonishing speed, intending to gauge his capabilities. At that moment, Zhang Yang activated his first and second Soul Ring abilities, effortlessly evading the attack. However, adopting a humble approach, he still initiated the paper drawing technique. In this state, he resembled a delicate sheet of paper, floating effortlessly, dodging the barrage of strikes from the leopard Soul Master, who failed to even graze his clothing. Seeing Zhang Yang evade his flurry of attacks with such ease, the leopard realized that this battle would not conclude so simply. With a swift motion, the leopard Soul Master activated his third Soul Ring, enveloping his body in a yellow glow as he leapt into the air, pouncing ferociously towards Zhang Yang. The claws, now glistening with power, would inflict grievous wounds upon any other Soul Master caught in their grasp. However, Zhang Yang was not one to be caught off guard by such straightforward assaults. With a swift push against the ground, he adeptly shifted over 10 meters away. The force of the leopard's attack struck the specially designed battle arena, creating a small crater. It was evident that a non-strength type Soul Master could not achieve such a feat without considerable power. Realizing his initial attack had missed, the leopard Soul Master quickly repositioned himself, activating his first and second Soul Rings simultaneously. At that moment, the speed of the Cheetah Spirit Master surged more than twice its usual pace, appearing before Zhang Yang in the blink of an eye, followed by a flurry of claw strikes. The enhancement provided by the first and second Soul Rings was not merely an increase in movement speed. It encompassed both attack speed and power. Zhang Yang could distinctly perceive an approximate 30 augmentation compared to earlier. Nevertheless, he adeptly evaded with his paper drawing technique. Seeing no success after prolonged attempts, the Cheetah Spirit Master grew anxious. Cheetahs possess limited stamina, and as one who wielded the cheetah as a martial spirit, he inherited this trait. Although his attacks were lightning fast, they could not be sustained. A strategy must be devised, thought the Cheetah Spirit Master. He swiftly retreated, panting and taunted. Kid, do you only know how to dodge? Did you acquire your 3 Soul Rings by exhausting the spirit beasts? The audience in the stands murmured their discontent. In response, Zhang Yang chuckled. You want me to attack? Very well. Having already discerned his opponent's soul techniques and attack patterns, he realized that prolonging the battle served no purpose. Thus, He resolved to conclude the duel promptly. With this thought, all three of his soul rings illuminated simultaneously, transforming him into a flash of yellow light. And in the next instant, he stood before the cheetah spirit master. Before the cheetah spirit master could even register Zhang Yang's movement, he found himself confronted face to face. The alarm bells rang in his mind. With a slight smile, Zhang Yang remarked, "Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Despite Zhang Yang's audacity in speaking while standing before him, the cheetah spirit master, still empowered by his first and second soul ring techniques, lunged forward with ferocious claws. However, his fierce strike met only emptiness. In a flash, a long leg, glowing with yellow light, swept at the cheetah spirit master's waist at light speed. Bang! The cheetah spirit master was sent flying horizontally off the arena, crashing hard against the wall. With the opponent expelled from the field, Zhang Yang naturally emerged victorious. While the cheetah spirit master was promptly attended to by a healing spirit master. Since this was a sparring match, Zhang Yang controlled his strength. Although the impact sent his adversary far, it did not possess great force. With the healing master as assistance, the cheetah spirit master would be fine in just a few days. After registering his points and collecting his prize, Zhang Yang returned directly to school. He had no intention of training that day and resolved to enjoy a good sleep. After all, he had traveled several hundred miles during the day, despite Oscar's restorative sausages. He felt extremely fatigued. Prolonged tension could hinder his training, and essential rest could actually enhance the effectiveness of his regular sessions. This was a method of balancing work and rest imparted to Zhang Yang and Tang San by their master. Upon returning to the school, Zhang Yang pushed open the door to find a slender figure seated at his desk, engrossed in a book. Hearing the door creak, the emaciated figure turned around, revealing Master. Zhang Yang's face lit up with surprise. "Master? When did you arrive?" Chapter 28. I will take you to a fun place to Zhang Yang's delight. The master had silently arrived at Shrek Academy, having been there for a few days. He coincidentally caught them just as they were preparing to venture into the Stardow forest. The master habitually ruffled Zhang Yang's hair and remarked, "I never anticipated that you would break through to level 30 so soon. You and Xiao San have truly surprised me." "I didn't expect it either," Zhang Yang replied. Scratching his head, level 29 felt like a natural progression, but I was quite bewildered by the breakthrough to level 30. Defeating a Soul King at your level is quite an achievement, the master mused. Which rank 29 Soul Master could force a Soul King to bleed? It seems your mutated martial soul still harbors many secrets waiting to be uncovered, he added. Zhang Yang flattered the master with a grin. "I can only rely on you." "Teacher." The master chuckled and shook his head, then inquired, "Where have you been? Why have you returned to the dormitory so late?" Zhang Yang appreciated this parental concern. "I went to Soto City to collect my allowance from the Spirit Hall. And then I participated in a battle at the Great Soul Arena." The master nodded in understanding. "Please, sit down and recount the details of your battle." Zhang Yang settled onto his bed and meticulously described the day's combat to the master. After listening intently, the master nodded approvingly. "You have been consciously honing your practical combat skills, which is commendable. Although your first soul skill is enigmatic, you must avoid becoming overly reliant on it." "Indeed, teacher." "That is how I perceive it," Zhang Yang affirmed. The master smiled faintly, clearly pleased with his disciple's progress. "Now, let us step outside the academy. I wish to observe your third soul skill." Without disturbing Tang San, Zhang Yang and the master quietly made their way to his small grove outside Shrek Academy. The master stood aside as Zhang Yang removed his shirt, summoning his martial soul. In an instant, his height surged to 2 meters and his physique became notably more robust. "After absorbing the third soul ring, my physical attributes have been significantly enhanced," Zhang Yang explained. "The amplification is considerable, easily more than double." The master smiled with satisfaction. "You are indeed blessed with a top-tier beast martial soul. If this trend continues, you may one day effortlessly surpass the limitations of age when absorbing soul rings." "That would be wonderful," Zhang Yang beamed. As he spoke, all three of Zhang Yang's soul rings illuminated simultaneously. With a mere thought, a radiant yellow light emanated from his right leg, and before the master could blink, Zhang Yang delivered a powerful kick that severed a large tree. 1/2 meter in diameter, in half. The tree crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, taking several other branches down with it, and uprooting numerous roots, leaving indentations in the earth surrounding it. The master approached, examining the severed trunk and stroking the jagged edge in awe. Such astonishing destructive power. After Zhang Yang shared his insights on the lightspeed kick, the master inquired, "Your third soul ring skill is called the flash body technique. I understand the flash aspect. But what about body technique? Does it possess other manifestations?" "Yes, teacher," Zhang Yang nodded, demonstrating both the lightspeed palm strike and the lightspeed elbow strike on the fallen trunk, effectively reducing it to several segments. Thus, your third soul ring skill can be regarded not merely as an attack skill, but rather as a state soul skill that enhances the power of physical attacks. The master elucidated. "Indeed, that is how I described it to my teammates," Zhang Yang confirmed. In Zhang Yang's understanding, the essence of the lightspeed kick was simply an exceptionally powerful kick, impressive in its display but fundamentally a testament to raw strength. Hence it became a signature skill of the Yellow Ape. The master gently ruffled Zhang Yang's hair, his tone warm. "Very well, let us return. You have traveled much today. It would be wise to forego training this evening and allow yourself a restful sleep. Yes, teacher, Zhang Yang replied. That night, Zhang Yang enjoyed a long-awaited restful slumber. Had it not been for the class bell rousing him, he would have surely slept until noon. Hastily dressing, Zhang Yang managed to arrive at the training ground just before Dean Flender. Adjusting his hair, he asked Oscar to prepare him a sausage to stave off hunger. The academy buzzed with excitement that day. Not only were the dean and vice dean present, but even the typically elusive other 3 teachers deigned to reveal themselves to the students. All right, everyone is here. I have several announcements to make, Flender declared, his serious gaze sweeping over the 8 students. First, I would like to introduce the new students to our esteemed faculty. This is Teacher Li Yusong, with the Martial Soul Dragon Pattern Staff, a level 63 Soul Emperor. This is Teacher Lu Qibin, with the Martial Soul Star Chess, a level 66 Soul Emperor. And this is Teacher Xiao Xian, with the Martial Soul Jelly Bean, a level 71 Soul Saint. Teacher Xiao is undoubtedly one of the top 5 food system soul masters I know. Food system soul saint? The newcomers were taken aback. If Flender, Zhao Wujie, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibin had their reasons for choosing to teach at this academy, then Teacher Xiao Xian's decision to remain at Shrek Academy epitomized boundless love. Not only did he forsake the lavish treatments offered by major sects, but he willingly chose a humble life at Shrek Academy, which could hardly be explained by a mere desire for tranquility. The depth of human compassion nearly brought Zhang Yang to tears. Finally, I would like to introduce the last individual in detail. Flender draped an arm around the master's shoulders. Passionately presenting, this is the esteemed Mr. Yu Xiaojiang, renowned for his research on the top 10 martial souls competitiveness. He is hailed as the most knowledgeable soul master and the wisest instructor, as well as the teacher of Tang San and Zhang Yang. You may refer to him as the master. As soon as Flender finished, Zhang Yang eagerly applauded the master. Naturally, if everyone joined in, Zhang Yang would vocally cheer as well, reminiscent of a class teacher receiving an award at a school assembly. Upon learning that this slender, serious man was the teacher of both Zhang Yang and Tang San, a wave of respect washed over the students. After all, how could a teacher who nurtured such remarkable disciples be anything less than exceptional? After Flender introduced the master, he briefly spoke a few more words before handing the floor to him. The master's demeanor was somewhat stiff, and his speech was succinct, addressing only 2 matters. First, all future teaching plans for the students would originate from him. Second, attendance at breakfast tomorrow was mandatory. Zhang Yang felt as though those words were directed at him. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Why should he be reprimanded for missing breakfast just once? With a day off, Ma Hongjun wished to address his evil fire issue in Soto City while also enjoying some shopping, so he sought companions for the journey. Tang San, needing to consult a blacksmith about the Zhuge Divine crossbow for everyone, was heading to Soto City as well, thus accompanying Ma Hongjun. Having just returned from Soto City, Zhang Yang expressed little interest, preferring instead to seek out the master for some study materials to enrich his knowledge. However, the ever-studious Zhang Yang encountered a setback with the master. Due to the commencement of a new training phase scheduled for tomorrow, the master insisted that Zhang Yang take a complete day of rest. The master's words were quite straightforward. Even if Zhang Yang were to indulge in a leisurely nap back at the dormitory, he was not permitted to forego his training and studies during the day. With a look of disappointment, Zhang Yang exited the master's chamber, intending to catch a bit more sleep. However, his plans were thwarted as Ning Rongrong sought him out to accompany her on a shopping excursion in Soto City. Although Zhang Yang found shopping with girls rather tedious, he could tolerate it if it was with Ning Rongrong. After all, she was quite affluent and was genuinely inclined to make purchases. The annoyance for boys during such outings was not merely the burden of carrying bags or swiping cards, but rather the frustration of wandering without buying anything, thus squandering precious time. As Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong strolled through Soto City, they occasionally ventured into a clothing store, and after several minutes, emerged with a few garments tucked away in their soul guide, only to proceed into another shop. Zhang Yang had never visited the girls' dormitory and was unaware if it contained a wardrobe the size of a wall. But he was certain that even such a spacious closet could scarcely accommodate all the clothes Ning Rongrong acquired today. Ning Rongrong was in high spirits from her shopping spree, while Zhang Yang delighted in the passage of the day. After dining in Soto City, Zhang Yang proposed to take Ning Rongrong to a place that promised excitement, thrill, and amusement. Where? Ning Rongrong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just follow me, he replied. Here we are, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Upon mentioning the arena, Ning Rongrong noticed a glimmer of enthusiasm in Zhang Yang's eyes. Could it be that he had a penchant for soul battles? Though puzzled by his peculiar interest, Ning Rongrong decided to accompany him. After all, a change of pace from shopping was welcome. Once inside the Grand Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong quickly understood the source of Zhang Yang's excitement. Here's my entire fortune. Ensure you place my bet on victory. Zhang Yang solemnly entrusted his wealth to Ning Rongrong. Taken aback by his earnestness, she stood speechless for a moment, observing him as he headed toward the resting area. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang's opponent was confirmed, a level 39 soul master with a weapon soul, given that Zhang Yang was only a level 31. With a record of 3 wins and no losses, the arena and the audience held little faith in his chances of success, resulting in remarkably high odds against him. As Ning Rongrong surveyed the bustling crowd of bettors, a mischievous smile crept across her face. When she reached the betting counter, she presented a gleaming gold card to the attendant, declaring, "I would like to wager 10,000 gold soul coins on Zhang Yang's victory." "What did you say? How much?" The attendant stammered, momentarily taken aback. Such a hefty wager on a typical soul battle was unprecedented. Ning Rongrong waved for the attendant to hurry, raising her voice. "I want to bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Zhang Yang to win. Please process it quickly." Upon hearing her bold statement, nearby bettors began to murmur amongst themselves. "Someone's making a significant bet. It seems there is some insider information at play. Should we join in? I think there's a chance. We might as well jump in." After all, 10,000 gold soul coins was not a sum anyone would easily part with. Meanwhile, a few individuals regarded Ning Rongrong with suspicion, their gazes shifting back and forth. As the Grand Soul Arena issued Ning Rongrong a betting slip and promptly adjusted Zhang Yang's odds, onlookers realized that time was of the essence, leading to a flurry of last-minute wagers. The staff at the arena busily processed the bets, and Zhang Yang's odds fluctuated dramatically, plummeting from 1-2 to the lowest point of 0-1 right after Ning Rongrong's bet. Observing the unfolding scenario as she had anticipated, Ning Rongrong cued once more. And when Zhang Yang's odds reached the floor of 0-1, she placed her own bet with glee, waving the betting slip in the air. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, reveling in her playful scheme's success. Chapter 29, Hand in Hand. Fearless of slippery paths, Zhang Yang's opponent in this battle of souls possessed a martial spirit in the form of scissors, complemented by 3-century-old spirit rings. A martial spirit like scissors can reach level 39, marking the opponent as a prodigy. Although advanced in years, it is not unreasonable to anticipate their breakthrough to level 50, achieving the rank of Spirit King within their lifetime. Confronted with such a rare and formidable adversary, Zhang Yang had no intention of hastily concluding the fight. Instead, he engaged in a protracted duel, employing the Navy's 6 styles to entangle his opponent, navigating numerous perilous moments, ultimately securing victory with a well-placed thrust from an unexpected angle. Losing was simply not an option, as he had staked his entire fortune on his own success. Defeat would be an unbearable loss. Following the match, the scorekeeping revealed a record of 4 wins and 0 losses, granting him 4 points and a bonus of 10 gold soul coins. However, Zhang Yang's attention was not on these numbers. He was far more eager to locate Ning Rongrong and collect his winnings from the betting slip. After Zhang Yang's battle concluded, Ning Rongrong departed from the viewing platform, heading towards the betting station to meet him. Yet, due to the considerable distance between the 2 locations and her unfamiliarity with the Great Soul Arena, by the time she arrived, Zhang Yang had been waiting for some time. Accepting the betting slip she handed him, Zhang Yang disregarded her sly smile and hurriedly sought out the staff to redeem his prize. The slip was valid, and the staff efficiently processed his winnings. "Here is your principal plus the bonus. Please take care." "What? Is this all?" Receiving the 550 gold soul coins. After deducting the principal he had given to Ning Rongrong, he realized he had only profited 50 gold soul coins. Is my odds really this low? As he pondered this, he noticed Ning Rongrong receiving a gold card from the betting station. "You placed a bet on my victory too?" Observing her radiant smile, Zhang Yang began to grasp the situation. "Having wagered all my fortune on myself, I certainly wouldn't miss such a great opportunity," she replied with a mischievous grin. "Did you earn a significant amount?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "Not much, just 32,000. It's hardly substantial," she feigned exasperation. "It's all my fault for betting too heavily. It caused the Great Soul Arena to lower your odds. I truly apologize." Zhang Yang sighed, having identified the culprit. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, was evidently affluent, bringing with her a fortune exceeding 10,000 gold soul coins merely for her studies. As they exited the Great Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong, noticing Zhang Yang's lingering discontent, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing her playful prank might have gone too far. Cautiously, she inquired about his well-being. "Zhang Yang, are you all right?" While it was indeed disappointing to have earned less than anticipated, Zhang Yang quickly recovered his spirits. After all, the substantial earnings were hers, akin to meat stewing in a pot. "Everything is fine. Let us return," Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head as he took her hand in his. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she glanced down at their entwined hands, but she made no move to withdraw. The 2 strolled hand in hand back to Shrek Academy. Not far behind them, 2 men were engrossed in noting details in a notebook, with several greedy bandits bound at their feet. The next day, the master commenced the first lesson of his long-prepared training regimen. The initial focus was on combat, as he dedicated 1 to 2 hours each day for randomized dueling tests among the 8 Shrek students. The matches varied: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 1-on-2, 3-on-3, 3-on-4, and 4-on-4, with diverse restrictions on spirit abilities and tactics. As the most formidable member of the team, Zhang Yang faced the most stringent expectations from the master. He was prohibited from utilizing his spirit ring abilities, relying solely on his physical prowess post-martial spirit manifestation and the Navy 6 styles to handle combat. Without the advantage of spirit ring techniques, Zhang Yang was merely a formidable attack-type spirit master among his peers, performing adeptly in one-on-one matches, albeit struggling against Tang San, a control-type spirit master. However, in one-on-two and one-on-three scenarios, his performance became rather disheartening, particularly due to Tang San's frequent appearances among the opponents. Understanding that the master aimed to prepare him for encounters with control-type spirit masters, Zhang Yang embraced the challenge with humility, actively learning and correcting his mistakes to elevate his practical skills. Notably, even against Tang San, Zhang Yang had moments of triumph. One particular battle featured him in a 1-on-7 scenario against the original Shrek 7 monsters. Faced with the augmentations from Ning Rongrong and the support of Oscar's mushroom sausage, Zhang Yang appeared somewhat pressured, inadvertently activating all 3 of his spirit rings. According to the master, a vigorous battle enhances students' confidence and mitigates potential conflicts among them. The Shrek 7 monsters murmured amongst themselves, acknowledging that the master had truly thrown them into the fray to bolster Zhang Yang's self-assurance. Subsequently, the focus shifted to physical conditioning, with the students tasked with a weighted long-distance run from the academy to Soto City and back 10 times. The master, renowned for his theoretical prowess in the spirit master realm, exhibited unparalleled control over the physical limits of his students. The grueling weighted run spanned 80 kilometers without the use of spirit power. Even the likes of Zhang Yang, Tang San, and Daimo Bai, after assisting Ning Rongrong and Oscar with part of the load, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Naturally, when one fell, all fell. Ning Rongrong had fainted early in the 10th lap, prompting Zhang Yang to carry her, their burden suspended before them. In that moment, Zhang Yang's vision blurred, barely able to discern the path ahead. Tang San bore Oscar's weight. Daimo Bai supported Zhu Zhuqing, while Xiaowu alleviated some of their burdens. Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing's weights were taken on by Ma Hongjun. Thus, the 8 of them, resembling octogenarians, leaned on one another to complete the final round trip, collapsing at the finish line once their determination dissipated. They were then unceremoniously stripped by the waiting instructors and thrown into a medicinal bath. Such rigorous training became their daily routine, leading them to faint from exhaustion each day, only to awaken in the bathing tubs. However, what astounded everyone was the astonishing rate of Zhang Yang's physical growth. Beginning in the 2nd month, the master compelled him to don an additional 300-pound iron vest alongside his bamboo basket to push his physical limits. In just 3 months, Zhang Yang's height surged from over 1.7 meters to an astounding 1.95 meters, a remarkable increase of 25 centimeters. When his martial spirit manifested, his height soared to an astonishing 2.5 meters, leading him to believe he was experiencing an early growth spurt. Now, even the tallest among them, Daimo Bai, had to slightly tilt his head to engage with him, an awkward adjustment indeed. Everyone speculated that Zhang Yang's rapid physical transformation might be a result of his martial spirit's influence, considering that his martial spirit, the Yellow Ape, stood 3 meters tall. In Douluo Continent, the impact of beast martial spirits on spirit masters was indeed a tangible phenomenon. For instance, the Bone Douluo Gu Rongs, whose martial spirit was a skeletal dragon, bore a skeletal appearance himself. Without the influence of a martial spirit, it would be inconceivable for a titled Douluo to possess such a form. Zhang Yang found great merit in this assertion, realizing that his physical prowess was indeed influenced by Huang Yuan, reflecting on the rigorous training and formidable physiques of the strong in the world of One Piece. It became clear why his own physical condition was as it was. The first phase of training had lasted a full 3 months, and when the master declared its conclusion, the collective mood of the participants felt akin to escaping from hell to return to the realm of the living. Following the end of the training, the master granted everyone a week-long respite to relax their nerves and recalibrate their states of being. That very evening, Ma Hongjun stealthily ventured to Soto City to resolve some matters. Zhang Yang intended to accompany Ma Hongjun to purchase some fitting attire for himself. However, upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong eagerly volunteered to join, offering her assistance in selecting outfits for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang welcomed the idea, appreciating the presence of a woman during the shopping excursion, and thus he consented. Ning Rongrong returned to the dormitory to change her outfit. However, everyone is well aware of the leisurely pace at which women tend to dress. By the time Ning Rongrong emerged from her dormitory looking resplendent, an hour had elapsed, and the portly fellow had long since departed. Now standing at a height of 1.95 meters, with Ning Rongrong measuring just over 1.60 meters, there was a notable 30-centimeter difference between them. When Zhang Yang raised his arm, Ning Rongrong could easily nestle beneath his armpit. As they embarked on the road to Soto City, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong instinctively intertwined their fingers. It had been 3 months since they last strolled together like this, and words were unnecessary. The simple act of their hands clasped together was immensely gratifying. However, men are creatures of insatiable desire, and soon enough, Zhang Yang's hand slipped from Ning Rongrong's to encircle her waist, drawing them closer together. The path, having borne witness to countless journeys and soaked in their shared sweat, now seemed to take on a sense of amusement in the languid rhythm of their steps. Upon arriving at the men's clothing store, Ning Rongrong swiftly curated a selection of outfits for Zhang Yang that aligned with her own tastes, while the styles differed slightly from Zhang Yang's preferences. The comfort of the fabrics compelled him to purchase them. After concluding their shopping, Ning Rongrong nodded with satisfaction, as if she had accomplished a monumental task. To reward herself, she spent the afternoon browsing and indulged in clothing worth over 100 gold soul coins. It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin suffices for the monthly expenses of an average family of 3, making her expenditure far from trivial. Zhang Yang mused. Truly, she is the little princess of the upper 3 sects, replete with wealth. After securing a place for dinner, as Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong contemplated a visit to the Grand Soul Arena, they suddenly recognized a familiar, unsteady figure by the roadside. Although the plump individual's face resembled a swollen visage, his lips stained with blood, and his clothing in disarray. The bond forged through 3 months of grueling training allowed Zhang Yang to identify him without doubt. He halted the individual, furrowing his brow in mild anger. Fatty, who has reduced you to this state? The person in question was none other than Ma Hongjun. Chapter 30. My sturdy thighs will kick you to oblivion. Upon seeing Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun's face fell in dismay. Zhang Yang, you must stand up for your brother. Look at what they've done to me. Even my handsome visage has been distorted. How can I attract the ladies now? With his face so swollen, he was still thinking about wooing women. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. Fatty, you aren't jealous and picked a fight, are you? What jealousy? I was the one who had my eye on that girl first. That lecherous old man is utterly shameless. It turned out that Ma Hongjun had discovered a beautiful young lady at a local establishment, but was thwarted by a suddenly appearing lecherous old man. In retaliation, he had resorted to violence. However, he soon realized that this old man was a rank 4 soul master, far superior in soul power and a specialist in control techniques, which rendered Ma Hongjun helpless. As if that were not enough, this man, known as Douluo, had even bullied Ma Hongjun's younger brother. Fueled by a desire for revenge, Ma Hongjun attempted to confront him again, only to be beaten once more. If it weren't for the rigorous training under the master, which had significantly improved his physical condition, he would hardly have had the strength to stagger here. Understanding the situation, Zhang Yang clenched his fist in anger. Since he has bullied you, we cannot let this Douluo get away with it. Fatty, lead me to him. All right. Fatty was eager to reclaim his honor, but his eagerness caused him to stumble, landing him painfully on the ground. Ning Rongrong, furrowing her brows, gave Zhang Yang a light slap on the back. What's the rush? He is a regular here. Do you think he'll escape? The priority now is to treat Fatty's injuries. Indeed, Rongrong has a point. Zhang Yang supported Ma Hongjun as they headed towards the nearest clinic, speaking reassuringly. Don't worry, Fatty. We'll treat your wounds first, and then have a hearty meal. Revenge can wait until we've filled our bellies. Ma Hongjun, a true gourmand, perked up at the mention of food, though his enthusiasm caused him to wince in pain again. After finding a healing soul master to alleviate Fatty's swelling and pain, they headed to a restaurant for a meal. By the time the sun had fully set and the moon hung high, the trio arrived at the establishment frequented by Ma Hongjun. This place was tucked away in a remote corner of Swoto City, consisting of a row of 3-meter-high bungalows, somewhat dilapidated in appearance, adorned with pink lanterns. Beneath the lanterns, several aging women, heavily made up, were trying their best to attract customers. Zhang Yang frowned at the sight. Fatty, do you really come to places like this every day? Just how unpicky are you? I must reassess our friendship. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast a disapproving glance at Fatty. Unashamed, Fatty replied proudly. The place may be a little shabby, but the prices are cheap, and the portions are generous. What more could I ask for? Zhang Yang lamented. You could at least learn a thing or two from Douluo. To look at his taste, he favors exquisite young maidens, twins even, and you. Sigh. Learning from Douluo requires funds. His taste is backed by 100 gold soul coins from the Soul Master subsidy. How could I, an ordinary Soul Master, afford that? Ma Hongjun sighed in resignation. As Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun exchanged banter, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. Enough. Are you two filthy men going to chat endlessly? Fatty, hurry up and find that Douluo. As Ma Hongjun entered the bungalow, Ning Rongrong seized Zhang Yang's ear, gritting her teeth. Zhang Yang, I never imagined you had any sense of taste. Ow, ow, ow. Rongrong, let go, or I'll lose my ear. Zhang Yang pleaded. And only then did she release her grip in exasperation. Please, don't be angry. I've never been to such places, nor done anything of the sort. The knowledge I have comes from reading extensively. I am quite virtuous, I assure you. Discussing such matters in front of a girl one fancies is bound to lead to trouble, and it is essential to make amends. Humph, not all books are good books. Ning Rongrong retorted, hands on her hips, turning her back to him. Zhang Yang chuckled, resting his hands on her shoulders. In her anger, Ning Rongrong shook him off. Zhang Yang persisted, attempting to touch her again, only to be rebuffed once more. After 3 attempts, he changed tactics, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. Feeling the warmth radiating from his embrace and hearing his heavy breathing, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson, her body trembling slightly. Under the soft pink glow of the lanterns, her profile appeared even more exquisite. Unable to resist, Zhang Yang lightly kissed her cheek. In that instant, Ning Rongrong's mind went blank as if an explosion had occurred within her. When she regained her composure, Ma Hongjun rushed back, breathless. That guy hasn't left yet. He just settling the bill and should be out any moment. At this, Ma Hongjun turned to Zhang Yang. This time, we must take revenge. I'll treat everyone to a feast afterward. Save your coins for a more suitable companion, Zhang Yang replied, his gaze sharpening. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the establishment. He was about 1.60 meters, with dark skin and a simple, unkempt appearance, his right hand wrapped in bandages. Ma Hongjun recognized him instantly, gritting his teeth. That's the one. Zhang Yang patted Ma Hongjun on the back. Shall we go? With Zhang Yang's strength, even a direct confrontation with this rank 4 soul master would not be a loss, particularly given the exceptional nature of his soul rings. However, since the objective was to avenge Ma Hongjun, it would be best to subdue the man swiftly. If the fight concluded quickly, Zhang Yang might even have time to engage in another battle at the Grand Soul Arena. Thus, Zhang Yang unleashed his most powerful attack right from the start. He activated his martial spirit, his height shooting up to 2 meters and 50 centimeters, his physique expanding significantly, muscles bulging, and veins popping. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings pulsating rhythmically around him, the powerful surge of soul energy drew the attention of the lecherous old man, Douluo. As soon as Douluo turned around and caught sight of Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun, he smirked, revealing his large front teeth. Oh, isn't this the little brat from this morning? Did you go home and tell your parents about the beating you received? Emphasizing the insult, Douluo mocked Ma Hongjun. Douluo, I suffered at your hands this morning, and now I demand double the return. Do you see my brother's 1,000-year soul ring? You'll soon experience the might of my 3rd soul ring. Ma Hongjun stood confidently beside Zhang Yang. Return the favor? Ha ha, little fatty. Did I knock some sense into you this morning? I am a rank 4 soul master, and you think a mere rank 3 can avenge you? Douluo boasted, showcasing his martial spirit and soul rings with an air of arrogance. And what of a rank 3 soul master? Regardless, I can easily knock you down, Ma Hongjun scoffed. Douluo chuckled at Ma Hongjun's jest, thinking to himself, it seems I truly rendered this little brat a fool this morning. Does he not comprehend the vast disparity between 2 soul masters separated by a single soul ring? It is not merely the absence of a soul ring ability. It also encompasses a significant deficiency in soul power and overall physical prowess. Contemplating this, Douluo remarked, in that case, I shall demonstrate to you the monumental gap that exists between a soul master and a soul sovereign. However, the moment you make your move, I will deliver a powerful kick that will shatter your groin. As Zhang Yang spoke, his legs began to emanate a golden light simultaneously. This served as a prelude to the activation of his lightspeed body technique. You little brat, there is no escape from the beating you will receive today. Oh, I did not expect you to have brought a girl. Douluo's retort was abruptly silenced by a swift kick from Zhang Yang, which sent the words crashing back into his stomach. Zhang Yang was a man of his word. If he proclaimed he would strike you down, he would certainly follow through. To utter such words without action would be a betrayal of his principles and a sign of disrespect towards his opponent. Thus, Zhang Yang's kick landed squarely on Douluo's groin, causing him to be propelled backward, the intense pain rendering him unconscious in an instant. Die, you despicable scum. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Ma Hongjun, furiously turned away, her disdain evident in her expression. Oh, Rongrong, please do not leave so hastily, Zhang Yang called out. Noticing her storming off in anger, he quickly delivered another lightspeed stomp to Douluo's groin before hastily pursuing her. Ma Hongjun chose not to follow. He understood that Zhang Yang would undoubtedly take all the blame in an effort to placate Ning Rongrong, and joining him would only serve to heighten Zhang Yang's embarrassment. Moreover, once Zhang Yang had soothed Ning Rongrong, they would surely indulge in sweet nothings, making it rather tactless for him to intrude upon their intimate moment. Besides, there were far more entertaining occurrences awaiting him nearby. Thus, while Zhang Yang was busy deflecting blame onto Ma Hongjun and charming Ning Rongrong, the latter was inadvertently igniting a forest fire, which resulted in the unfortunate demise of a mountain chicken that had been nesting and incubating its eggs. The poor creature met a tragic fate, reduced to charred remains, while the 2 eggs in the nest were, of course, thoroughly cooked. Chapter 31. The 7 treasures shine. During the week of respite granted by the master, Zhang Yang visited the Grand Soul Arena 6 times, achieving an impressive record of 10 victories and no defeats. However, he lamented that his initial 4 consecutive victories, secured 3 months prior, did not count towards his current winning streak. To add to his frustration, the additional points earned from his consecutive wins would only be tallied at the end of the month, and his 10th match, marking the beginning of his latest 5-win streak, coincidentally fell on the first day of that month. Thus, Zhang Yang's current record stood at 10 victories and no defeats, with 1 match contributing to his 5-win streak, accumulating 10 points, while the remaining 9 points awaited the month's conclusion for calculation. In the time remaining, Zhang Yang dedicated most of his hours to cultivation, reserving only a small portion to spend with Ning Rongrong. Although school regulations prohibited male students from indiscriminately approaching female counterparts, their openly reciprocated relationship fell outside the purview of such rules. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang was not one to neglect his studies. Throughout the week, he frequently sought guidance from the master, which brought him much satisfaction. The master had to admit that he had invested greater energy and passion in Tang San than in Zhang Yang, but such an investment was warranted. It must be noted that the paths of Zhang Yang and Tang San diverged significantly. Zhang Yang traversed a well-established path, validated by countless predecessors. Although Zhang Yang possessed a mutated martial spirit, bestowed with a unique set of naval techniques and extraordinary soul ring abilities, there was no need for the master to be overly concerned. The master simply needed to tailor appropriate spirit beasts for him, in line with his combat style. For future contingencies, Tang San, on the other hand, bore the weight of dual martial spirits capable of wielding 18 soul rings. However, the potential for conflicts between his spirits led him down a perilous and uncertain path, relying solely on the master's theoretical expertise. One cultivator followed a methodical trajectory, flourishing with minimal intervention, while the other, frail and delicate, required meticulous care and attention. Thus, the master's considerable investment in Tang San could hardly be construed as favoritism. Upon learning that Zhang Yang had been immersed in the Grand Soul Arena daily, achieving 6 consecutive victories and accumulating a total of 19 points, the master nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Yang's aspirations aligned seamlessly with the master's plans. Even if Zhang Yang chose not to attend the Grand Soul Arena, the master intended to take them there the following day, having concluded their physical training. What Zhang Yang and his peers desperately needed now was to engage in combat with various types of soul masters, amassing a wealth of practical experience. The arena offered a plethora of martial spirits and diverse fighting styles. Encounters with such opponents were most conducive to enhancing their skills. Thus, the Grand Soul Arena was indeed a splendid venue. Moreover, it was pertinent to note that Shrek Academy's finances had become exceedingly strained. The 3 months of medicinal baths and the master's culinary indulgences had drained the academy's educational funds. A glance at the accounts revealed a meager sum. Barely 10 gold soul coins remaining. However, the master's second phase of training skillfully circumvented this predicament. With the school lacking funds, the solution was simple: refrain from spending. In the second phase, students would manage their own accommodations and meals, and the supervising teachers could reside in Flinder's Soul Tool Shop in Soto City, preparing their own meals, allowing them to stretch a single gold soul coin until the conclusion of the training. Additionally, to generate income, they could wager on a few matches at the Grand Soul Arena. Given Zhang Yang's combat prowess, it was entirely plausible for Flinder to achieve a modest financial goal in a single day. The next day, the students gathered promptly on the training grounds. Responding to the familiar chime, the master, arms crossed, surveyed their erect postures with satisfaction. After 3 months of training, your physical qualities have markedly improved. However, the journey to becoming exceptional soul masters remains long. Hearing that they had already visited the Soto Grand Soul Arena, the master refrained from elaborating further. The second phase of training will commence there. This training phase has no time constraints. It will conclude when you obtain the Silver Soul Badge. During this period, I will arrange for your accommodation at a nearby inn, with all expenses for lodging and food to be self-managed. As long as you demonstrate capability, these expenditures should pose no issue. Upon realizing that this was not a grueling regimen, the students relaxed. In addition to the individual Silver Soul Badge I require, you all must also secure a Team Silver Soul Badge. I have already devised a name for your team, the Shrek Battle Squad. Furthermore, during your time at the Grand Soul Arena, all participants must wear the masks provided by the Academy, refraining from using their real names, exposing their identities, or employing any hidden weapons. Regardless of victory or defeat, each student must engage in 2 battles daily, with one battle being a mandatory team match and the other unrestricted in category. As the master concluded his briefing, Oscar inquired, "Master, must support-type soul masters also obtain the Silver Soul Badge?" The master regarded Oscar with a measured glance and replied, "Alternatively, you may choose to continue your previous training until the others complete the second phase." Oscar shuddered. Forget I said anything. Ning Rong Rong, amused by Oscar's comical demeanor, turned to the tall Zhang Yang and proposed, "Zhang Yang, let us team up for a 2-on-2. Certainly, Zhang Yang replied with alacrity. "Hey, Douluo, shall we participate in a 2-on-2 as well? Although I just reached level 30, my support abilities should still be of assistance to you. Otherwise, I might never accumulate enough merit for a Silver Soul Badge." Seeing the forlorn expression on Oscar's face, Dai Mubai, who had initially intended to team with Zhu Qing, could only nod in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the 8-member team had formed 2 additional pairs, with Tang San and Xiaowu already registered for a 2-on-2. Zhu Qing was left to partner with Ma Hongjun. Of course, even as a team, participation in the 2-on-2 was not guaranteed, given the option of 1-on-1 battles. Observing the swift formation of teams, the master nodded approvingly, as the arrangements aligned with his prior expectations. As they would soon be residing in a Soto City inn, the students were granted an hour to gather their belongings. All right, dismissed. The students hurried back to their dormitories to pack lightly before setting off for Soto City under the guidance of Flinder, the master, and Zhao Wujing. Upon arrival, they selected a modest hotel near the Grand Soul Arena. Although the accommodation was basic, its proximity to the arena resulted in inflated prices, costing nearly twice that of other establishments. Nevertheless, such expenses were trivial for the soul masters. Subsequently, the master retrieved a stack of green masks from his soul tool and distributed them among the group. Keep these safe and remember to wear them upon entering the Grand Soul Arena. Additionally, each of you must devise a nickname to use during one-on-one battles, concealing your true identity. According to the rhythm of the original text, everyone eagerly decided on their nicknames, and Tang San's remained unchanged as thousand-handed Azura. As per the master's description, being ensnared by Tang San's blue silver grass felt akin to being firmly grasped by 1,000 hands, rendering one completely immobile. Thus, the name Thousand-Handed Silvergrass was chosen. However, the group felt that Silvergrass lacked resonance, prompting Daimubai to alter it to Azura. When it came to Zhang Yang, everyone found themselves at a loss. His martial spirit resembled a lecherous, crooked-mouthed man, making it quite challenging to devise a striking nickname. Consequently, they began to solicit Zhang Yang's opinion. Zhang Yang scratched his head, pondering a nickname for Huang Yuan. After all, Huang Yuan was already a moniker, with his true name being Borisolino. Regarding a 4-character nickname, how about Golden Flash? Or perhaps Crooked Mouth Flash? Zhang Yang's mind raced as he dismissed the obviously implausible ideas, leaving him with limited options. I think I'll go with Yellow Flash, he declared. I find the Yellow Flash of my second and third Soul Ring techniques rather impressive. The master nodded in approval. Very well, let it be Yellow Flash. Once everything was clarified, the master departed, as the soul fighting would commence in the evening, granting Zhang Yang and his companions an afternoon to cultivate their soul power and adjust their states. That night, after dinner, the group arrived at the Grand Soul Arena, first updating their code names, registering as a duo, and forming an 8-member team before proceeding to the lounge to prepare. Since 6 of them, excluding Ning Rongrong and Oscar, had signed up for 1v1, 2v2, and team battles, the staff had intentionally allocated a considerable intermission between their soul fights to facilitate the recovery of their soul power. Naturally, the Grand Soul Arena's arrangements could not be flawless. Should the intervals be too brief, the group would have to accept their misfortune. As the master stated, the enemy does not concern themselves with one's condition. For instance, Zhang Yang's schedule for 1v1 and 2v2 that day was exceedingly tight, leaving little time for adjustment. Due to the intensity of the battles, Zhang Yang modified his fighting approach to conserve soul power, employing the Navy 6 styles to conclude the fights. The soul power consumed by his martial spirit embodiment was minimal, allowing Zhang Yang to rely on the enhanced physical attributes from his martial spirit, combining it with the stamina-consuming Navy 6 styles, ultimately utilizing the finger gun and 6-king spear as finishing moves to swiftly conclude his 1v1 match. Upon descending from the fighting platform, Zhang Yang quickly retrieved Oscar's recovery sausage from his pocket and consumed it to regain his strength. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached him, saying, "Let us go. The 2v2 is about to commence at the 13th fighting platform." All right, Zhang Yang nodded. Next, the stage was set for the newly registered duo, the 7 Treasure Flash combination. Under the host's introduction, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong ascended the fighting platform. The spotlight illuminated them, drawing considerable attention to the striking combination of the tall man and the gracefully proportioned woman, particularly accentuated by the green Shrek masks adorning their faces, which elicited laughter from the audience. Look at those masks on their faces. They are simply dreadful. With such a mask, the woman must not be much to behold either. Infuriated by the audience's jeers, Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration. Up next were their opponents in the 7 Treasure Flash Duo S match, the Moon Shadow combination, who had already achieved 7 consecutive victories in 2v2 soul battles. Please welcome the Moon Shadow combination to the stage. Chapter 32. Do my kidneys hold a grudge against you? The spotlight illuminated the far side of the battle arena, where a pair of truly striking individuals gracefully ascended the stage. The man exuded charm and charisma, while the woman radiated an icy demeanor, both possessing exceptional beauty and physique. In contrast, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat ordinary. The male was slightly taller than average, the female somewhat flat, both adorned with Shrek masks that cast doubt on their aesthetic choices. Compared to Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong, the Moon Shadow duo seemed more like the protagonists. In previous battles, the Moon Shadow duo had successfully turned the tide on multiple occasions, leveraging their formidable soul skill fusion technique to achieve an astonishing 7 consecutive victories. One could only wonder if the rookie 7 Treasures glimmering duo could bring an end to their winning streak. Upon hearing the host's introduction, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong exchanged concerned glances. Could these two unleash the soul skill fusion technique? Zhang Yang scrutinized the host beside him, then turned his attention back to his opponents. Zhang Yang, you must be cautious, Ning Rongrong urged, her worry palpable. The power of the soul skill fusion technique was not to be underestimated, and she was particularly anxious about Zhang Yang confronting them head-on. Fear not. I possess my first soul skill for protection. However, you must remain vigilant. If the situation turns dire, swiftly retreat from the arena. My abilities are not well suited for safeguarding others, Zhang Yang advised earnestly. Though escaping the arena would be considered a disgraceful exit, it remained a viable means of self-preservation. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. Let us commence this match without delay. I declare the match. Begin. Huang Yuan, embodiment. Zhang Yang's stature instantly surged to 2 meters and 50 centimeters, his body brimming with power as 3 soul rings pulsed rhythmically around him. Ning Rongrong lifted the crystalline seven treasures glimmering tower with one hand, her two soul rings gradually swirling in the air. Simultaneously, the striking figures of the Moon Shadow duo activated their martial souls. The man transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, boasting two yellow and one purple soul rings that matched Zhang Yang's own. Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened. This man's martial soul was indeed peculiar. Could it be a mutated martial soul? He pondered if it, like his own elemental form, granted immunity to all forms of attack. The woman appeared more conventional, quickly producing a pitch-black dagger that matched her two yellow and one purple soul rings. It seemed the dagger was indeed her martial soul. Is that the seven treasures glimmering tower? The Moon Shadow duo immediately recognized Ning Rongrong's martial soul, identifying her as their primary target for attack. In an instant, the first soul ring technique of the man enveloped the entire battle arena in a thick shroud of black mist. The woman, wielding the dagger, disappeared into the obscurity, evading Zhang Yang's line of sight. Realizing their intent to use the mist for a surprise attack on the support-type soul master, Zhang Yang swiftly grasped Ning Rongrong and hurled her towards the arena's edge. Though she was propelled through the air, her soul power surged towards the seven treasures glimmering tower in her grasp. The seven treasures glimmering tower erupted in a dazzling display of colors, while Ning Rongrong's dual yellow soul rings illuminated in unison. The renowned seven treasures were known for their might and speed. Two beams of light burst forth from the tower, encasing Zhang Yang in their glow. Ning Rongrong understood that while the woman remained concealed, she would undoubtedly be the enemy's primary target, necessitating her immediate withdrawal from the battlefield. The enhancements she unleashed with maximum soul power would provide Zhang Yang with an additional minute of augmentation after her departure from the arena. With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong was flung from the arena, landing safely outside. The host, astonished by the unfolding events, exclaimed, "What just transpired? Did the seven treasures glimmering duo accidentally throw their teammate out of the arena?" Zhang Yang, obscured by the mist and unable to see Ning Rongrong's current condition, felt a wave of relief upon hearing the host confirm her safety. This led him to conclude that the black mist was primarily a visual obstruction, and the enemies could not teleport freely within it. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang remained vigilant, aware that hidden foes could strike from the shadows at any moment. 3 seconds passed, during which he focused his attention and prepared for potential ambushes, utilizing his paper drawing technique to guard against stealthy attacks. As expected, from behind him, cloaked in the black mist, the woman wielding the dark dagger activated her first and second soul rings, unleashing a sinister black glow. Her first soul technique enhanced the dagger's piercing ability, allowing it to bypass a significant portion of Zhang Yang's defenses, while her second technique locked onto him, ensuring he could not escape her grasp. As the woman prepared to strike, the man concealed in the mist made his move. His purple Millennium Soul Ring illuminated, casting a violet light that permeated the black fog. Zhang Yang suddenly felt the air around him grow thick and oppressive, each movement draining his strength and energy. The man's third soul technique, Quagmire, effectively ensnared Zhang Yang, making him feel as if he were mired in a bog. This technique, when combined with the woman's impending attack, proved to be extraordinarily effective. For Zhang Yang, the sluggishness hampered his paper drawing technique, and the pervasive presence of the man's soul power within the mist prevented him from locating the dagger-wielding woman through soul power fluctuations. Seizing the opportunity, the woman launched her assault. The dark dagger slithered through the air like a silent yet deadly serpent, targeting Zhang Yang's lower back. A critical strike. Should she succeed, even if he could heal, the psychological impact would remain. However, just as the dagger seemed poised to pierce his flesh, it struck nothing but air. Realizing her miscalculation, the woman swiftly retreated, her form vanishing into the black mist. Trying to escape? Zhang Yang glared at the spot where the woman had disappeared. To think she would stab me and flee so easily, such a notion was utterly unacceptable. With tremendous effort against the resistance, Zhang Yang unleashed a powerful kick, sending a wave of distorted air slicing through the mist in the direction of the woman's escape. With a whoosh, the force of his attack tore through the black fog, crashing against the concrete wall of the audience area, leaving a significant fissure in its wake. Despite the considerable force, the woman had already evaded the area, escaping unscathed. However, in the next moment, the dagger-wielding woman launched another attack, targeting the area near the right lower back. "Are you not finished yet? Why do you keep assaulting my kidneys? Do you harbor a grudge against me?" Zhang Yang would not be tripped by the same stone twice. As soon as the dagger-wielding woman revealed herself, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. "Huh!" she exclaimed, and the surging soul power within her erupted rapidly. Zhang Yang's kick was shattered by the force of her formidable soul energy. The dagger-wielding woman deftly flipped in midair and landed gracefully. Yet her labored breathing revealed that resisting the kick was not an effortless task. Realizing that conventional methods would not suffice to defeat Zhang Yang, the dagger-wielding woman and the shadowy man stealthily regrouped in a concealed area of the black mist. This man's defensive capabilities are rather peculiar. "It feels as if my dagger merely pierced the air," remarked the dagger-wielding woman. The shadowy man contemplated this. It seems he possesses a skill that instantaneously transforms his body into a state of void. Such abilities are rare, but they must come with significant energy costs. Did you discern which of his soul skills you encountered? No, all three of his soul rings are illuminated. However, such a rare soul skill is unlikely to be his first. It is highly probable that it is his third. The air/I managed to block should be his second soul skill, the shadowy man deduced. In that case, his soul energy expenditure should not be less than ours. His reaction speed is impressive. He was able to defend and counter after my second strike. The dagger-wielding woman suggested, let us prepare for a fusion of our soul skills. The shadowy man nodded in agreement. Very well. Without hesitation, the first soul ring of the shadowy man glowed anew, accompanied by the illuminating presence of the dagger-wielding woman's 1,000-year soul ring. As their soul rings shone brightly, the soul powers they released began to harmonize seamlessly. The two energies acted as catalysts for one another. Although they were initially of equal intensity, they rapidly expanded at the point of fusion, causing a dramatic intensification of the soul power fluctuations. Though this extraordinary surge of soul energy would not last long and heavily relied on the combined strength of the Moonshadow duo to maintain its potency, its potential for inflicting damage was undeniably formidable. As the audience sensed this surge of soul energy, the host of the Soul Arena promptly commented, this unique fluctuation of soul energy signifies the fusion technique of the Moonshadow duo. Remarkably, the yellow flash of the 7 treasure glimmer combination has compelled the Moonshadow duo to resort to their soul skill fusion technique. It appears the yellow flash contestant has posed quite a challenge for the Moonshadow duo. However, the audience in the stands, comprised of common folk, seemed skeptical of the host's commentary. What is happening? How did they force them to use a soul skill fusion technique? Aside from the swirling black mist on the stage and that earlier air slash, we have witnessed nothing. The Moonshadow duo, a powerful soul master level 2v2 combination, was not favored by the Grand Soul Arena. Observing their battle, the obscuring black mist rendered visibility non-existent, detracting significantly from the audience's viewing experience. Chapter 33. Team Battle against the Berserk Squad. The synergy of soul skills, meticulously studied by the master, may not be as invincible as the fusion of martial souls. However, it is undoubtedly formidable and challenging to counter at the same level. The third soul skill of the Dagger Woman unleashes a barrage of attacks, swift and devastating, reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claw. Yet, when this soul skill merges with the first soul skill of the Shadow Mist Man, the scenario transforms entirely. The arena, enveloped in a 20-meter radius of the Shadow Mist, becomes a perilous realm obscured by impenetrable darkness. Amidst this obscurity, the Dagger Woman's ebony daggers remain concealed, seemingly rendering her movements indistinguishable. However, upon the execution of their soul skill fusion, the outcome is remarkably contrary. Spectators behold a sudden flurry of cold, glistening blade lights piercing through the mist, resembling the waning moon rising in the night sky. This is the origin of the name Moonshadow combination, representing their soul skill fusion. Within the 20-meter expanse of shadow, the eerie blade lights dominate, leaving their adversaries with no refuge on the battle platform, completely ensnared by the relentless onslaught of the Moonshadow. The sheer magnitude of the continuous dagger assault, a fusion of soul skills, is indeed terrifying. It is no surprise that this duo boasts an impressive 7 consecutive victories. Any ordinary team would surely falter against such an assault. Zhang Yang. Below, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, sensing the perilous aura emanating from the haunting crescent moon. Such a skill, naturally, could not sustain itself for long. After 3 seconds, the mist dissipated, revealing the state of the arena. On one side stood Zhang Yang unscathed, his expression calm and composed. His attire remained intact, devoid of any bloodstains. In stark contrast, the Moonshadow duo, who once exuded elegance and composure, now appeared utterly disheveled. Their soul power nearly depleted, drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling, embodying the essence of exhaustion. Witnessing their adversaries in such disarray, Zhang Yang declared, "Surrender. There is no need to continue this fight. The consumption of your soul power from the recent fusion leaves you without a chance of victory." The Shadow Mist Man, reluctant to relinquish their hard-earned 7 victories, had no choice but to concede in the face of Zhang Yang's enduring combat prowess. He raised his hand, begrudgingly admitting, "We surrender." The announcer, witnessing this moment, promptly exclaimed, "The Moonshadow combination concedes. I hereby declare the victors of this 2v2 match to be the 7 treasure glimmering combination." Upon hearing the announcement, the Moonshadow duo was met with a torrent of curses from disappointed spectators who had wagered on their triumph. With grim expressions, they descended from the stage, while Zhang Yang stepped down with a sense of pride. As Zhang Yang approached, Ning Rongrong joyfully welcomed him. He smiled, arms outstretched, anticipating her embrace. However, upon witnessing his gesture, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, causing her to hesitate. Zhang Yang chuckled, gently wrapping an arm around her before taking her hand, leading her away from the arena. In the audience, 2 men were fervently jotting down notes. Following the conclusion of the 1v1 and 2v2 battles, the Shrek team made their way to the designated lounge for team battles, eager to recuperate their soul power in preparation for the impending confrontation. In the lounge, Zhang Yang and his companions attracted attention, their green Shrek masks undeniably comical. Despite their masks, the disparity in physique and attire revealed their genders. A team of 5 men and 3 women was indeed a rare sight among soul masters. Just as Zhang Yang and his companions intended to avoid trouble and focus on their recovery, a towering man, over 2 meters tall and robust in stature, approached with a challenge. "Hey, little lady, you seem fit. Why hide your face? Let your brother take a look." For such provocations, Zhu Qing had a customary retort, scram. A single cold word perfectly encapsulated her demeanor. "Are you testing my patience, little girl? Do you have any idea who I am?" The man boasted, raising his hand threateningly. Just then, Dai Mubai stepped in between them, his piercing gaze from beneath the mask fixed coldly on the much larger man, his aura causing the opponent's movement to falter momentarily. Yet, the challenger, clearly intent on gauging the strength of the Shrek team under the guise of instigation, would not relent easily. After a brief hesitation, his hand came crashing down. Bang! The force of their collision resonated, and while Dai Mubai staggered back 2 steps, the man wavered slightly, having underestimated the 37th level soul master. "You seek death." Zhang Yang strode to Dai Mubai's side, his martial soul activating, his form morphing to overpower the challenger, 3 soul rings swirling with energy. The presence of someone daring to unleash their martial soul in the lounge drew the attention of other teams. The instigator narrowed his eyes at Zhang Yang, recognizing the potential threat posed by his optimal combination of soul rings. Enough. Just as tensions escalated, a middle-aged man in his 40s strode forward. "Do you not know that fighting is prohibited in the lounge? You clearly lack any sense of decorum. Take your squabbles to the arena." Upon recognizing the newcomer, the instigator's demeanor shifted dramatically. "My apologies, Supervisor AO. I lost my temper momentarily." Supervisor AO, noticing the masks adorning Zhang Yang and his companions, nodded. "So you were the Shrek team. Perfect timing. It saves me the trouble of searching for you." The Shrek team comprises 8 members, while the Berserk squad has only 7, necessitating a discussion regarding the number of participants for the match. "Kongshi, your team is short on numbers. What is your stance?" "There's no need for negotiation, Supervisor AO. We have 7 members. Naturally, they must field 7 as well." Kongshi replied, a cunning grin forming on his rugged face. 7 against 7 is only fair, wouldn't you agree? "Very well, let us proceed with that arrangement." Supervisor AO affirmed. "Shrek team, discuss your lineup." Despite his unfavorable impression of Kongshi, the rules of the arena dictated that the Shrek team must comply with the 7-member stipulation. After addressing the matter, Supervisor AO turned his attention back to Kongshi. "If I catch you causing trouble on my turf again, do not expect leniency. This is your final warning. Remember it." Yes, it won't happen again," Kongshi replied, his robust physique and sheepish expression appearing incongruous. However, as his gaze shifted to Dai Mubai, it hardened, pointing a finger threateningly. "You will see how this unfolds later. If I don't knock you down, I won't be called Kongshi." With that, Kongshi and the rest of the Berserk squad exited the lounge. Supervisor AO, watching them leave, turned his attention back to Dai Mubai. Do not be deceived by Kongshi's imposing exterior. The fierce battle team has achieved an impressive streak of 7 consecutive victories, striking with ruthless precision, leaving their opponents either dead or severely injured. The disparity in soul power between you and them is vast. It would be wise to concede early. After Supervisor AO made this remark, he departed. Dai Mubai, however, scoffed, expressing his curiosity about who would truly face such dire consequences. "Dai, do not underestimate them." Oscar cautioned from the sidelines. Supervisor AO's warning indicates that the frenzied rhinoceros will not be as brutish as they appear. They are likely testing our strength in advance. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for caution. Indeed, if the situation turns unfavorable, we must not hesitate to utilize Xiao Ao's flying mushroom sausages to retreat from the battle arena. Furthermore, we must consider who is watching from the sidelines. As the tactical commander, Tang Xin stepped forward and suggested, "Let Xiao Wu rest." Although her soul power has surpassed level 30, her attack style has limited effectiveness in a 7v7 team battle. This statement prompted a moment of reflection among the group, yet Xiao Wu, who had been sidelined by Tang San's decision, was displeased. "Why should I sit out, Xiao San? Just watch as I make that frenzied rhinoceros call for mercy." The group's contemplation was interrupted by her outburst. Before Tang San could respond, Ma Hongjun interjected, "Third brother, allow me to stay behind. With Dai and Zhang present, my output is not essential on the stage." In reality, it would have made more sense for Zhu Qing to remain off the stage, given that their opponents possess soul powers exceeding level 10, rendering the capacity of an agile attack-type soul master quite limited. However, no one wished to exclude Zhu Qing. As she had just endured humiliation at the hands of the frenzied rhinoceros, it would be unjust to deny her the chance to vent her frustrations. With that in mind, Tang Xin decided that Fatty would rest first. After arranging the lineup, the group took a brief respite of half an hour before it was finally their turn to compete. It was at this moment that they beheld the entire roster of the frenzied battle team. Towering over the others was the frenzied rhinoceros, flanked by 2 identical middle-aged twins, 2 slender youths, a woman clad in gaudy attire, and a man in his 40s. The battle arena for the team clash spanned a generous 40 meters. allowing both teams ample space to position themselves without feeling cramped. As the frenzied battle team made their entrance, the audience erupted into fervor. Their cheers echoing throughout the venue, shouts to tear them apart, to annihilate them, creating an atmosphere thick with pressure and adrenaline. The formation of the frenzied battle team was distinctly arranged. The frenzied rhinoceros and the twins formed the front line in a triangular alignment, while the slender youths flanked the woman in the center, and the man in his 40s anchored the rear. Conversely, the Shrek 7 had a different arrangement. Xiaowu, Daimubai, and Zhu Zhuqing stood at the forefront, poised to confront the onslaught of attack-type Soul Masters, with Zhu Zhuqing ready to penetrate the enemy lines swiftly. Meanwhile, the controlling Soul Master, Tang San, positioned himself behind them, orchestrating tactics and managing the flow of battle. At the back stood Zhang Yang, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Zhang Yang's role was not only to protect Ning Rongrong and Oscar from agile attackers targeting the rear, but also to provide support with his long-range attacks. Given Zhang Yang's speed, his placement, whether in the front or back, was inconsequential. As the countdown for the team battle commenced, the atmosphere was electric. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Chapter 34. The first step in team combat, flashing to cut the support. The battle spirit ignites, and the countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Dai Mubai roared, his momentum surging. His muscles swelled instantly, arms extending outward as he summoned his martial soul, the White Tiger. Both teams activated their martial souls simultaneously, with the opposing team sporting 21 soul rings and their own possessing 19, transforming the arena into a dazzling spectacle. The audience erupted in cheers. No wonder the tickets for team battles were several times more expensive than those for 1v1 or 2v2 matches. 40 soul rings igniting at once was beyond any individual contest comparison. As the martial souls manifested, the members of Shrek Academy quickly assessed the situation of the frenzied battle team. The captain, Guangxi, resembled a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a white, yellow, and purple soul ring. The twins and two slender youths were slightly weaker, boasting 1 white and 2 yellow rings, while the only one with top-tier soul ring configuration was a heavily made-up woman, holding 2 yellow and 1 purple ring. Observing this, Tang San boldly speculated that this woman might be a crucial component of the frenzied battle team. Meanwhile, Guangxi and his companions were grim expressions. Despite facing 2 formidable soul masters, the opposing team possessed 5 soul venerates with optimal soul ring configurations, making victory seem daunting. The previously roaring crowd fell silent as the 5,000-year soul rings, complemented by the rest being century rings, revealed the extraordinary background of this masked team. As the battle commenced, the first to act were the support-type soul masters in the rear. The opposing support soul master, the middle-aged man, wielded a silver disc known as the Rui Plate, with first and second soul skills enhancing defense and attack for all teammates. Ning Rongrong was not slow to respond. The 7 treasures glazed tower spun in her palm, and 2 yellow soul rings enveloped it in an instant. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed. 14 beams of light enveloped the Shrek team, bestowing enhancements from the continent's top auxiliary martial soul upon everyone, including Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Guangxi's expression darkened further. The reputation of the 7 treasures glazed tower had already instilled trepidation in these common soul masters before the battle even began. But the arrow was knocked, and there was no choice but to shoot. Guangxi issued a solemn command. Charge. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Yang and Guangxi gave their orders, and Tang San pointed towards the frenzied battle team, his intent unmistakable. Sharing the same education as Tang San, Zhang Yang understood his target without needing to glance in that direction. Go, he shouted, and all 3 of his soul rings ignited, erupting with astonishing momentum. Witnessing this, the frenzied battle team members, already possessing their martial souls, instinctively grew wary, especially the woman, who was the team's strategist, her mind racing. The initial burst of 3 soul skills hinted at a strategy aimed at a swift resolution. Their positioning suggested a focus on ranged attacks. However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. She barely registered a flicker before realizing a tall man had appeared beside her. At that moment, having assumed the form of a spider with 8 legs and pink eyes, she still could not track Zhang Yang's movement, finding herself helpless as he materialized right before her. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? The brilliance of Zhang Yang's 3 soul rings remained radiant as his right leg, enveloped in yellow light, struck her waist with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as the Spider-Woman felt a sharp pain in her midsection, her vision darkening as she slumped unconscious, oblivious to her fate. Only a few keen observers could discern that, at the moment of impact, her body folded 180 degrees and was propelled off the arena, crashing violently outside, her life hanging by a thread. From Zhang Yang activating his 3 soul rings to the Spider-Woman's elimination, this event unfolded in a mere blink, barely allowing even the 2 soul masters beside her to react. Guangxi, witnessing a flash of yellow light, realized that the man who had just showcased his soul rings in the resting area had vanished without a trace. But before he could search for him, an unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar voice resonated behind him. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Turning to look, Guangxi found that the Spider-Woman, who had been behind him, was now missing, replaced by the very figure he sought. As he attempted to retaliate against Zhang Yang, he needed to pivot. But the two monkey spirit masters at his side had already launched their assault. Confronted by two opponents wielding potent soul skills, Zhang Yang remained unfazed. Disregarding their attacks as he lifted his right foot and unleashed a kick towards the rear support soul master, the Rui Plate wielder. The Rui Plate master, having just deployed his first two soul skills, was momentarily blinded and upon regaining focus, discovered that the control-type Spider-Woman before him had vanished. A robust enemy, unfazed by the assault of the two monkeys, was now delivering an air slash towards him. Foreseeing his impending fate, the Rui Plate master activated his third soul skill, only to be struck by Zhang Yang's kick, leaving a gash on his chest, sending him sprawling off the platform. The silver disc released a peculiar silver wave, and as Zhang Yang's kick connected, the silver light successfully divided into 5 streams, simultaneously infusing the other 5 members of the frenzied battle team. As the silver light entered their bodies, all 5 of them trembled, their eyes turning red and their physiques swelling significantly. The Monkey Soul Masters, empowered by the enhanced soul skills, unleashed a more formidable assault, their long arms crashing through Zhang Yang's defenses. Yet, strangely, Zhang Yang, caught between their strikes, vanished like a burst soap bubble. In the next moment, 2 resilient blue-silver grasses ensnared the monkey's legs, restraining their movements, and Zhang Yang reappeared within his team's formation. Just as he steadied himself after cutting through the enemy ranks, he heard Tang San's voice. The frenzied battle team seems off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang glanced over and, true to Tang San's observation, perceived the unmistakable disarray. With both their control and support soul masters eliminated, the frenzied battle team, eager to capitalize on the remaining support effects, had resorted to an all-out offensive strategy, yet had abandoned even the most fundamental principles of combat. The agile monkey duo, freed from Tang San's blue-silver grass, rushed forward, intending to swiftly eliminate Shrek's backline and level the playing field. However, to their surprise, they chose to engage with Dai Mubai and Xiaowu instead. An agile assault targeting a strong defense? Engaging a superior opponent while in a weakened state? What kind of strategy was this? Were they out of their minds? The formidable duo from the assault system charged towards Zhu Xuqing. An aggressive attack against a swift opponent, especially in a 2-on-1 scenario, seemed to indicate no lapse in judgment. However, the defense-oriented soul master, Guangxi, surprisingly advanced as well, joining forces with the monkey spirit in a 2-on-1 confrontation that left Xiao Wu in a precarious position. Something felt amiss. It was far too peculiar. Summoning the blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu was pulled towards Zhu Xuqing, while Zhang Yang swiftly took her place. In the midst of these maneuvers, Tang San astutely sensed the underlying anomaly. As he urged the blue-silver grass to restrain Guangxi, he suddenly noticed the crimson eyes of the 5 members of the frenzied team. 1 pair of red eyes might be overlooked, but 5 pairs raised significant suspicions. Thus, Tang San connected their condition to the third soul skill of the Rui Pan Soul Master. With his keen intellect, Tang San quickly reacted, calling out loudly, "Everyone, ascend." Simultaneously, he unleashed his soul power, causing a surge of blue-silver grass to erupt forth, aiming to hinder the frenzied team, if only for a fleeting moment. Upon hearing Tang San's command, the team swiftly disengaged from combat with the aid of the blue-silver grass, each producing a sausage that they quickly devoured. Bang! The 5 members of the frenzied team showcased their unique abilities, using their overwhelming soul power to swiftly obliterate the blue-silver grass beneath them as they pursued. Yet, they were a moment too late. After consuming the sausages, the members of Shrek suddenly sprouted translucent wings. With a powerful flap, they soared into the sky. Due to the connection between their martial souls and their physical forms, Tang San's complexion paled as the blue-silver grass was destroyed, causing his action of consuming the sausage to falter. In that brief moment, he found himself ensnared by the relentless attacks of the frenzied team. Observing Tang San in peril, Zhang Yang, suspended in midair, transformed into a golden light and swiftly appeared by Tang San's side. Fearless, Zhang Yang rejoined the fray, grasping Tang San and propelling him into the air, then himself escaping as a golden light amidst the concentrated onslaught of the frenzied team, emerging unscathed in midair. Finally having the time to consume the flying sausage while being tossed into the sky, Tang San sprouted wings at the pinnacle of his ascent, pausing midair with a powerful flap, while the audience below gasped in unison. It was utterly unexpected. The members of Shrek possessed the ability to fly. A dismal scenario for the frenzied team, who lacked any means to counter aerial threats. Chapter 35, The Rampaging Squad with no targets to attack. The rampaging squad ceased their assault, letting out guttural roars reminiscent of wild beasts, taunting the members of Shrek above them. In midair, Tang San consumed a recovery sausage, finally finding a moment to elucidate his deductions to the group. The current state of the rampaging squad struck me as peculiar. I surmised it was a consequence of the Millennium Soul skill unleashed by their auxiliary soul master prior to their entrance. According to my teacher's research, such an all-encompassing enhancement, coupled with a loss of rationality, would not endure for long. Furthermore, a potent backlash would likely ensue once this state dissipated. Thus, our primary objective was to simply buy time. Oscar, lacking self-defense capabilities, expressed his unease. But, Tang-san, my flying sausage can only last for a minute. And I can only maintain it for 30 seconds. What if we descend and they remain in their current state? Tang-san shook his head. We have to take a gamble. Xiao Ao, how many more flying sausages can you produce? Oscar lamented. Only one. That will suffice. They cannot possibly maintain this state for another minute. Tang-san nodded. Once your flying sausage expires, drop down outside the arena. Before that, be sure to prepare the last flying sausage for me. I'll handle it, Dai Mubai interjected. In terms of offensive capabilities, Tang-san, without hidden weapons, fell short compared to the well-rested Dai Mubai. Then, Dai, just hang on to Zhang Yang when your flying sausage fails. Tang-san had not forgotten Zhang Yang's ability to soar through the air using the Navy 6 style. Dai, you'll ride on my back later. Zhang Yang explained. Even without using the flying sausage, I can sustain flight for over 10 minutes thanks to my unique abilities. You possess such a skill? What about your speed? The others were taken aback. My speed is not particularly swift. It can only be described as walking on air, Zhang Yang replied with a shrug. Zhang Yang could utilize his second soul skill to teleport alongside Dai Mubai. But it consumed a significant amount of soul power and could not guarantee that Dai Mubai wouldn't suffer from motion sickness. Hence using the moon step was wiser. As they deliberated their strategy, Oscar's flying time drew to a close. He reluctantly prepared the last flying sausage and handed it to Tang-san before descending, pale-faced, outside the battle arena. According to Tang-san's plan, they should wait for another 30 seconds, hoping the rampaging squad's state would soon dissipate, allowing more of them to remain on the arena. However, an unforeseen twist arose at that moment. Upon witnessing Oscar suddenly break away from the group and head for the exit, the rampaging squad, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their soul power in pursuit of him. This is bad, Xiao Wu exclaimed in horror. They are charging at Oscar. Can't they see he is trying to leave the arena? Fearing they might be oblivious to this fact, Tang-san shouted, Everyone, we must intercept the rampaging squad. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged towards the rampaging squad, followed closely by the others. Oblivious to the chaos behind him, Oscar stumbled upon landing, only to be flanked on either side by two figures, their fists and feet erupting with soul power, leaving no room for mercy. Despite Tang-san and the others possessing the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, the rampaging squad, now devoid of reason, were blind to the distinction between the inside and outside of the arena, their muddled minds only fixated on one word, kill. As agile soul masters, the twin monkeys reached the ground first, unleashing fierce soul skills upon Oscar, just as it seemed Oscar would be overwhelmed. A flash of yellow light appeared behind him. It was Zhang Yang. The speed of Zhang Yang's second soul skill surpassed that of flight, enabling him to arrive first. With a powerful thrust of his wings, he propelled Oscar forward, causing the twin monkeys' attacks to miss, then soared into the sky without touching the ground. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others arrived promptly, delivering their most potent attacks upon the rampaging squad, sending them crashing off the arena. Although the rampaging squad should have immediately conceded upon landing, their lack of reason rendered them unresponsive. They twisted in midair and landed steadily, only to erupt with soul power and charge at Zhang Yang and the others once more. Using their soul weapons outside the arena was a violation of the Great Soul Arena's regulations. Yet the venue was not equipped with a Soul King-level enforcer to oversee every match, leaving Shrek's members to rely on their own wits to evade danger. Fortunately, their flying mushroom sausages still had a bit of time left, allowing them to remain airborne for a while longer. At that moment, the announcer proclaimed, under the assault of the Shrek team, the rampaging squad has exited the bounds of the arena. I declare the victors of this battle to be the Shrek team. But that was not the end. The announcer continued, additionally, several members of the rampaging squad have openly violated the Great Soul Arena's combat regulations, attacking an opponent who was leaving the arena and continuing to use their soul powers to disrupt the normal course of the battle after exiting. This behavior is utterly reprehensible. As the Soul Master level supervisor of the Great Soul Arena, I hereby declare the rampaging squad's actions in this battle to be void. And I shall revoke their team battle soul badge, as well as the individual battle soul badges of the offenders, barring them from participating in any further battles at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. The audience's reactions were a cacophony of opinions, some decrying the match as dull and lackluster, others criticizing the rampaging squad for their foolishness, while a few lamented that Shrek's victory had cost them money. Amidst the myriad of sentiments, few cheered for Shrek's triumph. As the flying sausages of Shrek's members neared their expiration, it was astonishing to witness the rampaging squad's mindless frenzy still persist. Thus, upon landing on the arena, the rampaging squad members surged forward, gathering their soul power to charge at Shrek. Damn it, how audacious. Zhang Yang, still holding Oscar, felt his anger boil, with 3 soul rings glowing in unison. He swiftly appeared behind the slowest yet most potent rampaging member, the rampaging rhinoceros, delivering a devastating lightspeed kick that sent blood gushing from its mouth and fractured nearly half of its ribs. The subsequent twin sheep followed suit, though Zhang Yang exerted a degree of control over the force, resulting in slightly less severe injuries, yet still quite grievous. The twin monkeys required no assistance from Zhang Yang. Daimobai pinned one to the ground and unleashed a barrage of strikes, while Xiaowu executed an 8-section throw, rendering another unconscious. The audience, stunned into silence by Shrek's explosive counterattack, left even the announcer, Supervisor Ao, in shock. Who could have anticipated that the Shrek team, having concealed themselves in the air and avoiding confrontation, would unleash such a devastating display against the rampaging squad in an instant? As a result, having witnessed such a thrilling battle, the audience erupted in cheers, rallying behind the Shrek team. The Shrek members swiftly exited the arena, reuniting with Master, Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and Ma Hongjun before departing the Great Soul Arena. Once out of the public's eye, they removed their masks and exchanged knowing smiles. Back at the hotel, the group did not immediately celebrate their victory, but instead convened in Zhang Yang and Tang San's room to reflect on the lessons learned from the night's battle. Both individual battles and 2v2 matches were satisfactory, yet the team fights concluded rather swiftly, leaving us uncertain about what insights we could glean. However, Tang San's control abilities truly embody the essence of the team. With his blue-silver grass restraining the opponents, we could swiftly ascend and evade confrontation. Daimobai articulated this sentiment succinctly, encapsulating the thoughts of the others. Without the guidance of the master, the rest lacked the sensitivity and analytical skills that both Zhang Yang and Tang San exhibited regarding battle assessments. Zhang Yang asserted, "The most significant issue revealed in today's team fight was our inability to accurately gauge the opponent's state. We did not anticipate that the Frenzy team would lose awareness, both in and out of the arena, leading to a near injury for Oscar." The master nodded in agreement. "Indeed, while this is a concern, it is not entirely your fault. Even the most seasoned combatants would not expect a team to be in such a state of indecision. The area outside is a safe zone, and there is little to amend here. But master, we truly cannot comprehend how the Frenzy team, being a squad on a 7-match winning streak, could permit themselves to act irrationally and attack indiscriminately on the battle platform?" Tang San queried, his face a mask of confusion. "I have contemplated this matter," the master replied earnestly, "and I believe that the Spider-Woman's Soul Master, who was eliminated by Zhang Yang at the onset, is pivotal to the Frenzy team's strategy. The fact that they are named Frenzy indicates that this fervent tactic is a staple of their approach. As a conventional strategy, it must have its means of control. The configuration exhibited by the Frenzy team consisted of 1 defensive, 2 assault, 2 agile, and 1 supportive Soul Masters, notably lacking a controlling Soul Master. Thus, the female Soul Master eliminated by Zhang Yang must have been a control specialist, a crucial figure in their fervent strategy. However, there is no need for self-reproach. Your performance today was commendable. The Frenzy team is formidable even among elite tiers, particularly with their fervent tactics. And your victory speaks volumes of your success. Amongst you, Oscar played an indispensable role today. It was your flying sausages that spared the team from casualties. A squad cannot rely solely on assault types. Every category is irreplaceable." Beside him, Ma Hongjun chimed in, "Indeed, Oscar. You cannot fathom how spectacular it was to see all 7 of us soaring through the skies. This was all thanks to you." Encouraged by the master's praise, a shared smile spread across the faces of the team. Once all necessary points had been addressed, the master turned his attention to Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, your prowess is formidable, even within the realm of Soul Kings. Thus, to refine your team synergy, you shall refrain from using soul skills in future battles." Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, master." In truth, he had anticipated the restriction on soul skills, so he found it quite acceptable. However, Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, "But master, while this does enhance our synergy, what about when we fight for our lives?" At that point, Zhang Yang cannot be restricted from using soul skills, can he? Won't his sudden eruption disrupt our established battle rhythm? To Tang San's inquiry, the master decisively responded with 2 words, "It won't." Huh? The others looked puzzled. "You need not understand the specifics, just remember this answer," the master stated before looking towards Flandra. "Flandra, teacher Zhao Wujin, let us return." "Very well." With that, the master departed, leaving the Shrek team in the inn, perplexed. Observing his companions deep in thought, Zhang Yang clapped his hands in resignation. "All right, if you cannot figure it out, let us partake in something enjoyable. To celebrate our triumphant debut, how about we hold a feast?" "Sounds great." The group's eyes lit up instantly. The seasoned gourmand, Ma Hongjun, interjected, "Why dine downstairs? I know a private chef with exceptional cuisine. Let us go there." "Sounds good," Zhang Yang nodded. "Shall we?" "Let us go." The 8 spirited youths, brimming with excitement, set off for their gathering. Soon, 5 of the older gentlemen found themselves thoroughly inebriated, courtesy of Ning Rongrong, who was experiencing her first drinking session. Chapter 36. The Royal Combat Team. The following day, apart from Tang San, who possessed a formidable biological clock, none of the others managed to rise before lunchtime. It is easy to imagine how poor their combat performance would be that day. However, despite their collective underperformance in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles, they still managed to secure victories, particularly in the final team battle, which significantly improved Master S's demeanor. The combat sessions continued relentlessly, with the team participating in 2 to 3 matches each day, yielding tangible rewards. Zhang Yang, in particular, acquired not only combat points, but also substantial monetary gains. Initially, only Ning Rongrong joined in on the betting, but soon, others like Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiaowu followed suit. Even Daimubai, who was never short of money, got swept up in the trend and made a few bets, earning a modest profit. Due to Zhang Yang's unbroken winning streak, many began to follow suit with their wagers, causing his odds to become exceedingly unfavorable. Even Ning Rongrong's substantial bets yielded little profit. Subsequently, a representative from the Grand Combat Arena approached Master, and after a lengthy discussion in a private room, Zhang Yang received numerous assurances, including a high-value gold storage card and other conditions. Thus, during the day's one-on-one match, Zhang Yang encountered a Soul Master from the Royal Combat Team, adorned with the same mask, leading to the end of his winning streak. Those who had bet on his victory were left at a loss, having been outmaneuvered by the Grand Combat Arena and Zhang Yang's own misfortunes. Although this resulted in some notoriety for Zhang Yang and the Shrek team, it was ultimately condoned by Master, and the Academy also reaped some benefits, allowing them to accept the stigma. After 2 weeks of relentless combat, Master granted everyone a day off to recuperate. Following this brief respite, they resumed their grueling schedule. On this particular day, Master, acting as the Shrek team's agent, registered them for the matches, only to be invited once more into a quiet private room by Supervisor AO, with whom he had previously collaborated amicably, unaware of the discussions taking place. The team was astonished when they discovered that today's opponents in the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches had voluntarily conceded, allowing them to effortlessly accumulate points and be ushered into a secluded room by the Grand Combat Arena staff. After settling into their seats, they were still pondering the events when Master spread a stack of documents across the table. This is the information regarding your opponents for today's team battle, he indicated, urging everyone to take a look. This is a well-rounded team, and it will be a tough fight for you. As they perused the documents, Tang San's eyes narrowed. This is a team composed entirely of Soul Masters with optimal Soul Ring configurations? The optimal configurations had been the Shrek team's secret to overcoming stronger foes, yet now they found themselves at a disadvantage against this Royal Combat team. Zhang Yang's focus diverged slightly from Tang San's. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Is it truly the most powerful beast martial soul family? Master nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon stands as a pinnacle among beast martial souls, possessing immense attack power. Therefore, the captain is a key adversary you must focus on. Moreover, the vice captain, wielding the emerald-scaled serpent martial soul, also warrants your attention. It is quite rare for a soul master with such a unique martial soul to pursue a control-oriented path. To my knowledge, there is only one renowned figure in this regard. Flinder's eyes widened in realization. Xiao Gang, the individual you refer to, couldn't he possibly be him, could it? Master confirmed with a nod. Indeed, the only one known for utilizing the emerald-scaled serpent martial soul along the control path is this famed emerald-scaled Douluo. Zhang Yang's expression shifted dramatically. The one known as the poison tyrant of the world? Master affirmed. Correct. The emerald-scaled serpent martial soul, a control-type soul master. In bearing the surname Douluo, I am certain the vice-captain of the Royal Combat Team shares an inseparable connection with the emerald-scaled Douluo. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense among the group. However, Ning Rongrong stood apart from the others, her attention fixated on the information regarding the support-type soul master from the Royal Combat Team. She turned to Master. Master, I have something to say. Master nodded. Before the battle, everyone is free to express their thoughts. Ning Rongrong pointed her delicate finger toward the support-type Soul Master's data. I believe our primary target must be this support-type Soul Master. Oh? Why is that? Master was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's bold assertion. She replied earnestly, Master, you may not be familiar with the 9-Heart Sea Flower Martial Soul, which my father once referred to as a miracle among martial souls. What is Ning Rongrong's father's identity? He is the leader of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, the strongest support soul master in the world, an authority in the field. For such a powerful figure to bestow such praise upon the 9-Heart Sea Flower speaks volumes about its exceptional qualities. Without waiting for Master to inquire further, Ning Rongrong divulged, the most remarkable aspect of the 9-Heart Sea Flower Martial Soul is that, regardless of the number of soul rings it possesses, it only has one soul skill, which is a wide-range healing ability, the extent of which is controlled by the Soul Master's intent. Everyone in the room was stunned. Such a formidable martial soul exists? Ning Rongrong continued, Indeed. My father once said that as long as a soul master with the 9-Heart Sea Flower is present, dying becomes a difficult task. Therefore, if we do not eliminate her from the battlefield at the onset, we will be wasting our efforts until her soul power is exhausted. Master's expression grew increasingly serious, and the atmosphere in the room plunged to a freezing point. After careful consideration, he nodded and made arrangements for the students in this battle. I still do not permit any of you to use hidden weapons. However, Xiao San, I will allow you to use your 8 spider lances during the fight. Tang San's eyes lit up. The 8 spider lances are the nemesis of poison. With that, the emerald-scaled serpent master's effectiveness will be reduced significantly. Furthermore, Master turned his gaze toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, I permit you to employ your second soul skill in this battle. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. Though I cannot evade attacks through elementalization with enhanced speed, I will strive to eliminate the 9-Heart Sea Flower Soul Master at the earliest opportunity. Lastly, Master addressed Daimubai and Zhu Shuqin. In today's battle, the key opportunities lie primarily with the two of you. Daimobei and Zhu Zhiqing understood Master S' intent. Yet they still lacked the seamless connection necessary for utilizing their martial soul fusion technique. All right, that will be all. Master clapped his hands. Now, you may begin your preparations. Thus, the Shrek team commenced a thorough study of the Royal Combat Team's information, meticulously strategizing their approach. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, 8 young talents were fervently discussing a document concerning the Shrek team, sourced from the City Lord's office. The 2 lines of annotations beneath the document became the focal point of their discussion. Since this month, the Shrek 7 have achieved a perfect record in team battles, and their true strength is far more complex than their levels suggest. Notably, the Control-type Soul Master, Qianshou Azura, and the Assault-type Soul Master, Yellow Flash, demand particular attention. Qianshou Azura possesses formidable control capabilities, often able to turn the tide of battle. In contrast, Yellow Flash has not utilized any soul skills in the recent 26 matches, concealing his true abilities. Upon reading this information, Vice Captain Douluo Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Qin, who provided you with this document? It's absolutely hilarious that a blue-silver grass martial soul requires such special attention. I perceive that he cannot even withstand my primary soul skill. Indeed, Teacher Qin. Particularly this Yellow Flash, merely possessing a soul power of 32, and yet concealing his true strength. What sort of opponents have they previously encountered? It is utterly laughable. This small place truly is a small place, lacking even a properly formidable Soul Master team. Teacher Qin let out a cold snort, causing the members of the Imperial Battle Team to feel their hearts momentarily constrict. The intense tremor etched a look of astonishment upon their faces. Yinzi, it is one thing to be careless, but as the vice captain, how could you underestimate the opponent so? With such a mentality entering the fray, I can almost guarantee you will face a significant setback immediately. Teacher Qin's words rendered the proud Douluo Yin speechless. Teacher Qin, whose real name is Qin Ming, is 34 years old and possesses a soul power of 61. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, he is the second youngest soul emperor in history. His talent so exceptional that it evokes a sense of despair. Such a figure, even for the proud among them, commands genuine respect. The captain, Yu Tianheng, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, patted Douluo Yin on the shoulder and remarked, Teacher Qin, the disparity in soul power between us and this Shrek team is substantial, and the 7 treasure glaze tile, while capable of bridging some of that gap, is still limited. Furthermore, the Captain Daimobei possesses a martial spirit, the White Tiger, which is no less formidable than ours, enhanced by the 7 treasure glaze tile. He becomes a point of considerable concern. That evil fire phoenix also warrants attention. I have never encountered any mention of a martial spirit by that name, suggesting it may be a mutated spirit. The Yellow Flash mentioned in the data has consistently concealed his strength, thus we must pay particular heed to him. However, I find it difficult to discern any reason to focus on this blue-silver grass soul master. It is merely blue-silver grass, no matter how strong the soul rings. How formidable can they truly be? Qin Ming nodded slightly. Your analysis is relatively composed. The information we possess on the Shrek team is limited to what we observe before us. Their true strength can only be discerned through direct confrontation. Remember my words, never underestimate any opponent. Furthermore, in this battle, I only permit you to injure the opponents, not to maim, nor to kill. Yinzi. Take special note, after the match, you must administer an antidote to the opponents without delay. Douluo Yin inquired curiously, why is that? Teacher, do you not often remind us that there are no familial ties on the battlefield and that we must give it our all? If we do not harm the opponents, we may ourselves be injured. Thus, we cannot afford to show mercy. Qin Ming shook his head. The reasons will become clear to you in due time. Chapter 37. Calculating Yu Tianheng. The central battle arena of the Soto Great Arena is notably larger than the other arenas, with a diameter of a remarkable 70 square meters. The spectator seating comprises individual crystal glass boxes, where esteemed guests observe the soul battles. At this moment, a young lady, with a captivating visage and an alluring figure, gracefully ascends to the battle platform. It is an honor for Dodo to once again host the team soul battle for all esteemed guests, and she hopes everyone enjoys the evening. Tonight, the arena has prepared a spectacular team soul battle featuring 2 of the most renowned soul master teams in the Soto Great Arena, the Royal Battle Team and the Shrek team. As the host concludes her introduction, she immediately activates her 3rd spirit ring, and a pair of pure white wings materializes. With a gentle flap, she elevates herself above the central battle platform. The massive doors on either side of the arena silently swing open, and the teams enter simultaneously, striding towards the center. On the left, the Royal Battle Team, led by Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage, walks at the forefront, closely accompanied by Douluo Yin. Behind them are the Shijiao brothers, followed by the Black Panther Osro and the Windchime Bird Yufeng, with the 9-heart Begonia Soul Master bringing up the rear. On the opposite side is the Shrek team, their youthful faces concealed beneath masks, revealing minimal personal information. As both teams meet at the center of the arena, the gazes of Daimobei and Yu Tianheng clash fiercely, causing a palpable tension to envelop the venue. Yu Tianheng's heart races as he locks eyes with Daimobei. This opponent, though only slightly beneath him in rank, appears formidable. Attention, participating soul masters. You now have 1 minute to summon your spirits. You may attack only upon my signal. The battle will continue until one side concedes, is entirely defeated, or falls from the platform, announces the host. Her words ignite the arena, and the 14 talented soul masters simultaneously release their spirits, a powerful wave of soul energy surging skyward, causing Dodo to flap her wings and ascend higher. Once all spirits are summoned, the 40 soul rings shimmer incessantly, prompting Dodo to declare, "Begin." Upon hearing this command, the combatants focus intently. Tang San swiftly spreads his blue-silver grass, enveloping the ground beneath them and establishing their territory. 6 tendrils of blue-silver grass quietly entwine around his teammates' waists, ready to assist them at a moment's notice. With a mighty roar, Daimubai unleashes his first spirit ring ability, the White Tiger Shield, and charges towards his opponents, enveloped in a layer of golden light that enhances his already imposing presence. The Shijiao brothers, defenders of the royal battle team with their Xuanwu turtle spirits, activate their first spirit rings, their heavy shells glowing with a protective yellow light. Bracing for Daimubai's assault, Daimubai leaps into the air, his claws extending as he targets the brothers' heads. Just then, the power and speed augmentation from Ning Rongrong reaches him, amplifying his attack's intensity. This combination proves deadly, as many of their opponents falter against the synergy of Daimubai and Ning Rongrong. However, just as Daimubai's claws are about to strike, the Shijiao brothers retract their heads into their shells. Daimubai's claws clank harmlessly against the sturdy shell, and he grimaces at the realization that while they may feel little, his own claws are momentarily numbed from the impact. In that moment of vulnerability, Yu Tianheng seizes the opportunity. He charges at Daimubai, his blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit empowering his right arm as he slams it towards Daimubai. The blue lightning coalesces into a claw-shaped strike, hurtling towards Daimubai's exposed chest. The speed of the attack is astonishing. Daimubai barely perceives the blue figure before the electric claw is upon him. Even if Daimubai could retract his arms, he would only be able to block the blow with his limbs. Should Yu Tianheng land his strike, he and the Shijiao brothers would surely pursue Daimubai relentlessly. At this critical moment, Tang San, observing the electric claw from a distance, swiftly tightens the blue-silver grass connected to Daimubai. The force pulls Daimubai back just in time, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. Once on the ground, Daimubai retaliates with his dragon claws, while simultaneously, Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing dart around the Shijiao brothers, advancing towards the rear of the royal battle team. Seeing Yu Tianheng's attack miss, he quickly assesses the trio's waists. Indeed, each of them is entwined with the blue-silver grass. The reports were accurate. This blue-silver grass soul master is indeed the key figure of the Shrek team. If he can be eliminated, victory will be assured for the royal battle team. Resolute, Yu Tianheng leaps onto the Shijiao brothers' shell, accelerating past Daimubai and lunging towards Tang San, unleashing his second lightning claw attack. However, as he faces Tang San, he suddenly notices the masked soul master's eyes shift to a deep purple. As Tang San subtly shifts his stance, his figure becomes illusory. Utilizing the ghost shadow perplexing track, Tang San has already evaded to a distance of 8 feet, causing Yu Tianheng's claw to once again grasp at air. With the failure of his attack, Tang San activates his first spirit ring, launching his first spirit skill, binding, as countless blue-silver grasses surge up from the ground, ensnaring Yu Tianheng in a cocoon. Simultaneously, Xiaowu, who has bypassed the Shijiao brothers and is engaged with the Black Panther Soul Master, and Zhu Shiqing, battling the Wind Chime Bird, as well as Daimubai, who is still entangled with the brothers, are all rapidly drawn back by the blue-silver grass. Realizing Yu Tianheng is ensnared, the Shrek team's assaulting Soul Masters retreat simultaneously. Dugu Yin, the vice-captain, suddenly awakens to the gravity of the situation. We've fallen into a trap. Quickly charge. With her Bylin snake spirit, Dugu Yin, resembling a descendant of Enhua, swiftly darts forward, followed closely by the Black Panther and Wind Chime Bird Soul Masters. A twisted air slash, the Gale Kick, slices towards the trio from the side. Their defenses, not particularly robust, compel them to contort their bodies to evade. Yet, dodging a single Gale Kick proves inconsequential, as they are soon confronted with a barrage of successive kicks, each delivered at a sharp angle. Reinforcements have been delayed. Ensnared within the blue-silver grass, Yu Tianheng is acutely aware of his perilous predicament. Under duress, his second and third spirit rings shine brilliantly, erupting in a dazzling display of blue lightning. With a thunderous explosion, the blue-silver grass surrounding Yu Tianheng is instantaneously incinerated, scattering into ash. The Wrath of Thunder, effectively, for a limited duration. It propels the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Master into a state of frenzy, amplifying the power of lightning by 100% and increasing soul power by 50%. As soon as he broke free from his confinement, Yu Tianheng forcefully twisted his body, extending his arms wide as he faced Daimubai, Zhang Yang, and Zhu Shiqing rushing towards him. He roared, "Thunderbolt!" The countless serpentine bolts of electricity swirling around him surged in unison, transforming into innumerable arrows of lightning that erupted in all directions. This was Yu Tianheng's true full-force strike. Under the enhancement of the Wrath of Thunder's 100% lightning power, his second soul skill, Thunderbolt, unleashed unparalleled offensive might. The multitude of lightning arrows hurtled towards Daimubai, Zhang Yang, and Zhu Shiqing. Yet, Daimubai was no novice in his first battle. The moment Yu Tianheng shattered Tang San's blue-silver grass confinement, Dai Mubai's third soul ring illuminated, triggering the 1,000-year soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, elevating his strength to new heights. In the very instant that Yu Tianheng's area attack Thunderbolt descended, Dai Mubai's second soul skill was also primed for action. Accompanied by a ferocious tiger's roar, his sinister eyes merged instantly, and a dazzling white light was abruptly released beneath the golden radiance of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. The white light expanded in the air to a diameter of 2 meters, akin to a meteor, hurtling towards Yu Tianheng. The collision between the lightning arrows and the White Tiger's radiant wave resonated through the air with a thunderous clash. The entire battle arena trembled violently, the terrifying explosive force transforming into a powerful shockwave that scattered in all directions. All the esteemed spectators, including the host Douluo hovering above, gasped in astonishment. Was this truly a Soul Master-level battle? Following the explosion, Yu Tianheng landed on the ground, staggering back 3 steps. He had sustained some injuries from Dai Mubai's singular attack, his internal energy churning. Before Yu Tianheng could contemplate his next move, a nimble figure suddenly emerged from behind him. Zhu Shiqing, propelled by her ghostly piercing strike, reached her maximum speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air, her 2 soul rings flashing simultaneously. Before Yu Tianheng could stabilize himself, Zhu Shiqing had already dashed to confront him. Zhu Shiqing's second soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws, unleashed a torrent of claw shadows that wove into a terrifying net of razor-sharp blades. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's internal energy was still in tumult from the previous thunderbolt, having expended too much lightning power, leaving him in a precarious state of spent strength with no new power at hand. In this critical moment, Yu Tianheng showcased exceptional mental fortitude, remaining unfazed by his opponent's assault. He braced himself with the arms of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, attempting to deflect Zhu Shiqing's onslaught. Although his body was marred with wounds, he managed to protect his vital points effectively, despite Zhu Shiqing's relentless attacks. Yu Tianheng seized the opportunity to catch his breath and unleashed his thunderclaw once more, yet it still met with emptiness. Zhu Shiqing, endowed with remarkable speed and aided by Tang San's blue-silver grass, effortlessly evaded the thunderclaw. She sidestepped to the left, evading, while her companion Xiao Wu swiftly approached Yu Tianheng. Just as Xiao Wu charged forward, she faced Yu Tianheng's thunderclaw head-on. Her third soul skill was instant teleportation, allowing her to evade the strike effortlessly. The moment she activated her third soul skill, she vanished from Yu Tianheng's sight. In the next instant, her long scorpion tail ensnared his neck. As her tail coiled around Yu Tianheng's neck, Xiao Wu leaped, gripping his dragon arm with both hands while simultaneously planting her legs against his abdomen. The first soul skill, Waist Bow, activated, propelling Yu Tianheng directly towards Zhang Yang. As Yu Tianheng was hurled toward Zhang Yang, their eyes locked. Injured and in pain, Yu Tianheng noticed Zhang Yang's stance, his hands clenched into fists aimed directly at him. And an alarm rang in his mind. This was not good. The Six King's Spear. Yu Tianheng barely had time to cross his dragon arm in front of him, his soul power not yet gathered, before he collided with the formidable shockwave of the Six King's Spear. Bang! The forceful impact sent Yu Tianheng hurtling backward, and there, Dai Mubai awaited him, fully charged with soul power. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang, who had not utilized any soul skills in 26 team battles, 26 individual battles, and 26 2v2s, finally activated his second soul ring, which had long since woven a web. Zhang Yang smiled, instantly transforming into a streak of yellow light, vanishing into the formation of the Shrek team. Chapter 38, a fatal kick that ended the match in a mere instant. Zhang Yang transformed into a glimmering blade, traversing nearly 50 meters to pierce the vital area of the Imperial battle team. The Shijiao brothers barely registered a flash of yellow light before they could react. Situated at the rear of the Imperial team, Yi Lingling, shielded by the Shijiao brothers, never fathomed that an enemy could breach her teammates' defenses and approach her directly. With a smile directed at Yi Lingling, Zhang Yang struck without hesitation, channeling his soul power into a kick aimed at her abdomen. Bang! Yi Lingling was sent flying over 10 meters away from the edge of the battle arena. No. The Shijiao brothers, turning their heads, could hardly believe their eyes. After delivering that kick, Zhang Yang did not glance back at Yi Lingling's fate but instead flashed a radiant smile at the Shijiao brothers, his pearly white teeth gleaming. As an auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling was utterly incapable of withstanding Zhang Yang's forceful kick, and being propelled out of the arena was her inevitable destiny. As expected, the announcer's voice resonated throughout the main arena. Out of the arena, the Shrek team, represented by the Yellow Flash, has penetrated deep into the Imperial battle team's territory, kicking auxiliary soul master Yi Lingling out of the battle arena, resulting in her elimination. At this moment, the arena fell into an unsettling silence. The other members of the Imperial battle team were astounded, unable to comprehend how their greatest safeguard, the nine-hearted begonia soul master Yi Lingling, could be eliminated so swiftly. Meanwhile, the Shrek team members, stationed far away, exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging the success of their plan. With the admiration of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, how could they overlook this auxiliary soul master? Tang San had devised a complex strategy for Yi Lingling, intricately designed to exploit Yu Tianheng's pride, luring him into a vulnerable position surrounded by their full fighting force. The plan was masterfully executed, allowing Zhang Yang to eliminate Yi Lingling with a single decisive kick. Bang! Yu Tianheng, sent back by Dai Mubai's palm, collided with the Shijiao brothers and finally came to a halt, blood gushing from the wounds that marred his body, staining his white garments in the battle arena beneath him. Witnessing his nephew being plotted against by his own disciple and suffering such grievous injuries, the master in the observation room involuntarily twitched his cheek. Xiaogang, noticing the master's distress, Flandre grew concerned. "Master, I'm fine," the master replied, shaking his head. He was a man of reason. Yu Tianheng's severe injuries could only be attributed to his own hubris, daring to venture alone into enemy territory. The seeds he had sown would naturally yield their bitter fruit. "Damn it, I will kill you all." Yu Tianheng's grave injuries undoubtedly enraged the Imperial battle team, especially Vice Captain De Guyen, as Yu Tianheng's confidant. Witnessing her man being besieged and severely wounded without the chance to assist him was a torment beyond measure. At this moment, disregarding Qin Ming's prior warnings, De Guyen's soul rings ignited with a sudden brilliance. Her originally emerald green eyes transformed entirely into a deep purple. And even the green scales of her serpent tail were cloaked in a haze of pale purple light. She opened her mouth, unleashing a dense purple mist that swiftly spread through the air, surging toward the Shrek team. Simultaneously, Zhang Yang, positioned within the depths of the Imperial battle team as territory and outside the range of Du Guyan's poisonous mist, prepared to face an onslaught from the Black Panther Soul Master, Wind Chime Bird Soul Master, and the Shijiao brothers, 4 adversaries in total. Swish. On guard against the Imperial battle team, Zhang Yang activated his golden flash mode, darting within their ranks with blinding speed, launching a barrage of strikes at his 4 assailants. However, confronted by their coordinated assault, Zhang Yang had a more astute strategy in mind, to attack the enemy's most vulnerable member. A few well-placed kicks to the ailing Yu Tianheng would ensure that they were preoccupied. Yet Zhang Yang refrained from executing this plan, not out of loyalty to his uncle, but because such tactics were beneath his dignity. While Zhang Yang cleverly distracted the 4 opponents, Tang San swiftly countered Du Guyan's azure scale snake poison with ignited Realgar wine. Although there was no assistance from Ma Hongjun to ignite the wine, Tang San was resourceful enough to manage it himself. The flames engulfed the potent liquor, transforming it into a fiery mist that neutralized Du Guyan's poison. "No, this cannot be. How can you counter my azure scale purple poison?" Du Guyan stared incredulously at Tang San, disbelief etched across her face. She was not alone. The other members of the Imperial battle team wore expressions of astonishment at such a peculiar phenomenon. Tang San replied nonchalantly, "The azure scale snake poison is merely a trivial technique. If the 5 poisons of azure scale were present, I might pay more attention. Your poison is still lacking in potency." Du Guyan, cradling the severely injured Yu Tianheng, found herself at a loss for words in the wake of Tang San's retort. Just then, Zhang Yang, who was maneuvering around the Imperial team's territory, suddenly spoke. "I never anticipated that Yu Tianheng would soon be out of options. It's a pity for such a talented youth." Upon hearing this, Du Guyan jolted back to reality, glancing down at Yu Tianheng in her arms. Indeed, his condition was deteriorating rapidly. "Nonsense. The captain was clearly injured because of your encirclement." The Wind Chime Bird Soul Master shouted angrily at Zhang Yang. "In battles between Soul Masters, injuries are an inevitable reality. It is you who, instead of seeking treatment for him, waste time in futile exchanges with me. It seems you truly intend to ensure he does not leave the battle arena alive," Zhang Yang remarked with a sardonic tone, having been relentlessly attacked by Daimu Bai, Zhang Yang, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing. Yu Tianheng was gravely injured and had lost his ability to fight. Without immediate treatment, his life was in jeopardy. Zhang Yang's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing the heart of the Imperial battle team and twisting the blade as he withdrew. Du Guyan, relinquishing her martial spirit form, lifted the severely wounded Yu Tianheng, casting a cold glance at Zhang Yang. Her lips parted, her voice icy and terrifying. "We concede." "Not necessarily. You can hand Yu Tianheng over to the 9-hearted Begonia Soul Master below, and the battle may continue." "Humph. Defeat is defeat. Our Imperial battle team can accept it. We leave." Du Guyan, unwilling to engage further with Zhang Yang, turned and strode toward the edge of the arena, cradling Yu Tianheng. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena, declaring, "The Imperial battle team concedes. I announce that the Shrek team emerges victorious." As the dust of battle settled, everyone retracted their martial spirits. Below the arena, after receiving treatment from the 9-hearted Begonia Soul Master, Yu Tianheng had regained consciousness, though still weak. His condition was no longer critical. The members of Shrek expressed their relief at this turn of events. Yu Tianheng was so gravely injured, and yet he can stand up so quickly. The 9-hearted Begonia truly is formidable. Thankfully, we eliminated her at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, this battle would have been far more challenging. According to the rules of team battles, the 2 teams once again assembled together. Yu Tianheng remained exceedingly weak, relying on his companions for support to stand upright. Nonetheless, despite the severity of his injuries, his attitude was commendable. "Your cooperation is unparalleled in my experience, and the strategy was exceptionally clever. My defeat is not unjust." Daimu Bai replied candidly, "Indeed, had it not been for our ingenious plan and your prideful arrogance, the outcome of this battle could have been quite different." Pride. Yu Tianheng sighed inwardly, nodding at Daimu Bai, hoping for another opportunity to clash in the future. Certain that the result would not mirror today's, the 2 exchanged glances, igniting a spark of rivalry. Yu Tianheng took a deep breath before addressing Asro. the Black Panther Spirit Master supporting him, and his other teammates, stating, "Let us depart," with somewhat unsteady steps. Yu Tianhing and his team made their way toward the Spirit Master entrance. Suddenly, Douluo Yin, the Phosphor Serpent Spirit Master, halted and turned to the unremarkable Tang San. "You may have neutralized my serpent's venom, but this matter is far from over. Just you wait." Tang San gazed calmly at his adversary, replying indifferently, "I shall await your challenge." Alongside Douluo Yin was Yu Lingling, the Nine-Heart Sea Peach Spirit Master, who cast a lingering glance at Zhang Yang. Seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refrained. As the cheers of the Shrek team echoed around them, the figures of the royal fighting team appeared somewhat diminished. Qin Ming stood steadfast at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of his disciples. His expression bore no trace of displeasure, instead graced with a gentle smile. In his eyes, "This may well be a fortuitous outcome. I apologize, Teacher Qin, we have lost," Yu Tianhing confessed, bowing his once proud head before Qin Ming. The latter remained silent, observing his most esteemed disciple, a source of pride for him. Yu Tianhing continued, "The blame for today's defeat lies entirely with me. I failed to command effectively, advancing recklessly into the enemy's ambush. If you must impose punishment, let it be upon me." Though many wished to speak, Qin Ming raised a hand to silence them. "For you all, while this may seem a defeat, it is ultimately a blessing. You have experienced far too much ease, and thus, a setback is necessary. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the inability to learn from it." Qin Ming's gaze swept across the group. "Extract the lessons from this defeat and transform them into nourishment for your growth." The members of the royal fighting team echoed his words, "Grow through this defeat." Waving his hand, Qin Ming instructed, "You may all return to rest and recover swiftly. I have others to meet." With that, he turned and strode away. In stark contrast to the royal fighting team's dejection, the Shrek 7, amidst the applause of the audience, approached Master, Flender, and Zhao Wujia, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. The Master exchanged a look with Tang San, who discerned satisfaction in his mentor's gaze. For Tang San, receiving his teacher's approval held far greater significance than the audience's cheers. The Master generously praised, "Well done. You overcame your adversaries through meticulous planning. This group battle, akin to an examination in the second phase of trials, you have all excelled in my assessment." Flender, standing beside him, wore a broad smile. Shrek Academy was the culmination of his unwavering dedication, and now he had finally witnessed the emergence of the most remarkable group of students in the Academy's history. He believed that within 2 decades, these young souls would unleash a tempest upon the Spirit Master realm of the Douluo Continent. At that moment, a figure approached leisurely. Before the individual arrived, their voice resonated. Disciple Qin Ming pays respects to Dean Flender and Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. "How have you both been of late?" Chapter 39. In the corner, the guard once again opened his notebook. As one of the most distinguished graduates from Shrek Academy, Qin Ming held a profound respect for his mentor, Flander. Upon learning that his long-standing record for the fastest breakthrough to Soul Master had been surpassed by Daimo Bai, Zhang Yang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, Qin Ming was taken aback. With such a plethora of extraordinary talents, it appeared that the academy was flourishing more than ever before. He mused. Qin Ming could not help but exclaim the pure lineage of Shrek, referring to the students as not merely geniuses, but rather monsters. Upon hearing this, Flander's smile stiffened slightly, while Zhao Wujia wore a look of resignation, remarking on how these children were the last batch of students from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming instinctively questioned, "How could this be? Has the Academy's financial predicament not yet been resolved?" Flander's expression grew even more rigid. It was evident that graduates from Shrek were well aware of the Academy's inner workings. As the adults engaged in nostalgic conversation, the children were sent away to tally points. The point calculation proceeded smoothly, and everyone, including Ning Rongrong and Oscar, received silver soul badges, while Zhang Yang and Tang San were awarded gold badges. They found a secluded restroom to remove their masks, changed their clothing to conceal their identities, and dispersed to return to their inn. Holding Ning Rongrong's hand as they exited the soul arena, Zhang Yang gazed up at the starlit sky and remarked, "I never imagined that within just a month, I would obtain the gold badge. It feels somewhat surreal, as if I were merely playing." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pinch on his arm and turned to the beautiful girl beside him, asking, "Rongrong, why did you pinch me?" Ning Rongrong flashed a mischievous smile. "I wanted to see if it hurt. If it does, then it must not be a dream." Zhang Yang nodded in understanding and resumed his gaze towards the heavens. Ning Rongrong looked at him in confusion, wondering why he seemed dazed over merely receiving a gold badge. Just as she contemplated pinching him again to confirm his state of mind, Zhang Yang tightened his grip on her hand and lifted her into the air. He wrapped his left arm around her waist, releasing her hand with his right to gently press on her head, leaning in to kiss her soft lips. Ning Rongrong's wide, sparkling eyes filled with disbelief, her once supple body stiffened as if it were a plank of wood, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, the warmth of Zhang Yang's breath against her delicate cheek and the soft, wondrous sensation of his lips began to evoke a sense of intrigue within her. Gradually, she relaxed, her lively eyes gently closing as she embarked on a new chapter of her life. In the corner, 2 men observed this scene and hastily scribbled in their notebooks. Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong were the last to return to the inn. Upon seeing them holding hands as they entered the lobby, the others who had arrived earlier began to tease them in a playful manner. Ning Rongrong's face flushed a deep crimson, while Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was clear that they had witnessed something at the Soul Arena entrance. However, observing Ning Rongrong's flustered demeanor, Zhang Yang knew they would soon face the consequences of their antics. As anticipated, during the ensuing celebration banquet, Ning Rongrong indiscriminately ensured that everyone was thoroughly intoxicated, leaving them sprawled beneath the table. The first to succumb was Ma Hongjun, whose alcohol tolerance was the lowest. He fainted even before the hot dishes were served. Zhang Yang managed to hold out until the end, and just before losing consciousness, he posed a question to Ning Rongrong. Why did you even force me to drink? Ning Rongrong, exasperated, retorted, if it weren't for you, none of this chaos would have occurred. With that revelation, Zhang Yang succumbed to the effects of the drinks, his mind blissfully unaware of the events that would unfold the following day. The next morning, nursing a hangover, Zhang Yang and the others checked out and returned to the academy. Qin Ming, unable to depart due to matters concerning the Royal Combat Team, regrettably bid farewell to the teachers without a glance back at the academy. Upon returning to their familiar village, they felt a wave of nostalgia. After all, no matter how comfortable the inn was, it could not compare to the freedom of the academy. In the hearts of Zhang Yang and his companions, Shrek Academy had long become a second home. For reasons unknown, the students sensed that the teachers were in low spirits, as Flander, the master, and Zhao Wujie remained silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving back at the academy and standing on the familiar playground, Flander finally spoke. Children, go rest now. You've all worked hard during this time. The master continued. In the next 2 months, you will need to resolve any personal issues that have accumulated. Additionally, you must fully digest and absorb the experiences gained from the past month of battles. 2 months without any training? The students were momentarily taken aback. Having endured 3 months of grueling training, the prospect of 2 months for self-adjustment felt astounding. These 2 months are designated for your soul power training period. During this time, aside from essential matters, you must devote your entire focus to cultivating your soul power. After all, for a soul master, soul power is paramount. As the master concluded, everyone nodded in agreement. After 3 months of intense training and a month of combat, it had been quite some time since they had concentrated solely on soul power cultivation. Upon returning to their dormitory after a month away, Zhang Yang discovered a thin layer of dust had settled over everything. With a sigh, he began tidying up, finally recalling the advantages of having a roommate. At least someone could assist in the cleaning. Without a roommate to lend a hand, Zhang Yang spent an entire hour attempting to restore order to the dormitory. Just as he prepared to enter a state of cultivation, a knock echoed at the door. Pausing his meditative posture, he called out, "Who is it?" "Humph, I won't tell you," came Ning Rongrong's teasing reply. Recognizing her voice, Zhang Yang hurried to open the door. And upon seeing him rush to answer without even putting on his shoes, Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the room. After welcoming Ning Rongrong into the dormitory, Zhang Yang retrieved her favorite drink from his soul guide and filled a cup to offer her. "Is the dormitory tidy now?" he inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded. "I tidied up the bedding. It's barely livable now, but I can't stay long. I need to go home shortly." "Home?" Zhang Yang paused. "What for?" "A wicked scoundrel stole my first kiss. I'm going home to have Grandpa Bone Douluo and Grandpa Sword Douluo take care of this." Ning Rongrong replied with a cunning grin. Zhang Yang recognized her jest but played along. "Oh? You're going to seek out Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo? Oh no. This is dire." Ning Rongrong chuckled. "Humph, you deserve it. Who told you to be so audacious as to lay your hands on the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school?" Zhang Yang laughed. "Who could resist such beauty?" Ning Rongrong huffed in pride, falling silent. Zhang Yang continued. "I can't let you bring back title Douluos. My life will surely be forfeit." "No way. I must ensure I get my fair share before the end." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Ning Rongrong was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. After a moment, she forcefully pushed Zhang Yang away, disdainfully wiping the saliva from her face. Nevertheless, the blush on her cheeks and the tenderness in her eyes could not be concealed. After playfully tussling for a while, Ning Rongrong finally revealed the reason for her return home. "A few months prior, I had entrusted Xiao San with the sale of his hidden weapons to our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Now that I have acquired the Zhuge divine crossbow, I wish to bring it home for my father to see. After all, such a significant transaction must be approved by him." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Yes. It is indeed time to return. The mechanism-based hidden weapons from Xiao San pertain to the safety of your 7 treasure glazed tile tower's soul masters and should not be delayed." Ning Rongrong concurred, stating, "Yes. Therefore, I plan to request leave from the dean shortly and return home as soon as possible." Zhang Yang hesitated, expressing concern. "However, is it safe for you to go home alone? Perhaps I should accompany you." "There is no need. The academy is surely guarded by sect protectors. I will simply ask them to ensure my safe return," Ning Rongrong replied, shaking her head with a sigh. "Besides, if you accompany me home, you may never return." Zhang Yang, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" "You dare to ask why?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed at his words, and she playfully smacked his shoulder. "Have you forgotten what you did to me at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena yesterday? I can assure you that if my father were to inform Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian about this, your life would truly be in peril." "It's nothing." Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly with a smile. Having received your first kiss, it would be worth it even if I died. What do you mean by received? You clearly took it from me. Although Ning Rongrong complained, the sweetness in her tone was unmistakable. The young couple indulged in their affection for a while longer before parting ways. Ning Rongrong went to request leave from Dean Flander, while Zhang Yang prepared to meditate and cultivate. During this month of soul battles, Daimubai had broken through to level 38, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had advanced to levels 28 and 27, respectively. Zhang Yang's soul power also progressed from level 31 to 32, nearing a breakthrough to level 33. Realizing that his soul power was on the verge of a breakthrough, Zhang Yang resolved to attain level 33 within a week. Come on. Let us go for it. Chapter 40. Mischief from the Little Sorceress. Chapter 40. So you were taking leave to return to Seven Treasure City, is that right? I understand. The leave application made by Ning Rongrong was approved by Flanders. However, what no one anticipated was that Flanders would utter some rather perplexing words to Ning Rongrong. If you can return to the academy within 2 months, then make haste. If it exceeds 2 months, ensure you send someone ahead to convey a message. And the academy will arrange a different time and place for your return. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Ning Rongrong was filled with confusion. Director, I am merely taking a leave of absence. Why does it feel akin to preparing for battle? Must the time and place of my return be communicated separately? Because the third phase of training begins in 2 months, and it will be held at a different location. If you return late, there will be no one left at the school, Flanders explained with a slight cough. Ning Rongrong suddenly understood and nodded. Director, rest assured. I will return promptly after handling matters at home. Well, within 2 months. Just manage it well. Also, even upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you must continue to strive in your cultivation, Flanders said with a meaningful tone. Please convey my apologies to Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Ning Rongrong. Having recently confirmed her relationship with Zhang Yang, Ning Rongrong found it difficult to part from him for too long. Had it not been for Tang San's secret weapon concerning the safety of her clan, she would have been reluctant to embark on this journey. As she exited the director's office, Ning Rongrong mused, it's merely a round trip of 4,000 kilometers. What is the difficulty? I shall complete it within 2 weeks. After spending a little time bidding farewell to her classmates, Ning Rongrong packed her belongings and arrived at the academy gate, casually waving her hand in a direction. Before long, a team of Soul Masters clad in black arrived by Ning Rongrong's side. The captain of the Soul Master squad respectfully addressed her, young Mississippi, to Seven Treasure City, in the presence of her family as Soul Masters. Ning Rongrong's demeanor shifted considerably. Yes, young miss, I will send someone to prepare the carriage. The captain immediately gestured for his team to get to work. A carriage? How can 2 weeks suffice if we travel by carriage? With only 2 months of leave, I cannot waste it all on the journey, Ning Rongrong frowned. No need for a carriage. We will travel at full speed and strive to return to Seven Treasure City within a week. Mississippi, the captain said. Somewhat flustered, the distance from Suatua City to Seven Treasure City is no less than 2,000 kilometers. To arrive in 7 days would be rather taxing for you. Ning Rongrong frowned. If I were afraid of hardship, why would I become a Soul Master? Now, let us depart. With that, Ning Rongrong summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, enhancing her speed, and led the way towards Suatua City. On the evening of the 5th day, a weary Ning Rongrong finally arrived at Seven Treasure City. Throughout the journey, there were no teachers urging her on, nor peers encouraging one another. Only the Soul Masters affiliated with her clan continuously advised her to take a rest. Under such circumstances, her ability to traverse 400 kilometers each day was commendable indeed. Indeed, love serves as the greatest impetus for human progress. Seven Treasure City was established in reliance on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with over 30% of its population connected to the sect, most of whom were family members of external Soul Masters affiliated with the school. They opened various shops in Seven Treasure City and engaged in trade with passing caravans, thereby maintaining the supply needs of the sect and fostering the city's prosperity. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School itself was situated in a defensible position within Seven Treasure City. Arriving at Seven Treasure City felt no different from returning home for Ning Rongrong. The weariness from her journey eased considerably, and her pace slowed. When she encountered her favorite snacks, she would pause to purchase some, reminiscing about the delightful memories associated with them. Thus, she wandered and paused until she finally returned home, where Ning Fingxi, along with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Ning Rongrong stepped into the territory of Seven Treasure City, Ning Fingxi, who was far away in Heaven Do City, received the news. Despite being busy with matters in Heaven Do City, he hurried back. Upon their return, Ning Fingxi and Sword Douluo Qinshin discovered that Ning Rongrong had yet to arrive home. Consequently, Ning Fingxi set aside the pile of tasks he had at hand and, alongside the 2 titled Douluos, sat in the conference hall, sipping tea while waiting for Ning Rongrong. By the time she returned, the 3 of them had already consumed 6 or 7 pots of tea, their spirits almost lifted to the clouds. Dad, Grandpa Jin, Grandpa Gu, I'm back. The door to the conference hall swung open, and Ning Rongrong's graceful figure appeared under the warm glow of the lights, appearing even more slender and enchanting. Oh my! Our little princess has returned. Come, let Dad hold you. Ning Fingxi, with his refined demeanor, stood up joyfully and strode forward. Dad, I missed you so much. After 5 months away from home, Ning Rongrong was equally excited, rushing into Ning Fingji's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, witnessing such a heartwarming scene. The two titled Douluos sitting in the conference hall felt a mix of emotions. After a moment, as father and daughter separated, Ning Rongrong joyfully leaped into Sword Douluo Qinshin's arms. Grandpa Jin, Rongrong missed you so much. Being the first to receive Ning Rongrong's embrace, Sword Douluo Qinshin happily replied, Rongrong. Grandpa Jin missed you too. Upon hearing from my subordinates that you had returned, your father and I rushed back from Heaven Do City immediately. As he spoke, Sword Douluo Qinshin cast a triumphant glance at his old rival Bone Douluo. Did you see that? The first person to receive an embrace from Rongrong is me. I am the one she missed the most. Bone Douluo's skeletal visage darkened further. Grandpa Jin, did you bring me any gifts from Heaven Do City? Ning Rongrong asked cheerfully. Sword Douluo nodded. Of course, I brought gifts. Look. As he spoke, Sword Douluo retrieved the gift he had prepared for Ning Rongrong from his soul guide and handed it to her. The gift was exquisite and perfectly aligned with Ning Rongrong's desires. Overjoyed, Ning Rongrong embraced the gift. Stepping out of Sword Douluo's embrace and diving into Bone Douluo's arms. Grandpa Gu, Rongrong missed you so much. Oh my, our little princess, Grandpa Gu missed you too. A hint of a smile finally emerged on Bone Douluo's otherwise gloomy face, his hoarse voice imbued with genuine affection. Embracing Bone Douluo, Ning Rongrong's thought sparked. So, as if on reflex, Bone Douluo quickly replied. Grandpa Gu naturally prepared a gift for Rongrong as well. Look, Bone Douluo produced another gift from his soul guide, equally thoughtful and of considerable value. Thank you, Grandpa Gu. Receiving the gift, Ning Rongrong joyfully wrapped her arms around Bone Douluo's rough neck, entirely unbothered by his terrifying and grotesque exterior, and planted a kiss on his cheek before leaping out of his embrace. Bone Douluo, beaming with pride from Ning Rongrong's kiss, raised an eyebrow at Sword Douluo, his sparse white hair fluttering excitedly in the air. So what if she called your name first? So what if she embraced you first? Did she kiss you? It seems Rongrong's favorite is indeed me. Sword Douluo felt irked by the look from his old rival. Meanwhile, Ning Fingji, observing the unfolding scene, could only shake his head and chuckle, thinking to himself, even the mighty titled Douluos are completely at the mercy of a little girl, having shared embraces and kisses. Ning Fingji smiled and inquired, Rongrong, shall we proceed to dine? Your father and two grandfathers have yet to partake in a meal while waiting for you. Oh dear, father. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, expressing her displeasure. I've been on the road all day and feel utterly filthy. How can I possibly enjoy a meal without a bath? Ning Fingji, rendered speechless, thought to himself, you've indulged in countless delicacies in Seven Treasure City. Yet I never observed you in a foul mood. Beside them, Sword Douluo nodded in agreement. Indeed, our little princess cherishes her cleanliness. She must first cleanse herself and change attire. He then summoned, bring forth a fresh spread from the kitchen. The previous meal has grown cold after 2 hours. Understood. A servant outside acknowledged. Ah, Sword Grandpa is indeed the most considerate of Rongrong, Ning Fingji remarked as Rongrong hurried off to bathe, promising to return shortly. She embraced Qinshin once more before cheerfully striding toward the council hall. However, midway through her steps, Ning Rongrong suddenly halted, as if struck by a revelation, and dashed back to retrieve 3 peculiar hand crossbows from her soul guide device, presenting one to each of Ning Fingji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Rongrong, what are these? Ning Fingji scrutinized the oddly crafted crossbow made of fine iron, perplexed. A gift for father and my 2 grandfathers, Ning Rongrong beamed. Oh, a present from Rongrong? The trio's faces lit up with joy, their interest piqued as they examined the hand crossbows. This is called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, a self-defense weapon I acquired from a classmate. It possesses formidable power, so do not aim it at anyone when discharging, Ning Rongrong cautioned. By presenting the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in this manner, Ning Rongrong intended to tease them, yet considering its remarkable power, she felt compelled to issue a warning. Having delivered her message, she swiftly retreated to her chamber. The 3 men watched as her figure vanished beyond the council hall's entrance before turning their attention to the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Clearly, the educational standards of Shrek Academy are commendable. While we may set aside the discussion of soul power enhancement for now, at the very least, Rongrong brings us gifts. Bone Douluo mused. Sword Douluo nodded. After 5 months away from home, it appears Rongrong misses us dearly. Ning Fingji chuckled resignedly. Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian. Do not let your guard down. This may very well be another of Rongrong's pranks. Whether it is a prank or not, we shall ascertain through experience, Qinshin. A titled Douluo stated, unperturbed by the antics of children. Holding the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, he promptly pulled the trigger towards a nearby solid wooden pillar. With a series of sharp clicks, a barrage of sounds erupted. The trio blinked, and in an instant, a flurry of thuds followed. The 16 crossbow bolts discharged with such velocity that even Ning Fingji, along with the 2 titled Douluos, found their focus drawn. Approaching the pillar, they clearly observed 2 rows of 16 holes, each the width of a finger, punctured into the sturdy wood, light streaming through to reveal the other side. Their expressions shifted, exchanging astonished glances. Following the trajectory of the holes, they finally located the bolts embedded into the wall of the council hall, arranged in 2 neat rows. Bone Douluo frowned. What overwhelming power! No wonder Rongrong cautioned us against aiming at others. While Qinshin and I might fare well, the consequences for Fingji could be dire. Sword Douluo affirmed. Such force, if it were to strike a vital point without the use of soul power, could yield unpredictable results, even against a soul king or soul emperor. Ning Fingji sighed, pondering, what could have motivated Rongrong to present us with such a formidable weapon? Was it merely a prank to startle us? Or does she intend for this weapon to be widely distributed among our kin? After witnessing the weapon's potency, their minds brimmed with questions. Yet Rongrong was currently indisposed in her bath. They could only wait. Whether it be 1 hour or 2, they must remain patient. Qinshin sighed. This surely seems to be Rongrong's prank. Thankfully, we did not inquire about that troublesome boy. Otherwise, we might face more than just an hour's delay. A collective sigh escaped the 3 illustrious figures, renowned within the realm of soul masters. Chapter 41. The little bunny comes to claim his life. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong did not keep the 3 waiting for 2 hours. After about an hour, she arrived at the dining hall, having cleaned up and donned a beautiful outfit. The dining hall was quite spacious, rivaling even the cafeteria of Notting Academy, with exquisite decorations, intricate carvings, and resplendent golden hues. A long table was laden with delectable dishes that Ning Rongrong adored. Ning Fingji occupied the head of the table, with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo seated beside Ning Rongrong. Throughout the meal, Ning Fingji inquired several times about the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, but Ning Rongrong adeptly deflected his questions. On one occasion, at a loss for words. She even chose to remain silent, leaving Ning Fingji somewhat exasperated. After dinner, the 4 of them moved to the living room of the clan leader's private residence. Finally getting to the crux of the matter. This Zhuge Divine Crossbow was given to me by my 3rd brother for protection. Its power is formidable. I have returned to inquire whether such hidden weapons could be equipped for our clan's direct descendants, providing them with a means of self-defense. Ning Fingji pondered for a moment. What kind of person is your 3rd brother? Ning Rongrong paused at his question, deep in thought, before slowly responding. He is a very mysterious genius. My 3rd brother is a classmate of mine at the academy, although his martial spirit is blue silvergrass. He possesses innate full soul power and became a disciple of Master Zhang Yang at the age of 6. Upon hearing the name Zhang Yang, Ning Fingji, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo immediately perked up. Ning Rongrong, however, remained oblivious, continuing to describe her impressions of Tang San. Therefore, he is very mysterious but is a trustworthy companion. Ning Fingji nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that if they could indeed outfit the clan members with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it would be a significant contribution from Rongrong to the sect. However, he added, the price, however, is a matter for discussion. Bone Douluo's gravelly voice chimed in. That young lad, Tang San, seems to have grand ideas, using our sect's blacksmiths and materials to forge our own weapons. And he merely provides a blueprint while profiting handsomely from us. Ning Fingji nodded again. Indeed. Rongrong, you may inform your 3rd brother that the transaction for the Zhuge Divine Crossbow can certainly proceed, given that he is your classmate. The sect will not shortchange him on the price. Since Tang San had the intention of selling such hidden weapons and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was sincerely interested in purchasing them, the matter was essentially settled. With only the finer details left to negotiate. Next came the questions that concerned Ning Fingji and the 2 titled Douluos the most. Leaning on his staff, Ning Fingji offered a gentle smile. Rongrong, this is your first time being away from home for such an extended period. Your father and your 2 grandfathers are eager to know how you have fared at the academy. Sword Douluo nodded. Yes, Rongrong, come. Share with Grandpa Jian the details of your life at school. We are also curious about the classmates you've made. Noticing the familiar warm smiles on her father and grandfather's faces, Ning Rongrong felt something was amiss. Grandpa Jian, with so many guards accompanying me, they must have recorded my life at school, right? Bone Douluo shook his head. His raspy voice laced with discontent towards his subordinates. Within Shrek Academy, with a soul sage present, those fools could not infiltrate at all. The reports sent back only covered your time in the soul arena for that 1 month. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's heart sank. Her father and grandfathers must have indeed learned about her kiss with Zhang Yang. With that thought, she decided not to hold back any longer. Well, father, Grandpa Jian. Grandpa Bone, what you truly wish to know is about Zhang Yang, isn't it? Sword Douluo did not deny it. We are indeed curious about what you have learned at Shrek Academy and how much your soul power has increased. Bone Douluo expressed his jealousy. If it weren't for Fingji holding me back the other day, I would have gone to teach that brat a lesson myself. Sword Douluo added quietly, and I too. Ning Rongrong remained silent, yet she understood very well that the 3 men before her currently held 1,000 grievances against Zhang Yang. So it was best not to provoke them. Ning Fingji gently tapped his staff on the ground, his tone earnest. Please, share your experiences with us. Ning Rongrong nodded. All right. Zhang Yang is 13 years old. Before she could finish her sentence, the astonished voices of Ning Fingji and the others interrupted her. Zhang Yang is only 13? The reports from subordinates clearly indicated that Zhang Yang was a 3-ring beast martial spirit soul master, standing at a height of 1.95 meters, leading the 3 to assume he was around 15 or 16 years old, only to discover he was so young. Indeed, Ning Rongrong declared proudly. Zhang Yang is endowed with innate full soul power. His martial spirit is a mutated beast martial spirit, the Yellow Ape, and shortly after enrolling, he broke through to level 30. He achieved this at just 12 years and 10 months. Ning Fingji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo exchanged glances. Astonished by Zhang Yang's extraordinary talent, Ning Rongrong then recounted her first encounter with Zhang Yang, detailing every moment with utmost sincerity for her father and grandfathers. After their battle against Zhao Wujia's team, where Zhang Yang had mocked Zhu Xing for her naivety, Bone Douluo nodded in agreement. Indeed. One must remain vigilant before the dust settles. This Zhang Yang performed admirably. Ning Fingji remarked, his mutated martial spirit and first soul skill are indeed intriguing. Sword Douluo added. Aside from dispelling and sealing abilities, he seems to have no weaknesses. I would love to witness it firsthand. Ning Rongrong retorted, and then use him as a practice target? Grandpa Jian, I am not mistaken, am I? Sword Douluo's tone was strained. What? He stole our little princess's first kiss, and I can't even give him a good thrashing? Ning Rongrong huffed, withholding her words. Due to her character being ostracized by classmates during the battle against the Soul King, Tang San had not assigned her a strategy. It was Zhang Yang who stepped forward to support her. Bone Douluo nodded. He certainly exhibits the qualities of a man, daring to correct your mistakes while providing you the opportunity to reintegrate into the group. Sword Douluo, however, wore a stern expression. I see this boy as having ulterior motives. Playing hard to get. Ning Fingji sighed. Uncle Jian. Ning Rongrong interjected. Grandpa Jian. When Xiao was abducted by the Titan giant ape, Zhang Yang pursued relentlessly. Bone Douluo expressed his satisfaction. Yes, willing to risk life and death for a classmate. A heroic deed. Sword Douluo scoffed. Acting recklessly without regard for the group. A thoughtless fool. Ning Fingji. Ning Rongrong. In their battle against the Moon Shadow duo, Zhang Yang swiftly ejected himself from the Soul Arena at the first sign of danger. Bone Douluo laughed heartily. Very good, prioritizing your safety. This boy has been harboring feelings for Rongrong all along. Sword Douluo snorted. Humph. Throwing Rongrong off the Soul Arena at the first sign of trouble, doesn't that imply he doesn't trust her? What if she fell? Just a whiff of black mist frightened him into such cowardice. This child is timid as a mouse, unlikely to achieve great things. Ning Fingji. Ning Rongrong. In their confrontation against the Frenzy Battle team, Zhang Yang immediately eliminated the Spider-Woman Soul Master and the Rui Pan Soul Master with his first move. Bone Douluo clapped his hands in an instant. He has dealt with the two most crucial points of the opponent, both courageous and strategic. Sword Douluo countered. Eliminating the support-type Soul Master allowed them to unleash their most critical third soul skill. Having dealt with the control-type Spirit Master, the frenzied enemy became uncontrollable, nearly injuring the food-type Spirit Master. In this battle, he not only proved ineffective but also inadvertently caused trouble. Ning Fingji. Ning Rongrong. In the match against the Emperor's fighting team, Zhang Yang eliminated the 9 Hearts Sea Tang Spirit Master with a single kick, restraining 4 enemy Spirit Masters and using provocative words to incite the opponents to forfeit the match. Bone Douluo applauded, able to coordinate closely with the team's tactics. Swiftly eliminating the most valuable enemy and skilled at exploiting opponents' weaknesses, this lad possesses a keen combat intellect. I have faith that he will protect Rongrong well. Sword Douluo scoffed, smooth talking. I find this boy untrustworthy. Rongrong, you should keep your distance from him. Ning Fingji. Ning Rongrong. Outside the Great Soul Arena, Zhang Yang could not help but kiss her. Bone Douluo was enraged. I shall slay this wretched boy. Sword Douluo remained indifferent. Then you must stand behind me. Ning Fingji sighed. Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian, you. Observing Bone Douluo's sudden change of attitude, Ning Rongrong was at a loss for words. Grandpa Bone, did you not just think highly of Zhang Yang? You even stated he could protect me. You are a titled Douluo. How can your opinion change so abruptly? Bone Douluo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled. Rongrong, dear, it is all the fault of your grandfather. I had forgotten this matter. Ning Rongrong explained. He is a battle spirit master, so this does not violate sect regulations. Moreover, we have only just begun our relationship. It is impossible to tear us apart now. I will take the time to discern his true character, and I hope father and both grandfathers can grant me some time. With arms crossed, she turned her back to the 3. I have spoken my piece. Who is in favor? Who is against? Ning Fingji pondered for a moment and said, Zhang Yang possesses extraordinary talent, breaking through to level 30 as a soul master at the tender age of 12. Compared to him, other prodigies pale in comparison. If Rongrong truly likes him, father naturally supports you. His mutated martial soul is quite unique. And his first soul skill is fascinating, a veritable life-saving technique. With his talent and capability for survival, his future is immeasurable. If Rongrong truly likes him. Grandpa Bone also concurs. With 2 votes secured, including one from her father, Ning Rongrong's heart soared with joy, though she maintained a composed exterior. She turned to Sword Douluo. Grandpa Jian, what is your stance? Given the outcome, is there any need for me to speak? Sword Douluo Chen Xin coldly snorted. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly turned and leaped into Sword Douluo's embrace, sulking. Of course there is. Rongrong has grown up under the care of Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone. With a romantic partner, I naturally wish for Grandpa Jian's approval and blessings. Sword Douluo gazed at the young girl in his arms with a complex expression. After a long pause, he reluctantly spoke. Since you truly like him, I approve. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed and immediately wrapped her arms around the necks of the 3. showering them with kisses. Really? Thank you, Grandpa Jian. Mua. Thank you. Grandpa Bone. Mua. Thank you, Father. Mua. Mua. I knew that father and both grandfathers cherished me the most. Ning Fingji helplessly patted the pampered Ning Rongrong. All right, Rongrong. After such a long journey, you must be exhausted. Go back to your room and rest. Okay. Good night, father. Good night, Grandpa Jian. Good night, Grandpa Bone. Caught up in her excitement, Ning Rongrong did not perceive anything amiss with the three and cheerfully bid them good night before skipping back to her room. As they watched Ning Rongrong's figure vanish around the corner, Ning Fingji and the two Douluos remained silent in the living room for a long while. After a moment, a servant outside reported, "Sect Master, the maid has conveyed that the young lady has already gone to bed." In the next instant, a surge of soul power at the tidal Douluo level erupted, and a figure sword on a sword, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 42. The three trials the protagonist must undergo on the first day of Ning Rongrong's departure. Zhang Yang found no time to ponder her absence. He immersed himself in his cultivation until the late hours of the night, only awakening from his meditative state due to the gnawing pangs of hunger. Having missed mealtime, he retrieved a morsel of dried food from his soul guide and washed it down with water, then resumed his practice. On the second day of Ning Rongrong's absence, Zhang Yang did not think of her. Tang San had rented a modest dwelling at the academy, transforming it into a blacksmith's workshop, and he immersed himself in his work. Before the forge, Tang San seemed to rediscover a long-lost joy, receiving food and water from Xiaowu when hunger struck, and meditating to regain his energy when fatigue set in. As he wielded the forging hammer, he recalled his past life and the relentless pursuit of the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Zhang Yang had not visited his workshop, instead engaging in conversation with Xiaowu outside, seeking to glean information about Tang San's recent endeavors. It had been 5 months since Zhang Yang had discerned the unusual relationship between Xiaowu and the Titan Great Ape. Xiaowu still owed Zhang Yang an explanation for the depth of her bond with the Titan. Fortunately, fate had not forsaken them. A storybook provided Xiaowu with inspiration. After 2 weeks of adaptation and practice, she could finally narrate the tale with heartfelt emotion. Thus, Zhang Yang was treated to an alternate rendition of Tarzan. Zhang Yang was skeptical of Xiaowu's explanation, yet considering her smooth storytelling, he refrained from exposing her fabrications immediately. Instead, he nodded, patting her shoulder in understanding. Acknowledging her struggles. "I have never mentioned this to you," she confessed, "out of concern that you might judge me or invite unnecessary trouble." "Xiaowu," she implored. "We've known each other for years. Surely, you can trust me completely?" Zhang Yang nodded in affirmation. "You are the sister recognized by Tang San, and as my classmate, you are indeed worthy of my trust. Just, don't tell Tang San," Xiaowu said, lowering her gaze. "I worry about how he might perceive me, and I wish to preserve my image in his eyes." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang sighed. "Your privacy is yours alone. I would not speak indiscriminately. However, I believe that regardless of your background, Tang San will still regard you as a sister. If you can trust me, how much more can you trust him?" Xiaowu hesitated, her resolve wavering, yet she shook her head. "No, Zhang Yang, you do not understand. A girl would never reveal her flaws before a boy. The closer the bond, the more one desires to present a flawless image." Zhang Yang shrugged. "I wish you success. I must return to my cultivation." On the third day of Ning Rongrong's absence, Zhang Yang nearly forgot that he had a girlfriend. His cultivation had reached a critical juncture. Yet he still carved out time to converse with Xiaowu. Any assurances seemed feeble in the face of time to help Xiaowu feel secure. He needed to engage with her, demonstrating that he bore her no prejudice. On the fourth day, prompted by others, Zhang Yang finally remembered his girlfriend. That morning, Ma Hongjun, a direct disciple of the dean, learned something crucial from the dean. A few days prior, the master had persuaded Flinder to establish several cooperative intentions with Qin Ming, representing the Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando Royal Academy would provide a simulated training environment to assist the 8 Shrek Academy students in their cultivation. They would also accept all Shrek Academy faculty and staff. A year later, during the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the 8 students from Shrek Academy would compete as a team representing the Tiando Royal Academy. "Is this true?" Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. Ma Hongjun replied, "Dai. This is what the master himself said. It cannot be false. But Shrek Academy has been the dean's life's work for the past 2 decades. How could he willingly hand over his students to the Tiando Royal Academy? Haha, my dear Dai, how can you not see through this? The master is merely leveraging the Royal Academy's resources to aid our training. Our participation in their competition is merely a way of paying for their assistance. In the end, we reap the benefits while the glory remains with the Tiando Royal Academy. It's a win-win situation." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Once Senior Qin Ming establishes the connections, we shall be on our way." The straightforward explanation relieved everyone in the dormitory, allowing some to resume their training while others continued to indulge in sleep. Returning to his quarters, Zhang Yang settled into a meditative position, ready to re-enter his cultivation state, aiming to break through to level 33 within 3 days. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous shout echoing through the air. "Zhang Yang, come forth!" Startled, Zhang Yang's expression changed dramatically, his martial spirit surged forth, and his 3 soul rings activated simultaneously. In just a few flashes, he arrived at the Academy's training ground. Upon arrival, Zhang Yang looked up to see an elderly figure clad in white, standing firm in the air upon a long sword. A sword immortal? Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. As Zhang Yang materialized on the training ground, the sword immortal had already noticed him. With his incredible prowess, discerning the presence of an additional individual was a trivial matter. Across a distance of 30 meters, Zhang Yang locked eyes with the sword immortal. Upon their first encounter, the immortal recognized him without a doubt. With 3 soul rings manifesting his beast martial spirit, Zhang Yang stood towering at 2.5 meters, devoid of any other animal traits. There was no mistaking it. With Zhang Yang's arrival, the Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie, and teachers Li Yusong and Lu Qibin quickly gathered, followed by Dai Mubai and the other students, the master, and the food system soul sage Xiao Xian. Upon reaching the training ground, Dean Flinder positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Yang and respectfully greeted the sword immortal hovering above. I am Flinder. May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence and what business brings you to our academy? Noting Flinder's protective stance before Zhang Yang, the sword immortal, though tempted to eliminate both, restrained himself, recognizing Flinder as Rongrong's dean. He slowly descended to the ground. As he landed, with a mere gesture, the ancient greatsword he stood upon quietly positioned itself behind him, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 9 soul rings indicated that this sword immortal was a formidable title Douluo. A title Douluo with a giant sword. The implications were unmistakable. And everyone present quickly deduced his identity. Xiaowu's complexion turned pale, trembling at the sight. Greetings, Sword Douluo. Flinder led the group in a respectful salute. After the formalities, before Flinder could speak, the master stepped forward, placing his diminutive frame protectively in front of the imposing Zhang Yang. May I inquire, Sword Douluo, what brings you to seek Zhang Yang? Seeing another figure interpose before Zhang Yang, the Sword Douluo's visage grew colder. And who might you be? Unfazed, the master replied. I knew Xiaojiang. Zhang Yang is my disciple. Humph. Upon hearing the master introduce himself, the Sword Douluo let out a cold snort. His title Douluo level soul power surging instantly. Had it not been for Flinder stepping in front of the master to absorb the shockwave, the master would have already been sent flying. Your boastful teacher? Look at the fine disciple he has raised. Flinder opened his mouth to retort but was interrupted by Zhang Yang's loud call from behind. Senior. Zhang Yang bypassed Flinder and the master, stepping forward to stand before the Sword Douluo. With his martial soul retracted and his bare torso exposed, he respectfully addressed the Sword Douluo. Senior Sword Douluo. I shall bear the consequences of my actions alone. Whether you choose to punish or strike me, I have no grievances. But I implore you not to direct your wrath at my teacher. Zhang Yang. The master exclaimed, visibly agitated. Teacher. Zhang Yang shook his head. Turning to the grim-faced Sword Douluo. Senior Sword Douluo, my teacher has, after all, guided Rongrong for 4 months. For her sake, I beseech you to show leniency. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the Sword Douluo scrutinized the master and replied indifferently, very well. Thank you, Senior Sword Douluo. Zhang Yang bowed once more, then straightened his posture. His gaze resolute as he faced the Sword Douluo. The Sword Douluo assessed the youth before him, who stood a head taller, and spoke coldly. Zhang Yang. Heed my words carefully. The regulations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School state that, for the safety of direct lineage members, they must not unite with auxiliary system soul masters. Rongrong is the only genius in centuries with the potential to elevate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower to the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. She is destined to become the strongest auxiliary soul master in existence. Thus, her partner must be a formidable battle soul master, possessing unparalleled talent, strength, will, and character. I have come to determine whether you are worthy of Rongrong. Therefore, if you wish to be with her, you must pass my 3 trials. Fail any one of them. And while I shall not take your life, you must depart from Rongrong. Zhang Yang, do you agree? Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine under the Sword Douluo's piercing gaze, yet he strove to maintain a calm voice. Please, Senior, present your challenge. First, to prove your talent, you must reach level 51 as a Soul King before the age of 21. What? As the Sword Douluo's condition was laid bare, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Flinder immediately protested, Senior, do you not think your requirements are excessively harsh? A Soul King at the age of 20, who among the entirety of Douluo Continent could achieve such a feat? Ignoring Flinder's words, the Sword Douluo continued to focus on Zhang Yang. What say you? The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Yang once more. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang slowly nodded. I accept. The crowd erupted once again. Zhang Yang still needed to advance 19 levels to reach level 51. And considering he was on the verge of breaking through at level 33, plus the leaps gained from absorbing soul rings at levels 40 and 50, he would need to cultivate an additional 16 levels of soul power within a mere span of 7 years. Is it easy to cultivate these 16 levels? Certainly not. Since awakening his martial soul, Zhang Yang had spent 6.5 years in training. And excluding the initial jumps to level 13 and level 20 from absorbing his first 2 soul rings, he had only managed to reach level 18. The disparity between his current level and the required level was considerable. However, Zhang Yang still chose to accept the challenge. His acceptance did not stem from absolute confidence in his ability to cultivate the required soul power before the age of 21. but rather from the belief that to forego the attempt without even trying would be a tremendous disgrace. A person's dignity is akin to a tree's bark. Once lost, it cannot easily be reclaimed. Chapter 43. However, I refuse upon Zhang Yang's agreement, Sword Douluo scoffed, questioning whether he was truly a prodigy or merely arrogant for actually accepting the challenge. Maintaining his composure, Zhang Yang replied, "Please, senior, announce the second trial." The second trial was considerably simpler. Sword Douluo stated flatly, "Your fifth spirit ring must be of at least 10,000 years in age. And you must slay the spirit beast yourself. Furthermore, you must possess a complete soul bone." What? The astonishment among the onlookers was on par with Sword Douluo's earlier decree for Zhang Yang to break through to Spirit King at the age of 20. What kind of joke was this? How could a level 50 Spirit King possibly have the strength to independently slay a 10,000-year spirit beast? Compared to the latter condition, the former seemed a mere act of pity from Sword Douluo. A soul bone was the coveted dream of soul masters across the continent. How could a commoner like Zhang Yang have any chance of acquiring such a precious and complete soul bone before the age of 20? Noticing the harshness of the conditions, Sword Douluo, unusually, took the time to explain to the crowd. "Do you believe these conditions to be severe? In truth, this trial is the simplest of all. Please, senior, elucidate," Master inquired respectfully. "Given the unique nature of this young man's spirit ring abilities, is it truly difficult to independently slay a 10,000-year spirit beast by the time he reaches level 50? As for that complete soul bone..." Sword Douluo cast a cold smile at Zhang Yang, leaving his words hanging in the air. Master appeared to contemplate this. Zhang Yang thought for a moment before nodding. "I accept. Please, senior, announce the third trial." "The third trial, you ask?" Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Sword Douluo surprisingly laughed. The crowd felt a shiver run through them at the sound of his laughter, collectively thinking, Zhang Yang's third trial will be challenging. Sword Douluo gestured for Zhang Yang to follow, then summoned his soul power, stepping onto his gigantic sword and disappearing in an instant at the edge of the training ground. "Teacher, everyone, I shall return shortly," Zhang Yang declared, swiftly activating his martial spirit, his second spirit ring glowing as he chased after Sword Douluo's figure. The crowd was puzzled by Sword Douluo's intentions, but concern for Zhang Yang filled their hearts, most notably Xiao Wu, whose anxiety was evident as sweat beaded on her forehead. Her face pale and trembling, Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, whispering, "Brother, I wish for you to hold me." Tang San, bewildered by her request, quickly complied upon seeing her distressed state, embracing her. In his arms, Xiao Wu gradually stopped trembling, though tears soaked Tang San's chest. Noticing Xiao Wu's tear-streaked face, Tang San panicked. "Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Shall I take you back to your room to rest?" Nestled in Tang San's embrace, Xiao Wu pressed her ear against his chest, listening to his rapid heartbeat, choking back her emotions. Tang San informed the dean, master, and the others, then scooped Xiao Wu up in a princess carry, rushing towards her dormitory. Sword Douluo had not ventured far, landing in a small grove outside the academy. As he stepped off his sword, a flash of light crossed his path, and Zhang Yang appeared. Having personally experienced Zhang Yang's second spirit ability, Sword Douluo couldn't help but marvel inwardly, indeed formidable. With his martial spirit retracted, Zhang Yang earnestly spoke, "Senior, please announce the third trial." "Listen carefully," Sword Douluo nodded. "The third trial requires you to take a life. Killing?" Zhang Yang frowned, speaking solemnly, "Senior, the path of a soul master is fraught with bloodshed. I have prepared myself for such a fate since embarking on this journey. However, there exists a distinction between good and evil. Between those who are deserving of death and those who are not. If your third trial is to take a life, then I must dare to inquire. Is this person good or evil? Should they be slain? And why must it fall upon me?" Sword Douluo, sensing Zhang Yang's sincerity, smiled. "I am not one to take lives indiscriminately. The person you are to kill is indeed deserving of death, one whom all would agree must be eliminated." Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief at this revelation and replied earnestly, "Then please, senior, clarify. I will ask you this. Is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast not a being deserving of death?" Zhang Yang's body involuntarily stiffened. He understood who Sword Douluo meant. Sword Douluo, observing Zhang Yang's shock, assumed it was due to the mention of the 10,000-year soul beast and continued. "The little girl with the scorpion braid in the crowd is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast." "Xiao Wu," Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. Sword Douluo nodded, elaborating. "Once a soul beast reaches the 10,000-year threshold, it can choose to take human form and begin cultivating from level 0. At this stage, it is indistinguishable from a normal human. Even a spirit Douluo would struggle to discern its true nature without careful observation. However, before a title Douluo, the aura of a 10,000-year soul beast cannot conceal itself. Such transformed soul beasts are highly sought after by soul masters. Their power matches that of normal human soul masters. But killing them yields a 10,000-year spirit ring and a complete soul bone. Unfortunately, my spirit rings and soul bones are already full. Although I could obtain a soul bone for Rong Rong, I see in you a remarkable talent who may very well complete my trial. In the end, this 10,000-year soul bone would serve you and Rong Rong far better together." At this point, Sword Douluo fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang, speaking earnestly. Should you slay this 10,000-year soul beast and obtain her soul bone, the most difficult part of the second trial would be resolved. Although it would waste a 10,000-year spirit ring, we have no choice. Have you made your decision, young man? Zhang Yang lowered his head, pondering. If I kill Xiaowu and seize her soul bone, will I truly succeed in the third trial? Seeing the contemplation in Zhang Yang's expression, Sword Douluo appeared confident. Yes, I assure you, this is a sacrifice of a soul beast's life to secure your and Rongrong's future. Kill her, do it. However, to Sword Douluo's astonishment, Zhang Yang suddenly lifted his head and resolutely replied, but I refuse. What? Sword Douluo was taken aback. One of my greatest pleasures is to say no to temptations that violate my principles. Zhang Yang declared earnestly, Senior, when you suggested I take a life, I had resolved that as long as I could embrace Rongrong, I would willingly stain my hands with blood. But now, I must tell you, I refuse. Sword Douluo's expression darkened. So, you have chosen to forsake Rongrong? Senior, please allow me to speak. Zhang Yang clasped his hands respectfully, speaking earnestly. Sword Douluo nodded gravely. Firstly, I have been classmates with Xiaowu for 7 years. Even after learning her true identity, I still see her as a lively, carefree girl who stands up for others. She loves carrots and is curious about everything around her. How could I possibly bring myself to harm such a girl for the sake of a complete soul bone? Additionally, Xiaowu is Tang San's sister and also Rongrong's roommate. Tang San regards Xiaowu as family, and Rongrong shares a sisterly bond with her. Their feelings deeply intertwined. If I were to take Xiaowu's life, how would I face Tang San? How could I confront Rongrong? Ultimately, even if I were to kill Xiaowu, I would only acquire a single soul bone. Should Rongrong become the future leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, how many soul bones might she possess? If I were to betray the friendship between Xiaowu and myself for the sake of a single soul bone, would you not worry that I might betray the love between Rongrong and myself for the prospect of acquiring even more soul bones? Such insolence. Upon hearing this, the Sword Douluo's brows furrowed, his eyes wide with fury, and an overwhelming pressure of soul power surged towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang summoned his martial spirit. Gathering all his soul power, and despite the immense pressure, he dared to meet the Sword Douluo's gaze, proclaiming boldly, thus, after hearing your words, I shall not only refrain from coveting Xiaowu's soul bone, but I will also devote my life to protecting her. The Sword Douluo, puzzled, inquired, why? Zhang Yang replied, because I have learned a secret that I should not have known. In the future, should Xiaowu suffer even the slightest injury, I will always be suspected of harboring murderous intentions to seize her soul bone. If Xiaowu were to perish, I would have no means to clear my name other than to take my own life. Esteemed Sword Douluo, you have presented me with quite a conundrum. The Sword Douluo remained silent for a long while, gazing intently at Zhang Yang, who met his stare without fear. Eventually, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Zhang Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, the Sword Douluo sighed deeply, his voice echoing with profound emotion. My little princess, you have found a remarkable companion. Looking skyward, he expressed his sentiments. Zhang Yang, overjoyed, responded, Sword Douluo, do you approve of my relationship with Rongrong? Such naive thoughts. The Sword Douluo retorted. You have merely completed the third trial. Should you fail any of the first 2 trials, you would have to distance yourself from Rongrong as far as possible. As he spoke, he scolded Zhang Yang, yet the smile in his eyes grew ever brighter. Yes, esteemed elder, I shall exert every effort to complete the trials you have set for me, Zhang Yang assured, bowing respectfully. Indeed, the Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. Do you comprehend the significance of the trials I have devised for you? I can roughly guess, Zhang Yang acknowledged. The first trial tests my talent, the second my strength, and the third my will and character. The Sword Douluo nodded approvingly. Indeed, you are perceptive, particularly with the third trial. If you can maintain your integrity in the face of temptation from a soul bone, it indicates commendable character and willpower. Originally, I intended for you to endure my pressure for the duration of an incense stick to test your determination, leaving your character for Rongrong to judge. However, I was taken aback to discover that Xiaowu is the transformed embodiment of a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, I modified the second and third trials on the fly. Zhang Yang, enlightened, quickly added, Esteemed elder, I have a humble request. You need not speak. I will not lay a hand on this young girl. The Sword Douluo preemptively responded, seemingly aware of Zhang Yang's intentions. Setting aside the 10,000-year soul ring, we of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have no use for it. Given that this young girl is Rongrong's roommate, I would not risk inciting Rongrong's ire by forcibly taking a life for a soul bone. Esteemed elder, your noble character is truly admirable, Zhang Yang expressed with heartfelt respect. Rongrong is regarded as the finest tamer in the Douluo Continent. The allure of a 10,000-year soul ring pales in comparison to the kindness Rongrong extends towards me in the Sword Douluo's eyes. Lastly, as you just mentioned, this young girl is Tang San's sister. Our direct lineage within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School requires the Zhuge Divine Crossbow from Tang San. In light of the safety of my kin, a soul ring or a soul bone is utterly insignificant. Zhang Yang nodded enthusiastically, on behalf of Tang San and Xiaowu. I express my gratitude, esteemed elder. This matter need not concern Tang San. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a prestigious sect. We would not stoop so low as to exploit the hard-earned efforts of a child. I thank you on behalf of Tang San and express my gratitude to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As Zhang Yang expressed his thanks, the sword Douluo mounted his sword and swiftly vanished into the horizon. Chapter 44. Brother, kiss me. After verifying Zhang Yang's character, the sword-fighting Douluo departed with satisfaction, while Zhang Yang returned to Shrek Academy, concerned that he might keep Master and the others waiting. Upon his safe return, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone, and they hurriedly approached him with concern, asking, Zhang Yang, are you all right? Their anxious words deeply touched Zhang Yang, who nodded and feigned ease, saying, everyone, rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Seeing that Zhang Yang was indeed in good spirits, Master relaxed and inquired, what was the third test from the sword-fighting Douluo? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, eager to listen. Zhang Yang chuckled and recounted a fabricated version of the sword-fighting Douluo's original third test. The third test was to endure the pressure for the duration of an incense stick. You can rest easy, Master. The sword-fighting Douluo had to consider Rong Rong's feelings. Though the process was arduous, he still held back. Ah, Master nodded in understanding. As I suspected, the three tests given by the sword-fighting Douluo stemmed from his earlier words. The first assesses talent, the second measures strength, and the third tests willpower. While character is left for Rong Rong to comprehend. Everyone suddenly understood, filled with admiration for Master's insight. Daimubai asked, so, does that mean you've passed the third test? Yes, Zhang Yang confirmed with a nod. Then congratulations are in order, Daimubai exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Yang acknowledged this with a nod, scanning the crowd for Xiao Wu and Tang San, and promptly asked, where are Xiao San and Xiao Wu? Daimubai explained. After the sword-fighting Douluo took you away, everyone noticed that Xiao Wu looked pale and was trembling. So, Xiao San took her back to the dormitory. Zhang Yang realized. She must have been worried about me. I'll go check on her and explain everything to ease her mind. Everyone nodded in agreement. And Master patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, saying, go ahead. Afterwards, come to my place. I want to discuss these two tests with you. Yes, Master. Zhang Yang replied eagerly. Tang San carried Xiao Wu back to the girls' dormitory and gently laid her on the bed. Just as he turned to cover her with a blanket, Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around him. This unexpected gesture caught Tang San off guard, causing him to topple onto her. Xiao Wu Tang San, feeling he had overstepped, was about to say something when Xiao Wu silenced him with a kiss. Their teeth clashed, prompting both to instinctively furrow their brows. Having lived a total of 42 years across 2 lifetimes, and with Xiao Wu boasting over 100,000 years, their first kiss was comically disastrous. What would others think if this embarrassment got out? However, after adjusting their angles, they soon found themselves immersed in the moment, experimenting with various forms of intimacy without any guidance. Xiao Wu believed this might be their final farewell, and Tang San, losing his usual composure, was merely caught up in the exchange of affection. But as this wholesome exercise continued, the innocent feelings between them began to crystallize. After a while, they parted. Xiao Wu nestled in Tang San's embrace, tears welling up as she contemplated her fate. Even Tang San, though somewhat oblivious, sensed her distress and gently asked, is there something you cannot share with me? Hearing his voice, Xiao Wu burst into tears, leaving Tang San bewildered. Amidst her sobs, she choked out declarations of unwavering devotion. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Xiao Wu had resolved that when the sword-fighting Douluo returned, she would sacrifice her spirit ring for him. This sacrifice involved burning her life force and essence to merge herself into the 100,000-year spirit ring, which would then bond with Tang San's martial soul. Regardless of Tang San's current abilities or whether he met the required level for the spirit ring, the fusion would be an absolute success, allowing him to continue to grow stronger as long as he reached the appropriate level. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, Xiao Wu's sacrifice would create a powerful magnetic field, ensuring that even a tidal Douluo could not interrupt her. Just as Xiao Wu was about to reveal everything to Tang San, a sudden knock on the dormitory door interrupted them, followed by Zhang Yang's voice. Xiao San, may I come in? At the sound of Zhang Yang, Xiao Wu jolted, while Tang San, confused, allowed Zhang Yang to enter. Upon entering, Zhang Yang immediately spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu wrapped in each other's arms, nearly choking on the scene. Rolling his eyes, he exclaimed, so, you two have finally decided to stop hiding your relationship? While I'm out there getting beaten, you're in here enjoying your romance. How infuriating. Tang San, feeling helpless, replied, all right, enough about us. What about you? Has the sword-fighting Douluo left? Zhang Yang nodded, yes. He bullied me for a while and then flew away on his martial soul. At this, Xiao Wu, nestled against Tang San's chest, looked up in shock. He really left? Zhang Yang shrugged, just kidding. Yes, actually right outside the door. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, swear it. All right, I swear. If I'm lying, I'll be a carrot, Zhang Yang quipped, raising 3 fingers. Seeing this, Xiao Wu finally believed him and sprang up from the bed, completely shedding her earlier distress. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhang Yang mused, you see, others' martial souls can carry spirit masters through the skies, while mine looks like a slacker in a large corporation, just waiting to be fired. Tang San remarked, that metaphor. Xiao Wu added, it's quite vivid. Not wanting to linger, Zhang Yang left to find Master, thoughtfully leaving the room to the couple. After Zhang Yang departed, an inquisitive Tang San finally asked, what was that about earlier? Xiao Wu, quickly thinking, looked seriously at him and said, I was just afraid that Rong's family would come to break them apart, fearing that Tang San might overthink it. She quickly added, "Brother, I like you and want to be with you forever." "Yes," Tang San responded without probing further, pulling Xiaowu into his embrace, stating earnestly, "I want to be with you forever too, brother. Kiss me." In Master S room. He spoke with conviction. Reaching level 51 as a Soul King by the age of May 20th seemed an impossible feat, yet it is not devoid of potential for success. In the realm of Soul Masters, there exists a nefarious method that sacrifices one's life force for accelerated strength. Naturally, I would never endorse such folly. You are wise enough to understand the implications. Currently, the most suitable training for you is the simulated training environment I have prepared. Simulated training environment? Zhang Yang echoed this new term. "Let me ask you," Master continued. "Is it better for a tiger to be kept in a cage or to roam free in the wilderness?" Zhang Yang pondered deeply before responding. "Although the beast pin offers ample sustenance, I firmly believe that tigers ought to reside in the wilderness. The omnipresent perils, hunger, and cold of the forest forge their strength. Indeed, the same principle applies to the cultivation of martial spirits. Therefore, let the sausage martial spirit train in the kitchen and the rabbit martial spirit in the thickets." This exemplifies the concept of mimetic training environments. Selecting a training environment that harmonizes with the martial spirit accelerates the cultivation of soul power. The closer the training environment aligns with the martial spirit, the swifter the progress. "Then, Master, where should I cultivate?" Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. The Master sighed with exasperation. "This is precisely the aspect that troubles me the most. Your Yellow Ape martial spirit appears indistinguishable from a human. Logically, training in populated areas would be optimal. Yet, if training in human-dense locales is indeed the best option, it implies that I have perpetually existed within a mimetic training environment, thus remaining in a state of accelerated cultivation. Consequently, this method would be of no utility to me." "Indeed," the Master nodded. "Thus, our immediate priority is to ascertain whether you currently inhabit a mimetic training environment. If not, we must explore what would be a suitable one for you." "I understand, Master," Zhang Yang replied, resolved to meticulously organize the fragmented memories of the Yellow Ape in his mind, striving to identify the most conducive training environment. The Master nodded. "Now, let us discuss the second trial. It is premature to deliberate on independently slaying a 10,000-year soul beast. For now, we shall focus on soul bones. Following the incident with Xiao San, you are now aware of what soul bones entail. Therefore, I will primarily elucidate how to acquire them. Soul bones originate from soul beasts, and only those of exceptional strength, who die under specific conditions, have a significant probability of producing soul bones. These special circumstances generally fall into two categories. The first involves soul beasts consumed by profound resentment. In such cases, the likelihood of soul bone emergence dramatically increases. The second pertains to soul beasts willingly succumbing to death, voluntarily becoming soul rings for soul masters. Under these circumstances, the chance of obtaining soul bones is nearly guaranteed. Zhang Yang considered this. The second scenario appears utterly implausible. I shall focus on the first. How can we incite the soul beast resentment? I have a few strategies. First, slaying beyond one's rank. When a formidable soul beast perishes at the hands of a significantly weaker soul master, resentment naturally ensues. With your soul skills, achieving this is not arduous, though the soul ring's age will likely exceed the limit, resulting in waste. Second, torture. You could effortlessly eliminate a soul beast, yet choose to torment it instead, such as gradually shattering its bones or capturing its young and slaying them before its eyes. While cruel, this method boasts a high success rate. However, absorbing the soul ring of a tortured soul beast can be quite challenging, akin to Xiao San's third soul ring, where not only the age limit but also the immense resentment of the human-faced demon spider played a role. Listening attentively as the Master elucidated the methods of acquiring soul bones from soul beasts, Zhang Yang diligently took notes. Then, he would consider alternative avenues for obtaining soul bones. Chapter 45, The Mimetic Training Environment of the Yellow Ape. Next, we shall discuss alternative methods for acquiring soul bones. Firstly, one may consider purchasing soul bones with money. However, this approach is largely theoretical. Once soul masters obtain soul bones, they typically absorb them immediately, even those that do not match their attributes are traded for other items. No one is foolish enough to exchange soul bones for mere currency, and even if someone were to attempt it, the price would be exorbitantly high. Moreover, aside from these legitimate means of obtaining soul bones, there exists an illicit method as well. At this point, the Master paused, his gaze sharpening. For instance, through murder and plunder. Murder? Zhang Yang hesitated, his brows furrowing. What is happening today? Why does everyone want me to commit murder? The Master looked at Zhang Yang. Although soul bones originate from soul beasts, they ultimately must be utilized by humans. Unlike soul rings, soul bones can be forcibly seized. Thus, in certain extraordinary circumstances, resorting to murder and plunder might be a viable option. However, if you truly choose to pursue this path, it is imperative to act swiftly and cleanly, leaving no trace behind. Otherwise, you will be plagued by endless troubles in the future. Furthermore, this method does not guarantee the integrity of the soul bone nor its suitability in terms of attributes, and it also risks engendering deadly enmities, which is why I do not recommend it. After a lengthy discussion with the master, the two summarized the most probable methods for Zhang Yang to acquire soul bones, along with their respective order of priority. For Zhang Yang, the foremost option would undoubtedly be to slay soul beasts. This not only yields soul rings but significantly increases the likelihood of soul bone drops. Following this, one might consider defeating soul beasts that are of a higher rank to obtain soul bones. Given Zhang Yang's unique soul techniques, this method actually has a considerable success rate. The prospect of purchasing bones is virtually hopeless, as Zhang Yang is financially destitute. As for resorting to murder for bones, this should only be considered as a last resort. Additionally, the master encouraged Zhang Yang to take advantage of the upcoming period to explore the nearby large cities, seeking various locales for training. Perhaps he might discover a suitable mimetic training environment for the Yellow Ape martial spirit. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhang Yang unexpectedly summoned the 3-meter-tall Yellow Ape, intending to stimulate his fragmented memories of the Yellow Ape in order to identify an appropriate mimetic training environment. He took out a sheet of paper and began organizing his recollections. The Yellow Ape, originally known as Borsalino, is a vice admiral in the Navy and a user of the glint fruit, possessing an elusive personality and adhering to a vague sense of justice while commanding the Navy's scientific forces. Zhang Yang concentrated, his pen moving incessantly as he recalled details, quickly filling the entire page. With his memories largely organized, Zhang Yang switched to a different colored pen to highlight key points. First, he noted the Navy. Taking out a fresh sheet, he began writing terms related to naval settings, such as seaside, warship, office, conference room, and dock. Next, he considered the glint fruit, prompting him to add outdoor areas with ample sunlight. Then, meticulously, he marked the character for ape and wrote down forest. Zhang Yang spent half a day experimenting in both the forest and sunlit rooftops, yet he observed no change. His training speed remained constant, indistinguishable from his usual pace. While training in the forest, he could not help but reflect on his experiences a few years prior in the soul-hunting forest and several months ago in the Stardow forest. Both locations were remote and sparsely populated. If the ideal environment for the Yellow Ape martial spirit involved crowded places, then training in such secluded areas would undoubtedly slow his progress. Yet, in reality, he felt no discernible difference between the two environments. This realization brought Zhang Yang a sense of relief. After dinner, Zhang Yang accompanied Ma Hongjun to Soto City. While Ma Hongjun sought to resolve his fiery issues, Zhang Yang visited a clothing store. The proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 50s, had a shop filled with ready-made garments but also accepted custom orders. Zhang Yang summoned the Yellow Ape and requested the shopkeeper to craft a set of clothing identical to that of the Yellow Ape. Although the mimetic training environment bore no direct relation to the Soul Master-S attire, Zhang Yang decided to commission a custom outfit as a precaution. The shopkeeper agreed to take on the task for the sake of the payment. After providing his measurements, fabric color, and style preferences, the shopkeeper informed him that even with overtime, it would take at least a week to complete the garments. I will return in a week to collect them. Exiting the clothing store, Zhang Yang proceeded to an art shop, requesting the framer to quickly mount his calligraphy piece. This was a large-sized work, measuring 2.5 meters in length and 1 meter in width, inscribed with the phrase, ambiguous justice. As a vice admiral, the Yellow Ape embodied this form of justice, and a similar piece adorned his office. Zhang Yang had penned this Japanese calligraphy himself, as he had previously worked on translations for One Piece, and thus was proficient in the language. Unfortunately, the specific strokes of the calligraphy could not be perfectly replicated, as time had passed, but Zhang Yang had done his utmost. Zhang Yang intended to ascertain whether the office could serve as a mimetic training environment, so he aimed to recreate it as closely as possible. His plan included not only hanging the appropriate calligraphy but also placing a desk and chair, an ashtray, and extinguishing a few cigarette butts within the space. If this truly proved effective, he would further transform the decor to a Japanese style, replacing the door with a sliding paper door and laying tatama mats on the floor. During the period of crafting these items, Zhang Yang's cultivation experienced a breakthrough, reaching level 33. This provided him with a measure of comfort amidst his anxiety. A week later, the clothing was completed, the calligraphy mounted, and the desk and chair acquired, with the ashtray and other tabletop details also prepared. Zhang Yang cleared out his dormitory, cleaning it thoroughly before arranging it according to his vision. He positioned the desk directly facing the door, set the chair in place, and hung the calligraphy of ambiguous justice prominently. He then arranged newspapers, teacups, a teapot, an ashtray, and extinguished cigarette butts on the desk in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Surveying the freshly arranged room, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction, particularly pleased with the display of ambiguous justice and the items on the desk, which served as the finishing touches. With everything in place, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged at the desk, gradually entering a state of cultivation. Soon, Zhang Yang began to notice a distinct difference in his training following the room's renovation. Compared to previous sessions, his cultivation speed today visibly accelerated. If quantified, it seemed to be approximately 1.8 times faster than usual. An increase of 1.8 times, one day now equated to nearly 2 days of progress, was truly remarkable. Much like a money-obsessed individual discovering a doubling of their salary, Zhang Yang was exhilarated. almost wishing to immerse himself in this heightened pace for 10 or more days to fully savor the exquisite experience of 8 times the speed. Nevertheless, he restrained his excitement, exiting the cultivation state to change into his custom-made attire. Dressed in a navy blue shirt, a purple tie, a double-breasted yellow pinstripe suit, and white square-toed leather shoes, Zhang Yang stood before the mirror, turning left and right, yet feeling a profound discontent with his appearance. After changing his attire, he settled into a cross-legged position, entering a meditative state. However, after a brief period, he reluctantly opened his eyes, realizing that his cultivation speed remained at a mere 8 times the normal rate. The expensive custom-made outfit offered no assistance in his training. With a sigh, he lamented, "What a pity." Donning his original clothes once more, Zhang Yang approached his desk, intending to resume his cultivation when suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a striking figure. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Rong Rong? You're back. Why didn't you stay home a few more days?" Ning Rong Rong scrunched her delicate nose and retorted, "I feared that if I lingered any longer, I might return only to collect your remains." With matters resolved and Zhang Yang having agreed to the 3 trials, the sword Douluo had straightforwardly informed Ning Rong Rong about the situation, merely concealing the details regarding Xiao Wu. Grandpa Jian is truly something else, he promised so earnestly, saying, "Since you genuinely like him, I support you, yet rushed to the academy overnight to bully him," she continued. Hearing her defend him brought a warm sense of satisfaction to Zhang Yang, who chuckled nonchalantly, "The sword Douluo is merely concerned about you. It's understandable." Ning Rong Rong waved her hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. What on earth have you done to your room? The bed is tossed outside. And what with that peculiar calligraphy hanging behind you? It looks like a scribble. This arrangement is intended to enhance my cultivation speed. I just tested it, and it boosted my efficiency by a staggering 80%, Zhang Yang replied. Ning Rong Rong's eyes widened in realization. A simulated cultivation environment. Precisely, Zhang Yang affirmed. Yesterday, I discovered an office in a hotel in Soto City that significantly accelerated my soul power enhancement, so I brought the furnishings back. An office? What hotel would allow you to cultivate there, and even let you empty the space? Ning Rong Rong inquired, intrigued. Zhang Yang grinned. Wealth truly grants one the liberty to act as they please. How foolish you are to accept such stringent conditions. A soul king at 20 years old. Just hearing that made Ning Rong Rong feel despondent. What's the big deal? ISNT at merely level 51? It was a challenge before, but now it's different. I have discovered a suitable simulated cultivation environment, and with diligent practice, that trial will be inconsequential to me, since his dormitory had been transformed into a simulated cultivation environment. Zhang Yang had no choice but to relocate the furniture to another room within the academy. Upon learning that Zhang Yang had found an appropriate simulated cultivation environment, his peers expressed great interest and formed groups to tour his space. Much like Ning Rong Rong, they were all curious about the peculiar calligraphy, compelling Zhang Yang to once again divert their attention. After Zhang Yang had moved his bed to another location, Dean Flander, having satisfied his curiosity, ungraciously inquired about the rent for the room. Rent? Zhang Yang responded in surprise, "Dean, I set up a simulated cultivation environment in my own dormitory. Why would I owe any rent?" Before the allure of money, Flander showed no semblance of dignity as a teacher, justifying his stance. "Who says this is your dormitory? Your bed has been relocated to another room, so this is no longer your space. Since you are occupying the academy's vacant rooms, you must pay rent." Faced with Flander's shamelessness, Zhang Yang retorted, "Dean, you have already visited my simulated cultivation environment, so it would only be fair to pay a fee for entry. Not much. Just the same as the rent. Just for a tour of a simulated cultivation environment, you want an entrance fee? You're pushing it, kid." Flander glared. "This entire academy belongs to me. Do you expect to pay an entrance fee too? I am a student of the academy. Do you really need to charge me an entrance fee?" Zhang Yang shrugged. "I don't care about that. If you're asking for rent, then I shall ask for an entrance fee." Beside them, Master sighed, "Flander, have a little dignity. The cost of this simulated cultivation environment should inherently be borne by the academy." Defeated, Flander retreated. Chapter 46. The fierce battle team. Due to the presence of a formidable level 51 high-voltage line overhead, Zhang Yang, determined to cultivate in a simulated training environment, resolved to embark on a rigorous ascetic regimen. Aside from basic necessities such as eating and using the restroom, he dedicated every moment to his training. While Zhang Yang immersed himself in his arduous practice, Ning Rong Rong found herself growing bored, left to engage in conversation with the equally disengaged Xiao Wu to alleviate her solitude. Ning Rong Rong sighed as she reclined on the large bed, pondering the reason behind the strong bond between the two men, both of whom exhibited a singular focus in their pursuits. As Zhang Yang trained, Tang San hammered away, both engrossed in their respective tasks, leaving their girlfriends sidelined. Yet, the motivation behind Zhang Yang's relentless efforts was clear. It was solely to be with her in the future, a fact that would not go unnoticed by her. Suddenly, Xiao Wu had a thought that made her chuckle. "Hey, Rong Rong, since Zhang Yang is too busy for you now, what if your feelings for him start to fade? Wouldn't that send him into a fit of despair?" Ning Rong Rong shook her head vehemently. "How could that be? Seeing him work so hard for me fills me with emotion. How could I possibly turn my affections elsewhere? But what about you? She glanced at Xiaowu. Your Tang-san is presently covered in sweat, toiling away. Have you ever considered finding a dashing, charming boyfriend instead? At this point, a hint of mischief crossed Ning Rongrong's face. I've even heard that for certain enhancements, a little assistance from a man can be quite effective. Why not let Tang-san lend a hand? Tang-san is like a brother to me. How could I? Xiaowu's cheeks flushed. You should worry about getting Zhang Yang to assist you first. After spending 49 days in the forge, Tang-san finally emerged one morning. His relentless forging and training had elevated his soul power to level 33, and he had gained a robust physique. Although Tang-san belonged to the control system, his physical prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary attack-type soul master. However, he still paled in comparison to Zhang Yang, who now stood at an impressive height of 195 meters, boasting muscularity that rivaled Tang-san's, and his strength had reached extraordinary levels. During his grueling training, he could even don a 300-pound iron vest and run alongside others. Master was already calculating the age limit for Zhang Yang's fourth soul ring. In terms of physical attributes, even a level 40 attack-type soul master could not compete with Zhang Yang's current conditioning. The absorption of soul rings was critically dependent on physical strength. The master estimated that with Zhang Yang's current physique and continued vigorous training, surpassing the 3,000-year threshold for absorbing soul rings would be feasible. After freshening up, Tang-san headed to the dining hall, expecting that everyone would still be asleep. To his surprise, upon entering, he found the entire group present, save for Zhang Yang. Well, it's quite a rarity to see our Iron Man so tidy. Have you finished your training? Daimubai inquired with a grin. Tang-san smiled slightly. Once everything was completed, I naturally came out. It seems our 2-month rest period is nearing its end. Ma Hongjun nodded. The master has decided that your emergence signifies the end of our rest. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, we shall head to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Tang-san acknowledged this. I see. It would be prudent for me to remain in seclusion for another 10 days or so, allowing you all a bit more time to recuperate. Well then, the master will have to come to you for the 3rd month's rent, Ma Hongjun joked, eliciting laughter from the others. After the laughter subsided, Tang-san inquired, where's Zhang Yang? Is he still training? Daimubai shook his head. No, he has already begun. Oscar added, he finished breakfast and returned. He is likely already in training mode, given how quickly he eats. Understanding. Tang-san revealed that he had crafted a pair of flying claw weapons for each member, capable of penetrating metal and enabling rapid movement for individuals weighing up to 300 pounds. He demonstrated the various functions of the flying claws on the training field. Ma Hongjun marveled. These flying claws are essential tools for scaling walls and picking locks. Tang-san retorted, what do you mean by picking locks? Be mindful of your weight. Should you exceed 300 pounds, they will be of no use to you. Handing out 7 sets of flying claws, he remarked, I'll save Zhang Yang's for later. Ma Hongjun, with a cheeky grin, said, Zhang Yang has his moon step. With his speed after using his martial spirit, he doesn't need them much. Brother San, why not give me Zhang Yang's instead? I might be in danger if I gain more weight. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's intent to take Zhang Yang's flying claw, Ning Rongrong immediately protested, have you no shame, fatty? You were beaten into a pulp by that scoundrel, and it was Zhang Yang who avenged you. Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also want to take his flying claw? Ning Rongrong's protective stance over Zhang Yang sparked interest among the onlookers. Daimubai inquired, what happened? Fatty, you got beaten up? Ma Hongjun awkwardly replied, that was half a year ago, let's not dwell on it. Seeing Ma Hongjuan's evasiveness piqued everyone's curiosity. Oscar playfully draped an arm around Ma Hongjuan's shoulders. Come on, fatty, spill the beans. We want to help you get revenge. Ma Hongjun grumbled, I see you all are just eager for a good laugh at my expense. Ning Rongrong, satisfied with the situation, thought, so you want to take advantage of my things? Not on my watch. As Tang-san emerged from his seclusion, Flinders summoned all the faculty and staff to prepare for their journey to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, while organizing their belongings. Zhang Yang discreetly packed away the ambiguous painting of righteousness into his soul guide bracelet, planning to acquire other necessities upon arrival at the academy. With their preparations complete, the next morning, they bid farewell to the quaint village and set off towards Heaven Do City, located near 7 Treasure City and 2,000 kilometers from Soto City. It was highly unlikely that the frugal Flinder would hire carriages for the group. Little ones, this is a form of training too. Flinder exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The food system soul sage, Xiao Xian, hung on Zhao Wuji's shoulder, lamenting, if you're going to be stingy, just own it. This isn't about training the students. It's about testing my endurance. Zhao Wuji sighed. Haven T complained. Maybe you should say less. And by the way, you could stand to lose a bit of weight. You're looking like a ball. Xiao Xian took no offense, retorting, my martial spirit is a jelly bean. Being round is perfectly normal for me. What can I say to that? Under the auspices of Oscar's sausage supplies, Zhang Yang and his companions traversed an impressive distance of 400 kilometers in a single day, reaching 1/5 of their journey. The following day, conditions improved slightly, and Flander, leading the group from the front, proceeded at a normal pace towards the northeast. That evening, they settled in Sylve City, the capital of the Kingdom of Sylves. As the leader, Dean Flander guided them to an expensive luxury hotel, ordering a lavish feast for dinner. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was this truly the notoriously frugal Dean Flander? As the saying goes, unusual behavior often signals hidden motives. And the sudden shift in Flander's demeanor left the group puzzled. Indeed, after dinner, Flander revealed his true intentions, urging Zhang Yang and the others to participate in a team soul battle at the Sylph's Grand Soul Arena. He planned to place a significant wager on the Shrek team to make a fortune in this unfamiliar city. However, due to the presence of Zhang Yang and Tang San, both possessing Golden Soul badges, the Shrek team had already been registered as a Soul Grandmaster level Golden Soul team, leaving the arena unable to match them with opponents. Frustrated by this setback, Flander inquired, "Is there no other way?" After some contemplation, the staff responded, "If you truly wish to arrange a soul battle, we can match you against a Silver Soul team of Soul Ancestor level. Lower levels may challenge higher levels, and you may choose your opponents." Taken aback, Flander shook his head. Perhaps not. Though avaricious, he would not gamble with the lives of his students. Just then, the master, who had been silent, stepped forward. "So we may choose our opponents?" The group was momentarily taken aback, but the staff quickly confirmed, "Indeed, lower levels can challenge higher levels and select their opponents. Given your team S rank, we can arrange for you to compete in the central main arena. Then arrange for us the most ruthless opponent. One that kills its adversaries in every battle, employing merciless and bloody tactics that could silence a child's night cries." Although the staff at the Grand Soul Arena were highly professional, they exchanged astonished glances upon hearing the Master's demands and remained silent. Flander seized the Master's shoulder, exclaiming, "Xiao Gang, have you lost your mind? Do you wish for the children to face death?" The Master smiled calmly. "Flander, do you believe I would allow Xiao San and Zhang Yang to perish? Rest assured, I have my reasons." The staff remained quiet, thinking that the Master was indeed intent on sending them to their demise, feeling that the team members were living too comfortably. Nevertheless, they procured the requested team, the Fierce God team, a Silver Soul team at level 40. Since entering the Silver Soul level, they had achieved 31 victories out of 46 battles, killing a total of 63 opponents and incapacitating 98. The Master nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. We shall challenge this Fierce God team. However, our Shrek team has 8 members, and we require all of them to participate." The staff shook their heads. The Master frowned. "If we are challenging at a lower level, can we not decide the number of participants?" The staff's stance was clear. That is the Grand Soul Arena's regulation. The Master pondered briefly, and then nodded. "Then let them decide. But you must convey this message. If a team of Soul Masters at level 30 dares not allow all 8 participants to compete, they should not call themselves the Fierce God team, but rather the Cowardly team." The staff wiped their brow, taken aback by the provocation. Did the Master truly fear for the survival of his team members? Although everyone initially thought the Master was joking about facing a team of Soul Ancestors at level 40. The moment he permitted the use of hidden weapons, Tang San immediately discerned the Master's true intentions. Meanwhile, Flander, with 8 students for teachers, the Master, and his private savings, totaling 30,000 gold soul coins, placed a bet on the Shrek team at odds of 17-1. On the other hand, upon learning of their challenge, the Fierce God team, feeling disrespected, vowed to make their opponents regret their audacity. Then release. 8 Juga crossbows unleashed 112 bolts, piercing the air and the bodies of the Fierce God team. The Fierce God team was obliterated, while the 8 members of the Shrek team found themselves heaving in retching distress. The Fierce God team's vow had come to fruition. Zhang Yang and the others expelled their dinner into trash bags, which were subsequently cleared away by the staff. Chapter 47. The Royal Academy of Tiando. On this particular night, Zhang Yang and his companions found themselves unable to sleep. In the days that followed, Flander, in his dedication to his students, maintained a steady pace on their journey, allowing everyone to avoid the overwhelming exhaustion they had experienced on their first day of travel. By the evening of the 8th day, they finally arrived at their destination, the Royal Academy of Tiando. After Daimubai had dealt with a small group of Soul Masters led by Xueping, they finally met Qin Ming. The affection Qin Ming held for Shrek Academy was undeniable. As night had fallen, he promptly arranged accommodations for everyone. The mountain villa offered breathtaking views and a serene lake, boasting a remarkably high standard. Subsequently, Qin Ming prepared a lavish banquet to welcome his teachers and fellow students. Although it was hastily arranged, the resources of the Royal Academy of Tiando ensured that the feast was extraordinarily sumptuous. The culinary skills of the Academy's chef even brought Ma Hongjun, a connoisseur of fine food, to tears as he lamented his years of subsisting on meager rations at Shrek Academy. Before dawn the next day, Qin Ming rose early to seek out the chef and prepared a steaming breakfast to be served at the mountain villa. During the meal, he introduced the Royal Academy of Tiando, particularly emphasizing the members of the academic committee that they would soon encounter. Only Soul Emperors of level 60 or above could serve as Tiando-level teachers, and the 3 most powerful among them comprised the academic committee. Presently, all members of the committee were formidable Soul Douluo. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Xiao's expression grew tense. The chief of the academic committee, Meng Shenji, wielded the martial Soul Black Demon and was an 86th level control system Soul Douluo. The second seat, by Baoshan, was a Soul Douluo with the martial Soul Heavenly Star Furnace, specializing in defense at the 85th level. The third seat, Jilin, also a Soul Douluo, possessed the martial soul Azure Vine, and was an 83rd level control system soul Douluo. At this point, Qin Ming chuckled, noting that it was quite the coincidence that Ming Xinji's martial soul, Black Demon, was a humanoid type, which piqued his interest in Zhang Yang's humanoid martial soul. Turning to Tang San, Qin Ming added that Ji Lin was equally intrigued by Tang San's blue-silver grass. In truth, all three soul Douluo of the committee found Tang San's martial soul fascinating, as it was widely regarded as a waste martial soul yet had flourished to such a remarkable degree at such a young age. It was easy to understand why those present would be captivated by Tang San. Flander remarked with a smile. Then it seems we might all be able to become Tiendo-level teachers ourselves? Qin Ming replied, that is certainly the case. Tiendo-level teachers hold a prestigious position within the academy, enjoy a relaxed teaching workload, and receive generous compensation. Besides having all living expenses covered by the academy, they also earn an additional 3,000 gold soul coins each month. In special circumstances, there may be further income as well. 3,000? How extravagant! Flander exclaimed, his satisfaction evident as his smile broadened, and his appreciation for the Royal Academy of Tiendo soared. Qin Ming, lead the way. Let us meet the esteemed members of the academic committee. Certainly. Just as everyone finished their breakfast and prepared to embark on their official duties, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. Dean, Senior Qin Ming, I'm feeling unwell. I may not be able to join you. Tang San immediately expressed concern. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Should we call a physician? Xiao Wu shook her head. It's nothing serious. Perhaps I'm just having difficulty adjusting to the environment here in Tiendo City. Noticing Xiao Wu's pale complexion, Flander suggested, why don't you stay here and rest? We will go ahead to meet with the esteemed members of the academic committee. Qin Ming, please explain Xiao Wu's situation to the Soul Douluo. Nodding in agreement, Qin Ming reassured, rest assured, Dean. The three Soul Douluo are exceptionally kind and will certainly understand. That's good to hear. After Tang San escorted Xiao Wu back to her room to rest, the rest of the group proceeded to the academic committee of the Royal Academy of Tiendo. The committee was located at the heart of the main campus, within the largest building in the area. Although it was a single-story structure, its highest point reached an impressive 10 meters, exuding an air reminiscent of the Spirit Hall. As they arrived at the entrance of the academic committee, the three elderly gentlemen had already been waiting for them. Though they simply stood there with warm smiles upon their faces, the powerful aura they exuded was unmistakable, making it impossible to overlook their presence. Clad in black robes embroidered with golden thread, tailored for Soul Douluo, they donned these ceremonial garments only on momentous occasions. Even someone as proud as Flander felt a sense of astonishment at the honor bestowed upon them. The three Soul Douluo had not only come to greet them ahead of time, but had also donned their ceremonial attire for the occasion. How could one not feel touched by such attentiveness? Flander quickened his pace, stepping forward with arms crossed over his shoulders and bowing slightly. Shrek Academy, Flander. Martial Soul Cat Eagle, Agility Attack System, 78 Level 7 Ring Soul Emperor. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elders. The elder in the center of the trio laughed heartily and strode forward, pulling Flander's hand from his shoulder. There is no need for such formality, Dean Flander. It is a privilege to finally meet you. We have long admired your reputation. The presence of the esteemed teachers from the Monster Academy brings great honor to our institution. I am Ming Xinji, Chief of the Academic Committee, Martial Soul Black Demon, Control System, 86 Level 8 Ring Soul Douluo. Allow me to introduce. Ming Xinji then introduced by Baoshan and Ji Lin, while Flander reciprocated by introducing his fellow teachers and explaining Xiao Wu's situation, extending his apologies to the three Soul Douluo. As Qin Ming had indicated, the Soul Douluo were indeed gracious and bore no ill towards Xiao Wu. They simply expressed regret at her absence. Flander observed that, rather than focusing on his own achievements as a Soul Emperor or Soul Sage, the three Soul Douluo seemed far more intrigued by their students. Ming Xinji ushered the Shrek group into the academic committee. The building served as both the workplace and residence for the three Soul Douluo, characterized by its simplicity, adorned only with essential furnishings and a few modest green plants. As everyone settled into their respective seats, the students stood behind their teachers, their eyes alight with excitement as they gazed upon the three Soul Douluo seated at the head of the table. Soul Douluo, such rare and formidable beings within the realm of Soul Masters, moved with unparalleled grace amidst the throngs of adversaries. Though they had often heard their teacher, Qin Ming, speak of them, it was only upon witnessing them firsthand that they realized the academy, though small in enrollment, was filled with prodigious talent. 20 years ago, Qin Ming had been one such prodigy, and 20 years later, the Shrek team remained equally remarkable. Flander sighed with a wry smile. Shrek Academy is no more. Ming Xinji waved his hand dismissively. No, Dean Flander, there is no need to say that. Regarding the exchange between our two academies, Teacher Qin Ming has conveyed everything clearly. It is our honor to host you all. Please rest assured, we fully understand your sentiments, and the Royal Academy of Tiendo will not impose any teaching duties upon you. Everyone here is welcome to express their needs. As long as it falls within my realm of authority, I am open to discussion. When Dream Machine uttered these words, the sincerity in his heart was palpable, and his earnest desire for talent was unmistakable. The atmosphere within the committee grew increasingly fervent. After discussing the main matters, Dream Machine suddenly inquired, I have heard from Teacher Qin Ming that among the students in your esteemed academy, There is a prodigious soul master with a humanoid mutated beast martial soul. May I know who that is? The master chuckled lightly and replied, I do not dare to claim the title of genius. That would be Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stepped forward respectfully, bowing to the three soul Douluos. Greetings, esteemed teachers. You are Zhang Yang. Dream Machine observed the robust figure of Zhang Yang and smiled faintly, causing the air around him to subtly distort. While others felt nothing amiss, Zhang Yang distinctly sensed that the air surrounding him had seemingly solidified, as an overwhelming surge of soul power inundated him, rendering him completely immobile. Understanding that Dream Machine was testing him, Zhang Yang focused his spirit and summoned his soul power to resist this onslaught. The soul power bore a barely perceptible chill, infiltrating and exerting pressure upon Zhang Yang's body from all directions. Dream Machine remained silent, while Zhang Yang's body trembled slightly. The onlookers comprehended the significance of this moment, but none dared to voice their thoughts. Flinder viewed this as a contest of strength from a distance, hoping that Zhang Yang would deliver an impressive performance to showcase the excellence of Shrek Academy students. As time elapsed, the initially amused gaze of Dream Machine gradually transformed into astonishment. This prodigious young soul master, possessing only a soul power of level 30, had unexpectedly endured such pressure for an extended period, equivalent to that of a level 30 soul master. Typically, a lower-ranked soul master who can withstand pressure from a higher-ranked counterpart up to 2/3 of their own level is considered remarkable, should they endure to the point of parity. Their willpower is deemed exceptionally resilient. However, such endurance presupposes the release of their martial soul. Dream Machine, visibly pleased, remarked, I hear from Teacher Qin Ming that you are only 13 this year? Quite impressive. As he spoke, Dream Machine gradually intensified the pressure on Zhang Yang. Level 31, 32, 33. Dream Machine gazed in astonishment at the unwavering young man, unable to believe that he had withstood the same level of soul power pressure without even releasing his martial soul, appearing entirely unfazed as if nothing had transpired. Curious to ascertain Zhang Yang's limits, Dream Machine began to incrementally increase the pressure. As the intensity of the soul power fluctuations escalated, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and others grew increasingly tense, sitting upright and fixating on Zhang Yang, wary of any potential mishap. Only the master remained relaxed, sipping tea and observing the scene with an air of calm, devoid of concern for Zhang Yang, as the sole theoretical expert present and Zhang Yang's mentor. The master possessed a profound understanding of Zhang Yang's limits. Calculations indicated that with Zhang Yang's physical strength and internal soul power support, he could undoubtedly withstand a level 40 soul power without exhibiting any signs of distress. Level 34, 35, 36. The pressure of level 36 soul power failed to provoke any discomfort from Zhang Yang, leaving the three soul Douluos astounded. They pondered, he hasn't even released his martial soul? Level 37, 38, 39, 40. The soul power pressure reached level 40, a critical threshold, for upon crossing this stage, the nature of soul power undergoes a qualitative transformation. As the pressure gently ascended to level 40, Zhang Yang began to feel the weight of this immense force, compelling his internal soul power to circulate more rapidly, accompanied by a vague sensation of losing control. It resembled a scene from an animated series where a hamster runs inside a wheel. Initially, the hamster drives the wheel's motion, but as the wheel accelerates, should the hamster stumble, it would be swept along in a dizzying whirl. Zhang Yang now stood at this precarious precipice, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. Chapter 48. We shall depart in this chapter. A considerable amount of content has been replicated. Thus, after the first half, one may skip ahead. Although Zhang Yang's soul power was on the verge of autonomously operating beyond his control, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Observing Zhang Yang's composure under the pressure of level 40 soul power, Meng Xinji could not help but admire the innate talent of his mutated beast martial soul. With this thought, Meng Xinji decided to escalate the pressure further. Level 41. Zhang Yang's brows twitched slightly as he began to truly feel the weight of the challenge. Level 42. A twitch appeared at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth, indicating he was struggling against this mounting pressure. Level 43. Zhang Yang's body began to tremble visibly, a clear sign of his distress. The expressions of Meng Xinji and the other two soul Douluos revealed their satisfaction. Having a student with such resilience and remarkable talent enter the Tiando Royal Academy filled them with pride. Finally, when the soul power pressure reached the level of 44, a small stone appeared beneath Zhang Yang's feet. Unable to withstand the pressure imposed by Meng Xinji any longer, Zhang Yang resolved to summon his martial soul to enhance his capacity for resistance. However, this decision to activate his martial soul directly amidst the high-speed operation of his soul power became the very stone that caused his downfall. At that moment, the soul power surged uncontrollably, and as he attempted to channel it into another endeavor, it was akin to adding fuel to a rapidly spinning hamster wheel. Thus, Zhang Yang fell. The operation of his soul power slipped from his grasp, and the martial soul he intended to summon was unleashed. The towering figure of the Yellow Ape materialized behind him, maintaining its characteristic crooked smile. The moment it emerged, the pressure imposed by Meng Xinji was significantly alleviated. With the reduction in pressure, the previously uncontrollable soul power rebounded instantly, expanding rapidly and broadening the cultivation circuits within Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, caught off guard by the sudden expansion of his cultivation circuits, could only groan softly before collapsing to the ground. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. Zhang Yang. The master sprang from his seat and hurried toward him. What is happening? The three-souled Douluos, taken aback, could no longer remain seated and hastily released their spiritual energy to assess Zhang Yang's condition. Other powerful soul emperors and soul saints in the vicinity also began to investigate Zhang Yang's status. Upon this investigation, the anxious expressions on their faces turned to a mixture of bewilderment and mild amusement. Meng Xinji, possessing the strongest soul power in the room, found himself both amused and perplexed as he seated himself once more. He had initially feared that his lack of control had harmed the young boy, only to realize that Zhang Yang had actually broken through under pressure. Thank you, Soul Douluo Meng Xinji, the master concluded, standing with a smile and bowing respectfully to Jilin. With the storm subsided, conversations resumed, and the atmosphere within the hall grew lively once more. This test yielded substantial gains for Zhang Yang. Firstly, he had successfully advanced his soul power to level 34. Secondly, the cultivation circuits within him had been slightly widened. An expanded cultivation circuit was akin to transforming a 6-lane highway into an 8-lane one. While the number of vehicles remained unchanged, the increased space allowed for enhanced speed. Roughly estimating, prior to reaching level 36, Zhang Yang's soul power operation speed would maintain its previous rate of 1.5 times faster. This improvement would greatly benefit him in both cultivation and combat. Aware of his surroundings, Zhang Yang concluded his training expeditiously and rose to express his gratitude to Meng Xinji. Thank you, Soul Douluo Meng Xinji, for aiding me in breaking through to level 34. Meng Xinji nodded in satisfaction, responding with a smile. This achievement is a result of your own efforts. Your willpower is remarkably resilient, and your physical prowess far exceeds that of your peers. Such talent truly opens my eyes. After testing Zhang Yang, Meng Xinji appeared quite pleased, while beside him, Jilin was about to assess Tang San when suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Is the chief Meng Xinji present? The voice arrived before the individuals did. Meng Xinji paused momentarily, pondering the unexpected arrival, and hurried out to greet them, closely followed by the other two committee members, whose expressions seemed to shift subtly. Soon, the three-souled Douluos ushered 3 individuals into the hall, one of whom was recognized by the Shrek Academy members, the second-ring soul master, Avalanche, who had been bested by Dai Mu Bai the previous day. Following mutual introductions facilitated by Meng Xinji, they learned that this individual was none other than Prince Xuexing, who governed the academy on behalf of the Tiando Empire. Without even glancing at the Shrek members, Prince Xuexing derisively remarked, Shrek Academy? I have not heard of it. It must be an insignificant institution. He continued, Chief Meng Xinji, how could you allow such unknown individuals into our academy? The Shrek members were incensed by his words. And Zhao Wujin, standing beside Flanders, was about to retaliate but was forcefully restrained by Flanders. Meng Xinji's expression darkened. Your Highness, that is not the case. Shrek Academy has produced countless outstanding soul masters. For instance, our esteemed teacher, Qin, is a graduate of Shrek Academy. The Dean Flanders and the other esteemed teachers from Shrek Academy were also exceptional talents. Their willingness to teach at our academy is a tremendous boon. Upon hearing that Qin Ming also hailed from Shrek Academy, Prince Xuexing's demeanor softened slightly. After all, Qin Ming was one of the few geniuses on the continent, breaking through to the Soul Emperor level at just 34 years of age, and destined to reach the title Douluo level before 60. The emergence of a title Douluo holds immense significance, not only for an academy, but for the entire Tiando Empire as well. Hence, even Prince Xuexing had to tread cautiously around Qin Ming. However, it was evident that Prince Xuexing had come to instigate trouble and would not be swayed merely by the mention of Qin Ming. He continued. While the ability to cultivate someone like Teacher Qin does indeed attest to Shrek Academy's educational quality, he then turned his gaze toward Meng Xinji. I heard from Avalanche that these distinguished guests attacked him as soon as they arrived at the academy yesterday. The Tiando Royal Academy, as a pillar of the empire, cannot solely rely on teaching standards. The moral integrity of the faculty is of utmost importance. I absolutely refuse to allow our academy to employ arrogant and tyrannical individuals. Avalanche smirked at this statement. Upon hearing these words, the gathered individuals finally grasped the true intent behind Prince Xuexing's visit. His earlier remarks had merely been a facade. He had come solely to avenge Avalanche. The three-souled Douluos could only sigh inwardly, lamenting that the academy struggled to nurture exceptional talent due to the presence of such foolish nobility. Flanders replied nonchalantly, Then, Your Highness, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Prince Xuexing snorted, I have always treated talent well. Since you all seek cooperation with our Tiando Royal Academy, and Avalanche was at fault first, we shall let this matter pass. However, his gaze swept over Flanders and the Shrek Academy teachers. You must prove to me that you are indeed talented individuals. Flanders suppressed his fury, asking, Very well, how does His Highness wish us to prove ourselves? Prince Xuexing responded with a calm smile. It is quite simple. If you can endure 5 minutes in the presence of Mr. Douluo, I shall acknowledge your talents and offer you favorable treatment. Otherwise, I kindly ask you to return whence you came. Your Highness, do not overstep, Dream Machine retorted angrily. Prince Xuesheng replied nonchalantly. Chief Dream Machine, should you feel that I am being excessive, you may report me to His Majesty. However, until such time, as the direct administrator of the Academy, I have the final say in all matters within its walls. Dream Machine, infuriated and at a loss for words, stood speechless, while Xue Bing, standing beside Prince Xuesheng, wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Noticing Dream Machine's inability to respond, Prince Xuesheng cast a triumphant glance at Flander and then respectfully addressed the elder with green hair behind him, saying, Mr. Douluo, I entrust this to you. The elder known as Mr. Douluo nodded, looking haughtily at Flander and the others. You may come at me together. As he spoke, a powerful green light erupted from his being, followed by a series of luminous rings ascending from beneath his feet. His own form, however, remained unchanged. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, spiraled upwards, their blinding radiance transforming the entire committee hall into a dazzling spectacle. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. No one had anticipated that this disheveled elder with green hair was, in fact, one of the continent's most formidable beings. A title Douluo with a soul power exceeding level 90. Your surname is Douluo, and there is a distinct aura about you. If I am not mistaken, you must be the title Douluo known as Poison Douluo. Douluo, Master stepped forward, blocking the enraged Shrek Academy teachers, addressing the elder. Ha ha ha, the green-haired elder cackled. I am surprised that anyone still remembers me. Indeed, I am Douluo. Now that you know my name, why do you not leave? Master maintained his composure and nodded earnestly. Very well, we shall take our leave. Upon uttering this, he turned to the 3 Soul Douluo committee members. I apologize, esteemed elders. Let us conclude today as matters here. However, we shall not forget the warm hospitality you have shown us. Until we meet again. Wait, Dream Machine interjected, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on the shimmering 9 rings of the poison Douluo. Douluo. Let the 3 of us old fellows experience your poison. The 3 Soul Douluo, Tianxing Furnace Soul Douluo by Baoshan, Tien Qingting Soul Douluo Jilin, quickly positioned themselves behind Dream Machine. They simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras, manifesting their respective martial spirits. 3 8-ring Soul Douluo stood against 1 9-ring title Douluo, and the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Flander, the head of Shrek Academy, stepped forward, bowing slightly to the 3 Soul Douluo. I did not anticipate causing such trouble for you esteemed elders during this visit. I feel ashamed. Since His Highness Xuesheng wishes us to depart, how can we impose further? Even if we miss today's opportunity, we may find no peace. I am grateful for your care towards the younger generation. We shall part ways here, and Flander will return to pay another visit in the future. The proud and indomitable Flander, a level 78 agile attack type battle soul master, softened for the sake of his old comrades and these young ones. Flander, Dream Machine called out anxiously. Flander did not turn back, leading the Shrek group out with resolute strides. The faces of the 3 Soul Douluo alternated between crimson and pale, clearly filled with rage, yet what could they do? After all, the Tiando Royal Academy belonged to the Tiando Empire's royal family. At that moment, a lively young girl rushed in from outside, brushing past the Shrek group. Grandfather. Upon entering, she dashed straight toward the resplendent Douluo. Douluo embraced the girl, his previously cold demeanor vanishing as he laughed heartily. Yen Yen, indeed, your strength has improved. As she brushed past the Shrek members, Douluo noticed them, her expression shifting as she clung to Douluo's neck and whispered something in his ear. At her words, Douluo's head snapped up, his gaze darting between the retreating figures of Zhang Yang and Tang San. Chapter 49, No Action. No existence. The academic exchange between Shrek Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy was disrupted by Prince Xuesheng, resulting in the departure of the teachers. Qin Ming, filled with indignation, immediately submitted his resignation to the 3 Soul Douluo members. Meng Xinji hastily stopped Qin Ming, saying, Teacher Qin, that is not acceptable. Rest assured, this matter will not be left unresolved. We will certainly petition His Majesty to seek justice. Qin Ming shook his head firmly, stating, since Dean Flanders has decided to leave, there is no reason to return. As an alumnus of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming felt he could not remain where the royal family showed disdain for them. Prince Xuesheng frowned. Qin Ming's departure would be a significant loss for the Tiando Royal Academy and even for the Tiando Empire. However, he was not one to undermine himself, so he remained silent. When Qin Ming arrived, he was full of aspirations. Now, as he departed, he was still filled with resolve. He expressed his gratitude to the 3 council members, acknowledging their care over the years, promising that he would repay them in the future. With that, he summoned his spirit power, and in a flash, he dashed after the Shrek group. As Shrek departed, the council members dispersed unhappily. Meng Xinji and the others prepared to report to the emperor, while Prince Xuesheng left stiffly with Xue Bang and Douluo. Once on the road, Xuesheng, seeing no one around, reprimanded Xue Bang through clenched teeth. Xue Bang, you have caused quite a bit of trouble for your uncle this time. Those 3 old fellows will not let this go easily. Xue Bang chuckled. Uncle, The news of Shrek defeating Yu Tianheng has spread throughout the academy. If I hadn't driven them away, wouldn't he that have sent a wealth of talent to my brother? Prince Xuexing nodded. Indeed. Those 3 council members are aligned with your brother. If we let them stay, they would eventually be drawn to him. It's a pity that teacher Qin Ming is leaving as well. Alas, after exiting the council chamber, Flanders led the group down the mountain, while the swift Zhang Yang rushed back to the villa to fetch Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu appeared quite dispirited. The thought of being surrounded by more than 3 soul Douluos at the Tiando Royal Academy drained her spirit. Studying there felt no different than dancing on the edge of a blade. At that moment, Zhang Yang pushed open the door and said, Xiao Wu, pack your things. We must leave. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Leave? Where to? The destination has yet to be decided, but we can no longer remain at the Tiando Royal Academy. Zhang Yang replied with a shrug. The academic exchange has fallen through. Surprised, Xiao Wu asked, how did it fall through? Zhang Yang promised to explain during the journey. He quickly gathered everyone's belongings and stored them in a soul tool, then carried Xiao Wu as he chased after Flanders and the others. Once they left the Tiando Royal Academy, the group stood at the foot of the mountain, feeling quite lost. Where should we go next? Flanders pondered, then suggested. Let us first rest in Tiando City. We can discuss our next course of action afterward. Outside Tiando City, the towering walls rose 100 meters high, with gates wide and tall enough for 6 riders to pass side by side. The 2 side gates were equally imposing, standing 5 meters high and wide. As they approached the city gate, they suddenly noticed a large, conspicuous announcement on the bulletin board. Now hiring. The Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy, due to expansion, is currently seeking the following personnel: 10 Soul Masters of level 40 and above. Those with higher soul power will be given priority. Once hired, treatment will be excellent. Seeing the notice, Flanders exclaimed, a recruitment notice here? They must have significant backing. Qin Ming, are you familiar with this Lamba Academy? Qin Ming stepped forward. I know a bit. Lamba Academy is located in Tiando City, covering an area a third the size of the Royal Academy, and it only admits commoners, rejecting all nobles. To establish such a large academy in the city and dare to refuse nobles indicates substantial backing. Excellent. Flanders nodded with a smile. I have made my decision. We shall go to Lamba Academy. I intend to overturn their standing right under the nose of the Tiando Academy. The gates of Lamba Academy stood 10 meters high. The gatehouse, crafted from white marble, though not extravagant, exuded a commanding presence, adorned with 8 gilded characters spelling Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Qin Ming approached the recruitment office beside the gate, explained their purpose and the situation of the 8 young men behind him. Immediately, a teacher responsible for reception came to guide them for testing. Lamba Academy is nestled within the largest botanical area in Tiando City, with lush forests surrounding it. The campus features various buildings designed around a large sports field. Soon, the reception teacher led the Shrek group to the testing site, where they were introduced to 3 Soul Kings responsible for the evaluations. The testing process for prospective teachers at Lamba Academy involves first revealing their martial spirits to confirm they meet the recruitment criteria. Subsequently, a practical test is conducted where a candidate must withstand a 10-minute bout against a Soul King. Flanders laughed upon seeing this. What is there to test? Come, brothers. Reveal your martial spirits and showcase your soul rings. Instantly, 3 Soul Emperors and 3 Soul Saints, totaling 39 soul rings, appeared before the evaluators at Lamba Academy. The 3 Soul Kings were taken aback. Had it not been for the deliberate suppression of their spirit power by these formidable individuals, they would have been unable to stand upright. Esteemed seniors, please retract your martial spirits, the 3 said respectfully. Clearly, the Soul Kings understood they were not in a position to evaluate these Soul Emperors and Soul Saints, and they quickly led the group to the principal's office. As they departed the testing area, they followed a small path leading to the back of the academy and soon entered the forest surrounding the main campus area. The master, perplexed, asked, "Doesn't your principal reside within the campus?" One of the Soul Kings explained, "The principal prefers solitude, so he lives alone in the forest. Daily affairs are managed by the teachers, and only significant matters require his consultation." I see. The master did not press further, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Subsequently, events spiraled beyond control. Under the gaze of 3 Soul Kings, 3 Soul Emperors, 3 Soul Saints, and the 8 Shrek students, a woman in her 30s suddenly tackled the master, who was over 50 years old. This woman, dressed simply in a blue linen dress, possessed striking features, and her fierce demeanor was undeniable. Ignoring the surrounding onlookers, she brought the master down, causing gasps of astonishment from those nearby. After a moment of chaos, everyone recognized her. She was Lu Erlong, a longtime friend of the master in Flanders, known as the killing angle of the Golden Iron Triangle. Lu Erlong, with her fiery temper, wasted no time expressing her outrage upon hearing that the Tiando Royal Academy had expelled her dear friend Flanders and her beloved Yu Xiaojiang, promptly declaring her intent to confront the Tiando Royal Academy. Then, Lu Erlong promptly announced the renaming of Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy, with Flander appointed as the principal and himself as the vice principal. A gathering of all faculty and students would be convened the following day to disclose this news. Once confined to a modest village outside Soto City, Shrek Academy had, in the blink of an eye, established its presence in this bustling city of Douluo. That evening, Lu Erlong hosted a lavish banquet to honor the Shrek members. Under Lu Erlong's fervent gaze, the master felt exceedingly uncomfortable during the meal, and as soon as dinner concluded, he hastily led Zhang Yang and Tang Xin away in a state of panic. In the serene forest, the master recounted to his two disciples the intricacies of his relationship with Lu Erlong. Tang Xin listened intently, drawing parallels to his own feelings for Xiao Wu, thus experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang feigned deep sorrow, yet in reality, he regarded the matter with indifference. After all, was this not merely a familial connection? Had not similar themes been explored in stories like Yuan no Kyumo and Or no Amudo Ga Kana and I Kawai Wake Ga Nai? Moreover, the bond between the master and Lu Erlong was merely that of cousins, not siblings. Furthermore, had the master and Lu Erlong truly engaged in anything substantial beyond a kiss? If that were the case, why should one be overly concerned? The prohibition against consanguinity existed solely due to its potential detrimental effects on future generations and the health of the populace. If they chose not to procreate, what harm could arise? They could simply live as a typical couple, nurturing their love and tenderness. Should anyone question their relationship, they could boldly retort, "Our sibling bond is strong. What business is it of yours?" When Lu Erlong's maternal instincts surged, she could simply adopt a child, and all would be well. Unable to bear witnessing the master's turmoil any longer, Zhang Yang resolved to provide some clarity. "Master, what do you intend to do moving forward? Your years of tranquility have been solely due to the absence of the mistress. Now that we are caught in this predicament, can you truly escape?" The master's sorrowful expression abruptly froze. "What mistress?" "Zhang Yang, do not misuse titles." Behind the trees, not far from the others, a figure, tear-streaked, trembled involuntarily. "Master, you previously mentioned that Principal Flander would officiate the marriage, and you and Vice Principal Lu Erlong would wed in his presence. If the ceremony has already taken place, then how can Vice Principal Lu Erlong not be considered the mistress?" The master replied, his tone rigid. "A union between siblings is scorned by society, condemned by both gods and men. Even if a ceremony occurs, it remains void. Can cousins, who have not seen each other for 30 years, truly be regarded as siblings? Besides, who among the few who know of your relationship with the mistress even understands it fully? With no outsiders aware, do you not know yourselves? How can siblings assume the role of spouses? Then, master, do you understand why society rejects such unions?" Zhang Yang countered, his tone unwavering. The master responded with conviction. "Because offspring resulting from sibling unions are often stillborn, feeble-minded, or deformed. Thus, both sentimentally and ethically, siblings should not unite." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang stepped forward, articulating with precision, "Then why not simply refrain from having children with the mistress?" At this, both the master and the hidden Lu Erlong felt as though a revelation had struck them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Not having children, not having children. They mulled over these words, when Zhang Yang continued, "As long as there are no descendants, you and the mistress can live together as any normal couple would. After all, even your uncle cannot dictate the bond between siblings." The master stared blankly at Tang San, his lips quivering, rendered nearly speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, concealed in the shadows, approached the trio. Seeing that their focus remained solely on one another, Zhang Yang and Tang Xin quietly withdrew. In the woods, Tang Xin pondered his relationship with Xiao Wu while reflecting on Zhang Yang's recent remarks, whereas Zhang Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing he had done a good deed. Just then, the air around them suddenly turned frigid, and before them appeared a figure clad entirely in green. With green hair, green eyes, and nails to match, his gaze was cold and malevolent, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, none other than the enigmatic Douluo, whom they had encountered earlier that day. Chapter 50. Vegetables. As Zhang Yang and Tang Xin instinctively prepared to unleash their martial souls, the figure of Douluo suddenly appeared before them, as if teleporting. Without hesitation, Douluo unleashed a swift kick that struck Zhang Yang directly in the abdomen. Bang! Zhang Yang, who hadn't even had a chance to activate his martial soul, instantly lost consciousness and was propelled backwards like a cannonball, flying several dozen meters before crashing into two trees, each thick enough for a person to embrace, which splintered upon impact. "Who is that?" Lu Erlong's eyes gleamed with intensity as she abruptly straightened from her position beside the master, her gaze directed towards the source of the disturbing fluctuation in soul power. She sensed the terrifying aura concealed within that seemingly weak energy wave, and in a flash, she positioned herself protectively behind the master. The master was initially taken aback, but his expression quickly shifted to one of alarm. This could mean trouble for Xiaosan and Zhang Yang. "We must go and investigate," he urged. Lu Erlong sprinted towards the location of the soul power disturbance, while the master followed the sounds of chaos, discovering Zhang Yang, who was spitting blood and had suffered multiple broken ribs and shattered leg bones. Zhang Yang. The sight of Zhang Yang in such a dire state brought tears to the master's eyes. Moments later, Lu Erlong, having found no trace of danger, arrived at the master's side and was equally horrified by Zhang Yang's condition. As a key figure in reconciling her and the master, Zhang Yang held a far more significant place in Lu Erlong's heart than Tang San did. "Erlong, we must take Zhang Yang back and find a healing soul master," the master declared decisively. "This chilling aura feels familiar. If it belongs to that person, it may prove difficult." This icy presence immediately reminded him of Douluo Bo and the subsequent encounter with Douluo Yin, the soul master of the Emerald Phosphor Snake. Zhang Yang was transported back to the academy by Lu Erlong as they sought a healing soul master. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the entire faculty. Upon realizing that Douluo Bo might have targeted Zhang Yang and Tang San, the teachers were understandably unsettled. The name Douluo Bo, a title Douluo, along with his formidable poison techniques, instilled great fear among them. However, with Tang San already abducted, they had no choice but to act. Thus, Flender, Lu Erlong, and the master, under the guidance of Qin Ming, promptly made their way to the Tiando Royal Academy to inquire about Douluo Bo from the three-souled Douluos on the committee. Upon learning that Douluo Bo resided on a mountain in the Sunset Forest, the Golden Iron Triangle set off in haste. While Qin Ming sought out the healing soul master Yi Lingling in the student dormitory to assist Zhang Yang. Qin Ming, a former Tiando-level teacher at the academy, had taught Yi Lingling, who, despite her past grievances with Zhang Yang, agreed to help due to her respect for Qin Ming. In the Blue Tyrant Academy, there was a healing soul master named Jiang Zhu, a level 35 with a healing scepter. By the time Yi Lingling arrived, Jiang Zhu was already attending to Zhang Yang. However, Jiang Zhu's healing scepter paled in comparison to Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia. Although Jiang Zhu managed to stabilize Zhang Yang as critical internal injuries, the multiple broken bones remained unhealed. Yet when Yi Lingling intervened, Zhang Yang's condition visibly improved, with bones realigning and internal wounds healing instantaneously. Despite the apparent recovery, Zhang Yang remained in a deep coma. Yi Lingling could only lament that they must wait for him to awaken on his own. Everyone expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Yi Lingling for her willingness to put aside past grievances and lend her aid. She merely nodded in acknowledgement before being escorted back to the Tiando Royal Academy by Qin Ming. Unbeknownst to Yi Lingling, Zhang Yang's injuries were entirely orchestrated by Douluo Bo, acting on the orders of his granddaughter, Douluo Yin. On that fateful day in the Soul Arena, Zhang Yang's decisive kick had eliminated Yi Lingling, causing Yushinhang on the arena to miss timely medical attention and nearly perish. Thus, Douluo Yin commanded Douluo Bo to replicate the actions, delivering a kick to Zhang Yang's abdomen that sent him flying and fractured the leg he had used against Yi Lingling. With Zhang Yang gravely injured and Tang San missing, the news of such a significant event could not remain concealed. Before dawn, Dai Mubai and others burst into Zhang Yang's dormitory. The dormitory at Blue Tyrant Academy was spacious, and the presence of the entire Shrek team made it feel even more vacant. Upon seeing Zhang Yang unconscious on the bed, panic ensued, with Ning Rongrong weeping inconsolably by his side. Although Xiao Wu was equally concerned about Zhang Yang's injuries, her anxiety for the missing Tang San overshadowed her worry. Realizing tears would not resolve their predicament, Ning Rongrong stood up with determination, wiping her tears. "I will seek out my father and have the sect send someone to treat Zhang Yang. I will also find Grandpa Jian to ensure Douluo Bo pays for his actions." With that, she pushed past her companions and dashed out. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, bewildered by Ning Rongrong's fervor. When she returned with reinforcements from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the master and his companions had already returned from their encounter with Douluo Bo. Although Douluo Bo and Tang San claimed that Douluo Bo had merely taken an interest in Tang San and wished to mentor him, the visible severity of Zhang Yang's injuries suggested otherwise. However, since Tang San had spoken, the Golden Iron Triangle had no reason to further contest the matter, opting to return home, while simultaneously seeking out Tang Hao and praying that Douluo Bo and Tang San's narrative was truthful. The healing soul master brought by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was named Yu Ming, a 67-level healing soul emperor with the martial soul of the Twin Lotus. His third soul skill proved remarkably effective for patients who had inexplicably fallen into a coma, calm the mind, and soothe the spirit. As Yu Ming activated his third soul ring, a wave of azure light emanated from the Twin Lotus, swiftly enveloping the room and stabilizing the emotional turmoil among the onlookers. The agitated Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu found solace amidst the calming glow. Under the radiance of the azure light, Zhang Yang's eyelids fluttered, and soon, he opened his eyes. Though he had been unconscious for a significant duration, to Zhang Yang, it felt merely like an instant. After being struck by Douluo Bo, he had swiftly lost consciousness, and upon awakening, found himself in the present moment. "Zhang Yang, you finally woke up," Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she rushed to him, tears streaming down her face once more. Embracing her, Zhang Yang offered words of comfort. "Rongrong, I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly alright." He then turned to the others, reassuringly stating, "Alright, everyone. I'm okay now. By the way, where is Xiao San? How is he?" At this, the master managed a strained smile, his typically stoic face showing a hint of relief. Xiaosan is currently learning about poison from Douluo. He is in no danger, so rest easy. Oh, Zhang Yang nodded, relieved. I see. Seeing Zhang Yang awake, Ma Hongjun approached with curiosity. Zhang Yang, what exactly happened yesterday? Do you remember how Douluo injured you? You want to know? Zhang Yang shrugged. After parting ways with the master last night, Xiaosan and I were heading back to the dormitory when suddenly, a figure appeared before us. Douluo? Ma Hongjun hastily interjected. Zhang Yang nodded. Indeed, my initial sensation was of a chilling soul power, and only afterward did I catch sight of Douluo. Yet by then, it was already too late. He was merely 3 meters away from us. And then, did you faint? Did you not activate your first soul skill? Can a tidal Douluo strike that swiftly? Ma Hongjun's barrage of questions rendered Zhang Yang momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Ning Rongrong, cradled in his arms, retorted angrily. Fatty, where do you derive all these questions? Should I summon Grandpa Jian to let you personally experience whether a tidal Douluo's attack can be so rapid that you cannot even activate your inferior martial soul? Seeing Ning Rongrong's fury, Ma Hongjun dared not provoke her further and sheepishly retreated. Once behind everyone, he muttered under his breath, My martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. Certainly not inferior. The master nodded. Regardless of how powerful Zhang Yang's first soul skill may be, one must activate their martial soul for it to take effect. With the strength of a tidal Douluo, dispatching a level 30 soul master is as effortless as breathing. Zhang Yang affirmed. I scarcely had the time to activate my martial soul before I was knocked unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in this state. Thereafter, I am unaware of what transpired. Do you realize the severity of your injuries? Dai Mubai remarked helplessly. 8 ribs and 2 shins. Had it not been for classmate Jiang Zhu stabilizing your internal injuries, and Yi Lingling using her 9-heart begonia to reconnect your broken bones, you might have faced permanent disability. Is it truly that severe? Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear, yet confusion lingered. Yi Lingling? 9-heart begonia? Is she not the healing soul master of the Imperial battle team? I recall we had some prior grievances. How could she come to treat me? Ma Hongjun explained. It was all thanks to our senior Qinming. He brought her from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy to Lamba Academy overnight. Is that so? Zhang Yang quickly turned to the unassuming Qinming in the crowd. Senior, I am immensely grateful to you. No need to thank me. Qinming waved his hand. It was Yi Lingling who treated you. I merely summoned her. Zhang Yang shook his head. Had it not been for your standing, she would not have come. The healing prowess of the 9-heart begonia is well known. Zhang Yang, your injuries have nearly healed. Consume an Oscar S recovery sausage, and rest well this morning. At 2 in the afternoon, we shall gather, and I will lead you to seek an optimal simulated training environment. Understood, Master, Zhang Yang nodded. The others responded in unison, Yes, Master. Before long, the once crowded room was left with only Zhang Yang. Sigh, I am still too weak, he sighed, consuming the Oscar S recovery sausage and settling into a meditative state. Chapter 51. The Eternal Fourth Ring Plan. The simulated training environment at Lamba Academy is quite extensive, encompassing nearly all martial souls. With the guidance of the master, everyone has found their suitable training spots. Observing that everyone was diligently engaged in their training, the master led Zhang Yang to the first floor of the academy's office building. Zhang Yang expressed his need for an office, and the master promptly arranged one for him. The office, spacious at over 100 square meters, was elegantly furnished with a luxurious brown solid wood desk, a coffee table, and a sofa, all of which contributed to its grandeur. In one corner, several potted plants added a touch of greenery to the otherwise empty room. Satisfied with the office, Zhang Yang nodded in approval. The decor was impressive. With the addition of newspapers, a teacup, a teapot, and an ashtray, it would be an ideal space for training. This area is designated for your simulated training environment. Feel free to decorate it as you wish. You shall train here from now on, the master said, giving Zhang Yang a pat on the shoulder. Be mindful of the offices around you, as others are working here. Yes, master, Zhang Yang replied, nodding. After the master departed, Zhang Yang eagerly set about arranging the room, quickly settling into a meditative state. Finally, after more than a week away from Suatua City, he could once again relish the exquisite sensation of a 1.8 times training speed. Furthermore, with the expansion of his soul power training circuit, his training speed before reaching level 36 would increase by approximately 30%, equating to a 2.34 times boost. However, human nature is inherently greedy. Soon, Zhang Yang found himself dissatisfied with the 1.8 times enhancement of the simulated training environment. If a 1.8 times boost was achievable, why not strive for an even greater speed? Thus, he began to brainstorm ways to modify the office. First, he visited a furniture store in Tiando City, providing them with the room's layout and dimensions, requesting a set of Japanese-style sliding doors and partitions, as well as a sufficiently large tatami mat. Although he did not know the authentic process of making tatami, that did not hinder him from creating a makeshift version. Covering hardwood boards with straw mats essentially produced a tatami-like effect, did it not? After considerable effort, The office had transformed into a space reminiscent of a traditional Japanese room. At first glance, it exuded a charming ambience. Testing the atmosphere, he found it somewhat effective. Additionally, he gathered several wanted posters from the Tiando Empire to scatter across the desk, experimenting with his training, which yielded limited yet noticeable results. Indeed, Huang Yuan's approach to capturing bounty criminals was lackadaisical at best, preferring to indulge in tea and newspapers instead. Huang Yuan, you live up to your reputation. Thus, with a 2.1 enhancement from the simulated training environment, coupled with an additional 30% increase for levels below 36, Zhang Yang's soul power was rapidly advancing. Recently, the master and Lu Erlong had been enjoying a harmonious life. Zhang Yang's candid remarks had thoroughly resolved their misunderstandings. After all, if one does not take action, who could cast judgment? Moreover, even if they did take action, what would it matter? It was merely a matter of enduring a setback. In times of joy, one's spirits are elevated. After reconciling with the master, Lu Erlong, a woman whose hands were stained with blood and only wielded the butcher's knife, had surprisingly taken to cooking. This newfound passion, however, posed a challenge for both the master and Zhang Yang. The master was the first victim, while Zhang Yang, as the master's favored disciple, became the second. Fortunately, Lu Erlong's culinary skills improved swiftly. Within a month, her dishes had become delightful. What have you simmered today, teacher mother? It smells divine. Zhang Yang exclaimed upon entering the kitchen, where he found Lu Erlong, apron-clad, bustling at the stove, while a pot beside her was gently bubbling with a creamy broth. Fish soup, she replied, her mood buoyant as she skillfully prepared fresh ingredients. This is the freshest sea fish from the market. After having enough river fish, I thought it would be nice to change things up for you too. Sea fish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's mouth watered. Hailing from Tianjin, he had an undeniable weakness for seafood. The saying, borrowing money to feast on seafood is no hardship, perfectly encapsulated the Tianjin people's love for marine delicacies. Although this fish soup was not his preferred type, Zhang Yang was not picky. Any fish would suffice. After inhaling the enticing aroma of the fish soup, Zhang Yang grew curious about the other pot. Teacher mother, what are you steaming in that pot? Oh, that's papaya, Lu Erlong casually replied. Papaya? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? At your age, you still eat papaya? This thought reminded him of Ning Rongrong's blossoming beauty. Turning to Lu Erlong, he added, please set aside a couple of pieces for me to take with me. Understanding Zhang Yang's implication, Lu Erlong chuckled. All right, you rascal, you seem to know quite a bit. Zhang Yang smiled sheepishly. I heard it from someone. Before long, the master returned from class, and Zhang Yang along with Lu Erlong hurried to set the table for dinner. With delicious dishes, loving company, and a devoted disciple by his side, the master felt an overwhelming sense of joy, and the atmosphere at the dining table was warm and inviting. After satisfying their appetites and tidying up the table, the family gathered in the living room for tea, where the master took the opportunity to assess Zhang Yang's studies. After a thorough evaluation, the master nodded in satisfaction. You have not fallen behind in your studies. This is commendable. For a soul master, possessing a sharp mind is far more crucial than merely advancing 1 or 2 levels in soul power. Yes, master, Zhang Yang acknowledged. Nodding earnestly, the master took a sip of tea and continued. Additionally, you must solidify your foundation. Your recent training speed has been astonishing, so much so that I find myself somewhat concerned for you. Lu Erlong chimed in. In just 3 months, you have elevated your soul power by 2 levels. That pace is rather alarming. Zhang Yang chuckled. Master, teacher mother, there are reasons for this. Were it not for the pressure from the dream god machine's soul power, which expanded my training circuits, my speed would not have been so extraordinary. As you can see, my training speed has returned to normal over the past month. Indeed, the pressure from 4 months prior had yielded significant benefits, and it was only natural for his training speed to be accelerated. The master nodded. I have been contemplating whether pursuing a strong attack route is the right path for you. Given your speed, you could easily develop along a sensitivity-based attack direction. But master, given my offensive capabilities, pursuing a strong attack route seems equally valid, Zhang Yang responded with a smile. The master nodded in agreement. That is true. However, considering your keen awareness of battlefield dynamics and your tendency to evade enemy attacks, a sensitivity-based approach may be more suitable. Zhang Yang sighed. Master, if I can dodge those attacks, why endure the pain? Isn't it wiser to evade? Who knows if an enemy's attack hides a trick? What if I choose to withstand it and fall into a trap? Lu Erlong chuckled. Zhang Yang merely interprets the opponent from a different perspective, highlighting varying emphases in combat strategy. Furthermore, I believe you bear some responsibility for shaping his combat style, Shaogang. The soul technique of Zhang Yang is remarkably effective, yet you insist on keeping it dormant, restraining his hands in battle, fearful that he may be at a loss when confronting an adversary who possesses the means to counter him. Were it not for your interference, Zhang Yang would not tread so cautiously in the face of his foe's assaults. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's remarks, the master shook his head. Erlong, your perspective is misguided. My intentions are solely for Zhang Yang's benefit. Zhang Yang silently applauded the master for daring to assert that his wife's views were flawed, a true man indeed. Sensing he might falter on this topic, the master wisely pivoted to a different subject. By the way, with the assistance of several teachers from the academy today, I conducted a comprehensive assessment of the physical capabilities of soul masters at the Soul King level. Upon comparing this with the physical data I obtained from you a few days ago, I have drawn a rather intriguing conclusion. What conclusion? Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity, while Lu Erlong nudged the master lightly, clearly displeased with his topic shift. The master chuckled. In summary, while your physical prowess may not match that of the Soul Kings, it is quite comparable to that of certain soul masters at levels 47 or 48. It is entirely normal for your physical attributes to fall short of those of the Soul Kings, as they benefit from the enhancement of 2 additional soul rings, one of which is a 10,000-year soul ring. I speculate that those Soul Kings capable of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring may have physical qualities that do not surpass yours before they reach level 50 and absorb it. Lu Erlong, intrigued, asked, "So what does this imply?" The master smiled. "I believe we could experiment with having Zhang Yang attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring when he takes in his 4th soul ring." Zhang Yang was overjoyed. "Really, Master?" However, Lu Erlong expressed her concerns. "Isn't that a bit too risky?" The master nodded. "Certainly, there is an element of risk, but it is not excessively perilous. If my plan is sound, Zhang Yang should be entirely safe." Lu Erlong pressed. "What plan?" The master, with a mysterious smile, uttered 4 words. "Conquer the soul beasts, persuade the soul beasts." Lu Erlong. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, pondering. Conquer the soul beasts. Seduce the soul beasts? Unaware of Zhang Yang's thoughts, the master continued with assurance. If Zhang Yang's strength can compel a 10,000-year soul beast to willingly submit, it would not feel unjust to be defeated by him. Thus, when he slays this soul beast and absorbs its soul ring, the process would be remarkably smooth, devoid of any real danger. Moreover, the likelihood of obtaining a soul bone is significantly high. Realization dawned upon Zhang Yang. "So that is how it is. However, Master, this plan seems challenging to execute. 10,000-year soul beasts possess intelligence comparable to humans. How could they possibly submit to the very humans who seek to slay them?" "Indeed," the master affirmed with a nod, "this is the typical mindset of ordinary soul beasts. Yet, exceptions do exist. For instance, the martial ape is one such anomaly." "The martial ape? Another type of ape soul beast?" Zhang Yang responded with exasperation, thinking, "Master, could you not choose a different kind of soul beast for me? Why must it always be an ape?" Lu Erlong gave Zhang Yang a light slap. "What does it matter what type of soul beast it is? As long as it suits you, that is all that counts." The master concurred. "As long as the soul ring is beneficial, what difference does it make if it belongs to an ape?" Zhang Yang then inquired with curiosity, "But why would the martial ape wholeheartedly submit to me?" "The essence lies in the term martial within its name," the master replied with a smile. "Martial signifies a straightforward character, one who regards martial prowess as paramount. The martial ape embodies this very nature." Chapter 52. Jade, Ginger, and Banana. Although spirit beasts possess a degree of intelligence, their combat techniques are remarkably rudimentary, relying primarily on physical prowess and instinct. While astute spirit beasts may employ some cunning, they remain confined within these limitations. However, the martial ape spirit beast stands apart. They possess unique fighting styles inherent to their species and even rudimentary techniques for channeling power. Such abilities are exceedingly rare among other spirit beasts, thereby enhancing their strength. After all, the physical capabilities of spirit beasts are innately superior to those of humans, and when coupled with martial techniques and power manipulation, they present a formidable challenge to equally ranked spirit masters. Nonetheless, your 3rd spirit ring ability effectively bridges the gap in offensive capability between humans and spirit beasts, while your 1st spirit ring ability ensures your absolute safety. Therefore, I am exceedingly confident in your ability to triumph over the 10,000-year-old martial ape. Martial apes revere strength. Should you dare to engage one in combat alone, you shall earn its respect. If you manage to overcome it, you will gain its acknowledgement. In a close quarters, visceral confrontation, your victory will compel its submission. The martial ape is often regarded as a spirit beast embodying the spirit of martial arts. Zhang Yang pondered. Is it possible that such a mindless spirit beast has not been eradicated by humans? The master chuckled. Although martial apes possess eccentric personalities, they are not entirely foolish. They are aware of when to flee in the face of clearly superior foes. However, it stands to reason that such spirit beasts should be quite rare, does it not? Zhang Yang inquired curiously. "Do you know where to find a 10,000-year-old martial ape, Master?" "Certainly," the master nodded. 6 months ago, when I, along with your teacher and Flinder, visited the Sunset Forest to seek out Douluo, we encountered a martial ape standing 5 meters tall." Lu Erlong looked at the master in astonishment. "Wait, did we encounter any ape-like spirit beasts back then?" While many spirit beasts prefer to crouch, the martial ape is an exception. Due to their martial training, they are more accustomed to walking upright. This bipedal stance also aids in their concealment within the forest. I had the opportunity to observe my surroundings because Flinder was wedged against my side. Perhaps you were too eager to proceed, or your perspective differed, which is why you did not notice. The master then turned to Zhang Yang and said, you should engage in frequent battles with Zhao Wujie to hone your close combat skills. Zhao Wujie's soul power is an impressive 76, and when he unleashes his martial soul's true form, he surpasses the 10,000-year-old martial ape by a significant margin. Such training will greatly benefit your melee technique. Understood, Zhang Yang nodded. With a new task at hand, Zhang Yang took his leave after fetching 2 pieces of papaya from the kitchen. Over the next half-month, under the master's guidance, Zhang Yang requested a leave of absence from his instructors to devote himself to his unique third-stage training. Each morning, Zhang Yang would practice for an hour with Zhao Wujie, employing the flash body technique and releasing his martial soul. Additionally, every week, Zhao Wujie would activate his martial soul's true form, allowing Zhang Yang to experience struggles he had not faced in the preceding 6 days. In the afternoons, Zhang Yang endured the master's grueling training regimen, which included various forms of weighted exercise and peculiar gymnastics. The master explained that these exercises were designed to enhance his flexibility, fascia strength, and overall agility. In the evenings, after a restorative medicinal bath and dinner, Zhang Yang would return to the tranquil office to cultivate his soul power. Although this practice was clearly a private affair, none of his peers, including Dai Mubai, raised any objections. After all, who would be foolish enough to volunteer for another round of the master's merciless training? Thus, during these days filled with both pain and joy, Zhang Yang's physical condition steadily improved until the day Tang San returned to the academy. It was a day of rest, free from practice, weights, and gymnastics, allowing Zhang Yang to dedicate the entire day to cultivating his soul power. Just as he immersed himself in his training, he was suddenly interrupted by Oscar bursting through the door. Oscar wore a complex expression. Zhang Yang, little San has returned. Oh. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Douluo has finally deemed him worthy of release. Not only that, but Douluo has also joined our academy as a consultant. Oscar said with a furrowed brow. I wonder what the principal and Douluo were thinking. He injured you severely and abducted little San for half a year. Yet he is now a consultant at our academy. What could the principal do? With Douluo's strength as a title Douluo, he can act as he pleases. Zhang Yang sighed. With Douluo here, I cannot tell if it is a blessing or a curse. Zhang Yang had never forgotten the words spoken by the sword Douluo. 100,000-year-old spirit beast in the presence of a title Douluo is utterly exposed. Oscar nodded. Enough of that for now. Come on, little San has brought us some good things. If we delay, we will only be left with the scraps. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Yang quickly tidied himself up and followed Oscar. Due to the secluded nature of Zhang Yang's training environment in the office building, he and Oscar were the last to arrive, even after Dai Mubai, who was currently in seclusion striving for level 40. After 6 months apart, Zhang Yang could not resist giving Tang San a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "You're back." This sentiment was uniquely Zhang Yang's, as none of the others had faced Douluo or felt the threat of death he embodied. Tang San smiled and embraced Zhang Yang in return. Had he not seized leverage over Douluo, he might have already lost his life. Thus, as Zhang Yang remarked, his return was indeed a source of immense relief. The others present could not help but reflect on the moment. Once everyone had gathered, the master led them to the abandoned thatched cottage of Lu Erlong, a place quite remote and undisturbed. Upon entering the cottage and closing the door to shield themselves from prying eyes, Tang San finally retrieved a selection of celestial herbs from his handy treasure pouch to distribute among the group. Dai Mubai received the miraculous mushroom chrysanthemum. Oscar was given the 8-layered immortal orchid, and Ma Hongjun obtained the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. When it was Zhang Yang's turn, Tang San presented him with a vibrant red celestial herb connected to a stone. Zhang Yang, this celestial herb is known as Heartbreak Red, a divine treasure among celestial herbs. Consuming it will grant you an immortal constitution, allowing for a complete transformation of your body. Furthermore, it will substantially augment your soul power, considering your current level of 37. It can elevate you to at least level 44 or 45. Thus, the first challenge set forth by the sword Douluo will be easily surmountable. Is that so? Little San, I am truly grateful, Zhang Yang responded joyfully, reaching out to accept the Heartbreak Red. However, Tang San shook his head, withholding the herb, and stated, to consume this celestial herb, you must first gain its acknowledgement. The celestial herb can choose its consumer? How peculiar. Zhang Yang murmured before asking, how can one gain its acknowledgement? Allow me to share a tale, and you shall understand, Tang San replied, beginning to recount the legend behind the Heartbreak Red and providing detailed instructions on how to earn the herb's favor. At the moment of plucking, one must hold their beloved in their heart, with utmost sincerity, and let a drop of blood fall upon the petals. Should there be even a hint of hesitation, even if one were to bleed to death, it would be futile to attempt to gather the flower. Bleeding. Zhang Yang hesitated, a twinge of fear coursing through him. Observing his reluctance, Ning Rongrong, beside him, was incensed and chastised him. Are you so cowardly as to not dare to shed a drop of blood? Zhang Yang, have you taken a fancy to someone else behind my back? Little did Zhang Yang anticipate that his moment of indecision would lead to such unwarranted accusations. He quickly protested, "I am truly afraid of pain, Rongrong. My heart belongs solely to you, as the heavens can attest." Noticing the teasing glances from those around them, Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction, insisting, "If you truly think of me, then shed a drop of blood on that flower to prove it. Demonstrate your devotion to me and to everyone else." With a resigned expression, Zhang Yang accepted the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong flower, his gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong. Channeling his soul power, he summoned his blood and sprayed it onto the flower. In that fleeting moment, as the blood fell, his mind was filled with visions of Ning Rongrong, her form lingering before him, evoking a sense of regret that momentarily distracted him. As the blood touched the petals, the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong quivered gently, drawing the attention of Zhang Yang, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the master, all awaiting the outcome in silence. However, disappointment soon washed over them as the trembling ceased, and the flower showed no signs of wilting. In an instant, Ning Rongrong erupted in fury. "Ah, Zhang Yang, you are indeed not wholeheartedly devoted to me. Speak, who else occupies your thoughts? Is it someone from our grade, or perhaps someone outside the school?" Zhang Yang could only plead for mercy, leaning close to Ning Rongrong to reveal his inner regrets. Upon hearing his explanation, her anger diminished significantly. She delivered a playful kick to him, muttering a reprimand before letting him off the hook. Stealing a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt an intense curiosity arise within her, quickly followed by a wave of shyness. With Zhang Yang unable to earn the acknowledgement of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, Tang San could only helplessly present a second herb to Zhang Yang, stating, "This herb is called Yu Jiangxing Ba Jiao, a plant that thrives in sunlight. Its fragrance is sweet and pleasant. When peeled and consumed, it grants one immunity to the cold and heat, transforming the body entirely." Ah, this is more like it. An herb should indeed be simpler, unlike that troublesome Xiangxi Duanchang Hong which seems to delight in sowing discord. Zhang Yang quipped about the previous flower, then took the Yu Jiangxing Ba Jiao and stepped aside to consume it. The fruit was round and yellow, resembling an ordinary apricot, yet with a skin as thick as a banana. The translucent, jewel-like flesh inside looked almost like jelly. The flesh was small. Zhang Yang swallowed it whole, chewing and then sitting cross-legged to absorb its effects. As he closed his eyes, he felt nothing at first, but within 3 seconds, a surge of warmth flowed from his esophagus into his limbs. As he basked in the sensation, feeling as if he were soaking in a hot spring, the effects of the Yu Jiangxing Ba Jiao finally took hold. Zhang Yang came to understand what it felt like to down a bottle of life-giving elixir in the depths of winter. Chapter 53. The miraculous effects of the Yujing apricot banana are said to transform the consumer profoundly. Thus, the potency of the medicine cannot possibly be gentle as jade. How could one undergo such a metamorphosis without enduring immense suffering? It felt akin to drinking molten lava. As Zhang Yang sensed his limbs and bones being scorched by searing flames, while the soul power within him flowed like a clear stream, imparting a refreshing sensation. However, once the soul power dissipated, the initial coolness was swiftly replaced by the burning sensation, creating an alternating cycle of heat and cold that rendered the pain all the more vivid and profound, akin to the relentless waves of the ocean. To an outside observer, Zhang Yang was emanating a soft yellow glow from his heart, which gradually intensified into a blinding brilliance. Before long, he was enveloped in a golden hue. This golden light did not disperse. Instead, it morphed into twisting golden threads that spiraled around him. As the light multiplied, Zhang Yang's form became increasingly indistinct. 3 hours later, a dense network of golden threads cocooned him, resembling a golden chrysalis that pulsed rhythmically with his breath. As the sun dipped below the horizon, marking 7 hours since Zhang Yang consumed the Yujing apricot banana, the others had awakened, having absorbed the celestial herbs, while Zhang Yang remained ensconced within his golden shroud. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of yellow light erupted, and the golden chrysalis vanished, revealing Zhang Yang, who had finally opened his eyes. The miraculous effects of the celestial herb had revitalized his body, healing the concealed injuries inflicted by Douluo Bo. His previously dull complexion now radiated brightness, resembling the luster of yellow jade upon closer inspection. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yang rose to his feet, fists clenched, reveling in the explosive surge of power coursing through him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. In his moment of contentment, he stretched lazily, only to be taken aback by the realization that the roof above him had a skylight. It appeared that an unknown source had burned a perfect, round hole through the thatched roof, the edges charred and neatly formed. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Ma Hongjun, who sheepishly chuckled, "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Zhang Yang looked on in disbelief. Noticing Zhang Yang's previously radiant demeanor, the now slimmer Ma Hongjun inquired, "Zhang Yang, how many levels has your soul power increased?" Zhang Yang, unable to suppress his grin, replied with a hint of pride, "For levels, and I have a feeling that once I absorb the soul ring, my soul power will advance further." "That means you'll reach level 5? My goodness, the potency of this herb is astounding. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. How many levels have you gained, fatty? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Also 5 levels, but I merely progressed from level 31 to 36, which pales in comparison to your achievement. Ma Hongjun sighed. Tang San interjected with a smile. But fatty, your physique has improved significantly, and your issue with evil fire has been completely resolved. Your martial soul flames are now pure, truly embodying the essence of the fire phoenix. Zhang Yang exclaimed with delight. Is that so? Congratulations, my brother. Your gains far exceed mine. Ma Hongjun waved his hand with pride. Let us keep it low-key. As long as our circle knows, that's enough. If word gets out, it would be quite troubling. During this celestial herb appraisal event, aside from Xiao Wu, who received recognition for the Heartbreak Red but did not consume it, everyone else made significant gains. Among them, Ning Rongrong, who transformed from 7 treasures to 9 treasures, undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards. The ability to cultivate 20 additional levels of soul power, absorb 2 more soul rings, and acquire 2 additional auxiliary soul skills from the 7 treasures glazed tower, one of which was an 8-ring soul skill and the other a 9-ring soul skill, substantially bolstered the strength of their team. After all, a 7-ring Ning Fengji could perform the work of 2 title Douluos. What could one expect from a 9-ring Ning Rongrong? After dinner, Zhang Yang and Tang San, who had not seen each other for 6 months, found a secluded spot to converse. Zhang Yang listened attentively as Tang San recounted the events of the past half-year. After half an hour, he curiously asked, how did Douluo Bo come to serve as an advisor for our academy? It was my doing, Tang San explained. He agreed to 3 conditions. First, he must not harm anyone from our academy. Second, I could take these celestial herbs with me. And the third condition was to become an advisor for our academy. Tang San elaborated, our academy lacks strong faculty. The highest combat power we possess is only that of Dean Flander, Teacher Zhao, and Teacher Lu Erlong. We are vastly inferior to other academies. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yang retorted, so you eagerly invited him here without even consulting the dean? You made that decision unilaterally? Tang San was taken aback by Zhang Yang's words. Is there something wrong with that? Rising from the bench, Zhang Yang shot him a cold glance. Half a year ago, due to Douluo Bo's presence, our Shrek Academy was disgracefully expelled from the Tiando Royal Academy. If it weren't for Lanba Academy recruiting, we would have shamefully returned to Suodo City. That very night, Douluo Bo, influenced by Douluo Yan, infiltrated our academy and severely injured me, leaving you in his clutches. We lacked high-level healing soul masters. If it weren't for Yi Lingling putting aside past grievances and hastily coming to my aid, my legs might have been irrevocably damaged. If Rongrong hadn't rushed back to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school for reinforcements, I don't know when I would have awakened. That day, Dean Flander and the others risked their lives to venture into the Sunset Forest to find you. Had you arrived just a moment later, they might have perished at Douluo Bo's hands. And now, you've been mingling with him for 6 months, completely forgetting all of this, and brought him to our school? What do you think the teachers and Dean Flander would say? What about me? Tang San grew flustered, but Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. But I benefited from him. For the sake of the Yujing apricot banana, I'll spare Douluo Yan. Little San, a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. 8 ribs and 2 legs. I will return the favor to Douluo Bo tenfold. After saying this, Zhang Yang stood to leave but paused to deliver a final warning. Do not let Douluo Bo and Xiao Wu meet. Otherwise, you shall have cause to weep. With that, Zhang Yang turned and departed, leaving Tang San in stunned silence. A week later, with their conditions restored, Master, Zhang Yang, and Dai Mubai, under the guidance of Lu Erlong, Flander, and Zhao Wujia, set forth to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. Due to a region shrouded in Douluo Bo's poison formation, the group proceeded with utmost caution. On their journey to the center of the Sunset Forest, they assisted Master in slaying a 1,000-year soul beast, enabling him to successfully ascend to the rank of 31 Soul Master. Having remained stagnant at the 2nd ring for decades, he had finally attained the 3rd ring. His aspiration fulfilled, even someone as resolute as Master could not help but shed tears of joy. Witnessing Master's tears, the others were equally moved. After Master absorbed the soul ring, the sun had begun to set, prompting the group to find a resting spot nestled against a cliff for the night. Under the veil of night, the Master and Lu Erlong shared an intimate embrace within the confines of their tent, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Suddenly, a faint roar of a tiger echoed in the distance, followed by the raspy voice of Flander, who stood watch outside. The white tiger howls at the moon? It seems fortune is at hand. Xiaogang, come out and take a look. The Master, still holding the beautiful woman, and Lu Erlong, momentarily taken aback, quickly rose, adjusted their attire, and hurried outside. Outside, Flander and Zhao Wujia stood by the flickering campfire, gazing skyward. Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai, who had been resting in another tent, soon joined them. Upon seeing the Master emerge, Flander grinned and pointed upward, exclaiming, Xiaogang, come see this soul beast. The Master approached Flander and followed his towards the edge of a towering cliff. There, a magnificent white tiger with golden stripes, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in tail, was howling at the moon. The master smiled upon observing it, stating, "The only moon-howling tiger soul beast I know is the howling moon golden tiger, known for its considerable strength, speed, and explosive power. Flander, ascertain its height and length." With a slight smirk, Flander activated his cat-eagle martial spirit, and in an instant, he soared skyward along the cliff. The howling moon golden tiger, enthralled by the moon, suddenly caught sight of a human soul master hovering above it, exuding an aggressive aura. With a fierce roar, the regal beast unleashed a powerful roar imbued with soul energy towards the human. Yet, the soul master merely swelled with soul power, rendering the roar ineffective. Simultaneously, he shouted down the cliff, 3 meters long, 2 meters tall, and 1.5 meters high. "Shao Gang, shall we capture it?" Upon seemingly hearing a response, the human master spread his wings and approached with a cold smile. Feeling the immense pressure of the soul power emanating from the human, the howling moon golden tiger faltered, its roar wavering as it instinctively stepped back. Observing the tiger's retreat, Flander chuckled, flapping his wings to swiftly position himself behind the beast, delivering a powerful kick that sent the tiger soaring through the air. As a proud tiger soul beast, the howling moon golden tiger was not one to be easily subdued. Feeling a sharp pain at its thigh, it seethed with rage. Mid-air, the tiger regained its composure, preparing to retaliate against this audacious human. However, it suddenly realized it had unwittingly positioned itself at the cliff's edge while howling majestically. What would happen now that this human had thrust it forward? In the midst of this realization, the human soul master called out with a sinister laugh, "Zhao Wujia, catch it." Below, Zhao Wujia, witnessing the howling moon golden tiger being kicked down, let out a hearty laugh as he activated his martial spirit, his height surging to 2 meters and 70 centimeters. 7 soul rings pulsating around him. Locking his gaze on the descending tiger, Zhao Wujia ignited 2 or 3 soul rings simultaneously. The airborne howling moon golden tiger felt an overwhelming force of soul energy pressing down upon it, accelerating its descent. Meanwhile, a formidable soul master cloaked in brown fur below raised his golden palms, poised to strike. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujia swatted the tiger away, sending it crashing against the cliff face. The tiger quickly regained its footing, landing gracefully on all fours, seemingly unscathed. As a soul beast of 5,000 years, the howling moon golden tiger's robust physique withstood Zhao Wujia's second soul technique without sustaining severe injury. P.S. Regarding the Heartbreak Red, in the original tale, Tang Xin did not initially give it to Xiao Wu, but to Zhu Zhuqing. The Heartbreak Red enhances the consumer's soul power by 10 levels, but it requires the consumer to have a beloved. At this juncture, Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong have already confirmed their romantic relationship, and Zhang Yang possesses a significant pressure at level 51. Thus it is only reasonable for Zhang Yang to be the first to try the Heartbreak Red. Additionally, I was surprised by the strong reactions to Zhang Yang being severely injured by Douluo Bo. However, given his antics on the battle stage, it is only logical that Douluo Bo would seek retribution for such provocations. I believe this narrative is justified. Chapter 54, A Contest of High and Low. Life and death. The Zioa Yu golden patterned tiger, having fallen to the ground, let out a thunderous roar. Its soul power surged forth, manifesting into hundreds of luminous orbs that hurtled toward Zhao Wujia with fierce intent. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions as numerous spheres detonated upon impact with Zhao Wujia, enveloping his form in a dazzling display of light. Is this truly the attack of a 5,000-year-old soul beast? It is utterly terrifying, Zhang Yang marveled sincerely. Gazing at the Zioa Yu golden patterned tiger's assault, Zhang Yang was reminded of the 8 Shaku Qiong hook of the Yellow Ape. While both involved launching orbs of light, the tiger's attack consisted of only 100 orbs, with limited power. In contrast, the Yellow Ape's technique could unleash a multitude of light projectiles, covering a vast expanse of over 1,000 meters. Thus, it seemed that the Zioa Yu golden patterned tiger's attack was rather unremarkable in comparison. As Zhang Yang pondered, a violet soul ring suddenly shot from Zhao Wujia's body, enveloping the Zioa Yu golden patterned tiger. Zhao Wujia tore through the barrage of light and appeared before the beast in an instant. Standing in front of the Zioa Yu golden patterned tiger, Zhao Wujia's 2 or 3 soul rings ignited once more, and the tiger felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered it immobile. Subsequently, a series of golden glowing paw strikes landed heavily upon its head. Before long, the tiger's tail drooped, its strength sapped. Zhao Wujia withdrew, exhaling a sigh of relief, and turned to Dai Mubai, saying, "Mubai, it is now yours." "Yes, Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai replied, retrieving a dagger from his soul guide and swiftly dispatching the tiger with a single stroke. A purple soul ring then rose from the fallen beast as Dai Mubai seated himself cross-legged, summoning the soul ring to absorb it and advance. Dai Mubai's absorption went remarkably well. Although the Zioa Yu golden patterned tiger was a formidable soul beast, Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul was no ordinary spirit. Furthermore, having consumed the wondrous Qi Rong Tong Tianju a week prior, His physical prowess far surpassed that of an average level 40 soul master. However, upon completing the absorption of the Tiger's soul ring, Dai Mubai was astonished to find his soul power had reached level 43. This remarkable ascent was entirely thanks to the miraculous Qi Rong Tong Tianju that aided his breakthrough. Dai Mubai's fourth soul ring skill, the White Tiger Meteor Shower, drew inspiration from the technique the Zioa Yu Golden Pattern Tiger had unleashed against Zhao Wujia. Upon activating this skill, countless orbs the size of fists materialized around him, each containing a portion of his soul power, showcasing the terrifying amplification this soul skill afforded him. The group rejoiced at Dai Mubai's newfound strength. With Dai Mubai achieving his goal, only Zhang Yang remained. They unanimously decided to rest, and set off at dawn to seek the rare martial ape soul beast for Zhang Yang. Since the master had a memory of the previous sighting of the martial ape, Zhao Wujia would protect Dai Mubai, Flinder would guard Zhang Yang, and Lu Erlong would watch over the master. They swiftly traversed the territory of the 1,000-year soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, arriving at the edge of the area where 10,000-year soul beasts resided. With careful observation and a detailed comparison to his memories, the master finally pinpointed the location where he had encountered the martial ape. The group commenced their search outward from this focal point. According to the master's plan, they would search for a distance of 3 hours from this point, and if unsuccessful, they would return to the start and explore another direction. The master's logic was sound. Soul beasts maintained distinct territorial boundaries. Although the extent of the martial ape's domain was uncertain, the speed of a soul sage's exploration should yield results within 3 hours. If they failed to find it after this duration, they could simply change directions and continue their search without issue. Thus, they scoured 4 directions as per the master's request, and finally spotted the martial ape directly ahead of them. This ancient martial ape stood over 5 meters tall, with long arms that nearly reached its knees. Its large hands were robust and thick, covered in a coat of black fur, and its physique was muscular and streamlined, exhibiting both power and agility. Its tail was particularly distinctive, resembling that of a kangaroo, providing support and balance, and even serving as an additional limb for attack. From a distance, the master recognized the martial ape by its unique behaviors, confirming its species and signaling Zhang Yang to proceed with the plan they had devised. Zhang Yang nodded, positioning his hands in a fighting stance as he approached the martial ape. Behind him, the master, Dai Mubai, Lu Erlong, Flinder, and Zhao Wujia watched intently. This was a 10,000-year soul beast. If the master's information about the martial ape was flawed and it did not regard Zhang Yang as a worthy opponent, the risk of the beast absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring from a defeated Zhang Yang was considerable. Yet, Zhang Yang had no time to dwell on such thoughts. The martial ape, noticing his stance, boldly revealed itself from its hiding place and approached Zhang Yang. With a resonant and characteristic roar, the martial ape stood before Zhang Yang, seemingly asking if he wished to duel. Although the sudden roar was intimidating, Zhang Yang observed that the beast exhibited no signs of soul power fluctuations or aggressive intent. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Looking up at the martial ape, Zhang Yang declared, "I have come to be your opponent today. If I win, you shall willingly bestow your 10,000-year soul ring upon me for absorption, along with a soul bone." The probability of a soul bone dropping from a soul beast over 10,000 years old upon its willing demise was nearly 100%. Thus, Zhang Yang's challenge was not solely for the soul ring, but also for the coveted soul bone. Roar. Indeed, let us determine our strengths and resolve our fates. The martial ape understood human speech, while Zhang Yang could not comprehend its language. Therefore, Zhang Yang sought a clear signal of agreement from the beast. Slowly, he extended his fists towards the martial ape, shaking them without employing any soul power. "If you comprehend my words and agree, respond with a fist bump." The martial ape examined Zhang Yang's fists, then glanced at its own hands, finding the gesture amusing. It extended its fists to meet Zhang Yang's in a playful fist bump. In this moment, a human and a beast performed a modern boxing ritual on the Douluo Continent, creating an atmosphere that felt both significant and surreal. After the fist bump, Zhang Yang stepped back to a distance of 10 meters from the martial ape and activated his martial soul. Instantly, he grew to a height of 2 meters and 60 centimeters, his soul power radiating around him. With his 3 soul rings activated, he assumed a perfectly standard combat stance, directed at the martial ape. The onlookers, including the master and others, felt a surge of anticipation as the battle commenced. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang unleash his martial spirit, the towering 5-meter-tall martial ape recognized this as the signal for a deadly confrontation. With a thunderous roar directed towards the heavens, its form became enveloped in a dark aura of soul power. Adopting an unusual stance, the ape surged forward, its colossal fists, the size of pressure cookers, crashing down towards Zhang Yang. "How dare you challenge me with such feeble soul power? Arrogance." As the martial ape swung its fist, Zhang Yang refused to cower, instantly encasing his arm in a radiant yellow light, retaliating with a punch of equal fervor. The clash of the martial ape's punch, wielding a third of its strength, against Zhang Yang's lightning-fast strike resulted in a resounding impact. The disparity in size between the two fists was staggering, yet they collided with a force that shattered the silence. In that instant, Zhang Yang's arm transformed into countless motes of light, dispersing and then reassembling in the blink of an eye. This swift transition allowed him to dissipate the impact directed at him, while the martial ape bore the brunt of Zhang Yang's force. However, the martial ape's combat experience was indisputable. It swiftly redirected the force of the impact by flinging its right fist backward, while its tail anchored itself to the ground at an angle, allowing it to pivot rapidly around its left leg. The tail, taut and swift as a staff, lashed out toward Zhang Yang. Simultaneously, the ape's right arm extended, following a graceful arc as it swung towards him in unison with the tail. Tail and fist came in quick succession. Yet, Zhang Yang had not spent the past 2 months idly with Zhao Wujia. Though Zhao Wujia lacked a tail for attacks, he had practiced similar maneuvers, and thus Zhang Yang remained unperturbed. With a surge of yellow light encompassing his right leg, Zhang Yang raised his knee and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the martial ape's tail. The impact resonated, yet to his astonishment, the tail became pliable upon being struck, whipping around like a serpent towards Zhang Yang's thigh. With a whoosh, the tail, unseen by the martial ape, coiled around Zhang Yang's leg, completing a full arc before snapping back to its master. Zhang Yang activated his first soul ring ability, elementalization. Had he engaged in a more visceral combat style, focusing on direct blows, he could have easily won the martial ape's favor without the need for 2 months of rigorous training in close combat with Zhao Wujia. In a mere breath, Zhang Yang and the martial ape had exchanged blows in 2 rounds, neither emerging victorious. They resumed their stances, ready for another bout. The previous exchange had seen the martial ape take the initiative. Now it was Zhang Yang's turn. Engulfed in yellow light, he leaped into the air, positioning himself before the martial ape's chest. With his left fist aglow, he struck fiercely at the ape's torso. The martial ape staggered back, its left leg retreating a step, while its tail anchored it firmly. Simultaneously, its right hand swatted at Zhang Yang as if attempting to swat a fly. Yet, Zhang Yang's reflexes were equally swift. He stepped into the air, rising half a meter, and with his right arm enveloped in light, he executed an ascending dragon punch that connected with the ape's chin. The force of the blow caused the martial ape's head to jerk backward, launching its body into the air. The hand that had swatted at Zhang Yang altered its trajectory, merely grazing his chest, and with Zhang Yang's elemental transformation, the attack proved futile. As the martial ape hung in the air, its chest exposed and unguarded, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity. Clasping his hands together, he enveloped his fists in light and drove them into the ape's chest with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the 5-meter-tall martial ape fell to the ground. Chapter 55. As he gazed at the 4th ring, Zhang Yang, panting heavily, felt a tinge of fatigue. In a mere breath, he had completed 3 rounds of combat, requiring absolute concentration to monitor his opponent's movements. However, Zhang Yang's physical prowess was indeed formidable. With a surge of oxygen, his cells rapidly invigorated, temporarily enhancing his body's self-repair capabilities, and his weary spirit swiftly revived. At that moment, the martial ape had already risen from the ground. After 5 rounds of engagement, the martial ape realized that it could not match this human soul master and decided it must employ its ultimate skills. Resolute, the martial ape rapidly summoned its soul power, causing its streamlined muscles to swell dramatically, resembling small hills. In an instant, the martial ape transformed from its normal state into a powerhouse of a soul beast. Zhang Yang was taken aback. A power form? Rabluchi? Diga? Noticing Zhang Yang merely staring in astonishment without launching an attack, the martial ape felt a flicker of respect for him. Failing to seize the opportunity to strike was a grave mistake in this battle, yet he recognized the genuine warrior spirit within Zhang Yang. With a roar, the empowered martial ape launched a powerful punch. Bang! This time, when Zhang Yang absorbed the force, not only his arms, but also his shoulder blades and parts of his torso were engaged in the dispersal of the impact. The strength of this form of the martial ape was indeed overwhelming, and it only heightened Zhang Yang's excitement. He was determined to exchange blows with the martial ape. Every punch exchanged, a feeling of equal strength invigorated both combatants, propelling them into a state of exhilaration. In the master strategy, it was essential to satisfy the martial ape's desire for combat. The thrill of a fight lay in the visceral connection of flesh meeting flesh. Attacks that were evaded simply could not instill the sense of fulfillment needed to earn the opponent's admiration. Ola 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 ola. Roar bang, 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 bang. Like a scene from a comic, Zhang Yang and the martial ape unleashed over 100 punches in mere moments. The visceral thrill of their blows sent both Zhang Yang and the martial ape into a frenzy of excitement. Zhang Yang adjusted the force of his light-speed punches to ensure a reciprocal exchange with the martial ape. As they charged their fists and collided, a powerful wave of dark energy erupted from the martial ape, rapidly radiating outward. Zhang Yang maintained his elemental state, rendering the martial ape's attacks ineffective. However, to onlookers, the spectacle of this fierce exchange was nothing short of breathtaking. A man and an ape, Countless punches and blocks fused into one, the collisions of fists. Particularly that last surge of energy were simply mesmerizing. The man and ape swiftly separated, panting heavily 10 meters apart. Indeed, the brute force style suits me better. Where else could one find such exhilarating combat in the agile style? Roar. Human, come again. With the martial ape's roar. They clashed once more. After indulging in the exchange of punches, this time, both combatants held nothing back, relentlessly hammering their fists into each other's bodies with the intent of trading injury for victory. Zhang Yang's height was a disadvantage. The martial ape could strike his head, while Zhang Yang could only aim for its abdomen. Yet, the martial ape's blows to Zhang Yang's head did not inflict harm. Whereas every punch Zhang Yang landed on its abdomen was a significant blow. If the martial ape's tail had not propped it up, it would have been sent flying by Zhang Yang's rapid punches. After countless exchanges, the martial ape was drenched in blood, its movements becoming instinctively sluggish. Having sparred with Zhao Wujie for 2 months, Zhang Yang knew what this signified. Seizing the moment, he capitalized on the fleeting opening and delivered a devastating rising dragon fist to the martial ape's jaw. With a crash, the abdomen, already battered from repeated strikes, suffered another heavy blow to the jaw, and the martial ape collapsed once more. As it fell to the ground, Zhang Yang approached it slowly, breathing heavily, refraining from further action. This time, the martial ape was evidently gravely injured, lying on the ground for an extended period before regaining its composure. This was entirely normal. The jaw is connected to the trigeminal nerve, which controls balance through the cerebellum. An attack to the jaw transmits force through the bones, causing cerebrospinal fluid to bounce against the skull, leading to changes in intracranial pressure and impairing vascular function or distorting the brainstem. The fact that the martial ape remained conscious after Zhang Yang's strike was a testament to its resilience. The martial ape slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Zhang Yang, who had been standing before it for quite some time, then gradually rose. Zhang Yang, expressionless, declared, "I have won." Roar. A bet's a bet. With that, the martial ape closed its eyes decisively, and its body ignited in a crimson-black flame, a unique fire fueled by its blood, life force, and millennia of cultivation. Zhang Yang found himself immobilized by the soul beast's sacrificial act, forced to stand before it, watching helplessly as the martial ape's form gradually faded. At that moment, Master and the others, having witnessed the conclusion, hurriedly approached Zhang Yang, anxiously observing the scene. "Zhang Yang, how do you feel?" Dai Mubai inquired with urgency. Zhang Yang smiled. "I'm fine, Dai. I feel great. The martial ape willingly offered its soul ring to me. I don't even need to meditate. However, I seem unable to move for some reason, probably due to the sacrifice." "I see." The others nodded, relieved to know Zhang Yang was indeed safe. The flames deepened in color, ultimately transforming into an almost entirely black presence, and the martial ape's body began to resemble a piece of obsidian. Eventually, as the martial ape's form faded, all the black energy expanded into a massive ring that slowly contracted, merging with Zhang Yang's body. At that moment, Zhang Yang sensed that the 40-level barrier restricting his soul power had been instantaneously shattered, elevating him to level 41. Subsequently, akin to Dai Mubai's leap to level 43 after absorbing a soul ring. The level of soul power that had not manifested from absorbing the Jade Ginger Soul Ring also revealed itself, propelling Zhang Yang's soul power to level 42. Yet, the experience was far from over. Compared to the Century and Millennium Soul Rings, the most extraordinary feature of the 10,000-year Soul Ring, the ability to alter a Soul Master's constitution, was upon him. Zhang Yang suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, rapidly transforming his body. This sensation was reminiscent of the initial feeling he experienced with the Jade Ginger Soul Ring. Yet under the circumstances of the Soul Beast voluntarily sacrificing its 10,000-year Soul Ring, the transformation was entirely painless. It was akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze against his cheek or the refreshing rush of a river washing over him. It was so delightful that Zhang Yang nearly moaned in pleasure. Subsequently, the Yellow Ape appeared behind Zhang Yang in its martial spirit form, adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, pulsating in a rhythmic dance, among which the 10,000-year Soul Ring, with its pitch-black hue, sent shivers through the onlookers. The 4th Soul Ring was indeed of the 10,000-year grade, a feat unparalleled across the continent. At last, the radiant glow emanating from the martial ape faded entirely, and a magnificent golden-yellow chest bone ascended from its body, a treasure of the Soul Master realm, the Soul Bone. Upon witnessing this Soul Bone, even the Stoic Master felt his heart quiver. The Soul Bone, a coveted prize long desired by countless Soul Masters, possesses the extraordinary ability to alter a Soul Master's physique and significantly enhance their prowess. Moreover, this particular specimen is an exceedingly rare torso bone. It is truly fortuitous for a 10,000-year soul beast to have shed such a precious relic. However, the gathered crowd, comprised of close acquaintances, gazed upon the soul bone with admiration, yet harbored no ulterior motives. As expected, the complete torso bone gracefully floated towards Zhang Yang's right arm, gently aligning itself with his chest. A soft humming sound resonated as Zhang Yang's body quivered slightly. Subsequently, a dense aura began to silently permeate his being from all directions. The golden soul bone vanished, transforming into countless streams of golden energy that enveloped his chest. Without any hindrance, the martial ape's soul bone was effortlessly absorbed by Zhang Yang, who closed his eyes to quietly relish the transformation it bestowed upon his body. Immersed in the profound waves of soul power radiating from the soul bone, Zhang Yang felt his body tremble gently under its influence. With each wave, his strength surged incrementally. To the onlookers, it appeared as though worms were writhing beneath Zhang Yang's skin, while his bones crackled like popping beans. After 6 hours, Zhang Yang gradually awakened. At this juncture, the martial ape's sacrifice was finally complete. Stretching his limbs, he shed the black attire he wore and summoned his martial spirit, instantly transforming into a towering figure of 2 meters and 6 centimeters, adorned with yellow, purple, and black soul rings that undulated rhythmically. Then, Zhang Yang's second soul ring illuminated, followed by the fourth, which emitted a deep, dark radiance. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated, eager to discover the formidable soul skill that this unprecedented 10,000-year fourth ring would bestow upon him. They watched as Zhang Yang extended a finger towards the distance, and with a sudden flick, a beam of yellow light shot forth, hurtling towards a nearby clearing. This yellow beam traveled with astonishing speed, covering 30 meters in the blink of an eye, and then boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as the yellow light detonated, sending flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by a shockwave that radiated outward, scattering countless fragments of stone. Yet, the explosive effect was fleeting, dissipating within 3 to 5 seconds, leaving behind a massive crater, 5 meters in diameter, a testament to the explosion's might. The master raised an eyebrow, contemplating. It seems Zhang Yang has once again modified his soul skill. After demonstrating his fourth soul skill, Zhang Yang released his martial spirit and flashed a smile at the crowd. The 10,000-year soul ring is indeed formidable. So, esteemed mentors, Douluo, what is your assessment? Zhao Wujia, ever straightforward, was the first to respond. Damn, he's truly a little monster. Dai Mubai, while grinning broadly, could not conceal the stubbornness in his eyes, betraying his inner turmoil. Born into nobility with exceptional talent, he was inherently proud. However, since Zhang Yang's arrival at Shrek Academy, his pride had been repeatedly challenged. Although he never voiced it, his dedication to training intensified, for he could not afford to lose face as the captain of the Shrek team. The master then inquired, please elaborate on your fourth soul skill and the abilities of your soul bone. Certainly, teacher. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. My 10,000-year soul skill is named Laser. As you witnessed, its power is indeed formidable, but it can only be activated under the condition of the second soul ring's ability. This yellow light possesses both penetrating and explosive attributes, serving as a ranged attack. The potency of the laser varies depending on the amount of soul power infused. As for the launching position, there are no limitations. I can emit it from my fingertips, my mouth, my eyes, or even the soles of my feet. Regarding my torso bone skill, it is a status type ability known as Golden Great Buddha. This skill allows my body to expand, significantly amplifying both my strength and defense. Chapter 56, coming for you, O? Status type skills? The master nodded in acknowledgement. I recall that the warrior ape had just employed a status type skill. It appears that the soul bone has preserved this ability. Zhang Yang, demonstrate it and see what results we achieve. Sure, Zhang Yang replied, and as he spoke, his entire being, along with his clothing, transformed into a golden texture. Subsequently, his golden form rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he became a towering giant, standing 10 meters tall. Initially taken aback by the world from this new perspective, Zhang Yang looked down at the throng below, unable to suppress a chuckle. Observing Zhang Yang's playful demeanor, the others couldn't help but show signs of exasperation. To test the attack power in the Buddha state, Zhang Yang lifted his right leg and, with simplicity and force, stomped down onto the empty ground. With a thundering crash reminiscent of a mountain's weight, the golden foot struck the ground, producing a resounding boom that sent countless fragments soaring into the air. When Zhang Yang withdrew his foot, a shoe-shaped crater, a meter deep, lay before the spectators. Witnessing the impressive potency of that stomp, the master smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. The sheer physical strength is already formidable. Should you employ the light speed body technique in this state, the power would undoubtedly be even greater. After testing Zhang Yang's soulbone skill, they quickly returned, eager to reach Shrek Academy. Although the group had only been away for 2 days, Shrek Academy was bustling, particularly at the entrance, where an enormous 10-meter-wide pit had mysteriously appeared. Flander was livid. How much will it cost to repair such a massive hole? Who's the fool responsible for this? Thus, with Mr. Ma Hongjuan's vivid recounting, Flander finally grasped the situation. The Strength Clan was known for their protective nature. It was quite normal for them to retaliate against perceived slights. This reminded Flander of the man who had sworn allegiance to the Strength Clan, who had beaten Zhao Wujia black and blue in the woods outside the academy. Wasn't that a form of protection as well? Suddenly, Flander realized he might have uncovered the source of the Strength Clan's protective instinct. Upon hearing that the mighty Titan was willing to cover the costs of the repairs, Flander breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it saved money. Nodding, Flander remarked, "In that case, let's consider this matter settled. Your issue with the evil fire has been resolved. Focus on your training and elevate your soul power level. You are both top-tier mutated beast spirit masters, and Zhang Yang is already at level 42. You mustn't lag behind too much." To this, Ma Hongjun retorted helplessly, "Teacher, it's not that the student isn't trying. It's just that he has an unfair advantage." After jesting, Ma Hongjun leaned in with curiosity. "Teacher, what is Zhang Yang's fourth soul skill?" "It's a ranged attack skill with both piercing and explosive properties." Flander recounted Zhang Yang's words to Ma Hongjun before urging him to return. Flander chose not to disclose the matter of the soul bone to Ma Hongjun, as such knowledge could stir great interest. The fewer who knew, the less likely it was to leak. The following day, Zhang Yang diligently expended his soul power in a secluded corner of the academy. According to the master, their rapid increase in soul power was concerning and needed to be tempered. By depleting his soul power multiple times, he could enhance his control over it. Draining soul power was straightforward. With a fully powered light-speed kick, Zhang Yang could unleash an attack rivaling that of a Soul King-level Power Master, while also rapidly consuming his soul power. Just as Zhang Yang was about to return to his office for further training after exhausting his soul power, a younger student, panting heavily, approached him, stating that the dean required him urgently in the academy's reception room. The reception room? Zhang Yang paused in surprise. Has the academy received a distinguished guest? Thinking this, he wasted no time and promptly made his way to the reception room. Before arriving, Zhang Yang sought out Flander to glean what had transpired. It turned out that during the time Zhang Yang had been focused on exhausting his soul power, several significant guests had arrived at the academy. Among them were the mighty Titan, who came to defend his descendants, as well as Ning Fengji and Douluo, who sought to express their gratitude to Tang San. The guests eager to meet Zhang Yang were indeed Ning Fengji and Douluo. After obtaining the master's consent, Flander had already informed Ning Fengji of Zhang Yang's achievements in the Sunset Forest. Ning Fengji was well regarded in the Soul Master world, known for his integrity. Moreover, Flander and the Master's actions were not without the intention of securing support for Zhang Yang. Currently, Zhang Yang's only backing was the Master. Although the Master held the papal order given by Tang Hao, granting him the status of an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, outsiders remained unaware of this distinction. However, if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were to offer their protection to Zhang Yang, his standing would be truly solidified. Prior to visiting Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji had learned from Ning Rongrong that Zhang Yang had reached level 40, and the Master had aimed for a 10,000-year soul beast for his level 40 soul ring. This news astonished Ning Fengji. If Zhang Yang could indeed succeed, his value would be immeasurable, and the timeline for his integration into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would need to be expedited. Ning Fengji shared this conclusion with Douluo and Sword Douluo, receiving their agreement, for if Zhang Yang could successfully absorb the 10,000-year soul ring, he would undoubtedly attract attention and competition from various factions in the upcoming elite tournament. With Ning Rongrong's connection, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was already ahead of these factions. As long as Ning Fengji opened the door slightly, Zhang Yang would surely belong to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, Ning Fengji learned from Ning Rongrong another critical piece of information about Zhang Yang. He had a fondness for money. Surprised by this revelation, Ning Fengji reflected on Zhang Yang's background, concluding that it made sense. Coming from a humble background, with parents running a small tavern, Zhang Yang's financial aspirations were understandable. Flander was a vivid example of this. With this in mind, Ning Fengji smiled. A love for money was advantageous. For the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lacked nothing but wealth. As long as he remained loyal, the sect would not treat him poorly. Moreover, with Ning Rongrong's ascension to the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, she was destined to become the next sect leader, if Zhang Yang were to align himself with her. Would he ever want for money? With these thoughts, Ning Fengji and Douluo, led by Ning Rongrong, arrived at Shrek Academy, only to stumble upon a wager between the mighty Titan and Tang San. During this contest, although Tang San revealed his dual spirits and the secret of his external soul bone, he inadvertently gained from the experience. Under the Titan's pressure, Tang San's external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, melded completely with him, becoming an inseparable part of his being, and his meridians were unblocked, greatly benefiting his future cultivation. Additionally, Tang San gained the allegiance of the Strength Clan and learned about his father's true identity from Ning Fengji. Moreover, during the clandestine transaction of hidden weapons with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Tang San accrued a substantial sum of 5 million gold soul coins. This fortune is ample enough for Tang San to establish the Tang sect in this foreign realm and sustain its expenditures for a considerable duration. After Tang San took his leave, Ning Fengji, Douluo, and Ning Rongrong waited for a while until the exhausted Zhang Yang arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Yang enter, Ning Rongrong, who was beside Ning Fengji, mischievously stuck out her tongue at him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Greetings, Uncle Ning, esteemed Douluo." I was practicing in a secluded part of the academy, and a fellow student took some time to find me. I apologize for keeping you both waiting, Zhang Yang said. Ning Fengji, being Ning Rongrong's father, found no issue with Zhang Yang addressing him as uncle, given their status as classmates. Not at all, replied the refined Ning Fengji with a gentle smile. It is still morning, and you have already exhausted your soul power. It appears you have engaged in quite arduous training. Zhang Yang chuckled. It's not that arduous. My teacher is concerned that my rapid increase in soul power might destabilize my foundation. Thus, he has instructed me to deplete my soul power a few times to solidify my groundwork. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, as expected from Master S guidance. It is undoubtedly wise. In the realm of martial soul theory, Master is an unparalleled authority across the continent. Zhang Yang responded, your approval, Uncle Ning, would surely delight my teacher. As they conversed, Douluo seized the opportunity to interject. Young man, I have heard that you have acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. Release it for this old man to observe. Upon hearing Douluo's words, both Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Zhang Yang nodded and promptly summoned his Yellow Ape martial soul. Though Ning Fengji and Douluo had previously heard descriptions of Zhang Yang's peculiar human martial soul from Ning Rongrong, they could not suppress their astonishment upon witnessing it firsthand. When they beheld the dark fourth soul ring beneath Zhang Yang's feet, a wave of profound amazement washed over them. Ning Rongrong, still young, gasped in awe at the sight of Zhang Yang's 10,000-year soul ring, while Ning Fengji and Douluo remained silent. Observing Ning Rongrong's enthusiastic conversation with Zhang Yang, their minds racing with calculations. After a lengthy pause, Ning Fengji finally exhaled deeply and remarked, a 10,000-year fourth ring. Zhang Yang, you have truly surprised me. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, I was merely fortunate to gain the recognition of the 10,000-year martial ape. Without my teacher's meticulous planning over the past months, I would have never attained this soul ring. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Ning Fengji sincerely lamented. Truly worthy of being Master S disciple. After expressing their sentiments, Ning Fengji resolved to speak candidly with Zhang Yang. Gesturing for him to sit, he began, Zhang Yang. Douluo and I have accompanied Rongrong to Shrek Academy for two primary reasons. First, it pertains to Tang San. The exquisite tulip he gifted Rongrong has transformed her 7 treasures glazed tile into a 9 treasures glazed tile, and for that alone, I must personally express my gratitude to Tang San. Additionally, the 7 treasures glazed tile school greatly requires Tang San's hidden weapons. My visit is also to discuss this trade with him. Zhang Yang nodded, being aware of the hidden weapon transaction. This deal, beneficial for both Tang San and the 7 treasures glazed tile school, was only disadvantageous to the enemies who would seek to target the 7 treasures glazed tile soul masters in the future. The second reason concerns you, Ning Fengji continued. Please speak plainly, Uncle Ning. You first came to our attention due to your romantic involvement with Rongrong. My stance was clear. It is better to allow than to obstruct. As long as Rongrong can ensure her own safety, a romance is not a significant matter. However, our true interest in you arose when we learned from Rongrong that you, at the age of 12, had already broken through to level 30, a prodigious talent whose combat prowess far surpassed that of your peers. At that time, we believed that should you and Rongrong truly unite, it would be a joyous occasion. Internally, Rongrong's future safety would be secured. Externally, the strength and influence of the 7 treasures glazed tile school would be further enhanced. Douluo Xingyi made a hasty journey to Soto City to assess your capabilities. The results were deeply gratifying, which heightened our anticipation for your future accomplishments. Today, however, you have astonished us greatly. In merely half a year, you have elevated your soul power to level 40 and possess the rare 10,000-year fourth ring. Not to mention you have already acquired a bone fragment. It is fair to say that you have splendidly passed Douluo's test. Thus, whether I speak as the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile school or as Rongrong's father, I sincerely hope you will consider joining our ranks. For a talent as extraordinary as yours, the generosity of our sect will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Furthermore, at that time, the 7 treasures glazed tile school will safeguard your future endeavors. At this juncture, the 3 within the room displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Their gazes fixed intently upon Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, what are your thoughts? Chapter 57. Meteoric Volcano. Long before Ning Fengji remarked that Zhang Yang was worthy of Ning Rongrong's lifelong devotion, Ning Rongrong had already shyly hidden herself in the embrace of Douluo, too embarrassed to face anyone. However, as Ning Fengji concluded his statement and awaited Zhang Yang's response, Ning Rongrong anxiously cast her gaze upon him. At that moment, she desperately wished to rush forward and affirm Zhang Yang's acceptance. The meaning behind Ning Fengji's words was unmistakable. As long as Zhang Yang joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school, wealth and soul bones would be readily available. Moreover, should he and Ning Rongrong forge a life together, all that belonged to the school would be theirs as a couple. What was there to hesitate about? Uncle Ning has placed such importance on me. I naturally have no reason to refuse, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Of course, this is also the master's intention. Ever since Sword Douluo had presented Zhang Yang with 3 trials, the master's intent had become exceedingly clear. Unlike Tang San, who hailed from a humble background, Zhang Yang lacked the resources of a sect and could only rely on his own strength, which was a considerable disadvantage. With the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as his backing, his future prospects would undoubtedly be brighter. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's affirmation, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo were overjoyed, while Ning Rongrong shyly averted her gaze from him. Once the excitement subsided, Ning Fengji smiled at Zhang Yang, saying, "Since you have agreed to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect must prepare a welcoming gift for you." As he spoke, he summoned his soul power and retrieved an item from his soul guide, tossing it to Zhang Yang. Examining the object that had been thrown his way, Zhang Yang gasped in astonishment. A soul bone? The welcome gift from Ning Fengji was, in fact, an entire right-arm soul bone, whose value was beyond measure. This soul bone originated from a 2,000-year-old explosive giant ape, a powerful fire attribute soul beast. I have heard from Rongrong that your second and third soul rings are derived from ape-type soul beasts. This soul bone should suit you perfectly. Uncle Ning, is this appropriate? Zhang Yang felt a bit overwhelmed by such a heavy gift. Of course it is appropriate, as long as you proceed steadily. Becoming a title Douluo is merely a matter of time. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is never stingy with title Douluos who join our ranks. Ning Fengji's subsequent words remained unspoken, but everyone in the room understood their implication. For the safety of the sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School traditionally rewarded its title Douluos with generous compensation. A mere right arm bone was insignificant. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo each possess 6 soul bones, several of which belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, it was worth noting that both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had no heirs, meaning that after a century, aside from the soul bones invested by the sect that would need to be reclaimed, the remaining soul bones would inevitably belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In this manner, the school would have gained 7 or 8 soul bones. Zhang Yang's situation was similar. The soul bone was merely on loan to him. And after a century, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would reclaim it. If Zhang Yang were to marry Ning Rongrong and share a life with her, then all the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be theirs, making the soul bone seem trivial. Zhang Yang inquired further. But I am still decades away from becoming a title Douluo. Who knows what the future holds? Uncle Ning, are you not concerned that I might abscond with this soul bone? At this, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo paused in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. In most cases, upon receiving a soul bone, one would immediately absorb it without a second thought. Yet here was Zhang Yang, who not only resisted the temptation of the soul bone but also considered their concerns. Ning Fengji felt immensely reassured regarding Zhang Yang's character. After all, if anyone were to abscond with a soul bone, it certainly wouldn't be from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Was Ti Shao's 100,000-year soul bone more alluring than this 2,000-year right arm bone? Seeing his father and Bone Douluo laughing heartily, Ning Rongrong, in a fit of urgency, leapt from Bone Douluo's embrace and dashed to Zhang Yang's side, seizing the soul bone in an attempt to press it against his right arm. Startled by her actions, Zhang Yang instinctively withdrew the soul bone into his soul guide. With the soul bone safely stowed away, Zhang Yang helplessly addressed Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you were too hasty. I am not in the right condition to absorb a soul bone right now. Observing Ning Rongrong's eagerness, Ning Fengji felt a wave of nostalgia for her outgoing nature. Now that the soul bone was secured, Zhang Yang decided against further hesitation and respectfully bowed to Ning Fengji. Then I shall graciously accept your kindness, Uncle Ning. Very well, Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. Do not speak of the soul bone to outsiders, lest they harbor ill intentions. Additionally, the sooner you absorb it, the sooner you will possess a means of self-preservation. Bone Douluo added, Zhang Yang, remember this. No matter how great your talent, death is final. I have witnessed far too many gifted individuals meet untimely ends. Bone Douluo's words resonated deeply with Zhang Yang, and his expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly. Then, Uncle Ning, I will return to adjust my state and strive to absorb the soul bone as soon as possible. Indeed, Ning Fengji agreed. Having discussed all necessary matters, he allowed Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong to depart. Once Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong left the reception room, only Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo remained. Fengji, what are your thoughts on Zhang Yang and Tang San, now that Ning Rongrong had exited? Bone Douluo could discuss matters more suited to adult ears. Both Tang San and Zhang Yang are disciples of the Master. Given the Master's capabilities, coupled with the character and talents of these two youths, I have high hopes for their futures. If Rongrong can be with Zhang Yang, that would be ideal. Even if not, Zhang Yang can still protect the sect for 50 years. At this point, Bone Douluo couldn't help but exclaim. To have two such extraordinarily gifted youngsters under the Master's tutelage is indeed fortunate. Ning Fengji shook his head. Uncle Bone, you are mistaken. The world is never short of extraordinarily gifted youths. What it lacks are mentors like the Master who can cultivate those talents. The Master is the true key to all of this. As Zhang Yang exited the reception hall, he cited a need to adjust his condition for absorbing the soul bone, escorting Ning Rongrong back to her dormitory before promptly heading to the Master's quarters. In the Master's room, Zhang Yang placed the soul bone on the table before the Master and Lu Erlong, recounting the words Ning Fengji had shared with him. Although Ning Fingji had advised that the matter of the soul bone should remain confidential, it was evident that the master was far from an outsider. Upon seeing that Zhang Yang had acquired another soul bone, the master and Lu Erlong exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. How did you come by another soul bone? They marveled at Ning Fingji's generosity, delighted for Zhang Yang. The master smiled. This soul bone is derived from a power-type soul beast, making it ideally suited for you. Adjust your state during the day, and come to your teacher's wife's straw hut at night. Both your teacher and I will guard you while you absorb this soul bone. Zhang Yang nodded, stowing the soul bone away before departing from the master's quarters. That evening, having adjusted his state, Zhang Yang arrived at the straw hut, where the master and Lu Erlong had been waiting for some time. Let us begin. The master instructed. Yes, teacher, Zhang Yang replied. Zhang Yang nodded and retrieved the soul bone from the soul guide device, promptly affixing it to the position on his right arm without uttering a word. Much like the soul bone from the martial ape, this fire attribute soul bone, originating from the explosive giant ape, vanished in an instant, transforming into countless crimson streams that surrounded Zhang Yang's right arm. Simultaneously, a dense and weighty aura quietly integrated itself into Zhang Yang's right arm as the soul bone dissipated. The soul bone possessed the power to alter the physique of the soul master, and given that the explosive giant ape soul bone belonged to the strength category, its enhancement of the soul master's power was particularly pronounced. As Zhang Yang lay down on the ground, stretching his body in a star shape, the veins on his body twisted, and a series of sharp, crackling bone sounds echoed continuously. 3 hours later, Zhang Yang awoke, rising from the ground and joyfully gazing at the master in the room. You're awake, the master said with a look of satisfaction, smiling at Zhang Yang before calling out to the outside. Ere long, come in, Zhang Yang has awakened. Before the master's words had fully settled, his wife, Lu Erlong, pushed open the door and approached Zhang Yang with a smile. Child, you're awake. Now, tell us about your soul bone skill. Certainly, master, Zhang Yang replied, nodding with a smile. My soul bone skill is called Meteor Volcano, which is a sustained area attack soul technique. Upon activation, it transforms my arms into colossal magma fists, allowing me to launch them skyward in succession. Dozens of magma fists descend from the heavens, landing within the designated attack area, inflicting burn damage upon enemies and effectively dividing the battlefield. Lu Erlong looked at Zhang Yang with delight and exclaimed, Magma attacks? The power must be immense. Come, let us quickly go outside to test it. Given that Lu Erlong's martial soul was a fire dragon, her curiosity regarding the fire attribute soul bone's abilities was naturally piqued. Seeing Lu Erlong's eagerness, the master quickly intervened with a wry smile. Erlong, calm down a bit. The academy is filled with trees. How can we experiment with such a destructive fire attribute area technique here? Besides, it is already quite late. Let us discuss the test tomorrow. With the master's encouragement, Lu Erlong composed herself and nodded. Then let us test it tomorrow morning. Outside the Heaven-Do city, there are vast, desolate spaces where we need not fear any commotion. The master nodded, advising Zhang Yang, remember, do not speak of the soul bone to outsiders. Such treasures are exceedingly tempting to soul masters outside. Your current soul power level is still quite low, and there may be those daring enough to take risks against you. Zhang Yang acknowledged, yes, master. Well then, return to your training. No matter how exceptional the soul bone, you must possess sufficient strength to protect it. Zhang Yang rose to return to his simulated training environment, leaving the master and Lu Erlong in the thatched cottage to engage in matters that could not be discussed in front of their disciple, such as hushed whispers. Chapter 58. Just a fraction away in preparation for the upcoming elite competition, the students dedicated the subsequent 6 months to fervent cultivation of their soul power, halting their academy courses. During this period, the master did not provide intensive training for the 8 of them, opting instead to offer tactical guidance every 10 days or so, instructing them on the seamless integration and cooperation of their soul techniques. Over the course of these 6 months, with the exception of Xiaowu, who had not consumed any heavenly herbs, all of the others had achieved a soul power level of 40, qualifying them to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Moreover, due to rigorous training and a high-quality diet, all of them, except for Zhang Yang, underwent significant physical changes during their developmental phase. Notably, Ning Rongrong's height had reached 175 meters, making her the tallest among the 3 girls. Additionally, thanks to Lu Erlong's contribution of papayas, Ning Rongrong's dining hall had been expanded, achieving a scale comparable to a 3-story villa, though still not as grand as Zhu Zhiqing's 5-story building. Zhang Yang, who preferred to remain anonymous despite his good deeds, smiled contentedly at these fruitful outcomes. In the sunset forest, Ma Hongjun, now a centimeter taller, playfully patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, teasing, Zhang Yang, have you measured your height lately? Is the soul ring of the Earth King making you taller? Zhang Yang scoffed. Well, it seems I have grown a centimeter, but I'm still not at 175 meters. Keep working hard. At the very least, you should match Rongrong's height. Hey, you scoundrel. Is it so impressive to have grown first? Ma Hongjun retorted, raising his middle finger in mock disdain. Just wait and see. I'll grow to 2 meters. Such lofty ambitions. Zhang Yang jested. I am the Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun declared passionately. The banter between Zhang Yang and the chubby one drew the attention of Tang San and the others who were ahead on their journey. The reason the veteran members of Shrek Academy had gathered in the Sunset Forest was to assist Zhu Shiqing and her group in acquiring their fourth soul ring. The hunting mission in the Sunset Forest would not see any intervention from the teachers until the appearance of a 10,000-year soul beast. The fourth soul ring that Ma Hongjun absorbed last night was captured through the combined efforts of Zhang Yang and Tang San. The events unfolded as follows. Zhang Yang, on night watch, patrolled near the camp and encountered a fire attribute scorpion soul beast, the Earth King, which had a cultivation level of approximately 500 years. Known for its bloodthirst, the Earth King attacked Zhang Yang the moment it detected him. In response, Zhang Yang transformed into a golden giant, engaging the Earth King in close combat. Hearing the commotion, his companions rushed to his aid, utilizing Tang San's blue silver grass to restrain the Earth King. They provoked its most powerful skill, Magma Rift Strike, which only succeeded in destroying the blue silver grass's binding. As the Earth King attempted to flee, Zhang Yang seized its scorpion tail, forcefully severing the poisonous stinger. Now defenseless, the Earth King was left at the mercy of Zhang Yang, who systematically dismantled its pincers and legs, leaving only its head and body intact. Ultimately, the Earth King, crushed beneath Zhang Yang's foot and filled with despair, met its end by Ma Hongjun's dagger. Seemingly grateful for this release, the Earth King's soul ring was absorbed by Ma Hongjun in merely half an hour, a process as smooth as Zhang Yang's absorption of the martial ape soul ring. Regrettably, despite Ma Hongjun's benevolent act of granting the Earth King mercy, he did not acquire a soul bone, reinforcing the notion of their rarity. After absorbing his fourth soul ring, perhaps due to the joy of his success or the freshness of the morning, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly grew a centimeter taller, leading to playful jibes directed at Zhang Yang, whose growth had stagnated. However, Zhang Yang held no regret regarding his height. He was already sufficiently tall, and any further growth might provoke Ning Rongrong, who was striving for 175 meters and preferred not to increase the height disparity between them. Yet, one might wonder if Ma Hongjun was too fixated on his height. After all, without a measuring tape, how could he be certain of that extra centimeter? Can't you youngsters show a little respect to us older folks? You wish for special training, do you? Zhao Wujin, whose height still fell short of Ma Hongjun's, sighed in resignation. My apologies, Teacher Zhao, Zhang Yang and Ma Hongjun chorused, quickly expressing their contrition. On the chilly morning in the Sunset Forest, where the humidity was high, a dense mist enveloped the air. The cool, damp fog swayed with the gentle breeze, thickest just before the sun fully rose. As they prepared to continue their journey through the fog, a gust swept through, turning the white mist a vibrant pink, and everyone could detect its sweet aroma. Be careful. The mist is toxic, Flanders shouted, as he and Lu Erlong struck out with their palms, dispersing the noxious fog with their robust soul power. However, their efforts proved futile as the thick, pink mist quickly surged back, more ferocious than before. Realizing the peculiar nature of the toxic fog, Oscar began preparing detoxification sausages while Tang San activated his purple extreme magic to appear into the distance. Through the layers of mist, Tang San spotted hundreds of scorpion-shaped soul beasts, most of which were around 100 years old, emanating the toxic fog. Teacher, it's the Pink Lady. There are at least 1,000 of them, Tang San reported urgently. Simultaneously, he retrieved a fragrant divine item from his treasure bag, stepping forward to the center of the group. This divine item neutralized all toxins within a 5-meter radius, rendering them inert. The potency of this antitoxicity was so formidable that it brought tears to the eyes of Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Dugu Yin, and evoked deep emotions in Dugu Bo himself. As they stood within this 10-meter diameter circle, the group listened to the master analyze the characteristics of the Pink Lady while contemplating their escape. Given the density of the toxic fog, there had to be a single Pink Lady among them, and after consuming Oscar's flying sausage, they would have the capability to swiftly extricate themselves from this predicament. However, the vengeful Pink Lady might not hesitate to retaliate when they attempted to flee. At that point, I'll ensure it reunites with the Earth King, Zhang Yang declared decisively. Unexpectedly, the master shook his head, advising, let us first ascertain the age of the Pink Lady before taking action. If it is under 5,000 years, we must spare its life. Why is that? Zhao Wujin inquired, puzzled. The master replied with conviction, a Pink Lady of such an appropriate age is exceedingly rare. If we can obtain its soul ring for Oscar, his fourth soul ring may very well possess the exhilarating effects of the Pink Lady's toxic fog. Is everyone clear? Understood. The group nodded in agreement, with Ma Hongjun patting his chest, proclaiming, leave Oscar's soul ring to me. Watch as I use my fourth soul technique to present it with a grand gift. With his soul power exhausted, Oscar produced 12 flying sausages, perfectly sufficient for each of the 12 members, while Flander, who could fly, would take 2, thereby maximizing the effectiveness of the sausages. Subsequently, after consuming the mushroom intestines, everyone soared into the sky, flapping their wings as they rushed forward with great speed. Oscar's mushroom intestines granted an astonishing velocity, and within half a minute, they burst forth from the bounds of the pink mist. As they looked down, they immediately spotted the figure of the Pink Empress. Among the hundreds of pink ladies below, the Pink Empress stood out, her size comparable to that of the King of Earth. With a cultivation age between 3,500 and 4,000 years, she appeared as if sculpted from pink crystal, adorned with a layer of fine pink scales, perfectly aged for her kind. Little San, you go, commanded the master, prompting Ma Hongjun and Tang San to be the first to charge forth. Phoenix wings soar, Ma Hongjun bellowed, as the wings of his Oscar-flying intestines were replaced by his fiery feathered wings. With each flap, Ma Hongjun's figure sped towards the Pink Empress with remarkable swiftness. The plump youth's Phoenix martial spirit was a top-tier beast spirit, and the pure, untainted flames of the Phoenix were the nemesis of poison-type soul beasts like the Pink Empress, whose very essence was disrupted by the oppressive aura. Meanwhile, Tang San launched a green orb of light towards the Pink Empress. The orb raised swiftly, and although Ma Hongjun had set off first, the orb reached the Pink Empress before him. The green light unfurled instantly, and the enormous web offered the Pink Empress no chance to evade. With a thud, her substantial form was ensnared by the web. Bound by the web, the Pink Empress transformed from fear to sheer panic. The aura of the human soul master's web bore the essence of her natural enemy, the man-faced demon spider. Sensing this, the Pink Empress trembled, as if on the verge of collapsing. The man-faced demon spider was the arch-nemesis of all scorpion-type soul beasts, and the Pink Empress, with her limited means of attack, was haunted by an intrinsic fear of such creatures. In that moment of terror, ensnared and paralyzed, she squandered her last opportunity to flee. Ma Hongjun dove to the ground, enveloping both himself and the Pink Empress within a 5-meter diameter distorted light shield, rendering her immobile. Fourth soul skill, Phoenix Crying Sky Strike. With a thunderous roar, the potent flames of the Phoenix erupted, the resounding cry piercing through the clouds and mist like the clash of gold and stone. A torrent of vibrant Phoenix flames surged from the ground, lifting Ma Hongjun into the air in an instant. The area previously shrouded in distorted air was now engulfed by flames. The fiery bird ascended over 10 meters into the sky, its wings unfurling magnificently, resembling a phoenix descending from the heavens. As for the Pink Empress, this 4,000-year-old soul beast was now left with barely a breath, before acquiring the Earth King Soul Ring. Although Ma Hongjun's flames were formidable, they were limited to mere fire-breathing, lacking in diverse attack methods. Despite his second and third soul rings enhancing the power of his flames, it did little to alleviate his predicament as a strong offensive type. However, now with the formidable attack style granted by his fourth soul ring, complemented by the enhancements from his second and third soul skills, the might of his attack ranked second in the team, surpassed only by Zhang Yang, who wielded the laser. Such formidable power is truly terrifying. Alas, I still lack a bit, Zhang Yang muttered with a crooked smile. Chapter 59. A sudden slap in the face. Oscar successfully acquired the Pink Lady Soul Ring and inherited its unique exhilarating toxic mist, gaining the fourth soul skill, Exhilarating Intestines. This skill enhances all attributes of teammates by 10 for 5 minutes, devoid of any side effects. Unfortunately, it cannot be stored and must be consumed within a minute. Over the span of 2 days, 2 soul rings were obtained, which delighted everyone and motivated them to expedite the completion of the remaining soul rings. However, in the following 2 days, they yielded no results. Numerous soul beasts were sighted, yet none satisfied the master's criteria. After spending several days in the Sunset Forest, the group remained on high alert, leading to a noticeable weariness among them. The master developed pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and his beard became disheveled. This pace was unsustainable. If it continued, even another week might not suffice to complete the mission, especially with the elite competition approaching swiftly. With this in mind, Tang San unveiled his ultimate strategy. Utilizing the alluring aroma of the fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb, he attracted a multitude of soul beasts. He set up a poison array to isolate those with cultivation below 2,000 years, and he established Du Gubo's bone-eating poison array as a protective barrier. This proposal received widespread approval from the group. Thus, under Tang San's guidance, they headed towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Next to Du Gubo's poison array, Tang San arranged the fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb, and everyone consumed the antidote pills he crafted to traverse the bone-eating poison array. They then formed a defensive formation around the fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb, with the master, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong positioned in the center. The herb's allure exceeded Tang San's expectations. Within a mere tea break, they encountered their first soul beast. A fierce tiger emerged from the woods, drawn by the fragrance of the herb. This tiger was entirely black, save for a white king symbol on its forehead. Measuring over 3 meters in length and standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Despite its massive size, it moved with remarkable agility. Ghost tiger of 3 to 5,000 years of cultivation, everyone, attack. Tang San commanded, unleashing a web to ensnare the beast, signaling the commencement of battle. As the web descended, the ghost tiger activated its innate ability, Shadow Clone, instantly multiplying itself into 3. One of these clones was ensnared by the web, transforming into an illusion, while the other 2 moved with accelerated speed. Daimyo Bai, aiming at one of the clones, unleashed his white tiger light wave, only to discover it was yet another illusion. The 2 clones, now exposed, duplicated again, charging towards the fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb. At that moment, Tang San, steadfast at his post, noticed a glimmer of purple in his eyes and shouted, "The one on the left is real, Ching, be careful." The ghost tiger, clever as it was, concealed its true form on the far left, facing only a sensitive attack-type soul master and the 3 behind Zhu Shiqing. However, it could not anticipate that a human soul master could reach it in an instant, inflicting grave injury. Speed equated to power. Had you ever been struck by light speed? With a resounding crash, The ghost tiger was sent hurtling backward, its paw twisted at an unnatural angle, having suffered a fracture from Zhang Yang's kick. Meanwhile, Daimyo Bai, whose forehead bore the king symbol, activated his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless golden orbs, each the size of a fist, locked onto the ghost tiger's form and surged forth. Having been injured and propelled backward by Zhang Yang's kick, the ghost tiger was incapable of evading this soul skill, curling its body in an attempt to bolster its defensive soul shield. As a feline creature, if it truly curled up, its compact form would be quite a sight to behold. An earth-shattering roar reverberated, shaking the ground, as the ghost tiger was tossed like a small boat amidst furious waves. Surprisingly, it endured the onslaught. As the White Tiger Meteor Shower concluded, the ghost tiger suddenly unfurled its form, and a massive shadow erupted from its body, transforming midair and charging at Zhu Shiqing. Yet, Zhu Shiqing was no delicate flower, while her attack power was not the highest in the team. She was not the type to be easily subdued by the ghost tiger after enduring a light-speed kick and the White Tiger Meteor Shower. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, Zhu Shiqing stood firm, activating her third soul ring, which glowed with purple light. Her hands swiftly converged above her head, and the claws on her fingertips fused at an astonishing speed, forming a blade approximately a foot long. Black light surged from her body, as if she had become one with the blade, and she swung down towards the black light released by the ghost tiger. With a resounding sound that grated on the teeth, Zhu Shiqing's nether slash cleaved the ghost tiger's shadow attack in two, terminating its desperate strike. However, having exhausted her strength, Zhu Shiqing was unprepared for the Real ghost tiger, which had been injured by Zhang Yang's kick, to pounce upon her. At that moment, a voice echoed above the ghost tiger. "Did you forget I was still here?" A flash of yellow light appeared on the ghost tiger's back, and as Zhang Yang's voice resonated, the beast's charge abruptly shifted into AV formation, crashing heavily before Zhu Shiqing, blood spilling from its mouth, its vitality waning. Seeing the ghost tiger in such a dire state, the master shouted urgently, "Shiqing, finish it off." Responding to the master's call, Zhu Shiqing transformed into a blur of afterimages. In the nick of time, with her nether-piercing strike, she plunged her right claw deep into the ghost tiger's left eye, piercing its brain and ending its life. Realizing his soul power could not attract the soul ring, Zhang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, offering Zhu Shiqing an awkward smile. "It seems I may have overdone it a bit." Zhu Shiqing, unable to be angry, acknowledged that in her moments of peril, she had been saved by him. Dragging the ghost tiger, crowned with a purple soul ring, Zhu Shiqing entered the untroubled poison array to absorb the soul ring, shielded by Daimyo Bai. During the time Zhu Shiqing absorbed the soul ring, 5 more diverse soul beasts appeared, lured by the fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb. Observing this, Tang San quickly retrieved the herb. The soul beasts drawn by the celestial herb were formidable, resembling monstrous entities, inciting a shiver of fear in Zhang Yang. Without hesitation, he unleashed a laser, sending a charging soul beast flying. Yet, since the soul beasts had arrived, they could not be overlooked. Under the teacher's command, Zhang Yang faced a 7,000-year Beijing horned dragon, while Flander and the others confronted a 10,000-year earth cave demon spider, a 6,000-year human-faced demon spider, an 8,000-year mandala snake, and a 4,000-year scale armored beast. Seeing Zhang Yang has grown powerful enough to collaborate with Flander, Zhao Wujin, and Lu Erlong to safeguard everyone, the master smiled with satisfaction. He then turned to the group and spoke eloquently. "Among these 5 soul beasts, the one with the strongest defense is not the 10,000-year-old abyssal spider, nor the 7,000-year-old azure dragon horn beast, but rather the 4,000-year-old armored beast. Rongrong S9 treasure glaze tile has its first 3 soul rings representing strength, speed, and soul power, while the 4th can be chosen for defense." At this point, the master looked at Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, you will take on the 4,000-year-old armored beast and eliminate it with utmost speed. Erlong, you will handle the azure dragon horn beast." There was a rationale behind the master's arrangements. The defensive capabilities of the armored beast rival those of 10,000-year soul beasts, yet its offensive power is merely average, so Zhang Yang would not be in danger facing it. Furthermore, Lu Erlong's martial spirit, the fire dragon, exerts a suppressive effect on dragon-type and serpent-type soul beasts, enabling him to effortlessly manage the 7,000-year azure dragon horn beast and the 8,000-year mandala snake. Upon hearing the master's instructions, Zhang Yang instantly transformed into a golden Buddha. Discarding the azure dragon horn beast before him, and with a warrior's charge, he sent the armored beast flying 30 meters away. Lu Erlong activated his 7th soul skill, the true form of the red dragon, morphing into a fiery dragon, seizing the mandala snake and lashing it like a whip at the tremoring azure dragon horn beast, which was under the oppressive aura of the red dragon. The two swiftly exchanged opponents, their seamless cooperation astonishing everyone present. Ignoring the azure dragon horn beast, in his golden Buddha state, Zhang Yang confronted the remarkably defensive armored beast with a powerful sidekick, the tip of his golden shoe striking the beast's cheek. Consequently, the 5-meter-tall armored beast tilted its head, its offensive momentum abruptly interrupted. In his golden Buddha form, Zhang Yang's sheer physical strength created a pit several meters deep in the ground. Such overwhelming power momentarily bewildered the armored beast, whose skull was exceptionally hard and covered with robust scales. Zhang Yang then mounted the armored beast, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon it. The disparity in strength allowed Flander, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujing to engage their soul beast with remarkable ease. The clash between the towering golden Buddha, Zhang Yang, and the several-meter-long armored beast was akin to thunder and lightning, the very earth trembling beneath them, in his golden Buddha state. Each punch Zhang Yang delivered left the armored beast dazed for a second, during which time he landed 3 or 4 additional blows. The armored beast, utterly dominated, was pinned down by Zhang Yang, receiving punishment akin to a beleaguered stray dog, as Zhang Yang's force shattered the ground beneath them, sending dirt and debris flying, and causing nearby trees to sway precariously. After dozens of relentless punches, Zhang Yang finally paused, gazing at the battered armored beast beneath him, its scales torn and scattered. He exhaled deeply, rising and grasping the beast's tail, dragging it toward the poison array like a lifeless dog. "Master, I have brought back the armored beast," Zhang Yang said with a smile. The master nodded approvingly. "Yes, take the armored beast and Rongrong. Zhang Yang, be careful." The master's words were abruptly interrupted by Tang San's urgent warning. Unbeknownst to them, the 10,000-year-old abyssal spider, while engaged with Flander, propelled itself backward with its 8 legs, successfully evading Flander's dive, only to collide with Zhang Yang, who was dragging the armored beast. Reacting instinctively to Tang San's warning, the golden Buddha Zhang Yang gripped the armored beast's tail tightly, unleashing incredible power as he hurled the beast into the air. "Striking the oncoming abyssal spider with an ungraceful arc, dare to strike me? How bold of you. Here's a taste of your own medicine." The abyssal spider, having lived for 10,000 years, could never have anticipated being struck by a human soul master using a creature larger than itself. What a humiliation. It seethed with anger as it was sent crashing back toward Flander. Disregarding the abyssal spider's fate, Zhang Yang tossed the armored beast aside upon entering the poison array and proceeded to pry open its foul-smelling maw. Ning Rongrong, gripping her dagger and holding her breath, swiftly targeted the weak spot under the master's guidance, ending the armored beast's pitiful existence. "Go, take Rongrong aside to absorb the soul ring," the master chuckled, patting Zhang Yang's golden calf. Moving deeper into the poison array, Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring, while Zhang Yang, with nothing to occupy him, unknowingly drifted into a stupor. Chapter 60. The elite competition daydreaming is an exceedingly effective method for passing the time. By the moment Zhang Yang became aware that Ning Rongrong had completed her absorption of the spirit ring, Tang San had already taken the ancient underground magic spider and vanished. While Zhang Yang was lost in thought, Tang San had successfully persuaded the master to select the ancient underground magic spider as his 4th spirit ring. Astonishing. The youth is truly remarkable. Subsequently, at the master's suggestion, he enlisted Zhao Wujie to assist in subduing the creature, using the 8 spider lances to devour the 6,000-year-old humanoid magic spider. According to the master's theory, the 8 spider lances, which originated from the humanoid magic spider, possess the ability to consume. Thus, if the 8 spider lances were to devour this humanoid magic spider, it could potentially trigger the evolution of the external spirit bone. Once the external spirit bone evolves, it would alleviate the burden of the attributes of the spirit rings that Tang San could not absorb during the process of taking in the ancient spirit ring. As anticipated by the master, the 8 spider lances underwent evolution, extending in length by 1 meter, sprouting rows of backward-facing barbs, adorned with a pale hue intermingled with vibrant patterns. Then, empowered by the evolved spirit bone, Tang San set off with the ancient underground magic spider to the Eye of Ice and fired to absorb the spirit ring. After 5 hours, Tang San emerged successfully. As the second among the 8 to acquire the ancient 4th ring, having absorbed it through sheer will, he garnered the admiration of his peers. Zhang Yang could not help but marvel at how formidable the Chosen One truly is. That night, fearing the loss of Tang San, Xiao clung to him as they slept, and Tang San did not shy away, embracing her throughout the night. The following morning, as the group roused from their slumber, Flinder urged everyone to depart the Sunset Forest promptly. The elite competition was set to commence in 5 days, and time was of the essence. There remained much to prepare. Upon returning to the academy, the group rested for a day. Subsequently, under the master's guidance, they convened with the 4 substitute team members to introduce one another and share their respective backgrounds. The introductions revealed a formidable assembly: Talon, a 38th level assault spirit master with a martial spirit of the mighty gorilla and 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings; Huang Yuan, a 35th level assault spirit master with a martial spirit of the lone wolf and the same spirit ring configuration; Jing Ling, a 35th level agile assault spirit master with a martial spirit of the skeleton; and Jiang Zhu, a 35th level healing spirit master with a healing staff as her martial spirit. After a brief acquaintance, the master began to elucidate the rules and regulations of the elite competitions, such as the prohibition of murder and the restriction against using weapons other than their martial spirits. Zhang Yang listened intently to the rules, but paid little attention to the competition format, convinced that as long as they won every match, the specifics would be inconsequential. Noticing Zhang Yang's distracted demeanor, the master chuckled and addressed Tang San. "Xiao San, in these final days, you will practice tactical drills with Talon and his team." "Understood, master," Tang San replied earnestly. The master nodded before adding, "Oh, I must remind you, for the upcoming matches, only 3 members from your Shrek team may participate in the preliminary rounds, and among them, Ning Rongrong cannot compete. During this time, I will be conducting intensive training with her. Tang San was taken aback. What? Only 3 can compete? The master maintained a serious expression. What? Do you wish to reveal all your trump cards at once? The more you expose now, the more challenging future battles will become. Tang San, feeling helpless, replied, But master, I understand the importance of conserving strength. However, do you not fear that we might lose? The master responded calmly. The elite competition is a protracted battle. We are not the only ones who understand the necessity of concealing our strengths. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San exchanged glances with Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai, nodding in agreement. I understand, master. Observing the silent exchange between his 2 disciples, the master smiled and continued. Oh. And in addition to Ning Rongrong, Zhang Yang will also be unable to participate, not just in the preliminary rounds, but in the advancement rounds as well. Tang San was astonished. What? Master, Zhang Yang cannot participate either? What? I cannot compete? Zhang Yang exclaimed, quickly pleading, Master, I was wrong. I will never daydream in class again. Please grant me this one chance to compete. You will remain on the sidelines, the master insisted sternly. You are our final trump card. How can you reveal yourself in the advancement rounds? Zhang Yang sulked. I do not wish to be a trump card. I simply want to compete. The others cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Yang. In the following days, Tang San trained alongside Talon and the others with the Shrek team, devising a relatively conservative tactical arrangement for the preliminary rounds. Though not of utmost importance, they needed to secure their advancement. Thus Tang San determined that 4 members of the Shrek team would rotate in and out of the matches. He himself, being the sole control-type spirit master, would inevitably compete. Alongside Dai Mubai, the most powerful spirit master, and Xiao Wu, the agile close combat spirit master, Zhang Yang, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong would remain in reserve. 3 days later, in the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Heaven Do City, the grand opening ceremony of the elite competition for advanced spirit master academies commenced. As the most prestigious competition in the spirit master realm, it drew not only the attention of spirit masters but also that of the royal family, nobility, and commoners alike. Every citizen of Heaven Do City regarded this event as a grand festival. Before dawn, even as the sun had yet to rise in the east, a vast throng of spectators had gathered outside the competition venue. Arriving so early, the audience was not merely eager to enter the arena. They sought to catch a glimpse of the participating young spirit masters up close on the very first day of the ceremony. Among them were many infatuated young women. With the total number of spirit masters in the continent not exceeding 6 digits, those who qualified for the elite competition were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Given the age limit of 25, these contestants would become the most desirable suitors for young women, as marrying a powerful spirit master promised both fame and fortune. Even the nobility, who had purchased VIP tickets, gathered outside, for they were perpetually eager to recruit spirit masters. The elite competition itself was a breeding ground for talent. Not only the exceptional individuals who achieved notable results, but even those merely participating became coveted prizes for noble families. Amidst the commoners and nobility, a contingent of 5,000 city defense soldiers was interspersed to maintain order. Wow, there are so many people, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, gazing around at the crowded scene. It was her first experience of such a bustling atmosphere. As her boyfriend, Zhang Yang remained close to her side, covering his face with his hand throughout. The reason was simple. His attire was rather unsightly, and he feared being recognized later. For this academy competition, Flinder, with his exquisite taste, had specially commissioned a set of uniforms for them. The material was indeed of high quality and comfortable to wear, adorned with a peculiarly illustrated Shrek emblem on the front. However, the most notable point of ridicule was the glaringly bright green color from head to toe, along with the 6 enormous red embroidered lines on the back proclaiming sponsorship opportunities available. What academy is that from? Goodness, did they just crawl out of a cesspit? It's hilarious. That green monster on their chest is truly adorable. The ears resemble trumpets. Look, what advertisements are they promoting behind them? Is there really such a prestigious Soul Master Academy? Can such individuals participate in the elite competition of the Continental Soul Master Academy? It's utterly ridiculous. Indeed. In a vast forest, one can encounter every kind of bird. Quiet down. After all, they are Soul Masters. However, they likely came merely to make an appearance. Just look at that rotund figure inside, resembling a ball. The onlookers expressed sentiments that made everyone wish to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Honestly, I feel like throwing in the towel. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and remarked, this school uniform is utterly humiliating. Moreover, Tyren, aren't you a local from Heaven Do City? Why didn't you inform us that there would be so many people on the opening day? This is simply public execution. Tyren, caught off guard by Zhang Yang's inquiry, looked embarrassed. When I attended as an audience member, I never observed participating Soul Masters. I had no idea that there was such an event before the competition for the common spectators. Anyway, I have no competition duties, so I won't be on stage. After the opening ceremony, I plan to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang tugged at his drab green uniform, stating, I swear, I will never wear this again. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Dai Mubai and the others were at a loss for words. Zhang Yang was fine, but they would have to wear this attire on stage. Noticing everyone's lack of enthusiasm, Tang San comforted them. In any case, the chances of us appearing today are slim. After we return, we will discuss with Dean Flinder and insist on not wearing this outfit tomorrow. At the very least, we should remove those words on the back. Just then, a discordant voice interjected from the side. Who are these toads that have come here to embarrass themselves at the elite competition? The Shrek Academy students, already agitated, immediately glared in the direction of the voice. Recognizing the familiar moon-white robes, they realized it was the students from Songhui Academy. Who are you calling a toad? Tyron was the first to leap forward. Whoever wears the drab-green uniform is the one to be called out. I see that each of you is missing a green hat. If you had those, it would be perfect, the students from Songhui Academy mocked. I'll show you who the toad is. Tyron swung his fist, ready to teach them a lesson. Tyron, come back. Tang San's voice rang out. Tyron's fist, just about to land, halted midair as he turned to Tang San. Third young master, I. Tang San replied calmly. What use is it to exchange words? If you wish to fight, let's save it for the arena. Do you not know that fighting between Soul Master Academies is prohibited here? Who are these little white dogs? Does anyone own them? They should be taken away at once. Who are you calling a dog? The students from Songhui Academy, lacking decorum, surged forward, each exuding an intimidating aura, and appeared to possess some genuine strength. Dai Mubai seamlessly interjected. Whoever barks here is a dog, a pack of wild dogs with no owner. Little San, while we can't fight here, self-defense is always permissible, right? I wouldn't mind sending these little white dogs home. The students from Songhui Academy were infuriated. But at that moment, a robust voice echoed. What are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the Songhui Academy students shifted to one of respect as they hastily parted to the sides. From behind them emerged an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, adorned in the same moon-white Soul Master attire, embellished with golden embroidery. Flinder, initially observing coldly from the side, felt his gaze flicker upon seeing this person. Can it be the remnant dream of the past? P.S. The following will be the elite competition arc. Writing about such competitions can be rather tedious. I have about 5 to 6 chapters prepared leading up to the finals. Chapter 61. Defeating the opponent in a minute. The remnants of dreams led the members of Songhui Academy away. Observing Shurian's retreating figure, Flander wore a serious expression. Ma Hongjun, filled with curiosity, inquired, Teacher, do you know that old man? Flander nodded, saying that old scoundrel is named Shinian, and his martial soul is Remnant Dream. He can create various illusions that ensnare individuals, causing them to become lost within the dreamscape. With his current strength, he could easily lead an opponent to self-destruction within their own delusions. This old man is exceedingly treacherous and harbors a deep-seated vendetta. You all must be cautious. When I first knew him, his soul power was already over 60. Now, it is likely above 70. Illusions? Such a martial soul exists? The members of the Shrek team were taken aback, pondering how to contend with such an adversary, yet they wore expressions of bewilderment. Flander stated, all right. The opening ceremony is about to commence. Prepare to enter. Mubai, Tang San, you two will lead everyone into the arena. I shall take my leave first and watch your gallant figures from the stands. Before the group could regain their composure, Flander swiftly departed. Indeed, upon entering the resting area, the staff was organizing the entrance proceedings for the academies, with Shrek Academy scheduled to enter last. As the crowd entered, they were immediately awestruck by the spectacle before them. The vast square was surrounded by countless spectators who cheered and shouted. At the center of the venue, there stood a dais adorned in gold, with a VIP area behind it. The expansive arena exceeded 150 meters in diameter, and the previously entered academies had already formed an orderly formation in the center. Each academy's entrance was announced by a dedicated MC on the dais. The last to enter was the Shrek Academy team, originally named Lamba Academy. It had been renamed Shrek a year prior, with a total of 12 participants. Their rallying cry was, champions without rivals. Such a thought-provoking slogan sparked hopes for an outstanding performance. As the MC's voice echoed, the audience erupted in laughter and cheers. Damn it, I can hardly contain myself. Damubai muttered, clenching his fist tightly as Tang San, walking behind him, sensed the tension in his muscles, ready to explode at any moment. Captain Dai, just hold on a bit longer. In the competition, we will silence them with our strength, Tang San encouraged, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder. Dai Mubai turned to look at Tang San, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to calm down. As the team captain, he needed to suppress his anger for the sake of the team. The opening ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, while the seasoned Zhang Yang skillfully tuned out the MC's superfluous chatter, focusing on his own thoughts. Scanning the enormous arena, Zhang Yang suddenly spotted several familiar faces on the dais, Ning Fingxi, Prince Xuexing, and the 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy. As if sensing Zhang Yang's gaze, Ning Fingxi, who was attentively listening to the speech of the Snow Knight Emperor, turned his head, locking eyes with Zhang Yang and subsequently smiling. The proceedings moved forward, swiftly reaching the day's only match, the Tiando Royal Academy's secondary team versus the opponent from the first round of the preliminaries. Coincidentally, this opponent was none other than the Shrek Academy, which had been promoted in the advertisements. Everyone felt a twinge of disbelief. Could there truly be such coincidences in the world? Regardless of their thoughts, the matchup was confirmed. Now, The first match of the first round of preliminaries will feature the Tiendo Royal Academy against Shrek Academy. All participating academies, please exit the stage. The two competing academies. Prepare yourselves. The match will commence in half an hour. As the opponent was the humiliating Tiendo Royal Academy, the Shrek team was filled with a fiery determination, vowing to end the battle within a minute. Let's make it swift. Zhang Yang slumped on the sofa, appearing lethargic. If we can't avenge our teachers in this battle, we'll be forever associated with this humiliating advertisement. Not being able to participate against the Tiendo Royal Academy left Zhang Yang feeling that his existence held no meaning. Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily stunned before their spirits surged even higher. The reasons to defeat their opponents in a minute multiplied. Soon, staff members arrived to lead Shrek Academy into the arena. Just as they reached the exit of the passageway, the Shrek team heard the MC's voice booming as he announced the names and martial souls of each member of the Tiendo Royal Academy. A dedicated golden beam of light descended from a platform set up on one side of the Soul Arena, escorting the members of the Tiendo Royal Academy's secondary team onto the stage. In stark contrast to the Tiendo Royal Academy's treatment, Shrek Academy received far less fanfare. They had no spotlight, and the audience, who had just cheered for the Tiendo Royal Academy, immediately began to boo Shrek Academy. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, Shrek Academy entered slowly, forming a line in the center of the arena, standing face to face with the members of the Tiendo Royal Academy's secondary team. Indeed, the disparity in treatment was palpable. Tang San narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor. What a bunch of frogs, he thought. And they dare to participate in the Soul Master competition? Captain, how could we have drawn such opponents? They're like frogs on our feet, harmless yet bothersome. Just look at their academy's emblem, it's utterly ridiculous. As the taunts from the opposing team continued, the anger within the Shrek members intensified. Damn it, Xiao Wu. Let me take the stage. I will make sure they leave with some pieces missing. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. Dai Mubai's face darkened. Although killing opponents is prohibited, injuries are inevitable. If they are seeking their own demise, we shall not be held accountable. Even before the match commenced, both sides were at a boiling point. The atmosphere charged with tension. At that moment, the referee approached. Both teams bowed to each other as non-participating members exited the arena. Both the Tiendo Royal Academy and Shrek Academy reluctantly inclined their heads in a forced gesture of respect. The excess members vacated the stage, leaving only the 7 participants from each academy for this first preliminary match. In the Shrek Academy lineup, Dai Mubai, Tai Long, and Huang Yuan stood at the forefront. Tang San was in the center, flanked by Xiao Wu and Jing Ling, with Jiang Zhu standing at the rear. On the Tiendo Royal Academy's side, apart from the previously taunting control and support types, the remaining 5 members were all remarkably robust. The first match of the first round of preliminaries officially began. Coldly staring at each other, Dai Mubai raised his hands before his chest and shouted, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." White Tiger, Spirit Embodiment. As both sides simultaneously released their martial souls, the audience erupted in astonishment at the sight of the soul rings before them. Among the sea of yellow and purple soul rings, Tang San's black 4th ring stood out distinctly. In the VIP section, Prince Xuesheng shouted excitedly, "No, this is impossible. How could it be a 10,000-year soul ring?" Beside him, Dream God Machine closed his eyes in anguish. This honor should have belonged to the Tiendo Academy. No wonder Zhang Yang was absent. No wonder they had not sent their full strength. The once squinting eyes of the Platinum Bishop Salus suddenly sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San. Though he did not display the same loss of composure as Prince Xuesheng behind him, his hands, resting upon his knees, involuntarily clenched. Regardless of the reactions from those on the podium, a minute had elapsed, marking the official commencement of the match. Seizing the moment as his opponent, the 4th ring of eternity, appeared momentarily dazed, Tang San bellowed an urgent command for his comrades to commence their assault. Dai Mubai, empowered by his martial spirit, surged forth, closely followed by Tai Long and Huang Yuan. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Jing Ling flanked from the sides, while the healer, Jiang Zhu, raised her healing staff to unleash her soul skills. As Dai Mubai charged towards the adversary, he found his path obstructed by the students of the Tiendo Royal Academy, who had quickly regained their senses. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai unleashed his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger S Vidra Transformation. As Dai Mubai transformed, Tai Long and Huang Yuan also activated their martial transformations, fiercely charging ahead. The opponents were utterly unprepared for Dai Mubai's immediate activation of a millennium-level soul skill, and they certainly did not anticipate that Shrek Academy aimed to resolve the battle within a minute. Thus, not only did he unleash a millennium skill, but he also had no qualms about employing even a 10,000-year skill. A dark luminescence enveloped Tang San, and as Dai Mubai reached the designated distance, the 10,000-year soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage, was activated. Without any forewarning, over 100 strands of pitch-black blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, forming 7 formidable cages that ensnared all 7 members of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. Amidst their exclamations, Dai Mubai leaped into the air, targeting the opponents below and ferociously unleashed his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. With a thunderous roar, golden light erupted from him, and countless fist-sized golden orbs instantaneously locked onto the opponents below, raining down upon them relentlessly. Meanwhile, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Xiao Wu, and Jing Ling, each targeting their defenseless adversaries, launched their attacks. Under Tang San's precise control, the blue-silver cage was timely released, allowing the opponents to be struck head-on. A chorus of anguished cries resonated on the stage, as both the three opponents taken down by Dai Mubai and those targeted by Tai Long and his allies found themselves in dire straits. As for Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, their prowess was unquestionable, while the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy was left in utter defeat, and the second team fared even worse. Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling were elite competitors specially prepared by Lu Erlong for this elite competition, inherently stronger than the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Coupled with Tang San's precise control, it was hardly surprising that they achieved quick knockouts. Stop. We concede. The team leader of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, witnessing the dire situation, hastily tossed a white towel and hurried onto the stage. Upon seeing his team members bloodied and broken, he seethed with fury, declaring, "Referee, I wish to file a complaint. They are not competing. They are committing murder. They have violated the rules of the match, and I demand a ruling against them." The referee, upon hearing this, turned with a grave expression towards the Shrek side. Tang San, wearing a calm smile, posed a single question, "Respected referee, I ask you one thing. Are they dead?" The referee paused, turning to observe the 7 fallen members of the Tiando Royal Academy. Indeed, although they were severely injured, they still breathed. Death was not imminent. Tang San gestured towards Jiang Zhu, stating, "Our auxiliary soul master possesses healing abilities. She activated her martial spirit at the outset and has been releasing her healing capabilities. This healing extends across the arena, not for our benefit, but for theirs. If we truly intended to kill, would we offer our opponents healing? It appears they no longer require our assistance, Jiang Zhu. You may cease." Tang San's voice resonated throughout the arena as he deliberately amplified it with his soul power, ensuring that all could hear. To have one's soul master heal the adversary from the very beginning is a profound affront. In the audience, Zhang Yang and others exchanged glances and chuckled knowingly. Chapter 62. My shoes are large. The victors of the competition swiftly returned to the locker room, shedding their drab olive green team uniforms in favor of their own attire before exiting the arena. Their movements were brisk as they departed. The audience within the venue was only just beginning to disperse, leaving the outside remarkably tranquil. As Rongrong and her companions were about to head back to the academy after stepping out of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, a familiar voice halted their progress. Ning Fingji, now clad in ordinary clothing, stood a short distance from the entrance, waving at them from a corner. "Daddy!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, racing towards him and embracing Ning Fingji warmly, while Zhang Yang promptly bowed in greeting. By all accounts, he was now considered an affiliated spirit master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially since he had received a soul bone from them. As Ning Fingji approached, the group recognized him and quickly paid their respects. Despite his esteemed position as the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji was remarkably approachable. Under Ning Rongrong's introduction, he encouraged each of them and extended a hand of camaraderie. The members of Shrek Academy and Talon were at ease, but Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu, and Jing Ling, all of humble origins, could hardly contain their excitement at having found promising paths before even graduating. By this time, the number of spectators exiting the Great Fighting Soul Arena was steadily increasing. "I am truly delighted to meet such talented youth like you today," Ning Fingji remarked. "Now, you should hurry back to the academy. Little San, may we speak privately for a moment?" "Certainly," though taken aback at first by Ning Fingji's request, Tang San quickly acquiesced. In his eyes, Ning Fingji was a venerable elder and also the father of Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong pouted playfully. "Daddy is so biased, paying more attention to Big Brother than to Zhang Yang and me." Ning Fingji chuckled. "I have serious matters to discuss with your brother. You must remain diligent at the academy and consult with Zhang Yang before undertaking tasks. Now, off you go." After bidding farewell to Ning Fingji, the group from Shrek Academy hastened back to the academy while they were still unrecognized by the surrounding crowd. On the way, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but glance towards Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, what do you think Dad wants to talk to Brother San about?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "Perhaps it concerns the concealed weapons or Little San's eternal 4th ring. In any case, Uncle Ning means you no harm, and if he chooses not to disclose it, we need not concern ourselves." "True enough." Ning Rongrong nodded, linking her arm with Zhang Yang as they made their way back to Shrek Academy. In the second match for Shrek Academy, they faced the formidable Elephant Armor Academy, known for their powerful defensive spirit beasts. In this encounter, 5 of the 8 Shrek members participated, leaving Fatty, Zhang Yang, and Ning Rongrong on the sidelines. Indeed, Tang San's caution was well-founded. As the captain of Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanli possessed a rare head spirit bone. Had Hu Yanli not been momentarily dazed by a few opponents, the outcome of the battle might have been uncertain even with Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing employing their spectral white tiger abilities. In the first match of the second round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy triumphed over Elephant Armor Academy. In the VIP section, Hu Yinjin, the leader of Elephant Armor Academy, shattered the armrest of his chair with a slap, sitting there with a sullen demeanor. Beside him, the Platinum Bishop Sarath appeared contemplative. Meanwhile, The spectators from Songhui Academy wore grim expressions, as they had suffered a devastating defeat to Elephant Armor Academy, who had in turn fallen to Shrek Academy. Such a result left them in no mood for celebration. The team leader, Shernyin, appeared unfazed, stating, "Your task is to focus on your own performance. I will address the issues with Shrek." Shortly thereafter, on the day of the next match, Shernyin excused himself from the audience, claiming he had matters to attend to, and did not return. The master, cradling Shernyin soul bone, examined it meticulously, nodding in satisfaction. "You have not forgotten my instructions upon encountering the soul bone, refraining from immediate absorption. Little San, you truly make me proud." After instructing Tang San to reclaim the soul bone, the master added, "It was wise not to absorb this piece. It is a gem-type soul bone, best suited for support-type and illusion-type spirit masters. Absorbing it would only grant you an ineffectual skill. The ideal scenario now would be to exchange this gem-type soul bone for one more suitable for you. I wonder if I might negotiate with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a trade?" Pondering this, the master shook his head. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Haotian School were both among the top 3 sects, and Ningfingji held Tang San in high regard, it did not guarantee absolute trust. He had witnessed many fraternal disputes and decided it prudent to set the soul bone aside for the time being. This long-anticipated elite competition was exceedingly tedious for Zhang Yang, forcibly benched by the master. He could do little more than languidly watch his teammates pour their passion and sweat onto the arena while he sat bored, stifling yawns in the stands. Were it not for Fatty and Ning Rongrong keeping him company, he might have lost his patience entirely. As he observed Tang San, Daimubai, and Xiao engaging in a fierce contest against the Blaze Academy, Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Zhang Yang and whispered, "Do you think if I beg the master to let me compete, he would consent?" Zhang Yang looked at Ma Hongjun in surprise. "You didn't kneel before him? I thought you were enduring in silence because you had already done so and been turned down." "Damn, stop teasing me." Ma Hongjun shot Zhang Yang an exasperated glare. Sighing, Zhang Yang lamented, "Look at my mouth. One sentence and I've upset Fatty. How am I supposed to pass the time without him?" Just as he pondered this, an electrifying scene erupted on the field, drawing gasps from the crowd. Fire, dance, radiance, sun. A sun ascended in the arena, its brilliance so intense that it eclipsed even the genuine sun. The triad fusion technique, now wielded by the control-type spirit master of Blaze Academy, Fire Dance, had surpassed level 50 in soul power. Such a formidable soul technique was beyond the capabilities of any 40th level spirit master to withstand. Fearing his eyes might be blinded by the intensity of the soul skill, Zhang Yang donned a pair of dark sunglasses, feeling significantly relieved thereafter. Then, the fireball, under the control of Fire Dance, hurtled towards Tang San, the most infuriating member of the Shrek Academy team. As Tang San's form was engulfed by the incandescent light, the 7 members of Blaze Academy visibly relaxed, their expressions reflecting a sense of relief. However, just as Fire Dance contemplated her next move to defeat the remaining Shrek members, Tang San's voice rang out amidst the blinding glow. "There is something I wish to share with you since the outset of this battle. But the moment was not right. Now that your soul power is depleted, I can reveal it." Tang San's figure emerged from the flames, immaculate and poised. "My blue silver grass. Fire immunity. Fire immunity. Fire immunity." Boom. The audience erupted into a cacophony of voices, with supporters of Shrek Academy cheering wildly and Blaze Academy's followers angrily hurling insults. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Yang, adorned in his sunglasses, sat distinctly apart, applauding with enthusiasm. "Such a nonchalant display of arrogance. I concede to your prowess. Among the individuals I've encountered, none can rival your ostentation. I boldly declare you the strongest." Subsequently, in the world of Douluo, the most audacious of all is Tang San, who, upon entering the lounge, is met with a stern reprimand from the master. This is due to Tang San's recent exhibition of bravado, inadvertently revealing his trump card of fire immunity to his adversaries. Moreover, it was evident that Tang San's intent in this battle was solely to showcase his abilities, relying on his blue-silver grass fire immunity. He had no intention of engaging in a genuine fight, opting instead to harass his opponent with his first and second soul skills, treating them with utter disdain. Zhang Yang spread his hands, remarking that one often lacks foresight when caught in the throes of bravado. Nevertheless, it is clear that as the protagonist of the Douluo Continent, Tang San's journey of arrogance is far from over. The following day, in a match against Songhui Academy, Tang San single-handedly dismantled their 7-in-1 fusion technique, rendering the students of Songhui Academy utterly foolish. To the outside world, Tang San deceitfully claimed he was merely casting skills indiscriminately, asserting that the opponent's folly had nothing to do with him, while internally, he revealed the truth without reservation. Zhang Yang could only shake his head in exasperation. Who could be blamed when the opponent brought about their own downfall? In a display of solidarity, Shrek Academy forfeited 2 matches, ultimately achieving a record of 12 victories and 2 defeats, under the pretext of Tang San's severe injuries. The subsequent battles were rather lackluster, with many opponents lacking even a single soul master of level 40, making it difficult to compete with Shrek. It wasn't until the final round of the preliminary matches that Zhang Yang's long-dormant enthusiasm was reignited during Shrek Academy's contest against the Water Academy of the 5 Elements Academy. The Water Academy is particularly unique, as it exclusively recruits beautiful female students, resulting in an all-female team of soul masters that has garnered countless admirers. However, Zhang Yang is not so superficial. His excitement in this battle stemmed from the fact that the Water Academy showcased a spirit fusion technique. A fourth-ring soul master battling a spirit fusion technique is indeed a captivating sight. Unfortunately, Tang San was ice immune. When faced with a 3-in-1 fusion technique, Tang San was fire immune. When confronted with a spirit fusion technique, he was ice immune as well. How infuriating. The match concluded in a draw. But prior to this contest, both Shrek Academy and the Water Academy had already secured their advancement, allowing them to accept the outcome with equanimity. During the preliminary round of the Tiando City tournament, the top 5 academies had their captains summoned by the Snowy Night Emperor, who promised them enticing rewards such as titles, lands, honors from the Royal Academy, and Soul Ring rewards. Upon returning to his teammates, Daimobai organized his thoughts and recounted the promises made by the Emperor to the group. While others listened with earnest attention, Zhang Yang casually cleaned his ears, unimpressed. Is this truly a reward? The Soul Ring reward seemed intriguing, but since the Emperor's condition was that only the top 3 students from the advancement rounds would receive it, and with the Master preventing Zhang Yang from participating, this reward held no relevance for him. However, before heading back to the academy, Zhang Yang witnessed yet another spectacle. Tang San turned to see Hua Wu, the control-type soul master from the Blaze Academy, standing nearly a meter away, towering at 8 meters. She looked down at Tang San and challenged him. Do you dare to fight me without using your spirit? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. But the members of Shrek Academy erupted in laughter. Among them, Zhang Yang, in a playful manner, approached Xiao Wu and mimicked Hua Wu's tone, asking, do you dare to fight me without using your spirit? Zhang Yang was not only teasing Hua Wu but also poking fun at Xiao Wu from 8 years ago. Xiao Wu immediately grasped the implication behind Zhang Yang's words and, in anger, stepped forcefully on his toes, grinding her foot in frustration. However, Zhang Yang maintained his grin and cheekily replied, it's all right, my shoes are large. Subsequently, Xiao Wu, exasperated, used a swift kick to send Zhang Yang sprawling, fortuitously landing between Hua Wu and Tang San. Seeing a 195-meter-tall man fall from the sky, both Hua Wu and Tang San instinctively stepped back, allowing Zhang Yang to crash onto the ground. The members of Shrek Academy erupted into even louder laughter. Tang San, witnessing Zhang Yang's toothy grin and Xiao Wu's furious expression, helplessly extended a hand to assist Zhang Yang up, guiding him back to his teammates. Meanwhile, Hua Wu, who had initially approached with a fierce challenge, was left ignored by Tang San, and what began as a serious confrontation had devolved into a mere farce. Chapter 63, What Occupies Your Mind? Upon returning to the academy, Tang San promptly sought out the master, expressing his need for a period of seclusion. The recent fierce battle with the Heaven Water Academy had suddenly illuminated many truths for him. Since the age of 6, through the mastery of his blue-silver grass martial spirit and the guidance of the master, he had consistently ranked among the pinnacle of his peers, even rivaling those gifted with formidable martial spirits. Gradually, Tang San began to obscure the notion of blue-silver grass as a discarded martial spirit, positioning himself alongside those with powerful martial spirits, sometimes even feeling a sense of superiority. However, with the elevation of his rank, the inherent disadvantages of the blue-silver grass ultimately surfaced, relegating him from a standout to mere mediocrity. Unwilling to accept mediocrity, Tang San began to doubt his suitability for the path of a control-type spirit master. Should he transition to a more offensive specialization? His focus shifted to the hammer in his left hand. The Haotian hammer, revered as the most potent weapon spirit on the continent if endowed with 4 spirit rings, would undoubtedly enhance his strength exponentially. With the dominance of the Haotian hammer, he could retain his position at the forefront among his peers. The more he contemplated, the more he grew fond of the Haotian hammer, while his confidence in the blue-silver grass waned. This dilemma plagued Tang San throughout the day, leading to a loss of appetite and a haggard appearance, causing concern for Xiao Wu, who brought him meals. Xiao Wu approached the master, who shook his head, indicating that Tang San needed to resolve his own issues. Reflecting on this, Xiao Wu sought out Zhang Yang. At that moment, Zhang Yang was engaged in training within a simulated environment. To evade the intense training imposed by his instructor, Lu Erlong, Zhang Yang had requested leave from the master under the pretext of striving for level 44, even arriving earlier than Tang San. Zhang Yang, Xiao Wu called. Breaking his concentration, Zhang Yang opened his eyes, frowning upon seeing Xiao Wu. Why are you here at this late hour? Planning some mischief? To his surprise, Xiao Wu, unusually serious, discussed Tang San's troubles with him. Have you consulted the master? What did he say? Zhang Yang inquired. Xiao Wu shook her head. The master suggested that Tang San must find clarity on his own, but I fear he may be trapped in his thoughts. Zhang Yang, you've known him the longest and are his closest friend. Please go see him. Scratching his head, Zhang Yang stood up, ready to accompany Xiao Wu to find Tang San. His animosity toward Douluo had no bearing on his relationship with Tang San, as long as Tang San did not ask him to let things slide for his sake. Zhang Yang would continue to regard him as a brother. Upon encountering Tang San, Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen Tang San looking so worn. Even before becoming a spirit master, Tang San had merely appeared gaunt but still exuded vitality. What troubles you so deeply? Zhang Yang asked as he sat beside Tang San. His arms crossed. Sighing heavily, Tang San detailed his current predicament. Aware that he was at a crucial juncture and that he needed to hear other perspectives, he listened intently. After Tang San finished, Zhang Yang rubbed his forehead and spoke with exasperation. Foolish. What? Tang San exclaimed, taken aback. I mean you foolish. Zhang Yang slammed his hand on the desk, adopting a serious demeanor. You are the most intelligent among our group of 8, yet you have shown such short-sightedness. What am I to say to you? You claim your blue silvergrass cannot compete with those possessing superior martial spirits. But consider this, where do those spirit masters fall short compared to you? Tang San's mind raced, rapidly formulating a series of responses regarding the Xianyu hand. Xin Tian Gong, Tang Sect's hidden weapons, and the dual martial spirits of the purple extreme demon eye. Zhang Yang, however, did not wait for Tang San's conclusions and continued. Hidden weapons are part of your strength, yet the elite tournament prohibits their use. Which is why you felt somewhat overwhelmed during the group battles last month, leading to your diminishing confidence in the blue silvergrass. But do not forget, the elite tournament does not define your entire career as a spirit master. It is merely a grand competition. So what if you lose? Does that mean you will never surpass the champion in your life? You are only 14 and already at level 41. It is evident that you are destined to become a title Douluo. Are you willing to sacrifice your future for a fleeting sense of satisfaction? As Zhang Yang spoke, Tang San's eyes began to shimmer with renewed hope. Reflect on this. Do not dwell on such foolish thoughts. Oh, by the way, Zhang Yang patted Tang San's shoulder. Our instructor will be intensifying our training. I'll be exempt due to my impending breakthrough to level 44. Consider whether you wish to join. With that, Zhang Yang departed from the former residence of his instructor. Upon seeing Zhang Yang exit, Xiao Wu, who had been eavesdropping from beneath the window, gave him a thumbs up. You really have a way with words. Indeed, it is more than just a knack. Zhang Yang replied with a sense of pride as he gracefully exited. Eventually, Tang San emerged from his seclusion, dutifully participating in the month-long intensive training, while Zhang Yang, having taken a 7-day break, only joined after achieving level 44. Missing 7 days of training. How delightful. This intensive training, aptly named the potential activation plan by the master, aimed to elicit the latent strength within each individual under immense pressure. As everyone's immediate goal was to secure victory in the elite tournament, training primarily involved 7 participants, with Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu alternating in participation. While the full group trained together only twice weekly. Under Lu Erlong's tempestuous training regimen, the group approached the elite tournament's advancement matches, which consisted of individual battles. The advancement matches took place at the Royal Hunting Grounds, presenting a more rugged style compared to the preliminary rounds at the Great Seoul Arena. Just as the Shrek team settled into their camp at the Royal Hunting Grounds, they were greeted by 2 distinguished guests, Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengji sought to establish a collaboration with Flander, wherein the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would support Shrek Academy, and in return, Shrek Academy would welcome a number of young disciples from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for earnest training. Aware that Ning Fengji's true interest lay with the master, Flander glanced pleadingly at him. Although the master was reluctant to become entangled in worldly matters, he found it difficult to refuse. Considering all that Flander and Lu Erlong had sacrificed over the years, after finalizing the collaboration with Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji did not linger, briefly conversing with Ning Rongrong and Zhang Yang before departing with Xue Qinghe. However, during his visit, Ning Fengji shared some good news with Ning Rongrong and Zhang Yang. After extensive discussions with the elders of the sect, a consensus was ultimately reached. Upon Ning Rongrong's graduation, she would be declared the successor to the position of the sect's leader. Although Ning Rongrong felt indifferent towards the role, it was a duty and responsibility that she could not evade. Beside Ning Fengji, Xue Qinghe took a keen interest in Zhang Yang, who was close to Ning Rongrong. The fact that Ning Fengji had summoned Zhang Yang to announce such an internal decision within the sect held significant implications. Consequently, Xue Qinghe resolved to investigate Zhang Yang's background. It was at this juncture that Xue Qinghe discovered the remarkable potential hidden within Shrek Academy. Zhang Yang, a male from the Holy Spirit Village in Notting City, Fasno province of the Tiando Empire, awakened his humanoid mutated beast martial soul at the tender age of 6, possessing innate full soul power. By the age of 6, he acquired his first soul ring, which lasted a century. Upon registration, his soul power was at level 13. By age 10, he obtained a second soul ring, also lasting a century, and at 12, he secured a third soul ring, which lasted a millennium, half a year prior. During his last registration with the Martial Soul Hall, his soul power had reached level 36, after which no further information was recorded. The reason for the absence of subsequent records regarding Zhang Yang at the Martial Soul Hall was due to his consumption of the Yujing apricot banana, which caused his soul power to leap from level 36 directly to level 40. Following the acquisition of the 10,000-year soul ring, his power surged to level 42. Since that moment, Zhang Yang had not returned to the Martial Soul Hall for registration, as once one surpasses level 40, the subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall cease. Thus, for Zhang Yang, further registration had become unnecessary. Consequently, Qian Rinxue remained unaware that Zhang Yang had already reached level 44 and had acquired the 10,000-year fourth ring even before Tang San. Nevertheless, such information was already sufficient for Qian Rinxue. The promotion tournament lasted for half a month, a period of paramount significance for the formidable teams aspiring to advance further. From the very first match, all parties were diligently gathering and analyzing data on powerful opponents. For the Blaze Academy, Tang San's fire-resistant blue-silver grass became a focal point of their research. In the stands, Zhang Yang observed with crossed arms. Intrigued as Huo Wu from Blaze Academy and Meng Iran from the Beast Academy unabashedly pointed at Tang San. Witnessing this, Ning Rongrong leaned toward Xiao Wu with a smile and remarked, "It seems that Brother San is quite popular with the ladies. Xiao Wu, you must keep a close eye on him to ensure no one steals him away." Xiao Wu, not one to be easily intimidated, retorted. "You should worry about your own Zhang Yang. Who knows, when he arrives at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he might be secretly flirting with a servant." Zhang Yang's expression darkened at Xiao Wu's words, and what left him speechless was Ning Rongrong's thoughtful glance in his direction after hearing Xiao Wu's comment. "Xiao Wu, how dare you sow discord between Rongrong and me? You shall face repercussions for this." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, Xiao Wu paid him no mind and continued to regale Ning Rongrong with various absurd stories she had read in novels, leaving Ning Rongrong with a peculiar gaze towards Zhang Yang for some time. In the following day's match, Shrek Academy drew Blaze Academy. After attracting a significant amount of animosity with a series of 6 attacks, Tang San forced Huo Wu, the final contestant, into a desperate situation, even resorting to utilizing his fusion ring ability in an attempt to take Tang San down with her, seeking to redeem Blaze Academy's honor. Thus, someone as straightforward as Zhang Yang could hardly comprehend the convoluted thoughts that occupied Huo Wu's mind. Subsequently, Tang San heroically exchanged positions with Huo Wu, using his own body to block her fusion attack. Tang San suffered grave injuries, resulting in a failed series of 7, and was carried off the field by Shrek. Following their victory, Blaze Academy, feeling no pride left to continue, promptly conceded. After the match, Blaze Academy approached to visit Tang San, only to be intercepted outside their camp by the watchful Daimu Bai, who regarded them with suspicion. Chapter 64, The Golden Generation, indeed formidable. Daimu Bai's voice was icy, his gaze unfriendly. "What are you here for? Leave at once." Zhao Wushuang, aware of the tension surrounding Shrek Academy, adopted a humble demeanor. "We have come to apologize to Tang San and express our gratitude. During the match, Huo Wu acted rashly, and if it weren't for Tang San's timely rescue, she might have lost her life. Therefore, we kindly request permission to personally convey our apologies and thanks to Tang San." Despite Huo Wushuang's earnest attitude, Daimu Bai remained cold and sharp-tongued. "If you wish to thank Little San, then do not enter. It would only exacerbate his injuries to see your faces." Huo Wushuang frowned, responding, "Daimu Bai, do not overstep. I am here to see Tang San, not you. Step aside." At that moment, Zhang Yang and others emerged from nearby tents. Upon seeing the members of the Blaze Academy, their expressions turned unfriendly. With arms crossed, Zhang Yang approached Daimu Bai, his brow furrowed, and spoke with disdain. "Even when visiting the injured, your Blaze Academy lacks an understanding of courtesy. I have already shown you enough politeness. The rest is reserved for Tang San. Blocking the entrance, is that your idea of courtesy?" Huo Wu raised her chin slightly, meeting Zhang Yang's gaze, standing at an imposing height of 195 meters. "As Tang San's junior, it would be the greatest courtesy if I do not deal with you right now. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite," Zhang Yang warned, a subtle surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Huo Wu, pale from using her fusion skill, stepped forward. "Please, allow me to personally thank Tang San." After her injury, Huo Wu had grown quiet, her eyes inscrutable. "No need. My brother is already asleep. You should leave and not disturb his rest," Xiao Wu stated, emerging from the tent, her icy gaze fixed on Huo Wu. Huo Wu glanced back at the tent, nodding slightly. "Then I shall take my leave. Once he recovers, I will return to express my gratitude." Xiao Wu unwaveringly rejected her. "No need. We are competitors in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The subsequent matches in the advancement rounds, for Zhang Yang, were only noteworthy for Ma Hongjiwen's remarkable performance against the Planned Academy, while the battles against the Thunder Academy and the Wind God Academy also held interest. Ma Hongjiwen's impressive streak vividly illustrated the profound impact of spirit mastery on combat. Even control-type spirits, when faced with the overwhelming fire attribute, proved as fragile as paper. In the match against the Thunder Academy, Shrek Academy demonstrated the importance of integrating tactics with spiritual knowledge to its fullest. Talon's dragging technique and Jingling's evasion technique were particularly striking. As for the Shrek Academy's encounter with the Wind God Academy, the focal point was not merely the 1v1 battles but rather the self-created spirit abilities of Captain Feng Xiaoyan. Unbeknownst to all present, had Zhang Yang not existed, Tang San would have revealed his second spirit, the Haotian Hammer, on the field today, swinging it against Feng Xiaoyan in a display of prowess. However, it was precisely due to Zhang Yang's butterfly-like emergence, flapping its beautiful wings, that the course of many events was altered. Firstly, Zhang Yang's counsel to Tang San a month and a half prior prevented him from having a deep discussion with Douluo upon his return. Consequently, Tang San remained unaware that the Spirit Hall's participating team included 3 level 50 Soul Kings. Thus, in Tang San's mind, the Spirit Hall's representative team was not invincible, prompting him to reserve some trump cards for the final showdown. Not only Zhang Yang and his 2 Soulbone skills, but also his own 8 Spider Lances and Haodian Hammer. Though conceding this match was disheartening for the Ultimate Championship, Tang San reluctantly chose to yield. As a result, the Platinum referee, Salas, was oblivious to the fact that Tang San possessed twin spirits. Nor was he aware that one of them was the Haodian Hammer. This ignorance directly led to the Spirit Hall refraining from deploying the titled Douluos, Douluo and Douluo, to ambush Tang San en route. After all, at that moment, Tang San's profile was no different from an ordinary prodigy, a mutated blue-silver grass with immunity to ice and fire, a 14-year-old with a 4th ring, possibly possessing soul bones, and closely associated with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School on the Heaven Do Empire. Could there be many prodigies affiliated with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Had the Spirit Hall ever eliminated others? In the original narrative, had Tang San not exposed his dual spirits or the Haodian Hammer, he would not have faced assassination from 2 titled Douluos. Although Pope Bibi Dong had harbored hatred for the Master for many years, even now, the Master and Lu Erlong were both alive and well. As Tang San was pushed out of the arena, Feng Xiaodian coldly regarded him, stating, "Tang San, you have lost. I do not wish to see you near Huo Wu again." Tang San felt a tightness in his chest, pressing a hand to it as he coldly replied, "One must accept the outcome of a wager. Furthermore, I will say this one last time. She is herself, and I am myself. There has never been any connection between us." With that, Tang San turned and returned to the Shrek Academy's camp, where the Master signaled for them to concede the match. Back in the viewing area, Tang San expressed his regret to everyone. "I apologize, everyone. I have let you down. We could have achieved a clean victory in the advancement rounds." To Tang San's regret, everyone else appeared indifferent, especially Zhang Yang, who excitedly patted Tang San's shoulder. Laughing, "How could that be? Little San, I must thank you." Tang San looked puzzled, while the Master wore a bemused smile. "Why thank me?" Tang San asked in confusion. "Think about it. If we secured first place in the advancement rounds, we would have a bye in the second round of the finals. That means I would have one less appearance," Zhang Yang cheerfully explained. The Master's smile widened. At that moment, Oscar interjected, however. "Our current advancement round record is 12 wins and 1 loss. After tomorrow's final match, if we win, we will be 13 wins and 1 loss, securing second place in the Heaven Do region, which also grants us a bye in the finals." The Master then stepped forward, delivering the final blow to Zhang Yang. "Unless we lose to our last opponent and finish in 3rd place, regardless of whether we secure 1st or 2nd, the number of matches Shrek Academy competes in the finals will remain unchanged." Zhang Yang, ha 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 ha, observing Zhang Yang's dejected expression. The others could not help but burst into laughter, filling Shrek Academy with an atmosphere of joy. On the final day, the opposing team, seeking to conserve their strength, promptly conceded. This practice was common in the latter rounds of the advancement phase. Many academies, recognizing their chances of finishing in the top 2 were bleak, opted to protect their competitors from injury in preparation for the finals. Thus, Shrek Academy, with a record of 13 wins and 1 loss, entered the finals as the second-ranked team from the Heaven Do region. The finals would take place in the Spirit City, with the Heaven Do Empire dispatching Prince Xueqinghe as the envoy to oversee the competition's evaluation. The finals of the previous elite competition were held in a city located at the intersection of 2 great empires. However, it was quite peculiar that this year's tournament was suddenly relocated to the Spirit City by the Spirit Hall. Traveling by carriage from Heaven Do City to Spirit City takes 20 days, leaving the academies from the Heaven Do region with only 3 days to prepare. During this brief period, Xiaowu successfully broke through to level 40 and, under the guidance of Lu Erlong, ventured into the Sunset Forest to obtain her spirit ring. 2 days later, Xiaowu returned with Lu Erlong, who claimed they had become separated during their journey. Xiaowu recounted her encounter with a severely injured spirit beast, from which she fortuitously acquired her spirit ring. No one perceived the underlying issues, except for Zhang Yang, who had witnessed Xiaowu's acquisition of the spirit ring and could only smile helplessly. Before they could celebrate Xiaowu's achievement, Lu Erlong erupted in anger. It turned out that during her absence from the academy, the Master had left a letter and hastily departed for Spirit City on horseback. The Master sought to reconnect with his first love to inquire about how to attach spirit rings to twin spirits. Upon hearing that his disciple possessed twin spirits, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So Tang San was indeed a twin spirit wielder? Forget it, Xiao Gang. I shall not divulge this to you. Moreover, I will keep a close watch on him, eagerly awaiting the day his spirit rings conflict and lead to his demise. The Master departed with a sense of regret, while Bibi Dong swiftly summoned her subordinates to investigate the nature of Tang San's second spirit and gather all pertinent information about him. At that moment, Bibi Dong harbored murderous intent toward Tang San. After all, if he were merely an ordinary genius, it would be one thing. But being a twin spirit wielder was another matter entirely. A 14-year-old possessing a level 40 twin spirit under the guidance of the theoretically invincible Master, Who could fathom how formidable he might become? Nevertheless, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of pity for Tang Sen's talent. Having a 10,000-year spirit ring at level 40 was indeed a rare feat hence. She resolved to grant Tang Sen a single opportunity. The 20 days of travel by carriage left Zhang Yang utterly fatigued, were it not for the carriage's impressive shock absorption capabilities. Allowing for stable cultivation, he might have already chosen to follow the Master's lead and depart early. Upon reaching Spirit City, the Shrek Academy took residence in a hotel arranged by the Spirit Hall, where the Master soon reunited with Zhang Yang and the others. Guided by personnel from the Spirit Hall, although the reason for the Master's early arrival in Spirit City remained a mystery, the tension in his rigid expression prompted the group to remain discreet. That evening, while engrossed in his cultivation, Tang Sen was suddenly roused by a knock at the door. To his astonishment, it was Douluo. They engaged in extensive dialogue that night, covering various topics, including the soul-devouring goo that Tang Sen gifted Douluo, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and the coveted prize for the elite tournament, 3 soul bones. The following morning, Tang Sen eagerly relayed Douluo's insights to the group. Upon learning that the prize consisted of 3 soul bones, their initial excitement was swiftly overshadowed by the revelation of 3 soul kings among the Spirit Hall team. 3 soul kings? Who can contend with that? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table in frustration. Zhang Yang pouted, mumbling, the golden generation? They are indeed formidable, but alas, they cannot triumph over us. Zhang Yang did not intentionally mimic the Yellow Ape. Rather, he was sipping soup when Ma Hongjun's outburst caused the table to jolt, resulting in a brief burn on his lips. Fatty, do not diminish our own might. How can you know without competing? Daimubai shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. If they succumbed to despair before the competition even began, the contest would indeed be futile. Tang Sen nodded in agreement, stating, Mubai is correct. There are merely 3 soul kings, and we may yet have a chance. I propose we reserve our 7-in-1 fusion skill as our trump card. Zhang Yang added, regardless. It is the most powerful attack we can muster. I concur, Daimubai affirmed. We have undergone a month of rigorous training under Vice Dean Lu Erlong specifically for this 7-in-1 fusion skill. It is only fitting we reserve it for the most formidable adversary. Tang Sen nodded. In that case, it is settled. I will discuss the specifics with the master later. Now, let us continue our meal. Indeed, the others agreed, lowering their heads to resume eating. Chapter 65, Fraternal Strife, Blades Drawn. The final competition has commenced. For the grand finale of the elite tournament among the advanced soul master academies across the continent, the Spirit Hall has meticulously established a dedicated arena in a central location. Less than a kilometer from the hill housing the Pope's Palace. The immense platform boasts a diameter of 100 meters, constructed entirely from granite, further reinforced with a multitude of soul guide devices to prevent any damage. According to the information provided by the Spirit Hall, this arena is robust enough to withstand any attack from soul emperors and below without sustaining harm. The Spirit Hall has announced that the final 3 contenders will compete before the Pope's Palace, where the Pope himself will make an appearance to crown the ultimate champion. This event represents an unparalleled honor for any soul master. Early in the morning, all participating academies were guided by representatives from the Spirit Hall to the resting area adjacent to the competition venue. This resting area encircled the arena, with each academy having a designated space. Opposite the Pope's Palace, the VIP judging seats were occupied by representatives from the 2 major empires, along with soul masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall. As Shrek Academy arrived in the resting area and began to settle in, Flinder was summoned to draw lots. The lot drawing was undeniably crucial. Securing a weaker opponent would be exceedingly advantageous for any team, especially for a group like Shrek Academy, which had a bye in the 3rd round. If they could consecutively draw weaker teams and secure easy victories, they might conserve their strength for the true competition ahead. Flinder soon returned, bringing with him good news. Their first-round opponent, the Blaze Academy, had forfeited. The group was momentarily taken aback, with Zhang Yang expressing frustration. So, does this mean I get to fight one less match? Lu Erlong, perplexed, remarked, the Blaze Academy must have worked hard to reach the finals. Why would they suddenly forfeit? Flinder shrugged. Don't ask me. I have no idea. The news just came out suddenly. Regardless, it's a fortunate turn of events for us. Even the weakest opponent is preferable to a direct bye. The group nodded in agreement, all smiling with delight, except for Zhang Yang, who continued to fume in silence. With the competition tasks lifted, the Shrek members could now focus on watching the matches. However, when they beheld the lineup of the Shinkong Academy, their excitement turned to agitation. Not only Shrek Academy, but representatives from the Tiando Empire were also taken aback. Huowu Shuang, aren't they from the Blaze Academy? Ma Hongjun spoke up first, unable to contain his surprise. Flinder, unable to restrain himself, declared, what is going on? I need to inquire with the organizing committee. He hastily made his way to the committee. Before long, Flinder returned with a grave expression. What is the situation? Daimubai inquired anxiously. The Spirit Hall stated that the Blaze Academy and Shinkong Academy's arrangement falls within the permissible rules, and the committee will not intervene. Furthermore, they mentioned that the Blaze Academy is thus complete, making us the beneficiaries, Flinder reported. Blasted. Master frowned at the news. Although participating academies cannot change members midway, It does not prevent those already registered from temporarily switching academies. This may be a loophole in the rules. Yet their ability to execute this maneuver undoubtedly has the tacit approval of the Spirit Hall. The Tiando Empire's officials remain silent on the matter. After all, the now empowered Shinkong Academy still belong to the Tiando Empire, and their success would ultimately bode well for the Empire. In the second round of competitions, Shinkong Academy had a bye, while Shrek Academy faced the seed team from the Xinglua Empire, specifically the main team from Xinglua Royal Academy. Upon realizing their opponents were the Xinglua battle team, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing immediately shared their backstory. Dai Mubai emphasized that failing to defeat their older siblings in this battle would lead to dire consequences for him and Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense among Shrek's members. This match was one they could not afford to lose. The stakes were higher than in the final showdown. Losing meant losing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. We must win this battle. We will triumph. In the audience, representatives from the Tiando Empire's 8 teams fixated their gazes on the 7 Shrek team members as they took the stage. They were well aware of Shrek Academy's formidable strength and deep reserves, yet no one anticipated the appearance of a new face who had never before graced the arena. The lineup included the famed Shrek 7 monsters, with the new addition being Ning Rongrong, who had been specially trained by Master. Indeed, Zhang Yang found himself benched once more. Teacher, I want to participate too. Zhang Yang protested. Master shook his head. I have permitted Xiao San to utilize his external soul bone in this battle, along with Mubai and Zhuqing's nether white tiger. The outcome is already determined. Therefore, your 4th soul ring must remain concealed. Zhang Yang, disheartened, slumped onto the sofa, lamenting. I was wrong. I truly was. I should never have associated with Ning Rongrong. If I hadn't I wouldn't have received the 10,000-year soul ring. Had I not received it, I wouldn't be benched now, missing out on the preliminaries and the advanced rounds. On the battlefield, Shrek Academy and Xinglua Royal Academy had revealed their respective martial souls. The Xinglua Royal Academy boasted 6 soul masters, the most powerful of whom was Dai Mubai's older brother, Davis, with a soul power level of 47, closely followed by Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, at level 46. However, despite Davis's status as the strongest, the spotlight was seized by Shrek Academy's remarkable lineup. With an all-soul master formation and optimal soul ring combinations, their control system boasted a staggering array of yellow, purple, and black soul rings that left the audience in awe. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing adorned with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, Zhu Zhuqing's sister momentarily lost her composure. No, this is impossible. You were only in the 20s when you left home. How could you have possibly broken through to the 40s in just 2 years? Davis, more composed than Zhu Zhuqing, darkened his expression while plotting how to eliminate Dai Mubai during the match. As the competition commenced with the referee's signal, this highly anticipated contest finally began. Ning Rongrong and Oscar sprang into action simultaneously. Ning Rongrong channeled her soul power to enhance Tang San while also boosting Zhu Zhuqing's speed. Simultaneously, Oscar provided Tang San with his invigorating sausage. After consuming the invigorating sausage, Tang San experienced a 10 increase in all attributes. And Ning Rongrong's soul power enhancement further amplified his soul power by 50. With a 60 boost in soul power, Tang San swiftly prepared his ultimate control move. The cold-blooded Zhu Zhuqing, upon receiving the speed enhancement from the assisting soul master, almost vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint afterimage in the air before swiftly maneuvering to flank Tang San. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, this control-type soul master with the 10,000-year soul ring was the most unstable factor in the arena and must be dealt with immediately. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was intercepted by Zhu Zhuqing. For the speed-oriented spirit masters, velocity equates to power. Although Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power is 5 levels lower than Zhu Zhuyuan's, the acceleration provided by the 9 treasure glaze tile renders her offensive capability superior. The 2 sisters collide in midair like meteors, with countless sparks erupting from the contact of their claws, dazzling in the sky. Meanwhile, the imposing Davis charges toward Dai Mubai, intending to deliver a fatal misstep to his brother. However, he is intercepted by the enchanting Xiao Wu. Undeterred by her charm, Davis unleashes a white tiger's light wave towards her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu's 3rd spirit ability is teleportation. As she activates it, she deftly evades the assault of the light wave. In the next moment, she becomes enveloped in a rich golden glow, which swiftly wraps around Davis's form. Her 4th spirit ability, Invincible Golden Body, provides an absolute defense against any attack below the divine level for 3 seconds, during which her power is doubled for every 10 levels of spirit power she possesses. The invincible duration extends by 1 second. Utilizing the Golden Body skill, Xiao disregards the impact of Davis's spirit power, launching her scorpion tail to ensnare his neck securely. Her 1st spirit ability, Waist Bow, is activated. At level 41, the Waist Bow skill enhances her waist strength by an astonishing 131. And with the invincible golden body amplifying her power by another 100, this strike is inescapable for Davis. His body is hurled like a cannonball, crashing into his comrades. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing, temporarily bolstered by Ning Rongrong's power, strikes Zhu Zhuyuan, sending her reeling backward. A mere 10 seconds into the match, the members of the Xinglua Royal Academy are forced to regroup. At that moment, Tang San has charged his ultimate attack for 10 seconds. The team erupts into chaos. With a mighty roar, Tang San brings his right fist, infused with dark blue light, crashing down towards the ground. Concurrently, Oscar throws four excited sausages into the hands of Dai Mubai, Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun. As Tang San channels his energy, he does not cease the production of sausages. With a resounding boom, a dark blue halo silently spreads from the center of the Xinglua Academy team. When this blue halo reaches its zenith, countless blue-silver grasses burst forth from within its radius, lifting all members of the Xinglua Academy team skyward. The blue-silver grasses possess a unique oscillating force, plunging the 7 members into a state of dizziness for at least 3 seconds. Subsequently, invigorated by the excited sausages, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai swiftly unleash their respective fourth spirit abilities, the Phoenix Crying to the Sky and the White Tiger Meteor Shower. The Phoenix Crying to the Sky exhibits the stunning effect of the Earth King, causing Davis, who is just regaining his senses from Tang San's daze, to succumb to a second wave of disorientation. Following this, the White Tiger Meteor Shower descends from the heavens, while the second phase of the Phoenix Crying to the Sky surges upward from the ground. Both formidable fourth spirit abilities envelop the 7 combatants within their strike range. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, cries of agony resonate from the point where the 2 attacks converge. Yet, the spectacle is far from over. The spectral White Tiger manifests, lunging fiercely at the members of the Xinglua Royal Academy, who are already ensnared by the powerful assaults. With a resounding crash, the 7, already battered, are sent flying off the competition stage. Although Dai Mubai and his brother Davis share no bond, in order to prevent Shrek Academy from being disqualified for murder, the lethal claws of the spectral White Tiger merely strike Davis's shoulder. The sound of his shoulder breaking echoes clearly across the arena. Without even a scream, he slips into unconsciousness mid-air. The match concludes. As the referee announces victory, the Shrek Academy's resting area erupts in jubilant cheers. Even Master wears a satisfied smile. With the spectral White Tiger dissipating, Dai Mubai collapses into Zhu Shiqing's arms, having overexerted his spirit power. Zhu Shiqing bows her head, holding Dai Mubai tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks unbidden. After enduring the terror of death for over a decade, they can finally exhale in relief. Chapter 66. We abstain. Dai Mubai, drained of his soul power, requires time for recovery. Fortunately, after their victorious battle, Shrek Academy has a respite in the next round, granting them ample time. However, a respite does not imply idleness, for in the 3rd round of the competition, the Spirit Hall team finally unveiled their strongest lineup, the Golden Generation, featuring Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. As the Spirit Hall's opponents today are the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy, Diggybo, eager to witness his granddaughter Dugu Yin, has come to watch and sits beside Tang San. These 3 were introduced by Diggybo. Zhang Yang could not contain his thoughts on such names. What kind of parents would name their child Yin, seemingly devoid of any sentimentality? One might as well name him King of Glory. Diggybo remarked to Tang San. Among these 3, pay particular attention to Hulaina. Her martial soul is a fox, endowed with formidable charm abilities, and her soul skills primarily revolve around enchantment. With the referee's announcement, the match commenced, and both sides immediately unleashed their martial souls. The 3 individuals' 5 soul rings manifested, momentarily halting the atmosphere in the arena. As if that were not enough, following the release of their martial souls, Xiaoyu and Hulaina swiftly fused, a radiant red light rapidly emanating from their beings, expanding like a luminous orb and enveloping nearly half the arena, including their 7 opponents. Martial soul fusion skill? Tang San exclaimed almost instinctively, while Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. The martial soul fusion skill posed a significant challenge. The fusion skill, Demonic Charm, primarily serves as a control technique. Within its domain, all sensory perceptions are diminished by 50%, and soul power is suppressed by the same margin, slowing all actions by half. Amidst the dense red light, it became exceedingly difficult for Yu Tianhing and his companions to discern their opponents. The red light intensified, a tremendous energy wave erupted, rendering the interior conditions invisible from the outside. Grunts of discomfort echoed from beyond the crimson veil, as one figure after another was forcefully expelled by the demonic charm. Vivid red blood gushed forth with the ejected silhouettes, and Dugibo's complexion turned increasingly grim. They clearly intended to obscure their strength from other competitors. Although they employed a martial soul fusion skill, it was solely the fusion skill that manifested before their eyes. Soon, 5 out of the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy team had been cast out, leaving only Yu Tianhing and Dugu Yin, whose fierce howls resonated from within the red curtain. With each piercing howl, an eerie voice devoid of gender echoed within the crimson shroud. Poison, within our domain, is equally diminished. Dugu Yin, your poison is insufficient to affect me. Go. Dugu Yin launched forth amid a cacophony of thunderous roars, her body unscathed yet spewing blood, as she was hurled from the arena. With the final explosion, the crimson veil receded, revealing the reformed figures of Xiaoyu and Hulaina on the battlefield. Yu Tianhing stood opposite them, his arms transformed into dragon-like appendages, trembling uncontrollably. Out of respect for your lineage, I shall spare your life. Xiaoyu's voice floated lightly through the air, with a flick of his moon blade, as if a thread were tugging at Yu Tianhing's very being. His formidable body collapsed, dragon scales scattering, blood spraying forth. Slowly raising the moon blade in his hand, Xiao's gaze shifted toward the Shrek Academy team, seemingly challenging them. Tang San, revealing his 10,000-year fourth ring, did not go unnoticed by Xiao. Unfazed, Tang San met his opponent's gaze, his pupils contracting as a purple-golden light erupted forth. For a fleeting moment, a look of distraction crossed Xiao's eyes, his body swaying slightly before he quickly regained composure. A cold and ruthless glint sparkling in his eyes as he raised his right hand, making a slashing gesture across his throat. With the conclusion of the first 3 rounds, only 5 teams remain from the initial 30. And the Spirit Hall stands as the sole representative of the 3 major seed teams. These 6 squads drew lots today to determine their adversaries for the 4th round. In terms of visible strength, the Spirit Hall undoubtedly ranks at the top, followed by Shrek Academy and the Blazing Wind Academy in the 2nd tier, with the remaining 3 teams in the 3rd tier. Today's drawing yielded a predictable outcome, as teams from the 1st and 2nd tiers did not face each other, each securing a 3rd tier opponent. This arrangement rendered the 4th round devoid of suspense, allowing the 1st and 2nd tier academies to enter the final showdown in peak condition. Before the Pope's palace, 2 rows of guardian knights extended from the palace gates down the mountainside, their gleaming silver armor and hefty knightly swords endowing the entire Pope Mountain with an air of solemnity. The eliminated teams had departed, not even permitted to witness the final day's battles. Only the truly young and powerful were qualified to tread upon this hallowed ground before the Pope's palace. Early in the morning, the 3 teams that had reached the final 3-way competition awaited quietly before the Pope's palace. To maintain order, each team was allowed to present only 7 members at the center of the square, while the remaining substitutes had to await on the periphery with their instructors. The 21 competitors stood silently in the square, anticipating the arrival of this climactic moment. When the Pope made her entrance, she was accompanied by 4 individuals, including Sword Douluo Continent and the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. As Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo assessed Shrek Academy's lineup, they noted Zhang Yang's absence with surprise. They had not anticipated that the master would conceal Zhang Yang so deeply, even in such a significant occasion. Unbeknownst to Ning Fengji, the master had indeed suggested that Zhang Yang take the stage, but Zhang Yang, showing no interest in facing the Pope, had decisively declined. Recognizing Zhang Yang's reluctance, the master was more than willing to keep him in reserve a while longer. Before long, the 3 soul bones to be awarded as the championship prizes were unveiled by the Pope. The 3 soul bones shimmered in hues of fiery red, pale blue, and deep green. The pale blue, wisdom skull of spirit concentration. The fiery red, flame right arm of explosive incineration. The deep green, wind-chasing left leg of rapid advancement. The Pope stated, "This morning, each of your 3 teams will field 7 contestants for a personal elimination match. The last remaining team will gain an advantage. Tomorrow, the victor will directly enter the championship contention, while the 2 losing teams will compete for another spot in the finals this afternoon. You may now send forth your first contestant." Despite this proclamation, necessary preparations were still to be made. A row of gilded chairs was arranged before the Pope's palace, and at her behest, she took a central seat, with Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Continent to her left, and Ghost Douluo Guimei and Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan to her right. Subsequently, all Shrek Academy students withdrew from the square, and under the Master-S arrangement, the agile substitute contestant Jing Ling stepped forth to face the fire-wielding Wu Shuang from the Wind God Academy, as well as Xiao Kong from the Spirit Hall team. The 3 contestants would draw lots to determine which 2 academies would compete in the first match, with the winners continuing the sequence of battles. Jingling drew a bye, much to the delight of the Shrek team. This meant not only could Jingling await the next match with ease, but also observe the strength of their opponents. A stroke of incredible fortune. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the draw concluded, when Wu Shuang and Xiao Kong approached the center of the arena, Xiao Kong suddenly turned around and bowed towards the Pope, declaring, "I forfeit this match." Astonishment swept through the crowd at such a bold move. The members of the Spirit Hall dared to forfeit in front of the Pope? It was evident that something foul and clandestine was afoot. Remembering the direct forfeit by the Blaze Academy, Wu and others joining the Wind God Academy, and the nauseating remarks from the officials, Master S' expression stiffened considerably. In broad daylight, did these 2 factions dare to conspire against me? After a brief moment of shock, the cardinal officiating the match promptly announced Wu Shuang as the victor of the first match, with the second match pitting Wu Shuang of the Wind God Academy against Jing Ling of Shrek Academy. What Master could deduce, Tang San and Zhang Yang understood as well, casting unfriendly glances towards the Wind God Academy. Sensing Tang San's fury, Feng Xiaodian and Wu deliberately averted their eyes from him, clearly feeling guilty. The sudden changes caught Jingling off guard, yet he quickly regained his composure, preparing to give his all against the evidently superior Wu Shuang. Just then, Master rose from the Shrek Academy's resting area, gazing intently at Pope Bibidong at the entrance of the Pope's hall. The match will commence shortly. The officiating cardinal was about to reprimand Master for interrupting the match when the Pope raised her hand, halting him. Bibidong turned her gaze towards Master, her demeanor calm, her tone nonchalant. "Please state your reason." With a sardonic smile, Master replied, My reason is simple. Shrek Academy forfeits the first half of the finals and voluntarily enters the afternoon's loser bracket. Jingling, return. If Xiao Kong's earlier concession had been somewhat acceptable, Master S' sudden declaration for Shrek Academy to forfeit the individual match stunned the entire arena, even among the Shrek ranks. Aside from Tang San and Zhang Yang, others appeared bewildered and shocked. They had not anticipated such a decisive action from Master. Seated beside the Pope, Ning Fingji's eyes revealed a mix of astonishment and barely concealed anger as he glanced at the Pope. Bibi Dong remained composed, calmly asking, why? With his hands clasped behind his back, Master looked up at the Douluo hall behind the Pope. For no particular reason, I believe forfeiting is our right. His words struck like thunder, igniting a wave of disbelief throughout the arena. All present shared a singular thought. Who gave him the audacity to defy the Pope? In a corner unnoticed by the crowd, a disheveled middle-aged man in a tattered brown robe let out a cold chuckle, yet unexpectedly, in full view of everyone. The Pope slowly rose and nodded at Master. Elder you are correct. This is your right. The Pope's words sent shockwaves through the audience. No one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary soul master, over 50 yet at a mere 30th rank, was indeed an elder of the Spirit Hall. Many who had wished for the Pope to exact vengeance upon this audacious elder suddenly shrank back, realizing they were dealing with someone far beyond their reach. Even Bibi Dong herself was unaware of how Master had acquired an elder's token. She only learned of it from her subordinates after Master had departed. Master suddenly felt a sharp pain at his waist, followed by a firm grip on his left arm. Turning, he found Lu Erlong glaring at the Pope defiantly. What ugly creature dares to covet my husband? Scram. Chapter 67. Shrek Academy withdraws from the individual competition. The cunning Shinkei's Academy hastily withdrew from the individual competition, following Shrek Academy to the afternoon's team battle. The Pope's hall personnel even brought out chairs, only for the Pope Bibi Dong to sit for less than a minute before having to move them back. What an exhausting ordeal. Bibi Dong had managed to carve out sufficient time to observe the twin martial souls of Tang San, who possessed a fourth-ring spirit after 10,000 years. But the Master's unexpected maneuver dashed her plans. The doors of the Pope's hall swung open once more, and a group of individuals, exuding an air of confidence, strode in. Albeit with an undercurrent of peculiarity, the spectators around the arena felt a wave of ennui wash over them. After an entire day of excitement, all was rendered futile by a single utterance from the Master, akin to a fool's errand. Upon returning to the hotel, the Master led the 8 members of Shrek into a room to strategize against Shinkei's Academy, while Flinder and Lu Erlong stood guard outside, preventing any intrusions. Meanwhile, an elder named Dugubo sat in the hotel lobby, hands clasped behind his back, clearly aware that Shrek's battle plan against Shinkei's was not to be pried into. As the afternoon sun blazed, the temperature in the arena soared, bringing with it a hint of intensity. At the entrance of the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong stood with Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo, smiles adorning their faces, while the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team whispered among themselves. Inside the arena, the 2 teams advancing to the semifinals glared at one another. Tang San and Dai Mubai took their positions at the forefront of Shrek's formation, casting disdainful glances at Shinkei's Academy. In stark contrast, Shinkei's Academy was gripped by an ominous premonition upon seeing Shrek's lineup. A towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, sneered at the members of Shinkei's Academy. Feng Xiaotian cursed inwardly, wondering how Shrek Academy could produce yet another unfamiliar face. Although he recognized Zhang Yang from their previous encounters during the preliminaries and advancement rounds, he had assumed Zhang was merely a newcomer being exposed to the arena for the first time. However, upon witnessing Zhang openly replace the fourth-ring spirit master Ma Hongjun, Feng Xiaotian realized he had underestimated the situation. Huo Wu stepped forward, gazing coldly at Tang San, and inquired, "Do you understand our motives?" Tang San offered no reply, his contempt only deepening. Huo Wu suddenly found herself irritated by Tang San's gaze. Her fiery temperament flared as she declared, "I am determined to defeat you once more, even at the cost of relinquishing our chance at the championship." Tang San replied with a calm smile, "If that is your sole objective, then you have already lost your honor. You have no chance in this match." Furious, Huo Wu retorted, "Let actions speak louder than words. Do not presume that your past rescue of me grants you leniency. I have repaid my debt." Though the others remained silent, the tension in the air became palpable. The Cardinal, acting as referee, keenly sensed the rising atmosphere and declared the match to commence. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian darted in front of Huo Wu, shielding her with his own presence, while the flames erupting from her body formed a dramatic backdrop. The other team members, under the leadership of Huo Wuxuan, unleashed their martial souls. Conversely, the members of Shrek Academy retreated to the edges of the arena, leaving Zhang Yang isolated, facing the explosive momentum emanating from Shinkei's Academy. The audience gasped in astonishment at Shrek's formation, questioning whether they intended to forfeit the match. Nearby, the Spirit Hall team recognized the familiar formation. Yen furrowed his brow, observing 6 retreating, leaving 1 in the arena. This mirrors our strategy against the Tiando Royal Academy, does it not? Some astute spectators quickly deduced this as well. Could it be that this individual possessed the ability to take on 7 opponents? Was he a Soul King level powerhouse? The next moment, 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, materialized around Zhang Yang, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. Another fourth-ring spirit after 10,000 years. Pope Bibidong's gaze snapped to the edge of the arena, where the master wore a knowing smirk. Conspiracies? In the face of absolute power, all seemed utterly absurd. Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo watched with satisfaction as Zhang Yang's brilliance illuminated the arena. The future of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school appeared ever brighter. Feng Xiaodian, take flight. Huo Wu commanded. The formation of Xinkei's academy transformed instantly, as a pair of massive azure wings unfurled from Feng Xiaodian's back, coalescing with the ethereal blue silhouette of his martial soul, the twin-headed wolf of Gale. In that magnificent radiance, Feng Xiaodian soared into the sky, flapping his wings repeatedly to harness the winds, propelling his body upward. He executed the second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession, and the third soul skill, Gale Wings, just as he had during his duel with Tang San. Under the influence of these formidable abilities, Feng Xiaodian's combat prowess surged to its zenith. At that moment, Huo Wushuang had taken Feng Xiaodian's place, standing protectively before Huo Wu, flanked by two other assault-type spirit masters from Xinkei's academy. They formed a solid wall, obscuring Huo Wu's form. Behind her, two auxiliary fire spirit masters, both under level 40, strained to channel their soul power into her. As countless crimson sparks rapidly converged towards her, Huo Wu's expression grew grave. Her hands slowly lifted towards the sky, as if burdened by immense weight. Fiery flames coalesced into a brilliant light in her palms, and astonishingly, all four of her soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Her face contorted in pain as she bore the overwhelming pressure. It was clear to all that the outcome of this battle hinged upon the aerial Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wu, who was channeling all her soul power through her fusion skill. Observing the unfolding scenes from Xinkei's academy's formation, Zhang Yang smirked. Fusion? What a terrifying talent. Curiously, he inquired. I wonder what fate befalls a fusion spirit master if their charge is interrupted in the build-up stage? His voice echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. Propelled by the surge of soul power, Huo Wu gritted her teeth, intensifying her efforts to invoke the fusion skill. Feng Xiaodian's expression shifted dramatically. Huo Wu was his Achilles heel, and he could never permit Zhang Yang to threaten her in his presence. Consequently, Feng Xiaodian's first soul ring ignited, unleashing 10 crescent-shaped blades of wind that sliced through the air, sealing off all of Zhang Yang's escape routes. Yet, Zhang Yang paid no heed to the airborne Feng Xiaodian. Both the second and fourth soul rings glimmered to life as he transformed into a streak of yellow light, evading Feng Xiaodian's attack. In the next instant, he silently manifested in midair, and a pair of transparent wings appeared behind him, granting him the ability to hover. These wings, a gift from Oscar's flying sausage, bestowed upon Zhang Yang the power of flight. As Zhang Yang extended his right hand towards the Xinkei's academy, a radiant yellow light emanated from his palm. This was his fourth spirit ability, Laser. He had once demonstrated this ability to his master, and the mere projection of a laser from his fingertip could create a spherical crater with a diameter of 5 meters in the sunset forest. Thus, one could only imagine the magnitude of power when his entire palm radiated with the laser's brilliance. Observing the wind blades miss their mark, Zhang Yang's figure appeared suspended in midair as Feng Xiaodian charged towards him with his wings. Yet, Zhang Yang remained indifferent, his right palm glowing with a dazzling yellow light. All eyes in the arena were fixated on him, eager to witness the formidable force that this participant, sent by Shrek Academy to face 7 adversaries, would unleash. Feng Xiaodian had now reached Zhang Yang, his wings slicing down towards Zhang Yang's chest. The sharp edges of his wings glimmered with a faint azure light under the sun. And as his wings merged with his arms, his attacking power was exponentially amplified. He unleashed his self-created spirit ability, Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes. Zhang Yang was struck violently by the first slash of Feng Xiaodian's onslaught, losing his balance and tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground. However, Feng Xiaodian was a moment too late. Just as his wings approached, the yellow light in Zhang Yang's palm, which had been gathering for some time, shot forth towards the heart of Xinkei's academy's position. Boom! The 10-centimeter thick beam of yellow light swiftly reached the center of Xinkei's academy's territory, followed by a thunderous explosion that echoed through the skies. The immense, searing blast enveloped the entire arena, soaring skyward to a height of 100 meters. The shockwave from the explosion disrupted the clothing of the spectators and stirred their hearts with trepidation. A mere spirit master could unleash such a terrifying assault. Fire dance! Feng Xiaodian cried out in despair, disregarding the scorching flames that erupted as he propelled himself into the inferno. Fortunately, the flames were as swift to dissipate as they were to arise. In an instant, the fire vanished and Feng Xiaodian re-emerged, charred but sustaining his spirit power to avoid injury. At that moment, Feng Xiaodian, now blackened and cradling the weakened fire dance, cried out in a panic. Xinkei's academy concedes. Where are the healers? Healers, come quickly. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy were assisting the barely conscious Zhang Yang, who appeared gravely injured. The healing spirit masters assigned for the tournament swiftly arrived. This formidable spirit emperor, at level 60, wielded his martial soul with fervor, rapidly restoring many of the competing students from the brink of death. With Feng Xiaodian's declaration of surrender, the cardinal announced that the finals would pit Shrek Academy against the Spirit Hall Academy the following day. As the Pope and others exited, both teams vacated the arena, and the audience departed in an orderly fashion. The spectators, frustrated and incensed, muttered their grievances, preparing for 2 hours, exiting for 1, and battling for merely 1 minute. On the way back to the hotel, Zhang Yang, whose injuries had mostly healed, wore a contented expression akin to a bear savoring honey, exclaiming, "Ah." The thrill of the last match was truly exhilarating. Chapter 68, The True Form of Martial Soul. Upon returning to the hotel, everyone gathered in the master's room, where Zhang Yang, who had been bursting with words during the journey, finally felt at ease to speak. "Teacher, I performed remarkably today, did I not?" The master nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Zhang Yang's performance had been nothing short of perfect. Beside him, Ma Hongjun clapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Zhang Yang. You made quite the impression on your debut." Dai Mubai added with a smile, "I must admit, I was a bit unsettled that you didn't participate in the match against the Xingluo Royal Academy. However, it seems fortuitous that you sat that one out. You dispatched the opponents effortlessly, leaving me with little to do." Dai Mubai's candidness elicited joyous laughter from everyone. In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was engaged in strategizing for the upcoming battle. Zhang Yang, though merely a soul master of rank 40, possessed a formidable 10,000-year soul skill. Yet it was not without its vulnerabilities. Such a powerful soul skill would inevitably require substantial soul power and a lengthy preparation time. The abrupt defeat of the Shinkong Academy today was largely due to their need to protect the Fire Dance, who was employing the fusion skill, resulting in overly concentrated positioning. Therefore, if they dispersed their formation or directly entangled the members of Shrek Academy, that skill would be rendered ineffective. Additionally, I observed that he appears to lack defensive capabilities. Feng Xiaoyan's first strike of the 36 slashes was enough to knock him from the sky to the ground, indicating that this was a potential avenue to limit his attacks. Zhang Yang utilized only 2 soul skills in this match, the 10,000-year attack skill and a teleportation skill that allowed him to instantly ascend into the air. This aspect must be noted. His aerial movement today was facilitated by the 3rd soul skill of the Food System Soul Master, making that Food System Soul Master an obstacle to your victory. If you wish for the martial soul fusion skill to be effective, you must first eliminate that Food System Soul Master swiftly. Embracing Ning Rongrong's delicate shoulders, Zhang Yang proudly declared, "Ah, what I take the most pride in from today's battle was my fall. The elegance of that descent. The precise timing of the laser's charge, it was all a display of artistry." Lu Erlong, wrapping his arm around the masters, chuckled, "Not just the spirit hall. Even we were almost convinced. I wonder where you learned such tactics." Zhang Yang laughed heartily, playfully holding Ning Rongrong's dainty hand as he elaborated. "Firstly, they are unaware that I can soar without Xiao Ao's flight sausage. Secondly, they do not know my first soul skill is elemental transformation, rendering me indifferent to physical attacks. Thirdly, they are oblivious to the fact that my laser is actually a spontaneous skill, requiring no preparation time despite its high soul power consumption. Just this alone is enough to ensnare them." Ma Hongjun laughed uproariously, pounding the table. "Just imagining the look of bewilderment on the spirit hall's faces when they discover this tomorrow cracks me up. Oh, how it makes me laugh." The following morning, the Shrek team stood confidently in the square, facing the spirit hall team, who bore expressions of cold indifference. The Pope and the observing Ning Fengxi, along with 3 titled Douluos, had taken their seats. 3 soul bones, awarded as prizes, lay quietly on a nearby crimson brocade plate, emanating a faint glow. The final match of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament was about to commence. The participants prepared, and in 15 minutes, the battle would begin. Furthermore, all support-type soul masters were prohibited from assisting before the commencement of the match, clearly aimed at Oscar, as the sausages he had prepared in the previous match had altered the dynamics of the combat. The master chuckled, seemingly mocking the spirit hall's belated attempts to remedy their situation. As both sides took their positions, the 7 members of Shrek encircled the master. Tang San reached into the Rui 100 treasure bag, retrieving 7 emerald green leaves to distribute among his companions. The dragon grass leaves, when ingested, not only expedited healing but also stimulated rapid recovery of soul power, enhancing mental focus. Consuming them before the match was intended to maintain their peak condition for an extended duration during the competition. Zhang Yang and Dai Mubai exchanged glances. Zhang Yang gave Dai Mubai a thumbs up, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Boss Dai, we shall await our soul bones." The master raised his right hand first, prompting each member of Shrek to do the same. 8 hands stacked together, they unitedly shouted, "Victory is ours." On the opposing side, upon hearing Shrek Academy's triumphant cry, Captain Skiayu's brow furrowed in disdain. "Victory? I shall see what you have to claim when your martial souls lose their surprise factor." Casting a cold glance at his comrades, Xiayu declared, "The Pope is watching, as are the elders. In this match, we must not only secure victory but achieve a flawless one, granting them no opportunities. That Zhang Yang shall be my responsibility. What are we? Champions." The fervent roar from the Spirit Hall team echoed through the air, igniting a sense of fervor among the spectators observing from below. 15 minutes passed swiftly, and soon, the competitors were prompted by the referee to enter the square. The match was set to begin, and both sides were permitted to release their martial souls. The 14 participants locked eyes, silent yet charged with palpable tension that escalated the atmosphere to a breaking point. At that moment, Even a top-tier powerhouse like Pope Bibi Dong was entirely focused on the unfolding contest. With a swift motion, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team surged forward almost in unison. Each member was equipped with optimal soul ring combinations, while the foremost trio, led by Xiaoyu, boasted a 10,000-year soul ring, showcasing their strength as Soul Kings. In contrast, the Shrek team was composed of 5 with the best soul ring arrangements, alongside 2 uniquely powerful 4th ring monsters. The match commenced. At the referee's signal, the Spirit Hall members sprang into action, with the backline support Soul Masters swiftly enhancing the states of the 3 Soul Kings, who then dashed toward the Shrek Academy's formation in a conventional ambush tactic. However, the Shrek team executed an unexpected maneuver. As soon as the referee announced the start, Shrek's 7 prodigies rapidly retreated, forming a circular arrangement, creating a peculiar formation. At the center stood Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, while the 5 others circled around them, their powerful soul energy radiating outward and converging towards the center. What is this? Observing from the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong, Ning Fingji, and the 3 titled Douluos exchanged astonished glances. Even as leaders among Soul Masters, they struggled to decipher Shrek's intentions. Zhang Yang, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar moved in a peculiar rhythm, their soul power waves gradually creating a distinctive trajectory that spread outward around them. In the center of the formation, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing held hands, their eyes gently closed. A radiant 9-colored light enveloped Ning Rongrong, while a faint black glow emerged from Zhu Shiqing. The 2 luminous streams spiraled and surged skyward, although the Shrek 7 monsters had yet to unleash their martial spirits. The innovative combat approach they adopted exerted immense pressure on their adversaries. Hurry, interrupt them, Xiaoyu exclaimed, uncertain of their intentions but acutely aware that if they succeeded, dire consequences would ensue. He charged toward Shrek, while Hulaina directly activated her martial spirit, a soft crimson light emanating from her, unleashing her alluring soul skill. However, her charm proved ineffective. Hulaina's allure relied on penetrating the senses of her foes, yet at that moment, Shrek had succumbed to a peculiar rhythm, surrounded by an extraordinary soul power barrier, rendering her visual and auditory influences powerless. Just as Xiaoyu was about to breach the 100-meter mark and reach Shrek's ranks, Tang San bellowed, "Change." Instantly, Shrek's formation transformed from a circle into a linear alignment. Zhang Yang stood at the forefront, followed closely by Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda rose before Ning Rongrong, her expression grave as she clapped her hands, causing her 4 soul rings to illuminate simultaneously. The fusion rings manifested as 4 solid 9-colored halos, shooting forth from the lower 4 tiers of the pagoda and directly into Zhu Shiqing's body. Under the immense amplification of the auxiliary soul power, Zhu Shiqing's arms instinctively lifted, resting upon Dai Mubai's shoulders. A remarkable spectacle unfolded as the 9-colored light intensified, flowing from Zhu Shiqing into Dai Mubai, who was similarly enveloped in a vibrant halo. As the radiance coursed toward Tang San, he struck Zhang Yang's back with both palms, causing Zhang Yang's body to tremble violently. The 9-colored glow dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming aura of pressure. The Pope, Bibi Dong, seated in the central position, regarded this phenomenon with keen interest. It was the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Upon uttering those words, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the calm figure of the master, who stood outside the arena. Ning Fingji observed with satisfaction as Zhang Yang stood at the forefront of the formation. At that moment, Xiaoyu had arrived before Zhang Yang, brandishing his crescent blade with lethal intent. The strike was ferocious, promising to cleave Zhang Yang in twain should it connect. This directive had been conveyed to them privately by Bibi Dong. Should the opportunity arise, they must not hold back. Yet, in that breath between life and death, Zhang Yang met Xiaoyu's gaze, brimming with palpable malice, with a sardonic pout of a smile. Suddenly, his form erupted in a blinding burst of yellow light, momentarily dazzling Xiaoyu, who instinctively blinked. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoyu felt as though he had missed the entirety of existence. A man, standing at an imposing height of 3.02 meters, clad in a yellow-striped suit, draped in a cloak of justice, and adorned with white square-toed shoes, materialized in the very spot Zhang Yang had occupied, wearing a uniquely mocking expression. This was the manifestation of his martial spirit. Ning Fingji, seated beside Bibi Dong, gasped in astonishment. Bibi Dong's eyes shimmered with surprise. The true body of the martial spirit? Thanks to the augmentation provided by the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and the collective soul powers of Shrek's members, Zhang Yang's soul power soared beyond level 70. At that moment, he embodied a soul master of level 70, making the manifestation of his martial spirit entirely plausible. To consolidate even more soul power, the master had swapped the lowest soul power holder, Xiao Wu, for Ma Hongjun. Huang Yuan glanced down at Xiaoyu, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "To be so young, truly terrifying." He then lifted his gaze toward the Pope Bibi Dong and the numerous titled Douluos seated at the podium, his smile morphing into an expression of awe as he mused, "How frightening they are. Those up there are as formidable as monsters." Chapter 69, We Are Champions Retreat. Sensing the terrifying soul power emanating from Huang Yuan, Xiaoyu instantaneously reacted. Alas, his contemplation proved to be a grave delay, albeit for just a fleeting moment. In that brief span of thought, Huang Yuan had already raised his long leg, measuring at least 1.6 to 1.7 meters, and delivered a ferocious kick to Xie Yu's face. Bang! With blood oozing from his 7 orifices and his teeth shattered, Xie Yu was sent flying over 100 meters, tumbling down the mountainside. To the onlookers, Huang Yuan's speed was astonishing. One moment he stood upright, and the next he was poised mid-kick, while Xie Yu was already airborne. As if aware of his brief time on stage, Huang Yuan, who typically delayed his strikes, suddenly unleashed a fury reminiscent of his serious demeanor when he defeated Zfa. With his right hand, he directed a barrage of lasers towards the members of the Spirit Hall, generating a series of explosive detonations across the expansive battle arena. The lasers he fired were far beyond the capability of the Soul Masters ranked between levels 40 and 50 to withstand. Despite their efforts to defend with all their soul power, they were still violently thrown back by the blasts. Baya-Boom Hulaina was sent flying. Baya-Boom Yin was sent flying. Baya-Boom an unknown extra was sent flying. With 6 lasers unleashed, Huang Yuan transformed into a streak of yellow light. Reverting back to Zhang Yang. Now devoid of his martial spirit enhancement, Zhang Yang appeared pale, his spirit scattered, and his attire drenched in perspiration. Even though they had collectively harnessed soul power exceeding level 70, manifesting their martial spirits was no trivial task. Gather, Zhang Yang managed to utter weakly. Only then did the other 6 members of the Shrek 7 withdraw their power, the 9-colored halo gradually dissipating. When the light completely receded into the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda, all 7 simultaneously exhaled, appearing to have concluded a seemingly simple match, yet each was drenched in sweat. Zhang Yang swayed unsteadily, and Tang Xin quickly grasped his shoulder, stabilizing him. The red-robed officiator carefully examined the condition of the Spirit Hall team. And upon confirming that while they were gravely injured, there was no immediate danger to their lives, he awkwardly turned to Pope Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong knew that once she expressed her wishes, the 3 soul bones before her would have to be relinquished to others, she, as the youngest and most assertive pope in history, accepted the situation. The referee received the signal and announced, Shrek Academy is victorious. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Ning Fingji rose from the podium, raising his hand as the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda materialized before him. Enveloped in a shimmering aura. With a commanding tone, Ning Fingji declared, Go. 8 beams of dazzling 7-colored light swiftly descended upon the Shrek 7. Each received an augmentation of soul power, replenishing their depleted reserves. In addition, Zhang Yang benefited from an extra restorative glow, alleviating his mental fatigue. After receiving Ning Fingji's healing, everyone felt significantly improved, and Zhang Yang's complexion regained some color. Once Ning Fingji retracted the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda, the master and others rushed to the Shrek members, channeling their soul power to help Zhang Yang replenish his energy reserves. Supported by Flanders, Zhang Yang grinned at him and remarked, Principal, you'll be able to enjoy the imperial funding from now on. Zhang Yang referred to the promise made by Emperor Shuiyu to all academies. Whichever academy emerged victorious would gain the royal prefix and enjoy financial support from the empire. Flanders was taken aback by Zhang Yang's first words. Unsure whether to feel embarrassed or pleased, he could only pat Zhang Yang on the back with heartfelt encouragement. Seeing Zhang Yang still able to joke brought relief to the master and Lu Erlong. While everyone basked in the joy of victory, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy had been healed by their restorative soul master and taken away to recuperate, leaving only Shrek Academy in the square. The Pope and all titled Douluo stood, and despite their discontent, Bibi Dong maintained a calm demeanor as she announced. The champion of this year's Elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is Shrek Academy. Congratulations, young soul masters of talent. The Shrek 7 stood in a row. Behind them were the master, Flanders, Lu Erlong, and the sideline Xiaowil. At that moment, aside from Xiaowil, all the members of the Shrek 7 fixed their gaze upon the brocade tray holding the 3 soul bones. In this moment, the Pope exhibited her composure. Accepting the tray from the Spirit Hall personnel, her eyes lingering on the 3 soul bones with a hint of nostalgia. The officiating red-robed bishop called out, Please. The representative of Shrek Academy stepped forward to receive the champion's reward. The Shrek 7 exchanged glances. Daimubai and Tang San shared a knowing look, nudging Zhang Yang to step forward from the formation. Stumbling out of line, Zhang Yang shot them each an annoyed gesture before reluctantly approaching Bibi Dong. At first, the distance seemed insignificant, but as Zhang Yang stood before Bibi Dong, he realized that this most powerful figure across the continent was indeed strikingly beautiful and exuded an impressive aura. In this era, even the formidable must possess striking appearances. Much like Ning Fingji and the Pope, Zhang Yang pondered as he stood before Bibi Dong. The Pope regarded Zhang Yang with a gaze that shimmered with a peculiar light. You are remarkable, even exceeding my expectations. Truly, you are his disciple. Would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji and the gentle gaze of Sword Douluo suddenly turned sharp, especially Sword Douluo, whose gaze pierced Zhang Yang, causing him to feel a twinge of discomfort. Enduring their scrutinizing stares, Zhang Yang remained unfazed, responding calmly, Thank you for your kind offer, Your Holiness. However, under my teacher's guidance, I have already joined another sect. While it may not compare to the Spirit Hall, I am quite content. Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo's expressions softened immediately. Bibi Dong's countenance shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal. Oh, may I ask which sect that might be? Beside her, Ning Fingji chuckled and declared, Your Holiness. Zhang Yang has joined my seven treasure glazed tile sect. Bibi Dong's expression changed once more, then reverted to normal as she turned to Ning Fingji, smiling. Then I sincerely congratulate Sect Master Ning. Thank you, Your Holiness, Ning Fingji replied with a smile, saying no more. Turning back to Zhang Yang, Bibi Dong softly said, In that case, I wish you greater achievements in the future, with hopes that one day you may step into the Douluo Hall. With that, she extended the tray in her hands, upon which the 3 soul bones shone with radiant brilliance. As Zhang Yang accepted the tray, his hands trembled slightly. After all, these were 3 soul bones, one of which was a complete skull from a 60,000-year-old soul beast. Surrounding him were gazes filled with greed. Any soul master would find it hard to resist the allure of soul bones. Returning to his companions, Zhang Yang handed the soul bones to the master. Teacher, please distribute them. I shall forego my claim. None of these soul bones are suitable for me. Xiaowu was the first to speak, merely stating this before sidling up to Tang San. Beside him, Dai Mubai nodded, and I too relinquished my hopes, as nothing seemed suitable for me. Oscar remarked, I am a food-type soul master, and these soul bones evidently offer no enhancement to my abilities. I will forego them. You may proceed with the arrangements. Only 5 individuals remained. The master stated, the rapid advance wind left leg is most suitable for agility-type soul masters. Let it be given to Shiqing. The explosive flame right arm is ideal for strong attack fire-type soul masters. It shall go to Ma Hongjun. As for the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the master gazed at Tang San and Ning Rongrong. With Tang San possessing the purple extreme magic eyes and Ning Rongrong having inherited the distracting control technique of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, this particular skull was exceptionally fitting for both of them. Ning Rongrong glanced at the soul bones in the exquisite tray, smiling as she shook her head. Master, our 7 treasures glazed tile school is not in need of soul bones, so I shall forfeit this one. It is best suited for third brother. Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated. Acquiring such a suitable soul bone was undoubtedly a boon. However, it seemed rather inequitable if neither Zhang Yang nor Ning Rongrong received a soul bone. Although they had not appeared frequently, their contributions to the team's championship were no less significant than those of the others who had fought tirelessly for months. As Tang San pondered, the master chuckled, Xiao San, you should give your soul bone to Rongrong. It is more appropriate for her. Tang San's heart stirred. Recalling the gem-type soul bone he had received from Shinian, he vividly remembered it was also a skull. Raising his hand, he brushed over the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, and instantly, a kaleidoscopic light appeared in his palm. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have anticipated that Tang San possessed another soul bone? The master smiled gently, addressing Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, this is also a wisdom skull, primarily for illusions. It is even more suited to you than the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. She had intended to forfeit but was unexpectedly presented with a more fitting soul bone. Without hesitation, she accepted the resplendent skull from Tang San's hands and excitedly glanced towards her father. Upon witnessing Tang San present a soul bone to Ning Rongrong, Ning Fingji on the podium gained a newfound respect for the young man and quickly returned Ning Rongrong's gaze with a smile. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already departed. As the esteemed pope, she would not linger on the podium waiting for Shrek to distribute soul bones, especially since they were all soul bones belonging to the spirit hall. Once the pope exited, Ning Fingji and the others were no longer obliged to remain with her, and soon the Tiando Empire's envoy team gathered near Shrek Academy. Father, look, I have also acquired a soul bone, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, leaping into Ning Fingji's embrace, who held her with a smile of pride. Beside them, Sword Douluo exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Yang, sharing a resigned smile. Shueqinghe approached Flander, cheerfully declaring, Congratulations to Shrek Academy for winning the championship in this elite tournament. Also, congratulations to Dean Flander for nurturing such exceptional talented soul masters. Your Highness. The crowd bowed respectfully to Shueqinghe. He waved his hand, smiling as he said, I have heard that you are all about to graduate. On behalf of the Empire, I sincerely invite all of you talented students to join the Tiando Empire. With the Empire's assistance, I believe your future paths will be considerably smoother. Chapter 70. The stars scatter across the sky in response to Shueqinghe's invitation. Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing exchanged a glance and said, Thank you for your kind offer. Your Highness, but both Zhu Xing and I hail from the Star Luo Empire. After several years away, it is time for us to return home. Shueqinghe then turned his gaze toward Ma Hongjun, asking, And what about you? Ma Hongjun chuckled softly, replying, I think I shall pass. I cherish my freedom. And having finally graduated, I wish to wander the continent and broaden my horizons. I may return to Shrek Academy to assist my teacher in the future. Flanders, somewhat astonished, looked at his only disciple. He had not anticipated such sentiments from him, stirring a myriad of emotions within, as if something lodged in his throat. Oscar chimed in with a smile, as a food system soul master, I cannot venture alone, so I've already made arrangements with Fatty to travel together. Ning Rongrong, embracing Tang San's shoulder, declared, I will follow Xiao San. Zhang Yang shrugged, remaining silent. Finally, Shueqinghe turned to Tang San. With a calm smile, Tang San responded, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xue, but I need some time to contemplate my path after graduation, unperturbed by the collective refusals. Shueqinghe maintained his bright demeanor, In that case, I shan't press you. However, I request that you accompany me back to Heaven-Do City. The Empire has prepared a grand welcome ceremony for you all. During this ceremony, you will also receive titles of nobility, and your attendance is essential. Flanders interjected with a grin. Indeed, little monsters, let us return to the academy first. They have organized a graduation ceremony for you. How can one truly graduate without a ceremony? Exchanging glances, everyone nodded in agreement. All right. The eliminated teams had already departed from the Spirit City. So this returning group consisted solely of the 500 royal knights of the Heaven-Do Empire, the imperial delegation led by Xue Qinghe, the members of Shrek Academy. In the presence of Ning Fingxi, Jian Douluo, and Douluo chose to remain until the conclusion of the competition. Rather than returning to Heaven-Do City with his granddaughter, Douluo, preferring to journey back with the main contingent. You little monsters have no idea how coveted you are in the eyes of many, do you? Douluo remarked with a smile from within Tang San's carriage. I offer my protection with good intentions, yet you do not seem to appreciate it. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Ning Fingxi conveyed similar sentiments. The soul bones are exceedingly enticing. Moreover, the threats we face are not merely from ordinary soul masters desiring them. If anyone is most eager to eliminate you, it is undoubtedly the Spirit Hall. They have only two methods for dealing with geniuses, to recruit or to annihilate. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Father, will those without backgrounds like Fatty be in danger? Should I stop them? Ning Fingxi chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for concern. The Spirit Hall will not target them. Ma Hongjun and Oscar should primarily be wary of those coveting the soul bones. Zhang Yang, grinning, added, Rongrong. Oh. The Spirit Hall is not a mere street gang. If they were to target Fatty, it would be beneath them. If they were to act, their focus would likely be on me and Xiao San, with Xiao San being the more significant target due to his twin martial souls. This was indeed the case. Ning Fingxi nodded, especially since this twin martial soul master has the guidance of someone as esteemed as the master. Given time, he will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. An uncontrollable force of such magnitude is something the Spirit Hall cannot tolerate. Jian Douluo interjected calmly. Moreover, he is a direct descendant of the Haotian sect. With his second martial soul being the Haotian hammer, the strongest attack-type martial soul in the entire continent. Consequently, the Spirit Hall will surely view Tang San as a thorn in their side, desiring to eliminate him swiftly. While the Spirit Hall may not yet know that Tang San's second martial soul is the Haotian hammer, the mere fact of his dual martial souls and his status as the master's disciple is sufficient for them to arrive at a decision. Ning Fingxi glanced at Zhang Yang, who still wore a cheerful expression, and curiously asked, Zhang Yang, are you not concerned for Tang San? Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong also turned their attention to him. Zhang Yang laughed nonchalantly, spreading his hands. What is there to worry about? Uncle Tang Hao wouldn't just stand by and watch Xiao San perish at the hands of the Spirit Hall, would he? Ning Fingxi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I had forgotten. You and Xiao San have known each other since childhood and have met the Haotian Douluo. What Haotian Douluo? Ning Rongrong blinked her big, bewildered eyes. Looking at the trio with curiosity, Ning Fingxi explained, Xiao San's father is the youngest title Douluo in the continent, the Haotian Douluo. Really? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, Zhang Yang replied, spreading his hands. Though Uncle Tang Hao has never revealed his true identity. It is evident from Xiao San's Haotian hammer and Uncle Tang Hao's name that it could only be him. Ning Fingxi nodded. The identity and name of the Haotian Douluo are not secrets on the continent. Anyone with a mind to inquire can piece together the truth. Zhang Yang crossed his arms and teased, perhaps Uncle Tang Hao is stealthily following us right now. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingxi and the others laughed. It was indeed a possibility. After all, Tang Hao understood the nature of the Spirit Hall all too well. Though Tang San's second martial soul had not been exposed, it was entirely possible that the Spirit Hall would send someone after them. Thus, for the safety of his son, he might very well be trailing the group. At that moment, 10 miles away from the Heaven-Do Empire's team, in a secluded grove, an unkempt, roguish middle-aged man sneezed and rubbed his nose. Zhang Yang. I have a question for you, Ning Fingxi said, gripping his staff, his expression serious as he looked at Zhang Yang. Does your martial soul's true form possess self-awareness? What does the master think of this? Ning Fingxi and Jian Douluo vividly recalled how, during the competition, the Yellow Ape in its martial soul true form had spoken to them in a teasing tone. Zhang Yang would not have been trivial enough to engage in such frivolity at that moment. Hence it was evident that the Yellow Ape possessed self-awareness during its martial soul true form. Acknowledging Ning Fingxi's recognition of this issue, Zhang Yang nodded. The master is also aware of this matter, but has expressed his powerlessness regarding it. However, he reassured me that it is my martial soul, it should not harm me. Jian Douluo furrowed his brow, we can only comfort ourselves with this notion. The journey to the destination took 20 days. And the return journey also spanned 20 days. However, Xue Qinghe had already dispatched messengers ahead to hasten back to Heaven-Do City with news of their triumph. Thus, when the main group leisurely returned to Heaven-Do City, they were greeted with a grand welcome ceremony. Dismounting from their carriage, the Shrek members donned their signature olive green uniforms. Entering Heaven-Do City amid the cheers of thousands of spectators lining the streets, they were then escorted by palace attendants to the celebration hall of the Heaven-Do Empire. In the celebration hall, Emperor Shui Yi had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Under the guidance of the officiant, the Shrek members stepped forward to receive their titles. As the team captain and vice-captain, Daimubai and Tang San had previously been awarded the title of Viscount, while the others received the title of Baron. However, due to Shrek Academy's championship victory, all their titles were elevated by one rank. Furthermore, in the correspondence received from Xue Qinghe, it was conveyed that Zhang Yang's performance in the final 2 matches was notably outstanding, earning him the highest accolades. Consequently, Zhang Yang was elevated to a higher rank and granted the corresponding fief. Thus, the Shrek team, comprising 12 members, included 3 earls and 11 viscounts, with all members being noble landholders. Subsequently, the Night Emperor conferred upon Shrek Academy the title of Royal Shrek Academy of the Tiando Empire, ensuring it would benefit from imperial fiscal support. After all formalities concluded, the Night Emperor extended an olive branch to the assembly, promising numerous benefits, yet was met with universal rejection. This collective refusal was also noted by Xue Qinghe in his letter, prompting the Night Emperor to refrain from further comments. Following the conferral ceremony, Ning Fengji and others remained within the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, while the Shrek members hurried back to the academy to partake in the triumphal ceremony organized by the institution. After a day's rest, they attended the graduation ceremony prepared by the academy. What astonished everyone was that the Night Emperor himself attended the graduation ceremony of Shrek Academy. Zhang Yang pondered this unexpected appearance for quite some time, questioning how the emperor, burdened with the weight of the empire, could find the leisure to attend a simple academy's graduation. Was he courting votes? Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, while they were at the triumphal ceremony, Ning Fengji had engaged in a lengthy conversation with the Night Emperor. Although their discussion was not extensive, it was profoundly substantive. The Night Emperor was troubled by the fact that the Royal Academy of Tiando was outshone by a mere advanced Soul Master Academy. Ning Fengji remarked that this was all due to the Master's influence, asserting that whoever possesses the Master possesses the world. The Night Emperor was struck with realization. Ning Fengji further explained that the Master was not driven by fame or fortune but placed immense value on relationships, indicating that to win the Master over, one must first approach his friend, Flinder. The Night Emperor nodded in understanding. Thus, that very night, the Night Emperor personally visited Shrek Academy. Leveraging his sincere regard for the Master and the allure of benefits for Flinder, coupled with ample sincerity, ultimately succeeded in recruiting the Master. After deliberating with Flinder on the necessary displays of goodwill, the Emperor committed to allocate special funds for the expansion of Shrek Academy, aiming to elevate it to the status of a premier high-level Soul Master Academy, rivaling that of the Tiando Royal Academy. Flinder consented to the establishment of a Tiando Empire office at Shrek Academy, facilitating the recruitment of its graduates. The students of Shrek Academy predominantly hailed from common backgrounds, with a few being disciples of sects. Thus, Flinder was pleased to secure promising futures for them. During the graduation ceremony, the Night Emperor announced these decisions, expressing his welcome for Shrek Academy graduates to serve within the Tiando Empire, offering the title of Baron to distinguished graduates. The Emperor's generosity left the attendees astounded, fostering a newfound admiration for the Tiando Empire among the students. Upon concluding the graduation ceremony, the Night Emperor returned to the royal palace under the escort of royal guards, while Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo remained at Shrek Academy. That evening, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Zhu Shiqing, and Ma Hongjun, under the protection of Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and other prominent figures, safely absorbed their soul bones. As dawn approached, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo prepared to escort Ning Rongrong and Zhang Yang back to Seven Treasure City. Before their departure, the members of Shrek agreed to reconvene 5 years hence. They embraced one another, reluctantly embarking on their chosen paths. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yang, Daimubai and the others, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, intending to rest for a couple of days before making further plans. However, upon opening the door, Tang San discovered that someone had been waiting for him inside for quite some time. That evening, after saying their goodbyes to the Master, Flinder, and others, Xiao San and Xiao Wu left Shrek Academy with a disheveled middle-aged man, their destination unknown. Chapter 71. The Orange Sunglasses. Upon arriving at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengji convened a sect meeting to announce 2 significant matters. First, the appointment of Ning Rongrong as the next sect master, and second, the induction of Zhang Yang as an inner sect disciple. The audience was taken aback, gazing at the seemingly ordinary figure on stage, wondering if the threshold for entering the inner sect had become so low. However, when Zhang Yang revealed his 4th spirit ring, the crowd quickly realized his true stature, a formidable figure indeed, embodying the adage that appearances can be deceiving. The disciples below erupted into applause, their perception of Zhang Yang's unremarkable looks transforming into an appreciation of his hidden charm. Ning Rongrong, observing the infatuated expressions of the sect's female disciples, frowned, questioning whether their admiration was genuine or merely a fascination with his talents. Zhang Yang was temporarily assigned to a residence within the inner sect, not far from the sect master's private quarters, where a house was being swiftly renovated. This was a simulated cultivation environment prepared by Ning Fengji, tailored to Zhang Yang's descriptions and design concepts, destined to become the first building of its kind on the Douluo Continent. With the sect's construction team managing the project, Zhang Yang needed only to confirm the final touches at the site and furniture factory at designated times. Within just 7 days, the simulated environment was completed, proving to be far more beneficial for Zhang Yang than his previous office at Shrek Academy. The floor was transformed into standard tatami, with straw thoroughly disinfected and compressed beneath exquisite mats. The sliding doors and wooden partitions were adorned with mural paintings crafted by skilled artists. Indeed, this complete renovation significantly enhanced Zhang Yang's cultivation speed. With the addition of ambiguous symbols of justice on the walls and the thoughtful arrangement of teacups, newspapers, and an ashtray on his desk, Zhang Yang's cultivation rate surged to 3 times its normal pace. Thus, after a week of training in this environment, Zhang Yang, who had only recently reached level 44, broke through the bottleneck to attain level 45. Such rapid progress would astonish even the most seasoned masters and bring tears to Tang San's eyes. By the way, speaking of Tang San, my teacher sent me a letter a couple of days ago stating that he and Xiao Wu have been taken by Uncle Tang how to continue their training. Zhang Yang informed Ning Fingxi. Ning Fingxi nodded, acknowledging that the Haotian Douluo had indeed been quietly watching over him. Zhang Yang smiled, adding that if Rongrong were also a twin martial soul, Uncle Ning would not have felt at ease sending her to Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong pouted, retorting that it was unnecessary to be a twin martial soul. The moment she broke through to the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, she was already confined at home. Ever since her return to 7 Treasure City, Ning Fingxi had prohibited her from running about recklessly. Though not confined to her room, the restrictions felt stifling to her. Ning Fingxi chuckled, explaining that he merely wished to prevent her from going to Heaven Do City. Surely, 7 Treasure City was ample for her to explore. After 2 years of schooling, she had become too wild. Furthermore, considering that the 8 of them had recently acquired 3 soul bones from the Spirit Hall, it was only reasonable to keep a low profile for the time being. Ning Fingxi paused before continuing, proposing to take them to the Heaven Do auction house next week. Despite the restrictions, he still indulged his daughter. Truly, he embodied the archetype of a devoted father. Just moments ago, he had been frowning and clumsily spearing exquisite dishes with his fork. Yet now, Ning Rongrong's clouded expression brightened into a radiant smile at the thought of the outing. The group shared a joyful laugh. The carriages of the 7 Treasures glazed sect offered a level of comfort surpassing even that of the royal carriages of the Heaven Do Empire, befitting the wealthiest sect in the land. Upon reaching Heaven Do City, Ning Fingxi and Bone Douluo accompanied Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy to pay a visit to the master before proceeding to the Heaven Do auction house. Auction houses are prevalent in every major city, but the most prestigious ones are found in Heaven Do City and Xinglua City, where even soul bones may be sold. However, such auctions are rare, occurring only once a year on average. When a treasure of such caliber is up for auction, invitations are sent out widely to attract numerous prominent figures in hopes of fetching a high price. Zhang Yang and his companions arrived at the auction house in the afternoon, where the items for bid were typically of a superior quality compared to those in the morning. The most prized items would be featured in the evening auction, with each offering being a rare gem, accessible only to bidders with a deposit exceeding 1 million gold soul coins. The service staff at the auction house were indeed strikingly beautiful, their simple attire amplifying their allure, making one wonder at their worth of 100,000 gold soul coins. Zhang Yang mused internally, maintaining an outward demeanor of composure, carefully avoiding any distraction as his father-in-law and girlfriend were nearby. It would be inappropriate to gaze too intently at the attendants. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fingxi found his restraint amusing. The youthful admiration he displayed was not something to be ashamed of, and from Ning Fingxi's perspective, as long as one maintained a healthy attitude and appreciated beauty, there was no harm in it. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong simply found Zhang Yang's expression humorous. After all, she did not mind if he looked. So why should he be so cautious? If Zhang Yang were aware of their thoughts, he would surely lament his misfortune. Ning Fingxi had no interest in ostentation, wielding only the most basic bidding qualification as he led Zhang Yang and Ning Rongrong to the outermost white zone, where they settled into chat casually while placing bids. It was not without reason that Ning Fingxi was so beloved by Ning Rongrong. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern which auction items caught her eye, swiftly bidding on them without hesitation. This innate talent for reading the room was remarkable. However, not every item piqued Ning Rongrong's interest. And Ning Fingxi's discerning eye was exceptional. After an hour, he had hardly made any bids, appearing truly as though he had brought Ning Rongrong and Zhang Yang to the auction house merely for leisure. Yet when a particular item was introduced by the auctioneer, Zhang Yang sat up straight with renewed interest. Esteemed guests, please observe this exquisite soul-guiding device, shaped like glasses, with golden frames and orange lenses. Zhang Yang gazed in astonishment at the soul-guiding device held by the auctioneer, realizing, isn't this the Yellow Ape sunglasses I have long sought? Upon evaluation, it has been determined that this auction item, when activated by soul power, can serve as a significant aid in calibrating the user's shooting techniques. Additionally, this soul-guided device possesses the capability to withstand certain mental-type soul skills, such as sleep, charm, confusion, and fear, thereby holding considerable practical value. Listening to the introduction of this item and observing Zhang Yang sitting up straight, Ning Fingxi immediately understood. Do you like it? Zhang Yang candidly nodded, affirming, yes, Uncle Ning. Calibrating the shooting angle is immensely beneficial for my laser, not to mention its ability to counter certain mental-type soul skills. Is that so? Ning Fingji replied with a nod and a smile, while the sword Douluo beside him promptly pressed the bidding button. 30,000 gold soul coins. A white VIP has bid 30,000 gold soul coins. Are there any other VIPs wishing to place a bid? A soul-guided device capable of resisting mental-type soul skills may be merely the beginning for all esteemed guests at 30,000 gold soul coins. 30,000 gold soul coins once. Are there any more VIPs interested in bidding? The bidders in the yellow and purple zones began to murmur, contemplating whether to raise their stakes. 30,000 gold soul coins twice. Last chance, are there any VIPs wishing to bid? Seeing that he could not incite further bids, the auctioneer's small hammer fell for the third time as he declared loudly, 30,000 gold soul coins 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the white VIP for acquiring this soul-guided device. The next item for auction was a beautifully crafted piece of jewelry. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Zhang Yang finally exhaled in relief. It seems you truly have a fondness for those glasses, Ning Rongrong inquired curiously upon observing Zhang Yang's demeanor. Indeed, Zhang Yang nodded. If it truly assists in aiming, then I can unleash the penetrating attributes of my laser, significantly enhancing my combat capabilities. Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat skeptical. Is it really that miraculous? It's merely a soul-guided device. Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo also diverted their attention to the conversation. Zhang Yang smiled. Rongrong, tell me. Which causes more damage, a hammer martial spirit or a nail martial spirit? Ning Rongrong, somewhat puzzled, replied, of course, a hammer inflicts more damage. How much harm can a nail cause? Zhang Yang continued. Now, consider this. Is it more damaging for a hammer to strike the foot or for a nail to penetrate the heart? Certainly, a nail would cause more harm. If it pierces the heart, wouldn't the person die? At this juncture, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with realization. So, this soul-guided device is indeed quite suitable. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile. My 4th soul skill possesses both penetrating and explosive attributes, yet I can currently only utilize its explosive capacity, and even then, it detonates beneath the enemy's feet. Such usage is a waste of this 4th soul skill. However, it is a predicament. I cannot yet wield my 4th soul skill with the precision I desire. If I spend time aiming at the enemy, I squander its instantaneous advantage. Without aiming, I am unable to strike the enemy accurately. Therefore, if this soul-guided device can indeed assist in targeting my foes, I could unleash the penetrating aspect of my 4th soul skill. Whether it involves directly piercing the heart to diminish the enemy's combat effectiveness or targeting their joints to incapacitate them and inflict greater non-combat losses, it would afford us more tactical arrangements and strategies to subdue our adversaries. As he spoke, Zhang Yang could not help but recall the extraordinary maneuver of Kizaru, the king of snipers, who effortlessly severed the key from Luffy's grasp with a mere finger. Chapter 72. I am the Sniper King. Upon departing from the auction house, Zhang Yang donned a pair of orange sunglasses. However, his light blue casual attire combined with the orange shades appeared rather jarring. Beside him, Ning Rongrong expressed her disapproval, exclaiming, "Oh, please take those glasses off. They are utterly hideous." Zhang Yang chuckled at her remark, retorting, "Hideous? Just wait until I coordinate an entire outfit around these glasses. You will be utterly captivated." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "Are you not aware that the essence of fashion hinges on one's visage?" As the couple engaged in playful banter, Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo, walking ahead, exchanged knowing smiles. Since Zhang Yang's arrival at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, their lives had been filled with laughter. And Ning Fingji found this new dynamic quite delightful. After leaving Heaven Do City, the sword Douluo volunteered to assist Zhang Yang in testing the value of the sunglasses, which had cost a staggering 30,000 gold soul coins. Zhang Yang found this agreeable and accepted the offer. The method of testing was straightforward. The sword Douluo would toss some fruits into the air, and Zhang Yang would simply unleash a barrage of lasers. Intrigued by the prospect, Ning Rongrong retrieved some small items from her soul guide, contemplating how to increase the difficulty for Zhang Yang. Upon noticing what she held, Zhang Yang's expression darkened. She had prepared 20 gold soul coins, valuable indeed. This extravagant child, why would you choose this for a test? Zhang Yang thought. Even if he could aim accurately, he would hesitate to actually fire. Hitting the target would mean the gold coins would vanish in an instant. Zhang Yang urged Ning Rongrong to refrain from such extravagance and to select something else. However, she innocently replied that the gold coins were the least valuable items in her soul guide. Silver coins? Copper coins? Ning Rongrong was unaware that such items existed within her possession. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Yang produced 20 copper soul coins from his own soul guide and handed them to Ning Rongrong. She stowed away her gold coins and examined the copper ones he offered, a smile breaking across her face. With the moving target prepared, Zhang Yang immediately summoned his martial soul and activated his 2nd and 4th soul rings. He then extended a finger skyward, ready to unleash his soul skill. As he infused his soul power into the sunglasses, the world before him became remarkably clearer. The orange lenses had initially obscured his view, but once activated, everything sharpened into focus. Let us begin. Ning Rongrong signaled to the sword Douluo, then flicked her wrist, scattering the copper coins into the air. Instinctively, Zhang Yang aimed at the nearest coin and fired a laser. Whoosh! A yellow beam struck its target, vaporizing the copper coin instantly, disappearing into the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a mere flick of his fingers, Zhang Yang unleashed 3 more lasers, obliterating 3 additional copper coins. Thrilled by his newfound prowess as a sharpshooter, Zhang Yang quickly altered his approach. He shaped his hands into claws, and with a slight movement of his fingers, lasers erupted from each one. In less than 2 seconds, every copper coin in the air was vaporized, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The sword Douluo, captivated by the scene, chuckled, "This is quite entertaining. Let me add some challenge." With that, he produced a brown pouch and casually tossed it into the sky, 100 meters away. Although the distance was greater than the copper coins, the larger size did not significantly increase the difficulty. Unfazed, Zhang Yang fired a laser that pierced the pouch. However, the moment it was struck, the contents, a multitude of gold soul coins, burst forth, raining down like scattered petals. Zhang Yang realized the true challenge the sword Douluo had presented. Despite the increased difficulty, Zhang Yang remained confident, eager to discover the limits of his abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if wielding a submachine gun, his fingers trembled, unleashing a flurry of lasers. The speed of the lasers was too rapid for the naked eye to follow, to Ning Rongrong. It appeared as if the gold coins were vanishing one after another. Before long, Zhang Yang released his martial soul, his complexion pale. The exertion had drained him, not merely the consumption of soul power, but the mental strain of aiming at over 100 targets in rapid succession had taken its toll. Observing his condition, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of concern, but she quickly relaxed upon hearing Zhang Yang's explanation. The sword Douluo, impressed, nodded in satisfaction. Every target hit. Those 30,000 gold soul coins were well spent. In a real battle, such a barrage of lasers could easily dispatch 100 foes. Not to mention the explosive properties of the lasers. Fingji, our young lad here will surely rival Tang Sen in the future. Ning Fingji nodded in agreement, smiling, sword uncle. Rongrong, Zhang Yang, it's getting late. We should return to the sect. The following day, Ning Rongrong dragged Zhang Yang out of the office, and they strolled through the upscale clothing stores of 7 Treasure City, spending over 100 gold soul coins. It seems this ghastly pair of sunglasses is here to stay. For the sake of my eyes, you will have to wear these outfits from now on, Ning Rongrong declared assertively. What could Zhang Yang say? Although her critique of his taste was unreasonable, her card swiping was impressively stylish. Oh dear, my teeth aren't great lately, and my stomach is acting up. Let us just have soft food for lunch, she quipped, tossing a large stack of shopping bags at Zhang Yang. Enough of your machismo. This money for clothes should be yours. It's my treat for your winnings. Treat? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. Ning Rongrong explained, over a year ago, during the Great Soul Arena, we placed bets on you and made quite a profit. This is your share. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in realization, so the money for the clothes was indeed his? His money? Suddenly, his appetite returned, and he felt better. Today for lunch, we must have some hearty dishes, the kind that require effort to chew. Wait a moment, my money? Spending over 100 gold soul coins on a few shabby outfits is my own money? Seeing Zhang Yang clutching his chest, his brow furrowed, Ning Rongrong grew alarmed. Zhang Yang, what is wrong? Is your heart uncomfortable? Zhang Yang nodded, his voice trembling slightly. Thinking of how much money was spent on such paltry garments is suddenly quite distressing. Ning Rongrong remained speechless. Since they were out, Zhang Yang decided to select a few outfits himself to complement the orange sunglasses. Following Ning Rongrong's guidance, he arrived at a tailor with over a century of history, requesting several suits tailored in the style of the Yellow Ape. Is there any attire in this world more befitting than the yellow suit of the Yellow Ape to pair with orange sunglasses? Moreover, while others may don the Yellow Ape suit devoid of any soul, in terms of sartorial coordination, the ensemble is indeed quite commendable. As Ning Rongrong surveyed the Yellow Ape's outfit and his flamboyant visage, she found herself inexplicably envisioning Zhang Yang's face superimposed upon that of the Yellow Ape. And to her surprise, it appeared rather appealing. Consequently, Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction, signaling the shopkeeper to promptly take measurements. After the measurements were completed, Zhang Yang settled on 3 sets, producing 120 gold soul coins for payment, and Ning Rongrong eagerly whisked him away to indulge in her favorite snacks. A month later, the 3 sets of garments arrived. Zhang Yang, adorned with his glasses, tried them on and admired his reflection, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, one must wear clothes appropriate for each stage of life. Over a year prior, he had also worn a Yellow Ape suit, but back then, as a student of Shrek Academy, it felt rather awkward. After graduation, he joined the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, where his role, fundamentally, was that of Ning Rongrong's bodyguard. It seemed entirely appropriate for a bodyguard to wear a suit, thus making it visually harmonious. Draped in a cloak of justice, he thought to himself, how dashing. Moses, Moses. This is the Yellow Ape. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? He playfully exclaimed, channeling the spirit of the Yellow Ape. Oh dear. It seems I may have gone a bit overboard, he chuckled to himself. In the solitude of his serene training chamber, he mimicked several iconic catchphrases of the Yellow Ape in front of the mirror, laughing heartily. Engaging in light-hearted activities during prolonged, monotonous training helped alleviate his nerves, striking a balance between labor and leisure, ultimately benefiting his cultivation. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, A year and a half had passed since his graduation from Shrek Academy. Zhang Yang was now 16 years old. Throughout this year and a half, he diligently trained in a triple-speed simulation environment every night. Fortune favored the diligent, and he successfully broke through his bottleneck, elevating his soul power to level 50 just yesterday. The news of a 16-year-old Soul King brought immense joy to Ning Fingji, who promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast to celebrate Zhang Yang's breakthrough. As Zhang Yang continued his tenure with the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, his personal advancements inadvertently became a joyous occasion for the sect. Despite the necessity to evade the prying eyes of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fingji invited only a select few, those who were the staunchest pillars of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Among them were 2 titled Douluos, 2 Elder Soul Douluos, and 2 Seven-Ringed Soul Masters of the Glaze Tower, culminating in a gathering of 7. Representing the strength of the sect as one of the top 3 sections. At the banquet, Ning Fingji unabashedly proclaimed Zhang Yang as the future guardian of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, generously presenting him with 200,000 gold soul coins and several exquisite soul guide devices as a reward for his breakthrough. Zhang Yang felt the weight of his suddenly swollen purse, pondering if this was the reward for his efforts over the past 2 years. During the feast, Ning Fingji curiously inquired of Zhang Yang, "As you are soon to obtain your 5th soul ring, has the master devised a plan for which spirit beast you should hunt?" Zhang Yang nodded in response. "Due to the unique ability of my martial soul to induce mutations in soul skills, my teacher has ceased making hunting plans for me. He merely mentioned that, based on my physical strength, I could absorb a soul ring of up to 25,000 years. 25,000 years? That age is perilous even for a soul emperor of level 60. How highly does the master regard you?" Ning Fingji remarked, astonished as he glanced at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang explained, "According to my teacher, my physical constitution is significantly superior to that of my peers due to my martial soul, the Yellow Ape. Additionally, through the consumption of celestial herbs and repeated enhancements to my body, I have surpassed the limitations of my cultivation. Thus, absorbing a 25,000-year-old soul ring at level 50 poses no issue for me." "Very well then." Ning Fingji nodded. Turning to the sword Douluo beside him, he requested, "Sword uncle, would you kindly accompany Zhang Yang on this journey?" The sword Douluo regarded Zhang Yang with a calm expression, nodded, and replied, "Certainly, we shall depart tomorrow morning." Chapter 73, The Soul Resonance of the Sacred Illusionary Demon. The following morning, Zhang Yang, under the guidance of the sword Douluo, swiftly made his way to the Sunset Forest, located several hundred kilometers away. The Sunset Forest is renowned for being a famous soul beast habitat, where even the rare 10,000-year-old martial ape can be found, although exceptional soul beasts are seldom seen from the outside. Delving deeper reveals a plethora of remarkable soul beasts with 10,000 years of cultivation, with the sword Douluo accompanying him. Venturing into the depths of the Sunset Forest posed no challenge for Zhang Yang. The forest appeared as it always had, teeming with towering trees and nearly half a meter of decaying branches and leaves blanketing the ground. Even during daylight, sunlight rarely penetrated the dense canopy. As the duo ventured further, the sightings of century and millennium soul beasts gradually diminished. "Sword Douluo, we have entered the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts," Zhang Yang remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. "We can begin a lateral search." "Indeed," the sword Douluo nodded. Unlike the cautious Zhang Yang, the sword Douluo maintained a leisurely demeanor, akin to strolling through his own garden. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a deafening roar from a beast nearby. "A tiger? Is it a 10,000-year soul beast of the feline variety?" Zhang Yang's eyes gleamed as he hastened toward the source of the sound. Not long after, Zhang Yang found himself in a clearing, where a colossal striped tiger, measuring 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height, emerged before him. Shielded by the towering trees, he could clearly observe the characteristics of this magnificent creature. With such a massive stature, it was a 2,000-year-old explosive giant tiger. Although it was not the type of soul beast he sought, he decided to note its location and information for Mu Bai's future reference. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang cautiously retreated. Once away from the vicinity of the explosive giant tiger, he quickly retrieved paper and pen from his pocket, scribbling down his observations. The sword Douluo looked on in confusion. "What are you doing?" "I'm recording the information of the 10,000-year soul beasts. It will be quite convenient should the need arise later," Zhang Yang explained, his writing swift. As he finished, he put away his writing materials and said to the sword Douluo, "Let us continue." The area of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Sunset Forest was vast. Throughout the day, Zhang Yang and the sword Douluo noted 10 different types of 10,000-year soul beasts, including an encounter with 3 of them, which Zhang Yang managed to drive away using a series of rapid kicks and powerful laser blasts. Meanwhile, the sword Douluo, tasked by Ning Fingji to protect Zhang Yang, stood by with his arms crossed, adopting an indifferent attitude. This was the intention of Ning Fingji, as well as the sword Douluo's own belief. A true powerhouse must endure the trials of nature and adversity. One cannot cultivate towering trees in a greenhouse. Zhang Yang's encounters with the 10,000-year soul beast earned silent approval from the sword Douluo. After facing a sudden attack, Zhang Yang demonstrated the ability to quickly identify the species, innate abilities, and weaknesses of the soul beasts, evading their assaults and subsequently targeting their vulnerabilities with precision. Even when confronted with soul beasts that did not align with his needs, Zhang Yang's strikes were measured, inflicting pain without overstepping, allowing the creatures to retreat. He meticulously documented the information and locations of each soul beast he encountered. The sword Douluo, curious, inquired, "Why not eliminate these soul beasts? Are you not aware that those over 10,000 years old have a significant chance of yielding soul bones?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "I am aware. But they are not the soul beasts I seek. If I were to slay them in pursuit of the elusive soul bones, I would inevitably waste the soul rings. That would be unwise. This is a lesson from my master and reflects my true beliefs. If we were to decimate 10,000-year soul beasts for their bones, what will future generations think of us when there are no soul rings left to use? They might harbor resentment so profound that they would even disturb our graves." "Very well, let us proceed." The sword Douluo nodded, continuing onward. He did not challenge Zhang Yang's perspective. It is important to note that as a soul master without an academy background, his awareness was not as profound as Zhang Yang's. The 6 soul bones he possessed included 2 granted by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. 1 was obtained through violent means, while the remaining 3 were acquired from hunting soul beasts. The sword Douluo had sacrificed over 10,000-year soul rings to obtain those 3 soul bones. The same could be said for the bone Douluo. In the afternoon of the second day, Zhang Yang finally encountered a soul beast suitable for him. It was a 23,000-year-old holy phantom demon ape, small in stature, resembling an ordinary monkey, yet its eyes were an eerie gray, excelling in mental attacks. Although it could not rival the Titan Great Ape, which could face 10,000-year soul beasts head-on at a mere 100 years of cultivation, it was nonetheless a formidable soul beast within its age category. The moment Zhang Yang laid eyes on the holy phantom demon ape, he knew it was the one. Without the need to consider the soul skills granted by the soul ring, Zhang Yang focused on soul beasts that were likely to drop head bones. The holy phantom demon ape possessed exceptional spiritual power, making it a prime candidate for yielding a head bone if it were to drop one. With the head bone in his possession, even if he aimed for a staggering 500 gold soul coins, he would not be overwhelmed by the risk of overexerting his mental energy. "Grandpa's sword, this is the one," Zhang Yang declared. Indeed, the sword Douluo nodded. Summoning an ancient sword that measured 4 feet 3 inches in length and 3 inches in width, with a handle extending 1 foot 2 inches. The sword was adorned with 9 soul rings that pulsed rhythmically. The moment the 7-kill sword was unleashed by the sword Douluo, the holy phantom demon ape, leisurely seated on a rock and enjoying some fruit, suddenly froze in place. Typically, soul beasts endowed with strong mental capabilities possess acute senses, easily detecting movements from 100 meters away. However, with the sword Douluo present, Zhang Yang managed to approach the holy phantom demon ape so closely. Sensing the overwhelming soul power emanating from 20 meters away, the holy phantom demon ape immediately shivered, discarding the fruit in its hand and attempting to flee in panic. Just then, the sword Douluo's right hand gripped the hilt of the 7-kill sword. In that instant, it felt as though Chen Xin was no longer merely a man but a tempest, as an extraordinarily fierce aura erupted from him. Zhang Yang, standing beside the sword Douluo, felt an intensely sharp force surge forward, causing the fleeing figure of the holy phantom demon ape to freeze in its tracks. "Go, eliminate it, and absorb its soul ring," commanded the sword Douluo. The yellow ape swiftly took possession, and the first 4 soul rings activated simultaneously. Zhang Yang flickered to the side of the holy phantom demon ape, and in the next moment, a laser shot through its left ear and exited through the right, creating a gaping wound in its skull, with its brain pierced. The holy phantom demon ape did not even have the chance to roll its eyes before it succumbed, sensing the life force of the holy phantom demon ape waning. The sword Douluo retracted his martial spirit, and the oppressive aura dissipated instantly. Zhang Yang produced a dagger from his soul guide and skillfully made several deep cuts into the holy phantom demon ape's carcass, as instructed by his master. Regardless of the type of soul bone, these precise incisions would ensure the discovery of any soul bones upon absorption. The sword Douluo, who had engaged in his share of lethal encounters in his youth, felt a twinge of nostalgia witnessing Zhang Yang's adeptness in action. To speak of this academic style, it is indeed unparalleled. The techniques employed in the art of murder and the examination of corpses far surpass the rudimentary methods of the untrained. After busily attending to the remains of the sacred illusion demon ape, Zhang Yang let out a resigned sigh, acknowledging his futile efforts. Alas, it was all in vain, for there were no soul bones to be found. He retrieved a towel to cleanse the blood from his hands, expressing his regret. "If only I had the time to torment it, the likelihood of obtaining soul bones would have significantly increased." Well aware of his own formidable physical prowess, Zhang Yang recognized that while his spiritual strength was commendable among soul masters of the same rank, it was merely that commendable, but nothing more. The spiritual assault of a 23,000-year-old sacred illusion demon ape was not something even a level 70 soul sage would dare to confront lightly. He would merely be offering himself as a feast, had it not been for the presence of the sword Douluo by his side. He would have been utterly incapable of hunting such a formidable soul beast. With a shake of his head filled with regret, Zhang Yang settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the absorption of his 23,000-year-old soul ring. Observing Zhang Yang's endeavor to absorb a soul ring exceeding 10,000 years, the sword Douluo felt a twinge of anxiety. Human soul masters face residual spiritual reverberations from the deceased soul beast during the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring. for adults, particularly those above the 50-level threshold. The full maturation of both body and spirit significantly mitigates the effects of these spiritual tremors. However, at merely 16 years of age, Zhang Yang's spiritual capacity was still in a developmental stage, although his soul power had reached the level of a soul king. He was attempting to absorb a soul ring that was 13,000 years beyond his own experience, and from a creature renowned for its potent spiritual prowess. The danger of spiritual reverberation was exponentially heightened. Yet, despite the sword Douluo's acute awareness of the peril, he remained silent. Observing Zhang Yang as he engaged in the absorption of the 23,000-year soul ring, the principle remained the same. To aspire to greatness, one must endure the trials of adversity. Moreover, the sword Douluo understood that the spiritual tremors of 20,000 years were but a minor inconvenience. For Zhang Yang, the looming threats posed by the Soul Hall's pursuit, as well as the divine ascension within his lifetime, were far more formidable. As the sword Douluo contemplated this, Zhang Yang's spiritual realm encountered turmoil. The immense soul power contained within the 23,000-year soul ring inundated him like a tempest the moment it entered his body. Strangely, however, Zhang Yang felt no sensation of discomfort. He experienced none of the searing heat one might expect from absorbing a soul ring, as if the act of absorption was occurring independently of his own will. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, this was the first peril he faced while absorbing a soul ring of such magnitude, an absence of sensation. Pain serves as a protective mechanism for the body, safeguarding it from further harm. When one is devoid of the sensation of pain, the capacity to respond to injury diminishes. Yet, Zhang Yang, with his prior experiences of soul ring absorption, understood the necessity of mobilizing the rapidly expanding soul power within him. Through relentless circulation, he aimed to enlarge his soul power cultivation circuit, accommodating the overwhelming influx of energy akin to a tidal wave. This soul power permeated not only Zhang Yang's cultivation circuit but quickly filled his entire being, initiating a transformation of his body, an attribute possessed by a soul ring of his caliber. Furthermore, due to the emphasis on spiritual strength inherent in the sacred illusion demon ape's soul power, this energy prioritized the enhancement of Zhang Yang's brain. Under the influence of this soul power, Zhang Yang's 12 pairs of cranial nerves underwent continuous metamorphosis, becoming increasingly sensitive and developed. Just at that moment, the second peril approached silently. The cranial nerves, a vital and delicate part of the anatomy, suddenly found themselves entwined with the residual soul of the sacred illusion demon ape, which had followed the enhancing soul power into Zhang Yang's spiritual realm. Chapter 74. Perception of color. Every individual's life experiences are distinct, leading to varying perspectives on the world, thus creating unique spiritual realms. However, one commonality prevails. The resilience of the spiritual world is determined by one's mental fortitude and willpower. Had Zhang Yang absorbed the soul ring as he usually did, he would have found his spirit taut and resilient in the face of the overwhelming influx of soul energy. Yet, in this moment, he was in a state of numbness, despite his efforts to concentrate. The subtle difference between voluntary engagement and forced immersion could pose a significant risk to Zhang Yang. Just as the soul shockwave from the sacred phantom demon ape was about to invade Zhang Yang's spiritual domain, a crooked-smiled office worker unexpectedly appeared. "Oh, I didn't realize you had such a move, sacred phantom demon ape. Unfortunately, you cannot defeat me." With a thrust of his hands, the yellow ape halted the impending spiritual shockwave that threatened Zhang Yang. This gesture bore a striking resemblance to the moment during the war atop the platform when three mighty generals united to quell Whitebeard's surprise attack. "This tranquil place shall not be so easily destroyed," the yellow ape remarked, lips pursed, his gaze seemingly laced with mockery. As the soul shock subsided, the final remnants of the sacred phantom demon ape's essence were extinguished, and the numbing effect it had imposed on Zhang Yang vanished in an instant, allowing him to once again experience the sensation akin to bathing in lava. Yet, as previously stated, the presence of pain is a positive sign. During the interval of numbness, the soul power cultivation pathway had become disordered, rendering it utterly unbeneficial for his training, much like a tree absorbing nutrients but growing wildly instead of upward, producing only useless branches for firewood. Zhang Yang focused on his martial soul, diligently correcting the path of his soul power cultivation. Observing the sudden shift in Zhang Yang's expression from calm to one of pain and distortion, the sword Douluo realized they were entering the most challenging phase. However, he had not anticipated that Zhang Yang's earlier tranquility was a result of the sacred phantom demon ape's numbing effect, a perilous moment indeed. The current contorted expression signified that the process of absorbing soul power was finally on the right track, indicating that he had overcome the critical obstacle. As the sword Douluo closely monitored Zhang Yang, a commotion erupted behind them. "Damn it, they've gotten ahead of us. Boss, someone is absorbing a soul ring over there." Frowning, the sword Douluo turned to see a team of high-ranking soul masters, numbering around 12 or 13. Leading them was a burly man with a spiked hairstyle, followed by individuals of varying physiques. At that moment, a middle-aged man of medium build, with remarkably defined muscles, quickly noticed the deep, penetrating wounds on the sacred phantom demon ape and exclaimed, "Boss, they have already examined the corpse." Upon hearing this, the burly leader furrowed his brow. If they had indeed examined the corpse, then stealthily seizing the sacred phantom demon ape's body was futile. They were left with two options: to kill and verify the corpse or to retreat directly. Although uncertain of the Soul Master's ranks, it was evident they were formidable adversaries. The young man visibly absorbing the soul ring bore 4 soul rings: yellow, purple, and black. With the current absorption, he was destined to achieve the 5th ring, the Soul King. Suddenly, the leader's eyes widened as he noticed the soul rings on the yellow ape behind Zhang Yang. Yellow, purple, black. It was indeed the 4th ring of 10,000 years. Shocked, the leader gasped, "How can this be possible?" It had been quite some time since the elite competition. And as a specialized soul beast hunting team, they spent half the year ambushing in the jungles, lacking both the time and interest to follow the elite contest. Thus, they were astounded to witness the 4th ring of 10,000 years. Upon hearing the leader's words, the hunting team members gasped in realization. As the leader of the team, he contemplated far more. A super genius soul master with a 4th ring of 10,000 years must be a new generation leader meticulously nurtured by a grand sect. Yet, such a treasure from a sect had come to the Sunset Forest with only an elderly companion to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. What did this signify? The elder's potential power could be terrifying. Understanding that this endeavor was no longer viable, the leader had yet to express his intentions when the sword Douluo took action. The 7 killing sword materialized silently, with 9 soul rings: yellow, purple, black, rhythmically pulsating. The hunting team seemed frozen in time. Their forms and even their breaths, heartbeats, and blood flow halted in an instant. As a level 72 beast martial soul battle soul saint, the hunting team leader's mouth trembled. Unable to utter the words titled Douluo, the sword Douluo disregarded these individuals, decisively gripping the hilt of the 7 killing sword. A surge of extreme sharpness erupted, crashing toward the hunting team like a tempest. With a muffled groan, the leading soul saint felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Involuntarily stumbling back a few steps, the others fared even worse, being sent flying by the overwhelming force. Although slightly injured, the soul saint finally regained his senses from such terror and shouted, "We shall take our leave, esteemed elder. Please spare us." With that, he turned and fled in a panic, fearing the title Douluo might indeed strike him down with a single sword. The leader, too, fled in haste and naturally. His subordinates dared not linger, scrambling away in fright. Witnessing their swift retreat, Chen Xian sheathed the 7 killing sword. As a title Douluo, he was not inclined to strike down those who fled in terror. For hours later, Zhang Yang finally completed the absorption of the soul ring that transcended 12,000 years of cultivation, opening his eyes. The advantages of surpassing levels in absorption were evident. Zhang Yang's soul power cultivation pathway had significantly broadened, and his internal soul power surged, leaping from level 51 to 52. As Zhang Yang opened his eyes, the sword Douluo had yet to smile when he suddenly saw Zhang Yang's complexion turn pale, and he knelt, clutching his head. In that instant, every sound within a 50-kilometer radius flooded into his consciousness: cattle lowing, tigers roaring, monkeys screeching. Every detail was within his grasp. In Zhang Yang's mind, these sounds intertwined to form a colossal radar map composed of latitude and longitude lines. Within this map, nothing could escape Zhang Yang's scrutiny. How many creatures were present? Where were they located? What were their emotions? Were they strong or weak? What actions would they take next? Feeling as though his mind might burst from the overwhelming influx of information, Zhang Yang grimaced as he summoned his soul power. The yellow ape appeared behind him, but to no avail. Thus, Zhang Yang urged the yellow ape to merge with him, entering a meditative state as the rhythm of his soul rings enveloped him. He propelled his soul power into rapid motion, focusing on his spiritual core, striving to cultivate and discover a solution to this predicament. At this moment, the office worker existing within Zhang Yang's spirited realm abruptly rose to his feet, hands buried in his pockets, an expression of exasperation on his face. Really, just after a few carefree days, work has begun to pile up again, having just resolved the spiritual disturbance caused by the holy phantom demon ape. And before Huang Yuan had the chance to catch his breath, Zhang Yang again found himself confronted by the awakening of his observation haki. An influx of intricate information from a 50-kilometer radius flooded into his mind, overwhelming him with immense mental pressure. In the Navy, once an officer awakens their observation haki, they are typically assigned a seasoned mentor to guide them in mastering its application. However, at this moment, Zhang Yang had no one to rely on. And as his martial spirit, Huang Yuan bore the responsibility. With Huang Yuan's assistance, Zhang Yang's expression gradually relaxed, and the chaotic information in his mind began to take on a semblance of order. Observing Zhang Yang's demeanor returning to tranquility, the sword Douluo, who had been anxiously watching, finally felt a sense of relief. Soon, Zhang Yang concluded the manifestation of his martial spirit, reverting to his normal form, and the soul power within him gradually calmed. He slowly opened his eyes, and upon meeting the sword Douluo's gaze, he managed a reassuring smile. "Grandpa Jian, I apologize for causing you concern." The sword Douluo nodded, candidly stating, "Indeed, I was quite startled just now. What transpired? Wasn't the soul ring fully absorbed?" Hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Zhang Yang's face. "Consider it a fortuitous encounter. I have awakened a new ability." The sword Douluo, puzzled, inquired, "A new ability?" Zhang Yang nodded, rising to his feet. It is an exceptionally useful ability, Grandpa Jian. Would you care to test it? The sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. How do we test it? Zhang Yang chuckled at this. Retrieving a handful of copper soul coins from his soul guide device and presenting them to the sword Douluo. Let us simulate an enemy attack using these copper soul coins. When I say start, you may throw them at me. Is there a speed requirement? The sword Douluo asked, curiosity piqued as he accepted the copper coins. No requirements. Just aim to hit me, Zhang Yang replied with a smile, positioning himself 30 meters away and turning his back to the sword Douluo. He called out, Grandpa Jian, begin. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo smiled, flicking his right index finger to propel a copper coin towards Zhang Yang's palm with lightning speed. Although Zhang Yang had indicated a range from fast to slow, the initial copper coin surpassed the speed of sound, reaching him before the sound of its launch arrived. Yet, despite the coin's astonishing velocity, Zhang Yang remained composed, softly murmuring the location of the coin as he slightly raised his palm, deftly evading the projectile. Even though night had fallen, the sword Douluo could clearly observe the outcome. Witnessing Zhang Yang's ability to anticipate the trajectory of his attack, even with his back turned, piqued the sword Douluo's interest. With a flick of his wrist, he sent 2 copper coins flying towards Zhang Yang's shoulders, one aimed at each side. This time, the coins traveled even faster, yet Zhang Yang's response was effortless. He articulated the impending attack's trajectory, and with a subtle twist of his shoulders, the 2 coins sailed past him. Oh, you can predict the positions? The sword Douluo remarked in surprise, before launching 7 copper coins in rapid succession towards Zhang Yang's back. Bending slightly, Zhang Yang murmured, evading the 7 coins as they whizzed harmlessly past him. Before long, the sword Douluo had exhausted all 30 copper coins, none of which had struck Zhang Yang. Returning to the sword Douluo's side, Zhang Yang beamed. What do you think of my ability, Grandpa Jian? The sword Douluo, astonished, replied. It is an immensely powerful ability, capable of instantly discerning an opponent's attack trajectory. It is truly a position of invincibility. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile, affirming that the observation haki indeed possessed such capabilities. Chapter 75. One against many. After testing the unexpectedly awakened abilities of Zhang Yang, the sword Douluo inquired, what is your 5th soul skill? The 5th soul skill, indeed, Zhang Yang replied with a smile, is quite an intriguing one. Oh, the sword Douluo was taken aback. An intriguing soul skill? Please, demonstrate it. Zhang Yang nodded, instantly summoning his martial spirit, having ascended to the rank of Soul King. He now towered at an impressive height of 2 meters and 70 centimeters, gazing down at the sword Douluo as his 2nd and 5th soul rings illuminated. The 5th soul skill, Radiant Weapon, enables the creation of 3 types of weapons, sword, hammer, and bow, each possessing unique effects and attributes. The 2nd soul skill serves as a prerequisite, requiring activation of the 2nd soul ring to utilize. With his right hand raised to the side, a sphere of yellow light emanated from his palm. This sphere, as if grasped by invisible hands, rapidly elongated, transforming into an elongated 2-meter-long 2-handed sword in the blink of an eye. Observing the yellow light morph into a sword, the sword Douluo's interest piqued. You can actually turn light into a sword? But I wonder, what is its power like? Swords, of course, vary in quality. A mere iron sword can pierce flesh, while a 7-killing sword can cleave through anything. Master Sword Douluo, this is a long sword forged from condensed light. What do you think of its quality? Zhang Yang chuckled. It can sever gold and jade, slicing through iron as if it were mud. As he spoke, Zhang Yang swung the long sword toward a distant tree, unleashing a wave of air laced with yellow light that rushed toward a nearby sturdy trunk. Swish, 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 like a knife through tofu. The air slash pierced through 5 trees, each with a diameter of 1 meter, before dispersing within the trunk of the 6th tree, revealing the yellow light within. Boom. As the yellow light dissipated after the air slash, it exploded instantaneously, with a blast radius of 5 meters. A gust of wind surged toward Zhang Yang and the sword Douluo, enveloping the area in a cloud of splintered wood and soil. As the noise of the explosion subsided, a crater measuring 3 meters in diameter was left behind on the ground. The aerial explosion had such formidable power, prompting the sword Douluo to nod in satisfaction. Impressive power. At this juncture, the sword Douluo's interest was suddenly piqued. With your new ability and 5th soul skill, it seems you are ready for that task. Zhang Yang, having concluded his martial spirit manifestation, looked at the sword Douluo in confusion. With a mysterious smile, the sword Douluo gestured for Zhang Yang to follow. Stepping onto the 7-killing sword, his figure swiftly ascending into the air. Though perplexed, Zhang Yang complied, activating his 2nd soul skill after manifesting his martial spirit, transforming into a streak of yellow light that quickly pursued the sword Douluo. The hunting team that had narrowly escaped from the sword Douluo, led by their soul sage, had fled outward for an hour before veering sideways for another hour, finally halting as dusk descended. Having reached this point, they should be safe now. The soul sage, abandoning the auxiliary soul master who had been with him, leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. Boss, recover your soul power. A 50-something-year-old food-type soul king, carried by another agile attack-type soul master, conjured a red sunflower seed with a flash of light. His second soul skill, Recovery Sunflower Seed. The soul sage pinched a sunflower seed between his fingers and placed it in his mouth, finally exhaling in relief as the minor injuries inflicted by the sword Douluo healed significantly. Distribute one to each of you, and then hasten to restore your soul power. With that, the soul sage closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Having narrowly escaped the wrath of a tidal Douluo, no one felt inclined to speak. They accepted the sunflower seeds, consuming them to regain the soul power expended during their escape, until shots rang out from above, claiming the lives of 3 soul kings who were in the midst of their recovery, causing massive explosions on the ground above. Sensing the presence of several soul power signatures engaged in meditation below, the sword Douluo remarked, "This is a team of soul masters who hunt soul beasts for a living. 1 soul sage for soul emperors and 8 soul kings. Your task ahead is to preserve yourself while eliminating as many as you can." "What?" Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "Am I to kill them? Do not show mercy. Without my protection, you would have long been a victim of theirs. The soul beast forest is nearly lawless. When 2 factions encounter each other within the territory of a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the stronger party will almost invariably strike against the weaker one. After all, if they could acquire a soul bone from their adversary, it would be a windfall. Now, we are the stronger party. There is nothing inherently wrong in taking action against them. It is an inevitability you must face, so you might as well practice and adapt early. Now, consider your decision and take action." Zhang Yang recognized the truth in the sword Douluo's words. Such matters had been reiterated by the master on numerous occasions. He resolved to proceed, thinking of it as slaughtering pigs. With this in mind, his 4th soul skill activated, and soul power surged into his orange glasses, enabling auto-targeting as beams of yellow light flickered from his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power below, Zhang Yang extended his hands in a claw-like gesture, instantly unleashing 10 laser beams. Subsequently, he conjured a radiant long sword, his figure flashing as he descended to the ground. Startled from their meditative states by the explosion, the remaining individuals instinctively dodged away from their previous positions, summoning their martial spirits. The dark forest was suddenly illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colored soul rings. Holding the yellow light long sword, Zhang Yang surveyed the scene, noting that the surviving 10 individuals bore soul rings predominantly of the 100 to 1,000-year variety. Including the soul sage, there were merely 6 10,000-year soul rings. And only one of the soul kings had an optimal soul ring configuration. The others exhibited some flaws. The soul sage at the forefront had already manifested his martial spirit, adorned with a combination of yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings. He had activated his 2nd and 3rd soul rings to bolster his defensive capabilities. Having been struck by the laser, the soul sage suffered minor injuries, clutching his shoulder in astonishment. "It's you, the boy protected by the tidal Douluo." Although it was midnight, the peculiar combination of yellow, purple, and black soul rings on Zhang Yang revealed his identity. Having no intention of concealing himself, Zhang Yang nodded. "Indeed, it is I." The soul sage bellowed. "Why do you ambush us? We bear no grudge against you." Fearing the tidal Douluo, who was currently untraceable, the soul sage refrained from attacking Zhang Yang, resorting instead to plead with the soul king of level 52 for reason and righteousness. Zhang Yang, exasperated, retorted, "Just because we have no enmity, does that preclude me from ambushing you? Aren't we all adults here? Stop acting like children. Had the tidal Douluo not been present, I would likely have been killed by you in pursuit of soul bones. Back then, there was no enmity between us either, was there? Respectable soul sage, do you not agree? Moreover, since that moment, our fates have been irrevocably intertwined." With that, the 1st, 2nd, and 5th soul rings around Zhang Yang glowed instantly, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, vanishing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang reappeared beside the farthest soul king, his luminous sword piercing through the man's chest before he could even react. The soul king of level 56 barely had time to let out a groan before succumbing to eternal darkness. His fall signaled the commencement of battle. The 6th soul skill, Thorn Binding. A control-type soul emperor of the 6th ring activated his 3rd soul ring, causing countless fiery red thorns to erupt from the ground, ensnaring Zhang Yang like a massive rice dumpling, rendering him immobile. "Ah, this technique is quite effective," Zhang Yang remarked with a grin. "Awaken, martial soul, true form." The 7th soul ring of the soul sage illuminated, transforming him instantaneously into a colossal, resplendent tiger, and a foul wind swept through the once tranquil forest. The 6th soul skill, Rain of Arrows. A soul emperor of the 6th ring, wielding a cerulean longbow, activated his 6th soul ring, summoning thousands of azure arrows that materialized beside him in the blink of an eye. As the soul emperor drew back the bowstring to unleash the arrows, they soared towards Zhang Yang in a relentless onslaught. Simultaneously, a 5-ringed soul king with a ghostly martial soul flickered and vanished from sight. Other soul emperors and soul kings displayed their prowess, each controlling, attacking, or supporting, as if intent on pulverizing Zhang Yang in a single wave of assault. However, just as the myriad attacks were about to descend upon him, the fiery thorns encasing him suddenly crackled, shattering into countless fragments. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter-tall, golden Zhang leaped into the air. Now airborne, the chaotic barrage of colorful attacks fell harmlessly to the ground. You all are truly formidable, each one of you resembling a monster. It is quite terrifying, he exclaimed, as he hovered in midair. The golden figure of Zhang clenched his right fist and directed it towards the ground, aiming at the resplendent tiger soul sage. Seeking death, the soul sage roared, as his left front paw glimmered with a purple light. Suddenly, Zhang felt his body plummet, crashing towards the earth. The soul ring had not illuminated, but a skill was activated, soul bone. Concurrently, the sixth soul skill of the resplendent tiger soul sage was unleashed, opening its jaws wide to unleash a wave of yellow light towards Zhang in the air. A thought flashed through Zhang mind as the yellow wave pierced through his golden form. As the light dissipated, a gaping wound marred his chest. Humph. Something is amiss. The soul sage, initially believing that Zhang was utterly defeated, soon realized the anomaly. Although Zhang chest had been penetrated, there was no blood or internal organs spilling forth. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhang lips. Oh, this technique is also quite effective. In the next moment, the wound on his chest was rapidly filled with yellow light, healing as if it had never existed. Zhang landed gracefully, bearing the weight of the gravity imposed by the resplendent tiger soul sage. The black fifth ring surrounding his golden form ignited, and as the radiant light surged forth, a massive hammer, resembling the Haotian hammer and composed of yellow light, materialized in his grasp. Even the sword Douluo, observing the battle from the sky, regarded the scene with curiosity. According to Zhang, the fifth soul skill allowed him to conjure swords, hammers, and bows, each possessing unique attack effects. What about the hammer? Sword Douluo pondered with intrigue. However, it wasn't long before Zhang revealed the answer to him. Chapter 76. Death for Wealth. The Fierce Tiger Strikes. The resplendent tiger spirit saint leaped high, lunging towards the 10-meter-tall golden Buddha, Zhang. His second spirit ring glowed, and his already sharp claws seemed to gleam even more, as if he intended to eviscerate Zhang with a single swipe. In response to the tiger spirit saint's ferocious attack, Zhang wielded his massive hammer with determination. With a resounding thud, the claws of the tiger spirit saint collided with the luminous hammer, resulting in a muffled echo that resonated throughout the battlefield, sending the colossal tiger spirit saint tumbling backward for dozens of meters. The hammer's attack effect was formidable, capable of inflicting immense damage while also possessing a forced repulsion effect, with the distance of the repulsion proportional to the strength of Zhang swing. This meant that should Zhang hammer strike true, the enemy would inevitably be sent flying. Even a tidal Douluo would not be exempt. A grin spread across Zhang face as he remarked, "What a distance you've flown." After landing gracefully, the tiger spirit saint wiped the blood from his mouth with his paw, observing Zhang, who was now entangled with his teammates, and he felt a growing sense of retreat. He had yet to ascertain Zhang true capabilities, and his sixth spirit skill had not inflicted any substantial damage. Furthermore, there was still a tidal Douluo whose whereabouts were unknown, so fleeing seemed the only sensible option. As the battle unfolded, a new twist emerged. Just as Zhang was engaged in a fierce exchange with the spirit emperors and spirit saints, a transparent figure suddenly materialized before him, its fourth spirit ring illuminating instantaneously. Control. After lurking for a brief moment, the ghost spirit king, a 5-ring spirit king, found the opportune moment to reveal itself and unleashed its deadly fourth spirit skill. Upon activation, the 1,000-year spirit ring detached from the ghost spirit king and swiftly enveloped Zhang. This mirrored the effect of Zhao Wujia's fourth spirit ring, which enabled target tracking. Suddenly, Zhang, who was gripping his hammer, found his movements hindered as he was compelled to open his chest wide towards 6 or 7 powerful spirit emperor and spirit king adversaries. The control skill forced him to mimic the actions of the ghost spirit king, lasting for 5 seconds at the spirit king level. "Ah!" Zhang exclaimed, astonished at the ghost spirit king's embrace. What a peculiar spirit skill. Meanwhile, witnessing Zhang ensnared by the ghost spirit king, the surrounding spirit masters launched a second wave of concentrated attacks, both ranged and melee, surrounding Zhang from all directions. Seeing this situation, the tiger spirit saint recognized it as the perfect moment to abandon his earlier hesitations and charged back into the fray. Faced with this seemingly inescapable predicament, Zhang appeared to be on the brink of defeat. The ghost spirit king's lips curled into a cruel smile beneath its mask as it spread its arms wide. Reveling in the moment, it sought to compel Zhang to relinquish his grip on the luminous hammer. However, the ghost spirit king appeared to overlook a crucial detail. The transition from clenched fists to open hands takes time, during which Zhang fingertips momentarily pointed towards himself. Seizing the fleeting instance, Zhang unleashed a barrage of lasers from his 10 fingers, striking the ghost spirit king's chest with devastating precision. Boom! The 10 lasers pierced through the ghost spirit king's body, causing a series of massive explosions on the ground behind him. Meanwhile, The various attacks from the enemies rained down upon Zhang Yang, but none possessed dispelling or silencing capabilities, rendering their skills ineffective. The Ghost Spirit King, struck by the lasers and propelled by the explosive shockwave, lost focus and could no longer maintain the control of his fourth spirit skill, freeing Zhang Yang from his grasp. A melodious chime resonated as a faint green halo enveloped the Ghost Spirit King. The support-type Spirit Emperor, Lu Jinbel, activated its fifth spirit skill, Restorative Voice. The gaping wounds on the Ghost Spirit King's chest healed instantly, and his internal bleeding temporarily ceased. Yet, his pallid face revealed the extent of his grievous injuries. After this battle, unless he obtained a 10,000-year spirit ring or a soul bone to alter his constitution, he would likely survive, but with greatly diminished physical capabilities. With the control lifted, Zhang Yang reverted from his Buddha form, returning to his original height of 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Ignoring the surrounding warriors, he faced the approaching Tiger Spirit Saint with a decisive right punch. Simultaneously, his right arm radiated a crimson glow, transforming into an enormous magma fist that surged toward the Tiger Spirit Saint. Meteor Volcano. Soul Bone. The Tiger Spirit Saint barely had time to react as its sharp claws met Zhang Yang's magma fist with a resounding clash. The immense power of the magma itself provided a significant advantage. Upon contact, the Tiger Spirit Saint's yellow fur emitted a burning odor, and he felt his spirit power rapidly depleting. Realizing the peril, the Tiger Spirit Saint steadied himself and pushed against the colossal magma fist, propelling himself away from its destructive path. Can you escape? Zhang Yang scoffed, launching a second and then a third magma fist, unleashing a relentless barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The meteor volcano transformed the battlefield into a sea of flames. The battle momentarily ceased as the singed and patchy Tiger Spirit Saint gazed at Zhang Yang, who stood defiantly amidst the chaos, feeling a renewed sense of retreat. Yet, would Zhang Yang allow him to flee? With a soul bone at his disposal, there was no way Zhang Yang would let him escape. Just as the Tiger Spirit Saint's focus wavered, preparing to flee, Zhang Yang's attack struck true. A slender laser shot forth, precisely hitting his eye. Even with his martial spirit in its true form, the eye's defenses could not withstand the laser's intensity. However, the sturdiness of his skull played a crucial role. The laser penetrated the eyeball and brain but was halted by the resilient skull, resulting in a secondary explosion. Boom. The laser detonated within the Tiger Spirit Saint's mind, vaporizing the brain tissue and shattering the bones into countless fragments. In full view of the onlookers, the once mighty Tiger Spirit morphed into a headless corpse. A 52-level Spirit King had been slain by a 72-level Spirit Saint. Such a spectacle was a rarity even in the lives of seasoned Spirit Emperors. Leader, boss. The crowd gasped in shock, observing the Tiger Spirit Saint's tragic demise. Zhang Yang smirked, his gaze filled with mockery. You were too complacent. Engaging in battle with someone possessing observation haki demanded unwavering focus. Any lapse could lead to a fate as grim as that of the Tiger Spirit Saint. With the leader fallen, Zhang Yang was curious to see how the remaining members of the hunting team would react. In the next moment, a flash of silver light erupted as the Phantom Soul King brandished the dagger in his hand, severing the left arm of the striped Tiger Soul Saint at the